In a cramped apartment, a young man was fully immersed in controlling his World of Warcraft character, locked in an intense battle with a humanoid boss clad in redanned white armor. When the screen displayed the message, "You have slain Galen Thorbane, Prince. Loot, Thorbane sigil." The young man clicked on the hearthstone to return to town. Just as he prepared to leave, he was startled to see a notification that all 4 sigils had been collected, triggering the system to automatically launch. Before he could react, a blinding white light engulfed him. On the dazzling planet of Azeroth, the ancient city of Stromgard stood in silence within the earthy highlands of the Lordaeron continent, its surroundings brimming with an aura of majesty. At that moment, in the military training grounds atop the central castle of the city, an intense duel was unfolding. A burly man and a boy of about 16 or 17 were locked in combat, wielding an English broadsword and a peacock axe respectively. The man, towering over 2 meters tall, was built like a bear with a muscular frame. The boy, though only reaching the man's chest, stood at an impressive 1.78 meters, his physique sturdy like a young bull. His features bore a striking resemblance to the older man. "Father, take this move," the boy exclaimed, a sly glint in his eyes as he slashed upward toward the man's waist with his sword. "Good move," the man replied, admiration flickering in his gaze as he effortlessly blocked with the back hook of his axe. "Galen, it seems that reaching the rank of advanced warrior yesterday has significantly sharpened your combat skills." After an intense exchange of blows, the man forced the boy to retreat with a decisive strike and declared the match over. "That's enough for now. Clean yourself up and meet me in the council hall in an hour." It turned out that the boy was none other than Galen, the only son of King Thoras Trollbane. However, his true identity was that of a modern-day gamer who had been transported into this world. As an experienced World of Warcraft player, Galen was acutely aware of the looming catastrophe that awaited Azeroth, the invasion of orcs through the Dark Portal and the continent-wide war that would follow. His father, Thoras Trollbane, was not only the ruler of Stromgard, but also the king of one of the 7 human kingdoms and the overlord of the Earthy Highlands. For 12 years, Galen had worked hard to adapt to this reality, quietly searching for a way to change the fate of this world. Starting at the age of 5, he had trained in combat under his father's guidance. Now, as an advanced warrior, his strength had grown remarkably, having broken into the intermediate level by the age of 12 and advancing to the early stages of the advanced tier. "Phew, not bad, Garen muttered softly to himself. "Aside from the strength I've gained through hard work, I'm still kind of a cheat." He closed his eyes, and deep in his mind, a brilliant, azure sphere of light gradually came into focus. This was the Heart of Origin, a transcendent artifact that had already bonded with him. The system prompt indicated that it could be converted into a base core, but it required a 100 by 100 meter area of open land to deploy. This mysterious Heart of Origin was likely the reason for his transmigration. As a hardcore gamer, the transmigrated with a base setup had kept Garen so excited that he couldn't sleep for days. Every time he gazed at the glowing orb and read its grandiose descriptions, he could barely resist the urge to release it and see what it could do. However, the requirement of 10,000 square meters of open space left him in a dilemma. More importantly, he was currently in the royal castle of Stromgard, surrounded by watchful eyes. If a massive base suddenly appeared, even King Thoras himself would find it hard to overlook. Opening his eyes, Garen once again suppressed the restless excitement within him. Over the years, he'd grown accustomed to the frustration of having a treasure he couldn't yet use. But it wouldn't be long now. Once he became an advanced warrior, he could leave Stromgard and find a secluded spot in the Earthy Highlands to establish his base. A few years ago, when he was only 6 or 7 years old, he'd snuck out of the city in search of a suitable location, only to nearly get eaten by a raptor. After that incident, Thoras had assigned guards to watch over him closely, confining him to the city. Fortunately, Garen's past life had taught him patience, allowing him to focus on honing his skills over the years. After changing into his attire, Garen stepped out into the courtyard and made his way to the castle's center. The architecture here was exactly as he remembered from the game in his previous life. Guard quarters flanking the main gate, the armory close by, staircases on either side leading to the second floor, and the council chamber situated at the center of the upper level. In the middle of the grand hall stood a massive, rugged wooden table. At the moment, aside from the guards, only one person was seated there. "Good day, Cousin Daneth," Garen greeted as he approached. The burly young man turned at the sound, standing nearly 2 meters tall with a square face and thick brows. Clad in redanned white armor, he was the epitome of a Highlander. "Good day, Garen," he replied, rising to give Garen a hearty bear hug. "I heard you advanced to a higher rank. Congratulations." "Easy there, Daneth," Garen grumbled, pushing him away. "Your armor's digging into me. And you know I prefer pretty girls. Let's keep some distance. I'm not the same little kid you used to toss around." Seeing Galen's expression of disdain, Daneth Trollbane feigned a heartbroken look and said, "I've been away from Stromgard for over a year. missing you all this time, and this is how you greet me? I'm so hurt." As he spoke, his expression grew even more exaggeratedly sorrowful. As cousins from the Trollbane royal family, Daneth was 10 years older than Galen. However, Galen's precocious nature and years of martial training had granted him a physique far beyond his peers, allowing the two brothers, despite their age difference, to get along surprisingly well. Moreover, with the Trollbane lineage being sparse in numbers, the two of them were the only ones of their generation, with the rest being distant relatives. This only strengthened their bond. "How's life in Goshak? Are those troll brats behaving themselves?" Galen asked curiously. "The Witherbark trolls are mostly quiet, only sending out small raiding parties now and then. Half a year ago, I reached the peak rank of a high-tier warrior," Daneth replied with a triumphant grin. "Galen, you'd better keep up, or you'll be left in my dust." Looking at Daneth's thick eyebrows, sharp features, and resolute face, Galen thought to himself that his usually composed cousin probably only showed this playful side around close family. Daneth's father, the brother of King Thoraz, had been a general of the kingdom, tasked with defending Goshak Farm, the eastern granary. 2 years ago, he was killed in a troll ambush. This tragedy had spurred Daneth, already motivated by Galen's diligent example, to become even more silent and relentless in honing his combat skills. "Don't get cocky. You've just had a 10-year head start on me," Galen scoffed. "I'm catching up fast, only 3 ranks behind you now. Who knows, I might even become a legendary warrior before you do." As he said this, he thought about the mysterious cheat in his mind. "All right, I'll be there to witness it when the day comes. But for now, stop bragging, my legendary hero," Daneth teased, dropping the topic. The two brothers moved to the wooden table and sat down at the far end, exchanging stories about the militia. "Daneth," Galen suddenly remembered something. "Father has finally agreed to let me travel. If it's on the way, I'd like to visit Goshak and see the kingdom's borders for myself." "No problem. Once this meeting is over, I'll head back to Goshak. You can come find me at the town hall when you arrive." At that moment, Thoraz entered the council chamber. Both men immediately stood up to greet him. "Sit, sit. We're family," Thoraz said as he took the main seat. "I called you here to discuss future plans. Daneth, your performance with the militia has been commendable. What are your thoughts?" "Uncle, I hope to continue serving with the militia on the Goshak front. It's a place where I can hone my skills, face the trolls, and eliminate threats while upholding the honor of the Trollbane name," Daneth replied earnestly. He preferred the front lines over the comforts of Stromgard. As a formidable warrior himself, Thoraz was pleased with his nephew's determination. "I've reviewed the reports from the past year. The militia commander speaks highly of you. In recognition of your achievements, I'm promoting you to deputy commander of the militia." Hearing that he could stay on the front lines and receive a promotion, Daneth gladly accepted, his face lighting up with joy. After addressing Daneth, Thoraz turned to Galen. "Son, you've been talking about wanting to travel for years. Previously, with the unstable situation in Earthy Highlands, I restricted you to the city. But now that you're a 7th-tier warrior, capable of defending yourself across Earthy and even Lordaeron, what are your plans?" A 7th-tier warrior originates from the power classification system of professions on the continent of Azeroth. This system dates back over 10,000 years to the era of the Highborn Elves. Under the radiance of the Well of Eternity, the Highborn, who were highly skilled in arcane magic, categorized spells based on their power and energy consumption, ranging from the 1st to the 9th circle, as well as even more powerful legendary spells. Over time, this system became deeply ingrained across the entire continent. When some of the Highborn were exiled to the human world, they brought this classification system with them. Although humans utilized energy differently across various professions, they still adopted this method of categorization. However, humans preferred a simplified version: low-level, mid-level, high-level, and legendary. In the palace council chamber, Garen sat upright, composed and resolute. The long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. He turned to his father, Salas, and spoke firmly. "Father, I wish to seek your permission to travel to Ironforge or Dalaran." Salas nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting approval. "Ironforge has a solid trade partnership with us. You can depart with the trade caravan. I will write a letter for you to present to King Magni. As for Dalaran, with your status as a prince, you can certainly visit Archmage Antonidas of the Kirin Tor." This response was exactly what Garen had expected. As a 7th-tier warrior, his strength was sufficient to handle most dangers. Over the years, he had not only diligently practiced the combat techniques taught by his father, but had also established his own trade caravan, leveraging the royal caravan's reputation to amass considerable wealth. At that moment, palace attendants filed in, carrying exquisitely prepared dishes. It was only then that the 3 of them realized how hungry they were. Garen ate heartily, tearing into roasted Highland goat leg and raptor tenderloin, all the while contemplating the upcoming adventure. He planned to bring all the gold his trade caravan had accumulated over the years. Drawing on his experience from real-time strategy games in his previous life, he was confident that this wealth would prove invaluable when building a base in the future. Father, Garen said, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, my caravan has been resting in Stromgard for some time. Preparations will be complete by tomorrow, and we can set out. If the timing works out, I might even be able to travel with Daneth. Garen, chewing on a piece of tenderloin, spoke to Salas about his plans. Are you heading north to Dalaran, or south to Ironforge? Salas maintained his refined dining posture. Though a warrior who could at times be blunt or even hot-headed, over a decade of royal life had etched noble etiquette into his every gesture. I'm planning to visit the Dwarven Kingdom first, father, Garen replied. This was merely a ruse. His true intention was to scout the kingdom's borders for a suitable location to establish a base for the beasts. The frigid climate of Ironforge was a stark contrast to the mild weather of the earthy highlands, and he had no genuine interest in the Dwarven lands. Come see me early tomorrow morning, Salas said. I've prepared a gift and a letter for you to deliver to King Magni. Understood, father. By the time Garen and Daneth left the council chamber, night had already fallen. From the castle's high vantage point, the earthy night sky maintained its characteristic grayish haze, with the faint outline of the distant fortress gates barely visible. This city, originally built as a military stronghold, was divided by towering walls into several districts, each secured by its own gates. During wartime, these gates were shut tight at night, forming a curfew system unique to Azeroth. It was now the quiet hour of early evening, as Stromgard's citizens concluded their day's work and returned home. Warm light spilled from the windows, where families gathered around dining tables, fathers chatting with their children while awaiting the steaming meals prepared by mothers. It's rare to see you so calm, Daneth remarked, glancing at Garen. You're usually so restless. I never really noticed before, but today I see Stromgard's beauty. I want to take it in a bit longer, Garen said, his gaze distant. Daneth, we will protect this kingdom, won't we? Daneth frowned, puzzled. Isn't that our sworn duty to safeguard the kingdom? What Daneth didn't realize was that Garen wasn't just admiring the city before him, bathed in the tranquility of the night. He also envisioned a darker future. Broken gates, crumbling walls, and displaced people. As a transmigrator, Garen was acutely aware of the tragic fate that awaited him in the original storyline. As the kingdom's sole heir, his future should have been bright. Yet Azeroth's princes seemed destined for misfortune. From Arthas to Kel'Thuzad, and even Liam Greymane of Gilneas, none escaped a grim end. Even the original Garen wasn't spared. After patricide, he faced the Scourge, orc uprisings, a collapse in public morale, ogre invasions, and syndicate chaos. Though Stromgard's centuries-old military foundation and the resilience of its people helped it weather the initial storms, the relentless tide of the era was ultimately unstoppable. I will defy this tragic fate. I will protect this peace, protect this kingdom. Garen felt a constant sense of urgency. Standing in the castle's council chamber, his thoughts raced. After this meeting, he had finally taken the second step toward changing his fate, allowing himself a brief moment of relief. He decided to find a secluded place to summon the Titan artifact that had lingered in his mind for over a decade, the Heart of Origin. He wanted to witness its true form with his own eyes. When bidding farewell to Darnas, the two agreed on a time to regroup the following day. As the newly appointed deputy of the militia, Darnas had to return to Gashak Farm to handle a mountain of pending affairs. Just as Garen stepped out of the castle gates, two guards approached him. They were the captains of his personal escort, handpicked from the army by Garen himself. Your Highness, they greeted him respectfully, falling into step behind him. Omar, is there any news worth noting lately? Garen asked the guard on his right as they walked. Prince, Omar responded immediately, our royal archmage, Hadri, has recently disappeared under mysterious circumstances. He furrowed his brow and continued. According to reports from the merchant caravans, this isn't limited to Stromgard. Mages have gone missing or been found dead in Lordaeron, Stormwind, Gilneas, and even Dalaran. The entire Royal Mage Corps in Stormwind has been wiped out, leaving behind traces of dark energy. The nobility is deeply unsettled. Garen wasn't surprised to hear this. Based on memories from his previous life, this was undoubtedly the work of Medivh, the guardian possessed by Sargeras. Most of the victims were members of the Council of Tirisfal, an organization once dedicated to eradicating demons invading Azeroth. They had long been marked for elimination by Sargeras, the leader of the Burning Legion. Once the council was dismantled, Medivh's next step would be to contact Gul'dan in distant Draenor and initiate the construction of the Dark Portal, paving the way for the orcs to invade Azeroth. Time was running out. With Medivh and Sargeras sharing one body, the recent surge in mage deaths indicated that Sargeras had gained the upper hand, suppressing the Guardian's influence. The construction of the Dark Portal might already be underway. Valakar, how's the progress on the preparations I asked you to handle? Garen turned to the younger guard on his left. Prince, the map of Earthy is complete. And everything is ready, Valakar reported promptly. Excellent. You've done well. Once I'm fully prepared, we'll set off on our adventure, Garen said, restraining the urgency he felt. Bring me the map as soon as possible. He intended to study it carefully and identify the perfect location for his next move. The map that Volokal had brought from the Royal Palace Library was spread out across the table, with every detail clearly visible. Garen studied it closely, instinctively comparing it to the quest maps from his nostalgic memories. While they shared a similar appearance, this real map was undeniably far more detailed and comprehensive. The terrain of earthy highlands came to life on the parchment. The northern, eastern, and southern edges were encircled by the Alterac Mountains, with the south bordered by the Thandal span over the Thandal Strait. At the midpoint of the strait, a grand bridge stretched across the Thandal Bridge, built by the Bronzebeard dwarves to facilitate travel with the Wildhammer dwarves. Now, it served as a crucial trade route for the kingdom. To the west, where it bordered the Hillsbrad foothills, lay a vast open plain dominated by the mighty wall of Thoradin. This colossal wall, stretching from north to south, was a defensive structure painstakingly constructed over centuries by the Arathar Empire to fend off the trolls from the northwest. Garen focused intently on the map, searching for remote and secluded areas. The southwestern region, where the capital was located, was surrounded by the mountain ranges of Falder's Cove. However, its proximity to the Thandal Bridge made it a bustling area, unsuitable for his plans. The northwest, near the wall of Thoradin, was a military stronghold, and the northern Alterac Mountains were rich in Nobilone mines, making both areas equally unsuitable. After hours of meticulous study, Garen identified two potential locations. One in the northeastern corner, an outlying area that would later become the site of the Orcs' 5th internment camp and eventually the town of Hammerfall. The other was a southern valley, the future location of the Stonefist Hall. This valley was encircled by mountains to the east and west, with the northern branch of the Thandal Strait to the west and a small path leading to the strait's shore in the south, where a dock could potentially be constructed. After careful consideration, Garen chose the valley where Stonefist Hall would be established. Although both locations were on the kingdom's border and equally concealed, Stonefist Hall offered greater advantages. It was closer to the kingdom's prosperous regions, making it more accessible for transportation and supplies, and the Thandal Strait could support the creation of a shipyard in the future. The only concern was the nearby Witherbark trolls, which would require cautious handling. Garen thought to himself, build high walls, stockpile supplies, and bide my time. Until my strength grows, I must develop quietly. Once the base is established and the army assembled, I can deal with the Witherbark trolls later. However, selecting a site based solely on the map was insufficient and on-site investigation would be necessary. If the valley near Stonefist Hall proved unsuitable, Hammerfall could serve as a backup option. With this in mind, Garen immediately summoned Omar and Volokal, instructing them to prepare supplies and gather the caravan by morning, ready to depart at a moment's notice. After sending the two away, Garen began organizing the items he might need for the journey. Garen retrieved an exquisite package from his treasure chest, a precious gift from Salas, the legendary 16-slot runecloth bag. Crafted by Dalaran mages, this magical item held the gold coins he had accumulated over the years traveling with the caravan, along with his trusted weapons and equipment. He decided to carry all his gold with him in preparation for establishing a future base. The next day, Valakar reported that the caravan was ready to depart. At the castle gates, Garen saw Danas and his guard already prepared. Together, the two entered the castle to bid farewell to Salas. Although Salas had prepared a letter for Garen to present upon reaching Ironforge, Garen had no intention of using it. Ironforge was merely a ruse. His actual plan was to part ways with the caravan before reaching Thandal Span and lead a small group of soldiers to investigate the Stonefist Hall mountain region. The group passed through the main gates of Stromgard Keep, proceeding along the path of valor. Looking back, Garen saw the towering grand white city walls, with fortresses positioned every few dozen meters ancient and majestic. The sight reminded him of scenes from the game. In just a few decades, this prosperous millennial kingdom would fall into decay, leaving behind only ruins overrun by trolls and ogres. After leaving the path of valor, the group headed east. This ancient road, built during the era of the Arathar Empire, stretched east to Goshek Farm and west to the Earthy Wall, serving as the most important royal highway in the Earthy Highlands. The southwestern part of the highlands, close to the ocean, was swept by chilly winds. Villages of various sizes dotted the sides of the road, while vast grasslands extended farther out. Along the way, they witnessed the spectacular sight of raptors galloping across the plains and fended off an attack from a pack of wolves, whose pelts became their spoils of victory. 15 days later, Garen parted ways with Danas, who continued toward Goshek Farm, while Garen turned south. 3 days after the separation, the caravan's overseer, Hammond Carvin, briefed him on the geography ahead. A lake lay not far away, and from there, the route would generally follow the river, eventually leading to Thandal Span. The caravan leader, personally chosen by Garen 4 years ago, explained in detail, "Your Highness, The source of this lake is a mountain spring in the Falder region. The water flows down from the mountain peaks, forming 3 magnificent waterfalls. Tomorrow, we'll see the first one. Garen was already familiar with this river. In the game, he had traveled north from the wetlands and crossed Thandal Span, where he had seen that very waterfall. The river's flow continued eastward, splitting into 2 branches. The northern branch formed the lake before them, while the southern branch flowed into the strait. The waterfall in the game map couldn't possibly compare to the grandeur of the majestic spectacle before them. The torrent of water roared down from the mountains with a thunderous crash, its deafening sound echoing through the valley. Gawain couldn't help but marvel at the sheer magnificence of the real world, far surpassing anything a game could replicate. After confirming their location on the map, Gawain summoned the caravan leader, Harman Carvin. Harman, I plan to take a few guards and set out on my own for a while. Your Highness, aren't you planning to accompany us to Dun Morogh? Harman asked, his face filled with surprise. He then explained that the caravan didn't necessarily need to reach Ironforge to complete their trade. Along the Wetlands Road, they would encounter several Dwarf Mountain Patrol outposts, where they could exchange supplies and Highland specialties, as well as collect wetlands crocodile hides to bring back to Stromgard. Sometimes, the entire trade process could be completed without ever reaching Ironforge. My purpose for this journey is adventure and exploration. Ironforge is not a mandatory destination, Gawain replied. You should continue trading with the dwarves. I will remain in this area for a while. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will rendezvous in Stromgard in a month. To ensure the safety of the caravan, Gawain left most of the guards with Harman, taking only Omar, Varokal, and 5 soldiers with him. Both Omar and Varokal, in their 20s, were highly skilled. Omar was at the peak of Tier 7, while Varokal had reached Tier 8. Combined with Gawain's own Tier 7 abilities, this small team had more than enough strength to protect themselves. After spending the night resting beneath the waterfall, the group of 8 set off the following morning, heading eastward along the river. Upon reaching a fork in the river, one branch flowed northward into a lake, while the other cascaded off a cliff and continued southward through a gorge. They constructed a simple raft to cross the 100-meter-wide river, successfully reaching the eastern bank. This direction was chosen to avoid the Witherbark trolls to the north. Gawain calculated that this region was surrounded on all sides. The Alterac Mountains formed a natural barrier to the southeast, the kingdom's border and troll territories lay to the north, and the river served as a western boundary. Though the area was frequented by packs of raptors and giant spiders, with occasional visits from troll hunting parties, the kingdom's forces were mostly stationed at Gashak Farm and along the main roads, rarely venturing into this secluded mountainous region. As long as they remained vigilant against troll hunting parties, this area offered a high degree of concealment. Heading southward, they hunted a few highland raptors and eliminated a pack of wild wolves, confirming the remoteness of the area. At last, the dense forests and rolling mountains gave way to an open grassland. Their journey had brought them to the Saldar Strait. Standing before the several hundred-meter-wide gorge, with its steep cliffs and a hidden, thorn-covered slope on the eastern side leading to the valley below, Gawain let out a sigh of relief. This would be the ideal location to establish the Origin Heartbase. The night in the earthy highlands was tranquil, with a faintly illuminated sky where the moon hung high, and scattered stars shimmered with a dim glow. A group of travelers had set up camp in a small grove near the Alterac Mountains. Under the flickering light of the campfire, Garen sat cross-legged, resting his chin on one hand. Though his gaze lingered on the dancing flames, his thoughts had wandered far away. The campsite was a hub of activity. 3 guards were busy setting up tents, while Varakar had taken 2 others to hunt. Omar patrolled the perimeter, setting up traps to ensure their safety. Your Highness, what's on your mind? Omar asked softly as he returned to the fire after completing his patrol. Noticing Garen's pensive expression, he couldn't help but inquire. Having served Garen faithfully for 5 years, both Omar and Varakar admired the prince deeply, not only for his diligence but also for his character. Their bond, forged through daily training and close companionship, had grown stronger than the typical relationship between a master and his retainers. I'm thinking about our next steps, Garen replied, pulling himself from his thoughts. We've been here for 2 days and have scouted the area thoroughly. Aside from the Highland Raptors, there doesn't seem to be much danger. I plan to stay another 2 days, then head north to the outskirts of Drywhisker village to take a look. In truth, Garen was eager to send his guards away that very night, so he could begin preparing the base for the Heart of Origin. He needed to assess how frequently the Drywhisker trolls appeared in the area and evaluate the feasibility of keeping the base hidden. If the risks of concealment proved too high, he would have to enlist Daneth's help to create a diversion at Goshek Farm and draw the trolls' attention elsewhere. Your Highness, approaching Drywhisker village is too dangerous. The troll hunters might spot us, Omar said with concern. A group of just 8 wouldn't stand much of a chance against potential threats. Don't worry, I won't get too close to their borders. They'll just check out a few abandoned mines to the east, Garen reassured him. These mines, once royal properties, had been abandoned due to their proximity to troll territories and the lack of defensive lines. They were later taken over by the ogres of the Boulder Fist clan and renamed Boulder Fist Hall. As a former militia member from Goshek Farm, Omar was well acquainted with the region. Both he and Varakar had faced off against troll scouts multiple times in the southeastern corner of the Earthy Highlands, making them intimately familiar with the kingdom's eastern territories. Hearing Garen's plan to stay near the mines instead of venturing deeper, Omar felt somewhat relieved. While the area was desolate, the chances of encountering trolls were relatively low if they remained cautious. At that moment, Varakar returned with the other guards, carrying a Highland raptor and a hawk. Both creatures were common in the Earthy Highlands, with the majestic hawk even chosen as the emblem of the Stromgard army. After the group enjoyed a hearty dinner, the night grew late. Garen, considerate of his two trusted companions' efforts over the past days, instructed them to get some rest early. Omar had set up the traps, and Valikar had completed a thorough security sweep of the surrounding area, confirming there were no signs of large creatures nearby. After arranging the night watch duties, the two of them retreated into their tent to rest. In the darkness, Garen patiently waited for an hour, ensuring the camp had settled into calm. Then, he carefully retrieved a scroll emitting a faint magical glow from his robe. It was a soundproofing scroll. He aimed it at Omar and Valikar's tent and gently tore it open. In this kingdom where mages were scarce, the two pure warriors were unlikely to sense the subtle magical ripples. After setting up the soundproofing array, Garen moved like a shadow, weaving silently between the tents. Using the cover of darkness, he slipped past the two guards during the brief moment they turned their backs. Without a sound, he left the camp. Once he was out of their line of sight, he quickened his pace and sprinted southward. Before long, Garen arrived at a mountain hollow he had discovered earlier in the day, about an hour's journey from the strait. Standing at the base of the mountain, he closed his eyes and focused, summoning the image of the blue glowing heart of origin in his mind. As he silently issued the command to summon the base, his perspective began to rise, revealing a detailed map of the terrain within a 5,000-yard radius centered on Hema sensation that reminded him of gazing out from his room in the royal palace, where he could see the Alarath Tower 5 kilometers away. Garen guided the glowing orb at the center of his vision, carefully avoiding trees and rocks on the ground, until the 100 by 100 area beneath the orb turned entirely green. When he silently uttered, "Deploy base," the clearing before him suddenly burst into dazzling light. A mechanical, electronic voice echoed in his mind. Origin base construction initiated. Host's racial lineage detected, descendant of Vrykul. Host's genetic data extracted. Selected race, humans. Host's memory scanned. Architectural style selected. Town hall construction commencing. As the light gradually faded, Garen opened his eyes, unable to hide his excitement. The term town hall stirred memories of a game from his previous life. Before him stood a towering structure with white walls and a red roof, complete with a tall clock tower on the left and a surrounding stone wall about a meter high. The overall design bore a striking resemblance to Stromgard Keep. Town hall construction complete. Host, please inspect. Garen stepped over the stone wall and followed the neatly paved stone path into the hall. The interior featured a central hall and two side rooms. The main hall was arranged similarly to the council chamber of Stromgard Keep. At the far end stood a desk for administrative work, while a long table capable of seating a dozen people occupied the center. He pushed open the side doors to inspect the adjacent rooms. One was an empty storage room lined with shelves along the walls. The other housed the core of the building, a mysterious glowing orb suspended in the center. As Garen stepped into the room, he immediately felt his consciousness connect with the orb. The system promptly displayed the town hall's functions: the ability to train farmers for resource gathering, upgrade to a main city to unlock additional buildings and units, and provide food for 12 units. There were 3 primary commands: train basic farmers for resource collection and construction, upgrade the town hall requiring a barracks to be built first, and issue an alarm to summon farmers for shelter. Everything aligned perfectly with Garen's expectations, filling him with exhilaration. With enough resources, he could raise a formidable army and carve a path of unstoppable conquest. Garen stood in front of the training room, attempting to train a farmer, but the system notified him of insufficient gold. He recalled the room next door that resembled a storage area and quickly stepped inside. From his spirit-marked cloth bag, he retrieved a pouch of gold coins and gently placed it on the shelf. The moment the pouch touched the shelf, a dazzling light flashed. Garen watched intently as the bulging pouch visibly deflated. When he reconnected to the hall system, the gold value in the resource bar jumped from 0 to 100 apparently. The exchange rate between human world gold and base gold was 1:2. Without hesitation, Garen immediately issued the command to train a farmer. The system projected a glowing image of a farmer, accompanied by a countdown, 59:59. It seemed that training a single farmer would take a full hour, which made him curious about how long it would take to train soldiers in the barracks. While waiting, Garen decisively deposited half of his remaining gold coins into the storage. The farmer's profile indicated they had the ability to collect gold and timber, which satisfied Garen future base resources would rely on these farmers. He jokingly referred to his deposit as recharge successful, gold 20,000 units. Gazing at the shiny 20,000 units displayed in the resource bar, Garen wasted no time and immediately ordered the training of 11 farmers, filling the production queue to capacity. During the long wait, the room suddenly lit up brightly, and a sturdy figure emerged from the core room. It was a middle-aged man over 180 centimeters tall, dressed in simple linen overalls and a red shirt, with an axe and a pickaxe hanging on either side of his waist. His slightly dark complexion and thick beard gave him a weathered, rugged appearance. Militia Captain Cliff, reporting to you, Commander, the man said, saluting Garen as soon as he saw him. This gesture surprised Garen. He had assumed units trained by the base would be as mechanical and lifeless as robots. Garen circled around Cliff. Can you tell me a bit about yourself? Reporting, Commander, Cliff straightened up and replied, I specialize in mining, logging, constructing buildings, repairs, and basic combat. As the militia captain, I also have knowledge of basic military training and can manage the incoming farmers. Please feel free to give me orders at any time. If I want you to mine, do you know where nearby deposits are? Garen asked. Unlike games, the base's location had been chosen by him, prioritizing concealment without much thought to surrounding resources. Based on scans from the base core, Cliff promptly responded, there are rich ore veins in the eastern mountains. We can begin mining along the northern stretch of the range. Garen quickly connected to the core and indeed found a cluster of gold markers on the map, located along the eastern edge of the Alterac Mountains. To his delight, Cliff added, the commander can issue orders remotely through the core, and upgrading the hall will expand the range of remote connections. This news eased Garen's concern. She had been worrying about how to manage trips to and from the base after tonight, given his limited supply of soundproof barrier scrolls. Without a soundproof scroll, it would indeed be difficult for Galen to sneak out of the camp without alerting Omar and Wallaker, who were both stronger than him. Now, as he gazed at the faint outline of the camp on the edge of the map, he confirmed that this distance was sufficient to maintain a remote connection with the core. Turning to Cliff in front of him, Galen decisively issued a logging command. Cliff immediately drew the axe from his waist and strode out of the hall. Galen followed closely behind, carefully surveying the surrounding trees in the yard. He said to Cliff, once the other farmers arrive, clear all the trees within a 500-meter radius around the hall. He had already envisioned the layout of the future building complex in his mind. Closing his eyes, he examined the available construction options. Barracks, lumber mill, blacksmith, farm, altar of kings, watchtower, and arcane vault all flashed before him. However, the current wood reserves were insufficient to support any new construction. During the 3-hour wait, Galen focused on studying the detailed information about various buildings. Meanwhile, 3 more farmers arrived one after another, and they were all assigned to assist Cliff with logging. Galen checked the requirements for building a barracks: 1,600 units of gold and 600 units of wood. While gold could be replenished through payment, wood could only be gathered by the farmers. Considering that this area was relatively safe apart from the trolls, he decided to delay the construction of the barracks. The current resource inventory showed 19,775 gold and 60 wood. Galen decided to prioritize building a lumber mill, choosing a location close to the forest to improve the farmers' efficiency. Assigning Cliff to oversee the construction, Galen realized he needed to return to the camp immediately. Nearly 5 hours had passed, and if Omar and Wallaker discovered the base at daybreak, its existence would be prematurely exposed. Racing back, Galen finally understood what Cliff meant by the remote connection mechanism. It was achieved through the glowing orb in his mind. After the construction of the council hall, the orb had not disappeared. Instead, the orb in the hall acted as its counterpart. Using the maps scanned by the base, he carefully avoided several packs of raptors and slowed his pace as he approached the camp. Seizing the moment when the 2 guards turned away, Galen slipped into the camp through a blind spot in their vision and darted into his tent. Breathing a sigh of relief, he cautiously lifted the soundproof enchantments he had previously placed on Omar and Wallaker's tents. Only then did he lie down, feeling at ease. Despite the exhausting night, Galen was far from sleepy. Through the glowing orb, he connected to the base's view and found that the wood supply had increased by 30 units. Calculating the time, he realized it had taken him about an hour to return to the camp. During that time, Cliff had been building the lumber mill while the 3 farmers worked on logging, each gathering an average of 10 units of wood per hour. Galen speculated that once the lumber mill was completed, research could likely boost the gathering efficiency. The hall provided 12 units of food, with each farmer consuming 1 unit. With 5 farmers currently, 7 more could be trained, requiring 7 hours to reach full capacity. Galen decided to take a short rest and plan the construction of a farm after sunrise. The next morning, Garen was awakened by Valriker. After a simple breakfast of roasted spider legs, he returned to his tent, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to examine the state of the base. In the bird's eye view of the base that appeared in his mind, an unfamiliar farmer was building a barracks instead of cliff. The population of the base showed 9 individuals, but aside from the farmer working on the barracks, only 3 people could be seen busy near the lumberyard, which had halted construction. Puzzled, Garen shifted his perspective and quickly discovered the whereabouts of the other 5 farmers. They were lying asleep in the courtyard of the town hall, among whom he could distinguish a few women. This realization struck Garen with an important truth. This was the real world, not a game. The farmers in the base, despite being trained in skills like mining and lumbering, were living, breathing individuals who could grow tired and needed rest. Garen confirmed his suspicions with Cliff, who had just woken up. Units trained in the base were indeed real humans. Besides being instilled with loyalty to their commander, they possessed the relevant skills. Farmers were proficient in mining, lumbering, construction, and repairs, while combat units were trained in military skills. However, they needed food to replenish their energy and required rest when fatigued. Cliff explained that farmers typically worked 12 hours a day. While they could be ordered to work overtime, excessive fatigue would reduce their efficiency. Similarly, the performance of combat units was not solely determined by their health. Exhaustion from forced marches could significantly impair their combat effectiveness, making them much less capable than when well rested. Reflecting on how he had trained farmers at midnight and immediately put them to work through the night, Garen felt a pang of guilt. He had been too excited and eager to advance his plans, neglecting proper communication with Cliff, a clear oversight on his part. Looking at Cliff and the others sleeping soundly in the corner of the courtyard, Garen quickly made a decision. He ordered the newly trained farmers from the hall to construct a farm on the vacant land to the south. Repeating to himself 3 times, "This is a farming game," Garen resolved to shift his mindset from real-time strategy to the pacing of a grand strategy game. Feeling mentally drained from staying up late the previous night, Garen chose not to venture outside. Instead, he assigned Omar and Valriker to take turns carrying out tasks, capturing raptors for their leather, hunting giant prairie spiders to collect silk sacks, and capturing wild highland horses. These raw materials, whether raptor leather for crafting leather armor or spider silk sacks for tailoring or engineering, were valuable commodities in the human world. Highland wild horses are a unique breed native to the earthy highlands, ranked alongside the Alterac mountain horses and Elwyn forest horses as one of the 3 major horse breeds. In this fertile land with abundant rainfall and lush grasslands, a well-bred Highland warhorse can often fetch a price of over 100 gold coins. Wild Highland horses are especially valuable due to their strength, endurance, and exceptional load-bearing capacity. They can serve as breeding stock for future generations or be tamed into outstanding warhorses. Over the past few days, Garen had initially planned to map the Stonefist Hall area in detail and collect local specialties from the Highlands for trade. However, with the establishment of the base, he gained an unexpected advantage: a mapping system that appeared in his mind, capable of automatically scanning and updating the surrounding environment in real time as he moved. Although manual mapmaking was no longer necessary, he still needed to remain at the base until it had sufficient self-defense capabilities, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. During the next 3 days, Garen continued training the farmers while assigning Cliff to lead a team of 4 farmers to the eastern mountains to mine resources. When the resource panel finally indicated that the wood supply was sufficient to construct a barracks, Garen immediately designated a location next to the town hall for the barracks and simultaneously planned for a blacksmith shop. By this point, the base already had 3 farms operational. Each farm could produce 6 units of food daily and required farmers to staff it. The farms were currently defaulted to growing magical wheat, though farmers could change the crop type as needed. Garen carefully observed the farm structure. It was a rectangular building with a domed roof, divided into 2 sections. The front section served as the living quarters, equipped with a fireplace, a basic kitchen, a wooden dining table at the center, and 6 bunk beds along the inner wall. The rear section functioned as a storage area, complete with a small stone mill. Surrounding the building was about an acre of farmland enclosed by wooden fences, where magical wheat was being cultivated. Cliff explained that each farm's land was imbued with permanent enchantments to enhance fertility and accelerate crop growth, allowing the magical wheat to mature in just 10 days. Farms could not only grow grains and vegetables, but also support poultry, livestock, or even medicinal herbs, provided the appropriate seeds were supplied. At this moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in Garen's mind. Ding! Congratulations on earning the achievement. I have a field on the hillside. The base currently had 28 farmers. To expedite the construction of the barracks, Garen assigned 5 farmers specifically to the building project. Simultaneously, to avoid a population bottleneck, farm construction continued as well. By sundown, a grand barracks had risen from the ground. A square structure over 100 meters on each side, built from massive timber and stone. The white stone walls were adorned with red banners, and tall watchtowers stood at each of the 4 corners. Garen channeled his mental energy into the glowing orb inside the barracks to access its details. The barracks could train and upgrade combat units. Currently, 3 unit types were available for training. Human infantry were Tier 2 heavy armored units equipped with broad-bladed swords and heavy shields, excelling in defense and making them ideal as frontline vanguards. Training them required 135 units of gold. Riflemen, Tier 3 ranged units armed with muskets and bayonets, could attack aerial targets and required 75 units of gold and 125 units of wood for training. Knight units, however, would only be unlocked after upgrading the town hall. The base's resource situation was satisfactory. The gold reserves were ample, and the steady logging efforts ensured a gradual increase in lumber, sufficient to meet the construction demands of the Altar of Kings. Garen decided to place the altar on the opposite side of the town hall, creating a symmetrical layout with the barracks to protect the central structure. Assessing the remaining lumber reserves, he decisively ordered all 12 training sequences in the barracks to be activated, 8 for infantry and 4 for musketeers. The description of the Altar of Kings mentioned the ability to summon heroes, something Garen eagerly anticipated. A powerful hero capable of leading troops and overseeing the base would provide immense support for their efforts. Just as Garen was lost in these promising thoughts, Omar rushed over, interrupting his train of thought. "Your Highness, a group of trolls has been spotted not far to the north." The news made Garen's heart tighten. His base had only just begun training troops, and the defensive forces were far from complete. Encountering trolls at this moment was far from ideal. "What are the details?" Garen asked urgently. Omar stopped and quickly reported. According to Mog, who returned from hunting with Valakar, a troll hunting party of about 20 was spotted in the northern forest. 20 trolls, a moderate-sized group. As long as it wasn't a large-scale military operation, there was always a way to handle it. Garen swiftly assembled a few soldiers from the camp and followed Mog, the messenger, to Valakar's concealed position. As they approached the woods, another of Valakar's companions emerged from the bushes and guided them to a shaded spot on the slope at the forest's edge. Garen carefully concealed himself and moved beside Valakar, asking in a low voice, "What's the situation with the trolls?" "Your Highness," Valakar leaned in and replied quietly, "about 300 meters straight ahead, there are 20 trolls. They arrived here an hour ago and have split into 2 groups. One is setting up camp, and the other is searching for water at the foot of the hill." Garen leaned forward slightly to observe. In the clearing by the river, the trolls were busy. A few tents had already been erected, and 4 supply wagons were parked on the outskirts of the camp. 2 highland horses and several raptors were tethered to wooden stakes due to their size. The witherbark trolls often used raptors for transportation, while highland horses were mainly for hauling cargo. "Can you determine their purpose?" Garen asked, concerned this might signal larger troll movements. "They're a hunting party, like us," Valakar explained. "I observed them through a telescope. Their supply wagons are loaded with raptor hatchlings and freshly tanned raptor hides. This season isn't suitable for stockpiling winter supplies, so they're likely one of many hunting parties sent out by the Witherbark village. The Witherbark clan has several settlements in the hinterlands, and they primarily trade the leather from their hunts." Garen realized that the troll group entering this area might not be the only one. As an experienced hunter, he knew well that hunting parties typically divided their territories and avoided encroaching on others' hunting grounds. This group of trolls was evidently careless, as they had failed to send out scouts to survey the surroundings, allowing Garen and his team to observe their camp from such a close distance. This negligence was not entirely surprising since Stromgard had abandoned the southeastern mines. Human military defenses had long been withdrawn to the north. Trade caravans only traveled along the main roads on the western bank of the river. Garen and his team had crossed the river from the direction of Sardo Bridge, and there were no signs of human activity to the north, which had lulled the trolls into a false sense of security. "The enemy is exposed while we remain hidden. This is a good opportunity," Garen remarked, turning to the seasoned Valakar. "Val, how strong is this troll group? Can we wipe them out entirely?" Valakar glanced at his prince, fully aware of the young commander's rationality and decisiveness. After careful consideration, he replied, "Your Highness, this group of trolls is only slightly stronger than an average trade caravan. Among the 20 trolls, 8 are laborers, 12 are fully armed warriors, and there is one witch doctor." Garen closed his eyes and visualized the map in his mind. Although the distance prevented a full reconnaissance of their base, and there was no direct line of sight to the camp, he could still analyze accurately. Currently, the camp has 8 troll civilians, 2 Tier 3 headhunters, 2 Tier 4 axe throwers, and a Tier 7 witch doctor, who is likely their leader. Omar glanced at the prince in surprise, puzzled by how he could have such detailed knowledge of the enemy. Nevertheless, he added, "Your Highness, the axe throwers are the main warriors of the Witherbark clan. They excel in wielding one-handed axes and can throw them from a distance. The headhunters are skilled with spears for ranged attacks, but are weaker in close combat. If we launch a surprise attack at night, with Valakar and me as the 2 high-ranking warriors, our chances of victory are high. However, The witch doctor's voodoo magic is peculiar and requires special caution. Garen had already assessed the situation, though they were outnumbered. The trolls only had 12 combatants. His team, in addition to the 3 high-ranking warriors, included 5 Tier 5 elite guards, giving them an overall advantage. Then well attack at night. Ill handle the witch doctor. The rest of you block the others. No. Omar and Valakar objected in unison. Omar elaborated. The witch doctor is no weakling, and troll magic is strange and unpredictable. Your Highness, you haven't faced trolls in combat before. It would be better for me to handle the witch doctor while you and Valakar deal with the others, and then come to support me. Garen had initially wanted to confront the witch doctor himself to experience their elemental control and voodoo magic firsthand. However, he quickly accepted the more cautious suggestion. Alright, we'll do it that way. Omar, you'll deal with the witch doctor, while Valakar and I finish off the others swiftly. With the plan set, the group began conserving their energy, awaiting the cover of night to launch their assault. 8 figures carefully concealed themselves behind the hillside, waiting for the perfect moment. As night fell, the hunting trolls gradually returned to their camp with their prey, and one by one, campfires flickered to life across the area. In the camp, a few trolls clad in gray linen busied themselves in a corner, preparing food, while most of the others lounged around various campfires, resting. Several sentries stood on the outskirts of the camp, their watchful eyes scanning the surrounding darkness for any signs of danger. At the largest campfire in the center of the camp, a group of troll warriors dressed in leather armor and armed with axes sat in a semicircle, respectfully surrounding an elderly troll wearing a white wooden voodoo mask. This troll, named Toby, was the witch doctor and leader of the hunting party. His wild emerald green hair and 2 menacing tusks protruding from his mouth gave him an imposing appearance. A particularly tall and muscular troll warrior stepped forward to report the day's harvest to Toby. Master Toby, today we captured 80 highland spiders and 12 raptors. We've already harvested the spider venom sacs and their leather. Additionally, we caught 9 raptor hatchlings and collected several eggs. Toby nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates. The spider venom sacs are our top priority. Our kin in the hinterlands are locked in conflict with the Vilebranch clan and need the venom to craft potent elixirs to enhance their strength. At the same time, we must bring the rest of the prey back to Revantisk village to provide meat for the hatchlings. After a brief pause, he continued. Since Daneth of the Thornton family joined the human army, our success rate in raiding human villages has dropped significantly. The chieftain has ordered us to focus on hunting in this area to alleviate the food shortage within the tribe. Master, why don't we just attack the human farms directly? One troll shouted passionately. We could slaughter those redrobed humans, feast on their meat, and take their crops and livestock. Yes, kill Thoradin. Let the humans know the power of the trolls. Other trolls chimed in, their voices rising in agreement. Kill the humans. Feast on their meat. The tall troll warrior glared fiercely at the most boisterous of his companions and barked, silence. The ceasefire with the humans was decreed by the great chieftain, and the high priesthood is not for you to question. Quiet down and listen to what witch Dr. Toby has to say. His commanding presence quickly subdued the crowd, leaving the trolls silent and subdued. Clearing his throat, Toby spoke again. The ceasefire is only temporary. The Vilebranch clan in the hinterlands has grown too reckless. They've even begun capturing members of our Revantisk and Smolderthorn tribes to use as sacrifices in their blood rituals. This conflict has consumed most of our resources and attention. Once we've dealt with them, we will undoubtedly teach the humans a lesson. As one of the few spellcasters in the tribe, Toby was privy to more information than the warriors around him. It wasn't just the threat of the Vilebranch clan that was straining the Revantisk tribe's strength. There were also larger plans underway within the tribe that required careful execution. Toby then instructed the troll warlord Adadin that their hunting mission was nearing completion and that their next task would be to capture the prey alive. These captives would serve as offerings for the tribe's ritual in honor of Lord Shadra. Unbeknownst to Garen and his group, the troll team harbored a hidden 7th-tier warlord. This warrior had been hunting on the outskirts and only returned to the camp after nightfall. However, this unexpected element did not disrupt their plan. As midnight approached, thick clouds obscured the moonlight, leaving only faint glimmers scattered across the earthy highlands. Garen and his team swiftly set their plan in motion. They applied a prepared grass-based extract to their bodies for camouflage and then spread out. Garen, Omar, and Valakar took the front line, while 5 guards covered the rear. Silently, the group crept toward the troll encampment. The central campfire still burned, crackling occasionally as wood snapped in the flames. Most of the trolls had retired to their tents, their snores rising and falling in the stillness of the night. 2 troll headhunters, armed with spears, maintained watch on opposite sides of the camp. The dense underbrush provided excellent cover for Garen and his team. Crawling forward, Garen halted about 100 meters from the camp. According to their plan, it was time for Omar and Valakar to act. Positioned equidistantly on either side of Garen, Omar deftly retrieved his military crossbow and carefully loaded a bolt. Once ready, Omar mimicked a frog's croaking sound as a signal. Valakar responded with a ribbit and silently counted down from 3 before pulling the trigger. 2 bolts shot through the air simultaneously, striking the necks of the troll's sentinels with precision. The sentinels collapsed instantly, their bodies hitting the ground with a dull thud. At that moment, in the central tent, the troll warlord Adadin jolted awake. He leapt to his feet and rushed outside, immediately spotting the fallen sentinels. "We're under attack," he roared, his voice reverberating through the night. Grabbing his massive axe, he charged out of the tent. The other trolls awoke in alarm. Some grabbed their weapons and rushed out, while others stumbled groggily, trying to comprehend the situation. Realizing their stealth attack had failed, Garen acted decisively. He stood up, unsheathing the greatsword strapped to his back, and quickly confirmed that Omar and Valakar on the flanks were ready. "Brothers, charge with me," he bellowed, his war cry echoing across the night. Garen suddenly surged forward, his body crouching slightly before he sprang into the air with a signature warrior's leap. By the time he landed, he had already advanced over 50 meters. At that moment, an alarm blared, and a Sharpie troll rushed to the camp entrance to investigate. Without pausing, Garen seamlessly transitioned into a charge, heading straight for the troll. Omar and Varakar, seeing this, immediately raised their weapons and followed close behind, with 5 guards quickly sprinting toward the camp in pursuit. The troll axe thrower, bare-chested and wielding only an axe, had no time to raise his weapon in defense. Before he could react, Garen's greatsword slashed through the air. The troll's head was severed cleanly, and blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. Just as Garen prepared to strike another troll, the troll warlord Adadin emerged from the center of the camp. Having been delayed while retrieving his weapon, Adadin could only watch helplessly as his subordinate was decapitated. Now, seeing Garen's focus shift to another target, Adadin seized the opportunity and approached silently, holding his massive axe. "Your Highness, watch out." Varakar, who was a step behind Garen, noticed the towering troll's intent to ambush and immediately shouted a warning. Mimicking Garen's leap, Varakar launched himself toward Adadin, aiming to intercept him mid-strike. Garen, trusting Varakar implicitly, quickly retreated at the sound of the warning. A deafening clang echoed as Varakar's broadsword collided with Adadin's heavy axe midair. Both combatants had unleashed their full strength in this exchange. Adadin, determined to eliminate Garen, and Varakar, resolute in his duty to protect his prince. After the clash, Varakar realized that his opponent had a slight edge in strength, but he resolved to hold Adadin at bay, buying time for Omar to eliminate the troll witch doctor or for the prince to finish off the lesser enemies and come to his aid. Adadin was growing increasingly desperate. He had already deduced that while Garen was highly skilled, his lack of battlefield experience made him vulnerable to ambushes. What concerned him even more was the human closing in on Toby, the witch doctor. Adadin knew he had to dispatch the human before him quickly, or his allies would suffer heavy losses. With murderous intent radiating from him, Adadin gripped his massive axe in one hand and launched a ferocious assault. Varakar, wielding a standard Riverrun broadsword, found himself at a disadvantage in direct clashes against the troll's heavy weapon. Instead, he opted for an evasive, agile approach, skillfully dodging and maneuvering to keep the formidable enemy occupied. As Omar charged into the heart of the camp, a towering troll witch doctor was already stationed in front of the largest tent, flanked by 2 troll guards wielding battle axes. The witch doctor let out a thunderous roar upon seeing Omar approach. "Cursed human, kill them all." At this command, the scattered trolls seemed to regain their focus, grabbing battle axes and spears as they surged toward the humans. Omar's expression remained cold and composed. Drawing on his extensive experience fighting trolls in the militia, he deftly deflected several flying spears with his blood-red battle axe. With a sweeping strike, he disarmed the nearest troll thrower, followed by a powerful kick that sent the troll sprawling. Spinning around, he slashed upward, carving a gruesome wound across another troll's abdomen. Just as Omar was about to break past the final guard, the witch doctor raised his staff and began chanting a spell. A small totem suddenly emerged beside a fallen troll, and its ghastly wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Omar launched a charge, aiming to end the fight quickly. However, the troll guard before him suddenly emitted a crimson glow, entering a berserk state. This temporary frenzy nearly doubled its combat strength, though it would leave the troll weakened afterward. Even though the berserk troll would still struggle to match Omar in combat, the witch doctor's ominous presence made the battle's outcome uncertain. Meanwhile, Garen was faring much better. With Valakar locked in combat with Adadin, and Omar preoccupying the witch doctor and 3 axe throwers, the camp was significantly thinned. 2 sentries had already fallen. 1 had been decapitated by Garen, leaving only 4 headhunters and 8 laborers. Garen narrowly evaded a lethal strike from Adadin, his heart pounding from the close call. Though the troll's numbers had dwindled, he knew even the laborers were formidable in battle and couldn't afford any slip-ups. Staying vigilant, he deflected 2 incoming spears. Once 5 guards arrived to assist him, he targeted the nearest headhunter. The headhunter, his face twisted with rage, pulled a spear from the bag on his back and hurled it. Garen dodged and quickly closed the distance. The troll drew another spear, gripping it tightly with both hands as he thrust it forward. Garen parried the spear with his sword, then stepped in and delivered a precise thrust, piercing the troll's heart, one of the only ways to counter their powerful regenerative abilities, aside from decapitation. After dispatching his opponent, Garen turned to help the guards eliminate the remaining headhunters, sparing only a few laborers for his men to handle. Silently congratulating himself on his 5 kills, he immediately set off toward Omar's battle. By this time, the witch doctor, sensing the tide turning against him, desperately summoned another totem and launched a massive fireball at Omar. Having kept a close eye on the witch doctor, Omar dodged nimbly. But as he prepared to charge again, the frenzied berserk troll intercepted him once more with a reckless, all-out assault. From Omar's reaction, it was clear this was his first encounter with the troll witch doctor. The bizarre voodoo spells had caught him off guard, demanding most of his attention. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have easily overpowered those axe throwers. Garen quickly approached the battlefield, heading straight for the disemboweled troll. Under the yellow glow of the healing totem, the gaping wound on the troll's chest had already stopped bleeding and was rapidly healing. Time was of the essence, and Garen knew that if he delayed even a moment, this troll would rejoin the fight. Strike while the iron is hot, the thought flashed through Garen's mind. With a swift step forward, he kicked the glowing healing totem away and immediately swung his sword at the troll on the ground. The troll struggled to prop himself up, gripping his battle axe tightly in his right hand. As Garen's sword descended, the troll hastily raised his axe to block. A sharp clang of metal rang out as the troll's battle axe flew from his grasp. His heavily injured body couldn't withstand such a ferocious blow. A stream of blood erupted from his mouth, and the wound on his chest, which had just begun to heal, tore open once more, gushing blood like a fountain. Garen deftly dodged the splattering blood, his sword flashing coldly as he swiftly and decisively severed the troll's head. The 6th one. None can stand in my way, he counted silently. The witch doctor Toby witnessed the scene and erupted in fury. He bellowed in the troll language, "Damn humans, I will kill you all." As a descendant of the Torbane royal lineage, Garen was fluent in the troll language and understood the roar perfectly. Just the howl of a defeated dog. Ha ha ha, prepare to die. This was Garen's first time battling humanoid creatures. In his reborn life, he had only hunted giant spiders, raptors, and crocodiles. At this moment, the sight of blood seemed to exhilarate him. He nimbly dodged a flying spear and once again executed a heroic leap, launching a surprise attack from behind on the enraged troll. The troll, entirely fixated on killing Omar, had abandoned any form of defense. Garen's sword struck true, piercing the troll's heart with precision, delivering a devastating backstab. At that moment, several screams echoed from the outskirts of the camp. The soldiers had taken care of the troll laborers and were closing in, tightening the encirclement around the witch doctor. Garen withdrew his bloodied sword, casually flicking off the blood, and exchanged a glance with Omar before scanning the surroundings. In the center of the camp, only the witch doctor and a spear-wielding headhunter remained. At the camp's entrance, Valakar was locked in an intense battle with the troll warlord Adadin. Realizing they were surrounded, the headhunter, clutching his last spear, turned to the witch doctor in panic. "Master, what do we do?" "Let's surrender." "Useless fool, get out of my sight," the witch doctor snarled. Witch Doctor Toby kicked away the headhunter blocking his path and turned to face Omar and Garen. His face twisted into a menacing snarl as he roared in a raspy voice, "Deceptive humans! You ambushed my camp and killed my kin. The Witherbark tribe will never forgive you." Garen sneered, responding fluently in Trollish, "Huh? How naive you are. The hatred between humans and trolls has burned for millennia in the earthy highlands. The people of Stromgard and your Witherbark tribe have been mortal enemies for ages. Do you really think we fear a bunch of trolls hiding in mountain ravines?" As he spoke, his eyes met Omar's, silently exchanging tactical signals. The two advanced in perfect sync, while the soldiers behind them tightened the encirclement. A flicker of panic crossed Witch Doctor Toby's feral features as he realized Omar's strength was formidable. Coupled with Garen's command prowess and the elite soldiers closing in, his chances of escape seemed slim. "Shadra protects me," Toby bellowed suddenly, a look of grim determination flashing in his eyes. He swiftly pulled a vial from his belt and downed its contents, his eyes immediately turning blood-red. "Your Highness, he's going all out. We can't let him succeed." Omar's expression darkened as he lunged at the witch doctor. Garen followed closely behind, with the guards converging toward the center. Toby chanted rapidly, launching a fireball that struck a guard who couldn't dodge in time. Though the guard raised his shield, the immense impact sent him flying. Meanwhile, on the camp's outskirts, Adadin was desperately trying to break through Valakar's blockade. He knew he and the witch doctor were the strongest assets of their team, and if they could reunite, there might still be hope. Valakar, a seasoned frontline warrior, was well aware of the witch doctor's importance and kept Adadin tightly engaged. Suddenly, Garen felt his body twist unnaturally, and in the next moment, he was gone, replaced by a bewildered frog. "Your Highness!" Omar shouted in alarm. But he quickly regained his composure, recognizing this as one of the witch doctor's spells, which would wear off with time. Swinging his battle axe, he deflected a spear aimed at the frog prince, then followed up with an upward slash that severed a headhunter's arm, sending the troll stumbling into the soldier's path. Four guards swiftly finished off the wounded troll and, under Omar's command, formed a protective circle around the frog prince. At that critical moment, Adadin seized an opening. Feigning a mutual destruction move with Valakar, he forced his opponent to retreat briefly. Then, with a sudden change in direction, he leapt backward and charged toward the surrounded frog prince. His massive axe sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. The guards, though intimidated by Adadin's overwhelming presence, stood their ground. However, their shields crumbled under the sheer force of his strikes, scattering like bowling pins. Madness glinted in Adadin's eyes as he shifted his stance, changing his sweeping strike into a downward cleave aimed to split the frog prince in two. He had already identified the young man as the group's core. If he could eliminate him, the humans would descend into chaos, and he and Toby might yet find a way out. No. Valakar's voice echoed with fury and despair as he saw Adadin's strike nearing Garen. Regret surged through him. If only he hadn't taken that half step back, the prince wouldn't be in such peril. On the other side of the battlefield, Omar was relentlessly attacking the witch doctor, forcing him to barely defend himself with his staff. But noticing Garen's life hanging by a thread, Omar immediately abandoned the battered witch doctor and turned to rush to the prince's aid. As one of the prince's handpicked guards, watching their charge fall to a troll's axe would not only betray their trust, but also leave them too ashamed to return to Stromgard. As the war axe whistled through the air, the frog-formed Prince Garen stared wide-eyed, his tiny green pupils filled with an almost unbelievable focus. With a nimble leap, he dodged the blow, the massive axe smashing into the ground and sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. Valakar and Omar, their hearts lodged in their throats, finally exhaled in relief. But their astonishment grew as they watched the frog prince suddenly spring upward from his crouched position, his long, slender green legs tracing a graceful arc through the air. What happened next left the two guards utterly dumbfounded. As the frog landed, a light pop was followed by a puff of smoke, enveloping both the frog and Adadin. When the smoke cleared, the scene before them had completely transformed. Adadin was still frozen in his axe-swinging stance, clearly unprepared for his bewitched opponent to so quickly adapt to a new form and evade his attack. But Garen had reverted to his human form, his greatsword now driven diagonally through Adadin's right chest, the blade emerging from his left back. The mighty troll warrior stared down in disbelief at the sword protruding from his chest. Even his formidable vitality couldn't mend a pierced heart. Blood spurted from his mouth as he took his final, bitter breath. For this 7th-tier tribal leader, this was supposed to be a straightforward hunt. In this remote, humanless territory, he had only expected to fend off wild beasts. His overconfidence, however, had cost him his life. Nearby, the witch doctor, who had been watching the scene unfold, froze mid-smirk. His expression hardened into one of shock and confusion. He couldn't comprehend how someone under the control of his transformation spell had managed to break free in mere seconds. The situation left him no time for careful thought. He was the last surviving troll witch doctor in the camp, while the enemy still had 3 formidable warriors, and the human soldiers who had been knocked down were injured but not dead. The tide had turned irreversibly against him. He had to seize the moment and escape before the humans could react. Clutching the wound on his abdomen and unable to spare time to cast a healing spell, the witch doctor used the scattered tents in the camp as cover and fled swiftly into the night. At that moment, Omar and Varakar were focused on the prince, who had just been rescued, inadvertently allowing the last troll to slip away. But Garen was not about to let the spellcaster who had turned him into a frog escape. The aftereffects of the polymorph spell still plagued him. His body ached all over, and absurd memories of wanting to flick his tongue and catch insects lingered in his mind. Suppressing his discomfort, he drew his sword and gave chase. At the corner of a tent, Garen spotted a spear partially embedded in the ground. He quickly pulled it free and, upon exiting the camp, saw the troll witch doctor stumbling away roughly 30 meters ahead. Adjusting his grip on the spear, he took aim, mustered all his strength, and hurled it with precision. The spear whistled through the air and pierced the troll's right shoulder with such force that it propelled him forward a couple of steps before pinning him to the ground. Seeing that his throw had landed, Garen immediately rushed forward with his sword. With Varakar close on his heels, she dared not let the prince face danger alone. Meanwhile, Omar went to check on the human soldiers who had been knocked aside. When Garen reached the troll, the witch doctor was kneeling on the ground. His body slumped forward and pinned in place by the spear. Blood gushed from the axe wound in his abdomen, and the spear wound in his shoulder, pooling beneath him. As Garen and Varakar approached, the troll shot them a venomous glare, coughed up blood, and let out a defiant roar. Without hesitation, Garen silenced him with a single stroke, severing his head. From the charge at the camp's entrance to the final spear throw, Garen had slain 8 trolls, a feat worthy of legend. They carried the troll witch doctor's corpse back to the camp, where they found Omar had already gathered the 5 injured soldiers. Upon inspection, 2 soldiers who had faced Adadin Hedon had suffered broken arms, while the other 3 had only minor scrapes and bruises, which would not hinder their movement. Garen let out a sigh of relief, grateful that there were no casualties. These guards had been personally selected by him, and over the years, they had forged deep bonds. He quickly instructed Omar to lead the 3 lightly injured soldiers in cleaning up the battlefield and collecting spoils, while he added more wood to the fire and sat down beside it. Varakar clumsily set splints for the 2 soldiers with broken arms, eliciting groans and grimaces from them. In the flickering firelight, Garen rested his chin on one hand, while absently running the other along the hilt of his sword, gradually sinking into deep thought. Galen leaned back against the chair, carefully recalling the process of dispelling the shaman's dark magic. The experience was vividly etched into his memory. Within 30 seconds of being enchanted, he had completely succumbed to the instincts of a frog, uncontrollably attempting to extend his tongue to catch flying insects. According to the knowledge of mages passed down in the human world, this was entirely normal. Any transformation spell alters the target's brain structure, causing them to adopt the instincts of the creature they've been turned into. Just as he was about to be struck by Adadin's battle axe, everything changed. A brilliant blue light suddenly erupted in his mind from the origin core, accompanied by a mechanical electronic voice. Detected intrusion of foreign energy into host. Threat level low. The system then presented 2 options for removal. The first was to utilize the Magic Breaker's immunity ability, but it was unavailable due to the transformation spell already taking effect. The second was to use the priest's dispel skill, which required 470 gold coins. Under the influence of the origin core, Galen immediately regained his clarity of mind. Without hesitation, he paid the 470 gold coins and activated the dispel skill, successfully breaking the enchantment and ultimately defeating Adadin. Although Omar and Valikar believed it was a royal artifact that had saved him, only Galen knew the truth. This experience gave Galen a newfound appreciation for the abilities of the origin core. First, there was the unexpected discovery of its alert function. More importantly, there was the passive skill of magic immunity. This meant that in the future, he might not have to worry about transformation spells, fear spells, or other magical effects, possibly even including spell damage. It was practically the ability of a half magic breaker. Galen the Mage Slayer Torbane, he thought to himself with smug satisfaction, coining a new nickname. A bolder hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. If the base were fully developed, with all buildings constructed and all technologies researched, could he potentially access the abilities of every unit? The fact that the dispel skill had cost him 470 gold coins might be because he had yet to construct the priest training facility or train priest units. To test this theory, Galen picked up the shield that Valikar had left nearby and focused his thoughts, connecting to the origin core to attempt using the infantry's shield defense skill. The system immediately responded. Shield defense currently not researched. Current cost to use, 300 gold. Seeing this prompt, Galen's eyes lit up. His theory had been confirmed. He really could use the skills of different units. The usage fee of 300 gold coins for the shield made Garen thoughtful. It was twice the cost required to study shield defense. He speculated that once the research was complete and the related skills were mastered, the usage threshold would likely decrease significantly. This assumption seemed logical to him, though he wasn't in a hurry to confirm it just yet. Afterward, Garen began to seriously reflect on his performance in the recent ambush battle. On the surface, he had killed the most trolls and even taken down 2 of the strongest combatants. But deep down, he knew that the credit for this achievement largely belonged to Omar and Varakar, who had kept the enemies occupied. He had merely seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow. More importantly, he realized he had made 2 critical mistakes during the fight. The first was being overly aggressive, leaping forward and charging ahead, leaving the 2 guard captains far behind and out of effective cover range. This recklessness almost cost him his life when he was ambushed by the troll Adadin. The second mistake was losing his composure in the heat of battle, allowing the troll elites, which Dr. Toby and Adadin, to coordinate perfectly. He fell victim to their hex, and if not for the Heart of Origin aiding him, he might have already perished at Adadin's hands. To change my fate and Stromgard's destiny, I must survive first, Garen silently reminded himself. Stay calm, don't be greedy or reckless. As long as I'm still standing, I can keep fighting. Survival is victory. Stay steady, don't take unnecessary risks. Just as Garen was immersed in self-reflection, the sound of Omar's footsteps interrupted his thoughts. It turned out that Omar and 3 soldiers had just finished sorting and accounting for the troll supplies. Is it done, Omar? Garen looked up and asked. Yes, Your Highness, Omar reported. The troll supplies mainly include freshly tanned leather, fresh raptor meat, some raptor eggs, and a few hatchlings. There are also venom sacs from giant spiders. After a moment of contemplation, Garen gave his orders. Take all the leather and raptor eggs back with us. Try to bring the hatchlings as well. Whether they survive will be up to their fate. Any meat that can be confirmed as raptor meat can be used as food. Discard all other unidentified meat. This decision stemmed from his understanding of the witherbark trolls. Though they weren't as deranged as the bloodscalp trolls, who would even consume their own kind, they were not averse to eating humans. Your Highness, those venom sacs are likely intended for making sacred potions. The witherbark tribe's sacrificial day is approaching, Omar reminded him. Garen understood the implication perfectly. Though he hadn't personally participated in border warfare, he had learned much of the details from the royal archives. The witherbark trolls, locked in a millennia-long conflict with Stromgard, were often at a disadvantage due to their smaller population. Whenever Stromgard's forces launched an invasion, they would retreat into the Alterac Mountains, only to return once the enemy had withdrawn. The fact that they had managed to endure even under the relentless assaults of Garen's father, a legendary warrior, was largely attributed to their faith in the Loa spirits, particularly the spider god, Shadra. Loa are animal deities worshipped by the troll tribes, formed through the spiritual ascension of animals. Drawing from memories of his past life, Jalin knew that there were over a dozen Loa spirits, with the most powerful being a devilsaur that had reached a demigod level. The witherbark tribe worshipped Shadra, the spider god. This Loa, who wielded the power of venom, received numerous offerings from the tribe every year. Once the ritual was complete, Shadra would manifest in person and bless the collected spider venom, transforming it into a sacred elixir imbued with divine power. This elixir, which enhanced combat abilities, had allowed the witherbark trolls to stand against Stromgard for years. The Thoradin royal family had thus amassed extensive research on the elixir and the spider Loa. Jalin surveyed the spoils around him and quickly pieced things together. The troll group they had ambushed was a collection team sent by the witherbark tribe to gather offerings, which explained why they carried so many spider venom sacs. While these venom sacs were of little use to Jalin personally, transporting them to Dalaran via his trading caravan would surely fetch a handsome price. Considering the future expenses of his base, this unexpected windfall was perfectly timed. Secure the spider venom sacs and send them to the caravan for processing, Jalin ordered. As for the trolls' corpses, burn them. Keep their heads. Once we return to Stromgard, I'll negotiate with my father for a reward. You'll all get your share. After the 2 injured soldiers were placed on the supply wagon, Jalin and Valakar quickly dismantled the camp's tents and piled them near the bonfire. Once Omar and the others brought over the troll corpses, they set the entire camp ablaze. While leaving the bodies unattended would have sufficed, Highland wolves and raptors would naturally clean up the battlefield by morning. Jalin preferred a thorough cleanup, especially since this area was designated as the future site for his Stonefist Hall. Back at the original camp, Omar and Valakar took the initiative to handle the night watch shifts before dawn, allowing the other soldiers to rest. Seeing that everything was in order, Jalin returned to his tent, removed his gear, and lay down on his blanket. From spotting the trolls at dusk to the ambush, the raid, and now the aftermath, the intense focus of these few hours had drained him more than an entire day of training. Closing his eyes, Jalin directed his mind toward the base, noting that the town hall construction was still underway, with progress less than halfway complete. Nearby, newly trained peasants were chopping wood, 6 infantrymen patrolled the area, and the rest of the workers had returned to the farms to rest. Judging by the 90-minute training time for infantry, it was likely around 2 or 3 in the morning. Jalin quickly issued new construction orders. Queue up the town hall and barracks training sequences, then add a few more farms. After finalizing these commands, he fell into a deep, restorative sleep. The next morning, when Jalin woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He lifted the flap of the tent and saw the sun blazing at its zenith. By the campfire, Valakar was intently roasting an entire raptor, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Your Highness, the roast is almost ready. I was just about to call you. There's water by the tent for you, Valakar said as he noticed Jalin, promptly reminding him. I'll freshen up first. Call everyone over to eat together. I have something to announce later, Jalin replied before turning back into the tent to retrieve his handmade toothbrush and tooth powder. This was a habit he carried over from his previous life, a daily routine he maintained even in the wilderness. After washing up, Jalin felt refreshed as he returned to the campfire. By then, everyone else had already gathered, waiting for the last riser. The aroma of the roast was even more tantalizing now. Jalin glanced around at his guards, his gaze lingering briefly on the two with bandaged arms. Last night, we fought a great battle and wiped out those trolls. I owe my life to all of you. I deeply regret my recklessness, but I'm relieved no one died because of me. Once we're back at Stromgard, they'll make sure to reward you all properly. Your Highness, it is our duty. There's no need for guilt. We are loyal to you and are willing to give everything for you. The guards responded in unison. Hearing their words, Jalin felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Most of these men had been by his side for over 4 years, with Omar and Valakar having accompanied him since he was 6. Valakar skillfully sprinkled seasoning over the roast, cutting off Jalin's favorite tenderloin and handing it to him first. Only then did the others start to serve themselves. The rich aroma made Jalin's stomach growl. He carefully cooled the meat before savoring it. After the meal, Jalin announced his decision. We'll head north to the nearest town to rest and recover before returning to Stromgard. Considering the 2 injured members and the large haul of spoils and resources, this was the most prudent choice. Your Highness, the nearest kingdom road is about 100 kilometers from here. If we leave now, we should reach the closest town by nightfall, Valakar said. As the one tasked with mapping the earthy highlands, he was well acquainted with the region. Good. Let's pack up and head out, Jalin replied, watching everyone finish their meal quickly. Valakar had always believed the prince's journey was merely an excursion to experience wilderness life and hunting. This once thriving mining region had been abandoned due to troll incursions and had now become a haven for wildlife. However, what none of them knew was that during this time, Jalin had secretly established a base here, one that would become the cornerstone of humanity's future resurgence. The campfire had burned out, and the tents were neatly packed away. Garen and his group were ready to set off. The convoy moved forward slowly, with Garen riding atop his warhorse. Due to the supply wagons, their pace was far from swift. Closing his eyes, Garen shifted his consciousness toward the distant base. After a morning of rest, he checked the construction progress of the Altar of Kings once more, only to find it halfway done. This structure was taking even longer to complete than the barracks, prompting Garen to speculate that it might hold some unexpected surprises. The changes within the base brought him a sense of satisfaction. 9 farmers busied themselves with their tasks, but what caught his attention most were the newly added combat units: 2 infantry soldiers clad in silver-white plate armor, and 4 sharpshooters armed with muskets. To Garen's surprise, the musketeers were human rather than dwarves. These combat units had been organized into 2 patrol teams, taking turns scouting the forested terrain. Seizing the moment, Garen carefully observed these newly trained units. Both the infantry and the musketeers were robust young men, each standing nearly 1.9 meters tall. The infantry's equipment struck a chord of familiarity with Garen. It was the king's set plate armor, its silver-white base complemented by red-trimmed edges. They carried shields with white backgrounds and red borders in their right hands, and broad-bladed longswords in their left. This gear stirred memories of Garen's past life, reminding him of his old paladin persona. Back then, he had not only transmogged the full king's set, but had also farmed the Shadowfang Keep dungeon specifically to obtain the commander's shield adorned with a lion crest. Reflecting on this youthful obsession, Garen couldn't help but give a slightly embarrassed smile, though his heart swelled with nostalgia for those carefree days. In contrast, the musketeers' equipment was far more pragmatic. They wore chainmail chest pieces and pants, sturdy brown leather boots, and shoulder guards combining leather and chainmail. Each musketeer carried a long-barreled musket, with a sharp bayonet affixed beneath the muzzle, versatile for both ranged combat and close-quarters skirmishes when necessary. Garen was just about to delve into the detailed attributes of these newly trained units. Galen carefully reviewed the troop data in his hands. Human infantry were equipped with heavy plate armor, armed with broadswords and heavy shields, and mastered 2 Tier 3 skills, military swordsmanship and shield defense. Training 1 infantryman required 135 units of gold, with a daily upkeep of 2 units of food. Human riflemen, on the other hand, wore medium chainmail and wielded bladed muskets in combat, excelling in musket proficiency and precision shooting, both Tier 3 skills. Training costs included 75 units of gold and 125 units of wood, with a daily consumption of 3 units of food. Although the inclusion of riflemen, a non-traditional dwarven warrior type, surprised him, it actually made more sense given Stromgard's current situation. After all, the alliance had yet to be formed, and Stromgard's interactions with the dwarves were mostly limited to trade. A large presence of dwarves in the military wouldn't have been appropriate. As the Prince of Stromgard, humans constituted his most essential support base. As he rode on horseback, and during the jostling of the journey, Galen began planning for the future military framework. The soldiers trained from his base would form his main army, of force that required no salaries, only food, and boasted high loyalty and rapid replenishment. This army might need to expand to a formidable size of 100,000 to counter the looming threat of the Burning Legion. To his relief, The base seemed to impose no population cap on trained units. In comparison, Stromgard's native strength was relatively weak. Aside from his father, King Thoris Trollbane, who was a legendary tier warrior, and his cousin Daneth, who had the potential to reach legendary strength in the future, the kingdom's overall power paled in comparison to the talent-rich Lord Dalaran. Even among the 5 original paladins, 4 hailed from Lord Dalaran, not to mention later figures like Mograine, the Ashbringer. For this reason, Galen decided to focus on logistics. The magical wheat grown on farms matured quickly and required only a single farmer to harvest. He planned to construct numerous farms, stockpiling food and medicinal supplies. During the upcoming Orc Wars, the conscription efforts across various nations would inevitably lead to a labor shortage and trigger a food crisis. At that point, these reserves would become crucial strategic resources and a significant source of income. Galen had no desire to profit from the nation's misfortune. Even at current prices, the continuous supply of food would yield substantial profits. The group continued their trek across the highland plains, with Omar and Valakar taking turns clearing the path and carefully avoiding wolf packs and raptors. As dusk approached, they finally spotted the kingdom's constructed highway. Following the road westward, they soon arrived at Three Forks Town, the largest settlement west of the Gashak farm. This town, named after the A-shaped intersection of roads, was where Galen finally dismounted. The discomfort from long hours of riding made him wince. Although he could have chosen to ride in a wagon like the other injured, he insisted on traveling by horseback. This was not only a personal discipline but also an essential quality of an effective leader. He silently vowed to emulate his father, Thoras, by becoming a well-rounded ruler, capable both in governance and on the battlefield rather than a mere scholar issuing commands from the comfort of a carriage. The supply wagon came to a steady halt in front of the inn in the small town. Omar nimbly jumped off the wagon and, under the guidance of the inn's attendant, drove the carriage to the stables at the back. Meanwhile, Valakar led 5 injured guards to the town's church to seek medical attention. Seeing that he was momentarily free, Garen instructed the innkeeper to prepare 3 superior rooms and meals for 8. He selected the middle room and walked directly to the study inside. Once seated, he took out a fresh piece of parchment and, with a quill soaked in ink, began writing fluidly. Daneth, my dear cousin, while traveling in the southern earthy highlands, my guards and I encountered and annihilated a troll hunting party. Alarmingly, these trolls were gathering a significant number of spider venom sacs. As a member of the Thordan family, you are undoubtedly aware of the Witherbark tribe's purposes for collecting these venom sacs. It is worth noting that this hunting party included a 7th rank warrior and a peak 7th rank which doctor figures of considerable authority within troll society. Considering the upcoming annual troll ritual, I suspect the Witherbark tribe may be planning something significant. Please remain vigilant and take precautions against potential troll raids on villages and their abduction of civilians for live sacrifices. Although this journey hasn't been long, the battle against trolls of equal rank has been highly instructive. I am currently resting in Trident Town and will return to Stromgard in a few days. I intend to petition Father for permission to form an army. As a descendant of Thoradin, I am eager to join the military as soon as possible to defend our family's honor and protect our people. Yours faithfully, Garen. After finishing, Garen let out a long breath, carefully rolled up the parchment, and secured it with a tie. He took out sealing wax, warmed it slightly over the candle flame, and applied it to the seam of the scroll. Then, with a solemn gesture, he pressed his ring into the wax, leaving the Thoradin family crest imprinted. With everything complete, Garen leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, his consciousness connected with the heart of origins, and he projected his awareness to the base. The base, illuminated brightly in the night, had shown significant population growth since their departure at midday, roughly 8 to 9 hours ago. Under Cliff's management, newly trained farmers were assigned to 4 different work roles. The first group was permanently stationed at the farms, responsible for harvesting wheat and processing it in the small mill on site. Through daily observation, Garen had become familiar with the farmer's workflow. Once a farm was established, a batch of mature magical wheat was already present in the fields. The farmers would harvest it, immediately replant seeds, and carry out daily tasks such as watering, pest control, and weeding. Due to the land's constant fertility, no fertilization was needed. During this time, they would process the harvested wheat in the small mill. After 10 days, new wheat would mature, repeating the cycle. The second group of farmers was designated for constructing new buildings. Once selected, they would set aside their current tasks to focus solely on construction until it was completed, after which they would await reassignment. The operations within the base proceeded in an orderly manner. Among the 2 main tasks, mining and logging, the abundant gold reserves brought by Garen's earlier investments allowed more manpower to be allocated to the increasingly scarce timber operations. Meanwhile, 6 newly trained infantry soldiers from the barracks had joined the patrol teams, while the 2 squads on daytime duty were resting in the barracks, preparing for their night shifts. As Garen shifted his attention to another area, his eyes fell on a newly completed altar of kings. The magnificent structure, built entirely of pure white marble, filled him with excitement. It was a crucial facility capable of training heroes with legendary potential. The altar was designed as a platform composed of dozens of massive stone steps, with a towering statue of a giant gripping a sword at the top. On either side of the statue stood two imposing Roman-style columns, exuding grandeur. Focusing his mental energy into the altar, Garen connected to the subsystem of the Heart of Origins. The first interface displayed information about two heroes, the Archmage and the Paladin. The Archmage, an intelligence-based hero, excelled in frost magic and wielded abilities such as Blizzard, Water Elemental, Brilliance Aura, and Mass Teleport. The Paladin, a strength-based hero and a devout wielder of the Holy Light, possessed skills like Holy Light, Divine Shield, Devotion Aura, and Resurrection. Both heroes required 5 days to summon, with their power levels ranging from Tier 7 to Tier 10, depending on Garen's own strength. When Garen discovered a second page on the altar's interface, his excitement grew even further. The second page revealed 3 key abilities. Power of the Kings. Absorbs the soul energy of powerful creatures, with a chance to transform them into altar spirits. Path of the Sovereign. Grants a power bonus equivalent to 1,000th of the strength of his subjects. King's Summon. Unlocks upon reaching a Tier 3 castle, allowing the summoning of the strength of mighty beings that once existed on Azeroth. This power lasts for 120 seconds and requires 10,000 units of gold and timber for each renewal. These discoveries left Garen ecstatic, especially the third ability. Considering that Azeroth, a planet shaped by the Titans, had seen the presence of Titan Keepers, wild gods, and elemental lords, this ability was akin to a game-breaking tool. Compared to the immense power it offered, the resource cost seemed insignificant. The future looked incredibly bright. Garen gazed at the wide-open road before him, trying to suppress the surge of excitement swelling in his chest, though the grin on his face stretched all the way to his ears. He silently repeated to himself, stay humble, reminding himself that as a future king, he must remain composed in both triumph and adversity. Yet, he couldn't hold back a burst of laughter. Haha, just this one last laugh. After calming himself, Garen began to seriously contemplate whether to choose an Archmage or a Paladin. He recalled from his past life, playing Warcraft, that leading with an Archmage often secured the upper hand, while Paladins tended to be more reactive. However, the real world was far more complex. In Azeroth, the influence of the Church of the Holy Light was undeniable. Those who could wield the light were not only seen as blessed by it, but also regarded as paragons of virtue, which could greatly enhance his reputation among followers. On the other hand, Stromgard was a nation that revered martial strength. Even its king, Thoras, was a staunch believer in might makes right, and mages were clearly undervalued. This was especially true after the kingdom's strongest court mage was slain by Medivh, leaving a significant void in magical talent. Garen understood that in this magical world, mages were akin to scientists on Earth. If magic could be applied to improve the lives of ordinary people, it would undoubtedly drive societal progress, much like the advancements seen in the High Elf Silvermoon City. After careful consideration, Garen ultimately decided to start with an Archmage. This choice was primarily based on the current circumstances. His team already included skilled melee fighters like Omar and Varokal, but they lacked sufficient long-range attack capabilities and counters to other spellcasters. As for the Paladin, that could wait until just before the Second War with the Orcs. Once the summoning order was issued, Garen noticed there was still some lumber left, so he immediately set about expanding the farm. He meticulously checked the farmer's productivity while ensuring that the town hall and barracks maintained full training queues. As he prepared to leave the base, he stumbled upon an intriguing discovery. The base map not only displayed the explored areas within a 100-mile radius, but also revealed a route leading northward, ending precisely at his current location. This made him realize that, just like in the game, the map could be expanded through field exploration by base units. This discovery further solidified his decision to prioritize the Archmage. After all, a 6th-tier Archmage's mass teleportation ability would significantly enhance exploration efficiency. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Omar and Varokal returned, interrupting his musings. The injuries of the 5 soldiers had fully healed, and a servant arrived to inform them that dinner was ready. Together, they moved downstairs and chose a table in a quiet corner to sit and enjoy their meal. It was around 8 or 9 in the evening, and the shops in the town were starting to close one by one. The streets of Trident Town were gradually quieting down. The townsfolk had finished their dinners and were now snug in their warm homes. Yet, the inn's main hall was bustling with activity, filled with adventurers and members of trade caravans from various places. The air was lively with laughter and the clinking of glasses. Garen was leisurely enjoying his dinner while keenly listening to the conversations around him. He wanted to verify something he'd often seen in movies in his past life, that taverns were indeed excellent places to gather information. Have you heard? The Highland cavalry of the kingdom clashed with Alterax's royal guards again. a rough voice said from nearby. What's so surprising about that? They stir up trouble between Stromgard and Alterac at least a dozen times a year, another person responded dismissively. At that moment, a caravan guard clad in light leather armor suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Let me tell you something explosive about the court mage advisors of Stormwind." He deliberately paused for a few seconds, clearly pleased as the people around him fell silent and turned their attention to him. "They're all dead," he finally said. 5 mages in total, and their deaths were horrifying. Their bodies were burned beyond recognition by some unknown flames, twisted and mangled, even torn apart. His words caused a stir in the inn. People began clamoring to know who the culprit was, whether Stormwind had launched an investigation, and how the most powerful human mage, Medivh, was responding. Garen silently answered in his mind. Medivh himself was the one responsible. He turned to Omar and whispered, "Look into that guard's background later. Any trade caravan doing business in Stormwind must be significant. They might become a valuable source of intelligence for us." Omar nodded, knowingly intelligence work was his specialty. The conversation soon shifted to trivial gossip, the romantic escapades of a certain viscount, rumors of a dragon's treasure trove. The only noteworthy topic was the locals' praise for the newly appointed militia deputy, Daneth Trollbane. He had recently repelled several attacks by the Witherbark tribe, rescuing numerous villagers abducted by trolls, and had earned considerable respect in the area. The next morning, the group set off to return to Stromgard. When they reached the largest town along the King's Road, Garen left 3 soldiers and the supply wagon behind to wait for the caravan's return, entrusting Ham and Carvin with handling the spoils. 5 days later, they finally arrived at Stromgard Keep. Garen went straight to the royal castle and met his father, Thoris, who was busy with state affairs. "Father, I want a piece of land," he said. Today's state affairs were not particularly demanding for Thoris. Sitting at the oak desk in his study, he swiftly dealt with the few documents that required his attention. Once finished, his thoughts inevitably drifted to the recent skirmishes between the cavalry and the armies of Alterac. Gazing out the window towards the distant horizon, Thoris began to consider his next steps. Alterac, though a small and weak nation with a formal army of less than 10,000, had a general, Hath, who was not to be underestimated. This formidable strategist was the only figure within Alterac who gave Thoris any pause. By contrast, Alterac's king, Aiden Paranold, was nothing more than a shrewd and calculating merchant's son, consumed by petty scheming. Thoris let out a low chuckle. After all, the Thoradin family's ancestor, Ignatius, originally hailed from the Alterac mountain folk and had an intimate understanding of that region's terrain. In terms of military might, Stromgard had little to fear from Alterac. Since the fragmentation of the Arathur Empire, conflicts among the human nations had remained small in scale, largely due to the deterrence of Lord Dalaran, the preeminent human kingdom. During the recent disputes, both Thoris and Hath had exercised considerable restraint, under the mediation of Lord Dalaran's King Terenas. Yet it was this very restraint that frustrated Thoris the most. He would have much preferred to engage Alterac's forces in a decisive battle rather than waste time negotiating with Aiden, a contemptible schemer whose words were as insufferable as his demeanor. Just then, a guard entered to announce the return of Prince Galen. Thoras' furrowed brow eased, and a smile crept onto his face. However, the next moment, Galen spoke up, "Father, I want a piece of land." This abrupt request froze Thoras' expression somewhere between a smile and astonishment. But his years of experience as a king allowed him to recover quickly. He responded directly, "My son, which land do you desire?" Such a straightforward reply left Galen momentarily stunned. Had all the arguments and justifications he spent 5 days preparing suddenly become unnecessary? "Father, you've agreed?" Galen's face was a mixture of disbelief and surprise. In truth, Galen had been confident he could persuade his father. In Stromgard, as in most human kingdoms, it was customary for royal offspring to be granted land upon reaching adulthood, with the size and value of the fief determined by the king's discretion. His cousin Daneth had received a prosperous mining region north of the Thoradin Mountains when he came of age. Although Thoris had previously bestowed several estates near Stromgard upon Galen, they were not the same as an official fief. Besides, the bond between father and son was deep, forged over many years of understanding and trust. Garen had only one major concern. His young age might lead his father to doubt his ability to manage a fief. However, this issue was not insurmountable. His target was not the fertile lands within the kingdom, but rather the Stonefist Hall, located south of Withered Tree Villahea, a long-abandoned royal mining area. Since the area was uninhabited, there was no need to worry about governance. Even if settlers arrived in the future, administrative matters could be handled by hiring officials. Of course, the region's proximity to the territory of the Withered Tree tribe posed significant security risks. But this challenge provided Garen with the perfect opportunity to reveal his true intentions, to request Solas' permission to establish a military force to protect the fief. To strengthen his case, Garen brought back a trophy from his victory over the Troll's head to prove his capability in confronting such threats. This meticulously thought-out, interconnected plan stemmed from the strategic mindset Garen had cultivated, inspired by the centralized governance of his original world. In that era, where feudal systems had long been abolished, military power was a sensitive matter for any ruler. Historical examples like Zhao Kuangyan's wine cup disarming soldiers or Zhu Yuan's hangs, when the birds are gone, the bow is put away, underscore this principle. Garen was particularly concerned that, had he not traveled to this world, the Garen of 2 decades later would have been destined to usurp his father's throne. He feared that bringing up the subject of forming an army might provoke his father and lead to a tragic confrontation ahead of its time. However, Garen underestimated his father's affection and expectations for him. Revitalizing Stromgard had been Solas's lifelong ambition. Now, with the kingdom recovering its strength, boasting a powerful military and a thriving, peaceful populace, only the southeastern troll tribes remained a persistent threat. At such a critical juncture, the emergence of a gifted, disciplined, and precocious Garen filled Solas with renewed hope for his only son. When Garen was 10, Solas had attempted to teach him statecraft alongside martial training, only to discover that his son was singularly focused on combat skills and uninterested in other responsibilities. This nearly drove Solas to despair, even making him regret his emphasis on martial education. But today, hearing his son proactively propose taking charge of a fief, Solas could hardly contain his joy. He blurted out, "My son, which land do you want?" One cautiously testing the waters and the other eager to oblige. This exchange finally broke the ice between father and son. "Father, I want the abandoned mines in the southeast," Garen declared his choice. 3 years ago, due to frequent troll raids, the residents there relocated to the Gashak farm. A fief without inhabitants has no output. "What do you intend to do with it?" Solas asked, following the expected script. "Father, I plan to establish a nightly order to protect the mines and recruit laborers to resume mining operations," Garen replied promptly. Solas' expression turned serious. "Garen, the threat there comes from the forest trolls of Tol Barad, our long-standing enemies. Are you certain you're ready for this?" Although Solas had no objection to granting his son a fief and military authority after all, Garen was his sole heir and would one day inherit the entire kingdom. Needed to be sure his son was truly prepared to face such a formidable challenge. Facing his father's stern questioning, Zul'jin remained composed, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. "Father, I fully understand the kind of trolls we are dealing with," Zul'jin said solemnly, clenching his fist. "They are primitive, savage, and brutal, even resorting to eating humans." Although Zul'jin, in his previous life as a troll druid player, held no particular prejudice against this race and knew that the Darkspear tribe in the game was a relatively enlightened group, the reality here was starkly different. Now, standing on the soil of Azeroth and having witnessed firsthand the human remains on troll supply wagons, the horror became disturbingly real. These trolls were preying on the people of the kingdom, his future subjects. As the future lord, it was both his duty and responsibility to change this. "Father," Zul'jin straightened his posture, his voice firm, "just over 10 days ago, I led the guard squad to completely annihilate a group of 20 trolls in the mining area. According to reports from Trifork Town, the group included 2 Kingdom Bounty Targets troll which Dr. Toby and Great Warrior added. These key members of the Witherbark tribe have led multiple raids on our villages." He locked eyes with his father and declared, enunciating each word, "I personally took their heads." The study fell into a heavy silence. Solas studied his son's resolute expression for a long moment before finally speaking. "I agree." Jalen's head shot up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Thank you, father." "Don't celebrate too soon," Solas interrupted his son's moment of joy. "The mining area belongs to the ancestral lands of the Thorbin family. I can grant you the mining rights, but as for the fiefdom, you will only gain full authority over it when you come of age at 16. I will assign you a squad from the cavalry regiment to expand your guard force. But beyond that, I have no additional resources to offer." Zul'jin froze in place as he processed his father's words. The first part was within his expectations. Land was granted, and the cavalry squad was a significant boon. This elite unit required at least intermediate level strength, with even the weakest members being 4th tier. "However, father," Zul'jin couldn't help but ask, "you're not providing me with any gold?" The matter of the fiefdom was secondary. His main goal had been to secure an official military presence to cover for the troops he would be training secretly. With mining rights, he could recruit his own people and plant his men in both the military and the mines. But no financial support? That was definitely not part of the plan. "Could you lend me some initial funds?" Garen asked reluctantly. He had just recharged the base with 10,000 gold coins, but it barely made a dent enough to train only about 100-foot soldiers. This amount was far from sufficient for him, and he was in desperate need of Solas' financial support. "The kingdom's treasury doesn't have any spare gold right now," Solas said, rubbing his temples. The army's weapons and equipment need upgrading, and we've already placed an order with Ironforge. On top of that, the repairs to the Wall of Thoradin require hiring farmers and paying their wages. These are significant expenses, not even a little. Garen pressed. The next round of tax revenue won't come until the autumn harvest. After the harvest, we'll trade the surplus grain and allocate funds from the treasury for you then. Besides, don't you have your own trade caravan? You must have saved up a small fortune over the years. For now, you'll have to figure things out on your own. Consider it a test of your abilities. Realizing that Salas truly had no funds to spare, Garen reluctantly abandoned his hopes of securing land, manpower, and money. Though his goals for the day were only half achieved, the thought of gaining the mining rights lifted his spirits. Where there's a mine, there's wealth, as the saying goes. I own a mine was undoubtedly the most convincing declaration of financial power. What made Garen even more pleased was that Salas hadn't mentioned taxes. Since it wasn't brought up, it implied he wouldn't have to pay Thema a considerable bonus. Unlike others who might worry about upfront costs, Garen was unfazed. He didn't need to provide workers with relocation allowances or salaries. He could simply train farmers at the base and supply them with 3 meals a day. As the future largest landowner in the Earthy Highlands, food was the last thing he lacked. Garen's biggest issue at the moment was that the base's mine was already at full capacity, and he needed to establish an additional mine. While his trade caravan generated income, it was a mere drop in the bucket compared to his current needs. Through repeated experiments, he discovered that farmers had a surprisingly efficient collection rate. They could gather 10 units of resources per hour, roughly equivalent to 5 gold coins. However, these resources could only be absorbed and converted into base energy by the town hall. They couldn't be directly exchanged for gold coins. The base's definition of gold resources was rather interesting. It encompassed not only gold, but also associated rare minerals, copper, silver, and others. Once gathered by farmers, these resources were uniformly converted into base energy by the town hall and crudely referred to as gold. Garen couldn't help but admire the unique thinking of the Heart of Origin's base designers. As for lumber collection, a single farmer required an entire hour to fully process a century-old tree, from felling it to removing its branches and cutting the trunk into 1 meter-long logs, then transporting it to the lumber mill. The base system would finally register this as one wood. These ancient trees from the primeval forest stood 10 meters tall, with trunks so thick they required a full embrace to encircle. To maximize resource collection efficiency, Garen instructed Cliff to organize the miners into alternating shifts. Although the farmers' collection speed was satisfactory and, in theory, their numbers could be infinitely expanded, the lack of financial support from his father forced him to temporarily shelve his original expansion plans. He had intended to use the money to recharge the town hall, train a large number of farmers and foot soldiers, and establish a secondary mine in the southeastern mining area of Stonefist Hall. For now, however, that plan would have to wait. Galen left the castle in a visibly low mood, muttering words like Stingia and Scrooge under his breath as he walked. When he returned to his courtyard, he found Omar and Valakar already waiting for him. Omar, Valakar, do you know any quick ways to make money? Galen asked bluntly. The question left his 2 trusted generals momentarily stunned. Both Omar and Valakar were exceptional talents who had risen from the common folk of Stromgard to become elite warriors. By their 20s, they had already reached the level of advanced professionals, a rarity among the human nations. Their military prowess was undeniable, whether leading charges or strategizing on the battlefield. They were unmatched. However, when it came to making money, it was undoubtedly not their area of expertise. Just as Galen realized he might have asked the wrong people and considered consulting Harmon Carvin, the caravan overseer, Omar suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, does making money quickly have to be limited to commercial methods? Galen became intrigued. Go on. What are you thinking? Your Highness, commerce is essentially about transferring money from someone else's pocket into your own. Such matters can naturally be left to Harmon, Omar began thoughtfully. But since we need a large sum of money, why not consider alternative means? For instance, trolls have a custom of burying their dead with gold, and they also enjoy crafting various ornaments from it. Omar left the sentence unfinished, but everyone present understood his meaning. His words not only made Valakar's eyes light up, but also gave Galen a sudden revelation. Indeed, making money shouldn't be confined to trade caravans. While the spoils of war approach Omar hinted at required substantial military strength, that was not an insurmountable obstacle. Though Galen might not be able to execute it alone for now, he could rally the wealthy and influential nobles in his domain through a form of crowdfunding. As long as he offered them sufficient rewards after the war, the current financial issues could be resolved. A meticulous plan began to take shape in Galen's mind. It was no surprise that Omar would later rise to become the first commander of the Scarlet Crusade. This level of strategic brilliance was no coincidence. The reason these 2 trusted men were elevated from the ranks of the militia was not just because they were well-known NPCs in Galen's gaming past, but because they truly possessed extraordinary potential. While reaching legendary rank would require some luck, their promotion to ninth rank was practically guaranteed. Even Salas had expressed his admiration for them, evoking memories of Salas's own two capable generals, General Orest and General Amarin, who had also started in the Royal Guard before achieving their current positions through sheer strength. It seemed to be a recurring tradition of the Stromgard royal familito groom, capable talents early for the heir to the throne. He excitedly said to Omar and Wallaker, "Activate our intelligence network and spread the word. His Majesty the King intends to train the prince by forming a new unit, independent of the 1st and 2nd Legions and the Militia Corps. This unit will be under the prince's command, stationed at the abandoned southeastern royal mines." "Understood, Your Highness," the two responded respectfully before turning and leaving Garen's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, their voices gradually faded into the distance. "Omar, why does the prince want us to spread this news?" Wallaker's rough voice rang out. "Because the prince wants more people to know that the king is allowing him to lead his own army," Omar patiently explained. "I don't get it. That's why I keep telling you to read more, Carl. Just practicing martial arts isn't enough. I've already completed the basic courses the prince assigned. I still have to learn map-making. I don't have time to read books. Carl, your future isn't limited to just being a general. Reading more will help you become a marshal." "To become a marshal, I have to read more? Fine, I get it. Why does everyone, including the prince, keep making me read?" Wallaker, a straightforward man of humble origins, was much like Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms era, relying on his exceptional combat skills and raw determination to lead troops. Although he wasn't fond of books, his simple and loyal nature earned him Garen's trust. In contrast, Omar was far more composed and resourceful, having honed his abilities over the years to the point where he could handle matters independently. Garen regarded him as an indispensable talent with great potential. Listening to their voices fade into the distance, Garen dragged his weary body back to his room. They had been traveling relentlessly to reach Salas as quickly as possible, and now his legs were cramping so badly that he wobbled as he walked. Immersed in the warm water of the bath, Garen leaned against the edge of the pool, propping himself up with his elbows as he closed his eyes to rest. His thoughts drifted toward the base. During their journey, he had made a habit of mentally connecting with the town hall and barracks during breaks to ensure training schedules remained fully staffed. Due to a temporary shortage of gold, he had decided to hold off on constructing a second barracks. The base's secluded location and the current peaceful environment allowed him to focus on development without interruption. While checking the status of the base, Garen noticed that the Archmage was less than half an hour away from completing his training. The farmer's construction list still included two options: the Watchtower and the Arcane Vault. Watchtower, a basic lookout tower with no attack capabilities. It can be upgraded into an Arrow Tower, Arcane Tower, or Cannon Tower after researching magic sentinels at the Arcane Sanctum. Cost: 30 gold, 20 wood. Arcane Vault, a shop building that provides item trading. The quality of items increases with the level of the town hall. Cost: 1,300 gold, 300 wood. Garen chose to build the Arcane Vault at the center of the base, and a farmer immediately began construction. By now, the base had over 100 combat units. They had left Trident Town with 3 squads totaling 18 soldiers, and over the 5-day journey to Stromgard Keep, the barracks had trained more than 80 additional units. Just as Garen was about to reorganize the formations of the foot soldiers and riflemen, the Altar of Kings suddenly erupted in radiant golden light. A white-bearded old man on a white horse appeared amidst the brilliance. His expression was stern, and he wore a gray-white mage's robe. In his left hand, he held the horse's reins, while his right hand gripped a staff adorned with a massive blue gemstone. The white horse carried the mage as he descended the altar at a measured pace. Witnessing this dramatic and grand entrance, Garen took it all in from his perspective and couldn't help but mutter to himself, just because someone's on a white horse doesn't mean they're a prince. Seat could also be Gandalf. Ding! The host has successfully named a new hero unit. This sudden notification left Garen stunned. What's going on? Named what? Before he could process his string of questions, a tall figure clad in a mage's robe descended gracefully from the altar. Dismounting with ease, the figure planted a staff into the ground, knelt on one knee, and gazed solemnly at the sky. 7th rank mage Gandalf greets his master. Only then did Garen realize what had happened. Ed had inadvertently named this powerful mage Gandalf, the legendary figure renowned for his staff and swordsmanship in battles against the orc armies. "Master, I am not skilled in martial arts and cannot wield a sword," the mage said, still maintaining his kneeling posture. This statement startled Garen. He wanted to ask how the mage could read his thoughts, but was also concerned the position might be uncomfortable after a while. "Stand up already. Why are you still kneeling?" Garen thought to himself. Almost instantly, Gandalf rose to his feet, gently rolling his shoulders. "Thank you, master." This left Garen even more perplexed. "You can read my thoughts?" "Yes, master. Your mental energy permeates the skies above this land. I can sense fragments of your thoughts," Gandalf explained. Others lack the strength to perceive it, but if you learn to control your mental energy, focus it, and connect it to others, they too will be able to communicate with you. Don't call me master. Call me Garen, or prince if you like, Garen said as he attempted to suppress his mental energy. At that moment, he recalled how the first farmer, Cliff, had been able to provide him with information about the base. Curious, he wondered if this hero unit had any unique insights as well. Upon inquiry, Gandalf's backstory turned out to be far more complex than that of Cliff. He had once been a powerful mage capable of traversing the void, his strength surpassing that of ordinary hero ranks. However, he was relentlessly hunted and eventually killed by an indescribable, terrifying entity from the void. His soul, though, did not dissipate. It drifted aimlessly through the void, and over time, his memories shattered, leaving behind only his knowledge of magic. Just as his soul was on the verge of complete annihilation, a beam of light pulled him into this land and placed him within the king's altar. There, his soul was mended, infused with knowledge about the origin heart base, and given a new physical form. The base granted him the authority to command other combat units and implanted a directive to remain loyal to the host. In addition to his original arcane knowledge, he had been endowed with 4 innate abilities: Blizzard, Summon Water Elemental, Brilliance Aura, and Mass Teleportation. However, his once formidable strength had been lost. His current status as a 7th rank Grand Mage was artificially enhanced by the Origin Heart Base in alignment with Garen's capabilities. He would need time to stabilize his current powers before advancing further. Galen made an exciting discovery through his mental power she could share the base's scan maps with the Archmage, enabling remote command of operations. When he first obtained the Heart of Origin, he knew it was extraordinary, but its abilities far exceeded his expectations. Delving into the void, capturing souls, implanting memories, and reshaping bodies, these miraculous feats were effortlessly within its grasp. After finishing his conversation with Gandalf, Galen connected his mental energy to the Altar of Kings. The interface showed another hero's icon grayed out, while the Paladin's avatar indicated that upgrading the Town Hall to a level 2 stronghold was required to summon a second time. He immediately turned his attention to the Town Hall and reviewed the upgrade requirements: 32,000 units of gold, 21,000 units of lumber, and most critically a base population of 10,000. The population requirement hit him like a blow, but Galen quickly did the math. The Town Hall could train 1 farmer per hour, and with the addition of combat units from the barracks, it would take approximately 200 days. If he could construct multiple barracks later, this time frame could be significantly reduced. To ensure uninterrupted development, Galen promptly ordered the construction of several farms and filled the training queues in the town hall and barracks. Before exiting the base's perspective, he made sure to remind Gandalf to reorganize the patrol routes for over 100 combat units. The following days passed in a steady routine. Mornings spent practicing martial arts with his father, followed by breakfast together, afternoons studying Kingdom Chronicles in the Tower of Arathor, and evenings using his mental powers to oversee the base's operations and discuss war strategy with Gandalf. On the 5th day, the long-anticipated visitor finally arrived: Fader Dabire, the second son of the current Count Dabire. The Dabire family owned the largest farm in the northern Earthy Highlands, alongside the Nosford and Gershak farms, forming the 3 major granaries of Stromgard. By exporting grain to Ironforge, the family had amassed immense wealth and held estates in the northern mountains. However, as the second son, Fader's situation was far from ideal. His elder brother, Marcel, had proven to be more adept in business and had already been chosen by their mother, Conata Dabire, as the heir. This meant Fader would likely inherit only a modest sum or a small plot of land, potentially relegating him to the status of a commoner. At just 18 years old, Fader was not without talent. Influenced by Stromgard's martial culture, he had served in the militia and developed friendships with Omar and Varakar. However, his privileged upbringing as a noble made it difficult for him to endure the hardships of military life, leading to his early withdrawal. It wasn't until he recognized the threat to his inheritance that he resumed his martial training, eventually reaching the peak of the 6th rank, nearing the threshold of an advanced warrior. Seeing Fader's arrival, Galen felt a surge of satisfaction. Spreading rumors about forming an army had been a deliberate strategy to attract nobles like him. As the only son of Salas, Garen was the rightful heir to the throne. Standing in the courtyard deep in thought, a sudden look of realization crossed his face. He finally understood the reason behind his father's easy approval of his plan to form an army. This was all part of paving the way for his ascension to the throne. As the future crown prince, Garen was well aware that inheriting the throne required 2 critical pillars. The first was legitimacy, demonstrating exceptional ability to earn the old king's recognition and being officially named heir. The second was prestige, not only building a reputation for wisdom among the court officials, but also earning respect and authority within the military. As history had shown, nothing garnered trust more effectively than military achievements. This thought brought to mind his father Salas's exploits in his youth. Back then, Salas had formed a Highland Knights regiment, routing the forest trolls so thoroughly that for an entire decade, the trolls dared not launch any large-scale invasions along the kingdom's borders, resorting instead to minor skirmishes. News of the crown prince forming an independent army quickly spread through noble circles. For nobles like Fadil, who had no claim to inheritance, this was an ideal opportunity to align themselves with a promising future leader. After all, with only one prince, there was no risk of backing the wrong side. In the study, Garen was meeting with Fadil Darbyr. The mention of the Darbyr family brought a sense of admiration to Garen's heart. He still remembered the image of Count Darbyr, a powerful mage obsessed with the arcane. It was this very count who had discovered Garen's extraordinary mental strength, yet also his inability to cast even the simplest spells like Frostbolt or Fireball. This realization had forced Garen to abandon his dream of becoming an elegant mage and instead follow his father in mastering martial skills. What Garen respected even more was the Darbyr family's steadfast loyalty during the Scourge. Unlike many other nobles who fled with Jaina to the distant continent of Kalimdor, the Darbyrs chose to remain in the Earthy Highlands, standing alongside Stromgard to the end and aiding the surviving citizens in Refuge Point. Now, standing before Garen was Fadil, with his long golden hair tied into a ponytail. He was dressed in a blue long-sleeved shirt paired with a black vest and trousers, exuding an air of sharpness and efficiency. "Good day, your highness." Fadil entered the study and bowed in greeting to Garen. Garen gestured for him to take a seat and asked, "How has Master Darbyr been doing lately?" "My father is in decent health," Fadil replied, though a trace of resentment colored his tone. "But he remains obsessed with his magical experiments and pays little attention to anything else." This obsession had burdened his mother with all the family affairs, and since she always favored his elder brother, it was the root of Fadil's growing concerns about the future. The young Fadil wasted no time getting to the point. "Your Highness, I heard you are forming an army to head to the southeastern mines to guard against the trolls of Witheredwood Village." His tone carried a mix of urgency and impatience, but this frankness appealed to Garen. Considering Fadil's age and limited military experience, such directness was a valuable trait. "That's correct," Garen confirmed with a nod. "My father has approved my request to assemble a military force and has granted me the mining rights to the southeastern region." Recently, during his meetings with Salas, he had learned that an elite unit of Highland cavalry had been reassigned to Riverrun and was expected to arrive within the next couple of days. Once they arrived, he planned to hold an oath-taking ceremony. Fadil, unable to contain his excitement, blurted out, "Your Highness, may I join your army?" "Of course, no problem at all," Garen responded readily. "The unit is still in its early stages, and we need capable people. I'm glad to have you on board." Finally receiving a clear answer, Fadil let out a sigh of relief. Though he had anticipated that the prince wouldn't refuse him, it wasn't until this moment that his worries truly dissipated. "Thank you, your highness," Garen continued. "I hereby appoint you as the captain of the 3rd Battalion. Your primary task will be to recruit 300 personnel of at least the first rank. I know you're more familiar with the noble youths of our generation than I am, so you may recommend 2 candidates for squad leader positions. However, they will need to pass my approval before I issue formal appointments." This unexpected promotion lit up Fadil's face. Those arrogant noble brats, who usually looked down on him, would now have to respectfully call him captain. "You are the first to come to me voluntarily," Garen added. "I will remember this gesture of goodwill. Also, let those nobles who are interested in joining know that I am willing to lease the mining rights to the North Mine number 1 in the southeastern region for 3 years to the highest bidder. Joint investments from families are welcome, and the profits will be divided proportionally to their contributions." This second bombshell of information nearly made Fadil faint. A 3-year mining lease. This was an astronomical fortune. The southeastern mines were famously rich in resources, only temporarily abandoned due to certain circumstances. As Fadil left the courtyard with a look of disbelief, he could hardly imagine why the prince would give up such lucrative mining rights. But Garen understood perfectly well. He was in desperate need of money. Salas had no extra funds to spare, and Garen was eager to develop quickly. At the moment, he lacked both the manpower to mine the deposits and the funds to proceed. This plan essentially amounted to crowdfunding from the excessively wealthy nobles. Though Garen maintained a calm and composed demeanor, his heart bled at the thought. According to Salas's proposed timeline, they could begin clearing out the increasingly aggressive trolls of Witheredwood Village as early as next year and resume mining operations. However, Garen was well aware that in the original timeline, this plan had been delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Later, the region suffered an invasion by orcs, and the land ultimately fell into the hands of the Stonefist ogres. At the base, the 10,000 gold coins Garen had deposited were already depleted. The base managed to maintain a precarious balance of income and expenses thanks to the tireless efforts of the miners working in shifts. The town hall and barracks maintained an uninterrupted schedule of training, with waves of new recruits enlisting. Meanwhile, the construction of farms proceeded in full swing. ensuring sufficient food supplies and providing housing for the growing population. The resource situation was less than ideal. Gold reserves remained low, though a significant amount of lumber had been stockpiled thanks to improved technology developed at the lumber mill, which allowed workers to bring back an additional 10 units of wood per trip. Moreover, only the training of musketeers consumed wood at present. With few other options, Garen assigned all newly recruited workers to the mines, aiming to compensate for the lack of resources with sheer numbers. Persistence paid off. On the very night of Fadil's visit, the gold required for a second barracks was finally gathered. Garen immediately began planning the construction of dual barracks, and a few days later, the base's population surpassed the 1,000 mark. As Garen reveled in this milestone, another piece of good news arrived. The cavalry squad promised by his father, Salas, had reached Stromgard Keep. Over the past 10 days, Garen had made thorough preparations for assembling his army. He sent falcon messengers to recall Harmon Cavan's caravan and its guards, instructing 3 soldiers waiting along the caravan's route to return with them. He also tasked Omar with recruiting up to 400 citizens willing to enlist from Stromgard Keep. Meanwhile, Fadil worked tirelessly to win over noble families, particularly targeting younger noble heirs without inheritance rights. Additionally, Garen secured 700 sets of Kingdom Standard armor and 1,000 tunics from Salas, while personally commissioning over 1,000 red linen cloaks from the tailor. With the cavalry squad's orders in hand, Garen promptly visited their temporary camp. The Stromgard Highland Cavalry was a unit Salas had personally established in his youth, later incorporating members of the Royal Guard to become the kingdom's most elite force. At a small military camp near the castle, over 20 imposing cavalrymen were training, their synchronized shouts echoing thunderously. According to Salas, this 24-man squad was among the most elite within the cavalry, with an average rank of Tier 5. On this land blessed with natural advantages, the residents of Azeroth were born with extraordinary physical capabilities, enabling them to fend off invasions from the Burning Legion. While the power of an individual was limited, their collective strength was awe-inspiring when united. In Azeroth, the average adult civilian strength was close to Tier 1. Regular soldiers typically reached Tier 2, and Tier 3 was considered elite. A group of over 20 fifth-tier soldiers is indeed a sharp blade. When used strategically on the battlefield, they can be enough to turn the tide of war. Apart from the financial constraints that left him unable to allocate funds, Salas had truly given his all to support Galen in every other aspect. Regarding the distribution of mining rights, whether right or wrong, the old king chose silence, granting the crown prince ample space to govern. This reminded Galen of how future Tyrrhenas treated Arthas, remaining silent even when Arthas disbanded the Knights of the Silver Hand in Stratholme, dismissed Uther, and ultimately carried out the massacre. Tyrrhenas maintained his silence to uphold the crown prince's authority and avoid leaving any blemish on the succession to the throne. Feeling the deep intentions of his father, Galen was moved. He silently vowed to revitalize Stromgard and live up to his father's trust. As Galen stepped into the military camp, the soldiers clad in red uniforms immediately recognized the prince. After all, as members of the Royal Cavalry Guard, they were well acquainted with the royal family. The squad leader in the front row led the salute. "Your Highness." The soldiers behind him greeted in unison. Upon closer inspection, Galen realized the squad leader was none other than an old acquaintance, a Molth commander of the Palace Guard and deputy officer of the Highland Cavalry Regiment, who had once been half a mentor to him, second only to Salas in importance. "Teacher Umul, what brings you here?" "Your Highness, I am now the captain of this squad. His Majesty has assigned us as your personal guard. As the deputy officer of the cavalry regiment, your expertise is needed more at the border. How can you be stationed here with my yet-to-be-established small unit? This is a waste of your talent. I shall petition my father to have you reassigned to the cavalry regiment." "That won't be necessary, Your Highness. I have already been dismissed by His Majesty. Coming here was my own choice." Through Umul's explanation, Galen came to learn about the recent, widely discussed conflict between the cavalry regiment and Alterac, with this very squad at the center of it. At the time, Salas was handling state affairs in Stromgard, leaving Umul in charge of the forces guarding the border. During a patrol, they encountered Alterac's royal guards. Both sides accused the other of trespassing, and the situation escalated into a violent clash. The conflict only ended when reinforcements arrived, and the commanders on both sides agreed to a truce to prevent further escalation. Solas' wrath stemmed not only from having to negotiate with the detested Aiden, but also from the fact that they had failed to achieve victory. Although the cavalry squad was highly skilled, they were outnumbered and unable to fight with full force, ultimately managing to incapacitate only over half of the enemy troops. Galen patted Umul on the shoulder, mourning the injustice suffered by his teacher. But what could he do? His father harbored such deep resentment toward Aiden Paranold that there was no room for Galen to plead on Umul's behalf. Afterward, Galen informed Umul that a ceremony to officially establish the military unit, along with a small parade, would be held at the castle's training grounds in 5 days. The choice of timing was due to Archmage Gandalf leading 300 combat units to join them since mass teleportation was not an option and they lacked horses. Their journey required more time. This third-tier force, consisting of 200 infantry and 100 riflemen, was sure to leave a strong impression. As for the base's security, over 100 infantry, 40 riflemen, and, if necessary, the ability to summon 600 militia from the town hall by mobilizing farmers ensured there would be no vulnerabilities. Back in his study, Galen noticed a piece of parchment on the desk, filled with messy handwriting. It contained his ideas for naming the military unit. Thinking of the red uniforms of the Stromgard soldiers, the red trim on their armor, and the red accents of the base's architecture, he tapped his finger thoughtfully on the desk before decisively circling 2 words with his pen. Crimson Flame. After returning to the courtyard, Jalin immediately instructed the guards to summon Omar, Valakar, Fadil, and the 2 squad leaders recommended by Fadil for an important discussion. The 2 squad leaders recommended by Fadil yesterday were the youngest sons of prominent local families. Flar Nuwo, hailing from the Nuwo farmstead in the northwest, was the son of a viscount from the 4th largest grain-producing region of Stromgard. As a 5th-tier troll hunter, he carried on the long-range combat traditions of the High Elven Rangers from a millennium ago. Meanwhile, Khmer Garson, the 2nd son of the viscount of the Eastern Mining Estates, was not only a devout priest but also from a family whose lands bordered Jalin's fiefdom of Donis. Although these noble offspring had no inheritance rights, they were well-educated and had not fallen into a life of indulgence. Before long, the 5 men entered Jalin's study in single file. Omar and Valakar, who had followed Jalin since childhood, stood on one side, while Fadil stood alongside the 2 young noblemen on the other. "I've gathered you all here to prepare for the military inauguration and parade 5 days from now," Jalin said with a serious expression. This would be his first formal public appearance. For the past 12 years, the people had only heard of King Salas's exceptional prince, but they had never seen him. Now, he intended to make a striking debut. Seeing how seriously the prince regarded the matter, the 5 men present also adopted a solemn demeanor. "Omar, how is the recruitment of citizen soldiers progressing?" "Your Highness, 400 men are ready." "Excellent. I hereby appoint you as the captain of the 1st squad, and Valakar as the captain of the 2nd squad. Use the 20 original members of the guard as the backbone to reorganize the units." Jalin then turned to Fadil. "How about your team?" "Your Highness, upon learning of your interest in taking over the mines, my family became very enthusiastic. As a gesture of goodwill, they have already sent 300 soldiers to bolster our forces." "Let's set aside the matter of the mines for now," Jalin said, focusing on the immediate task. How capable are these 300 soldiers? To him, the origin of the soldiers mattered less than their loyalty. After all, his main force would ultimately come from the base. The base army served as the main force, with the forces of Stromgard providing auxiliary support. This was the result of Garen's careful planning. He meticulously counted the troops before him. 100 seasoned 3rd-tier elite soldiers, 200 experienced regular guardsmen from various noble families, all of whom were battle-hardened veterans. "Excellent. This level of commitment pleases me greatly." Garen nodded slightly. "We'll discuss the matter of the mines in detail after the ceremony." "Oh, and I've already chosen a name for this unit, Crimson Flame." The crowd's eyes lit up. Garen continued, "My goal is to forge a force as formidable as the cavalry regiment. For now, the unit will have a structure of 1,000 troops, but once we establish a foothold in the southeastern mines, we'll expand and form the Crimson Flame Knights." "Crimson Flame." The 5 present murmured in unison, their eyes gleaming with approval. "Your Highness, what a remarkable choice. Red flames consuming the enemies of Stromgardawat, a fitting and powerful symbol." However, a question soon arose. "Your Highness, even with the 3 squads and the reinforcements sent by King Salas, we barely have over 700 men. There's still a gap to reach the 1,000 troop structure. The remaining 300 are already en route, led by a 7th-tier mage," Garen revealed, leaving the crowd astonished. In Stromgard and other human kingdoms, mages were rare talents, with most residing in the mage city of Dalaran. A 7th-tier mage was considered an advanced practitioner, qualified to establish their own mage tower in Dalaran. Moreover, Garen dropped another bombshell. "The captain of the personal guard is my mentor, Amor." This news sent shockwaves through the gathering. Amor was none other than the deputy commander of the Stromgard Highland Cavalry Regiment, a genuine 9th-tier powerhouse. It dawned on everyone present that although the Crimson Flame Army was newly formed, its strength already surpassed most of the kingdom's military units, capable of overwhelming the private armies of many nobles. A 9th-tier expert stood at the pinnacle of advanced professions, just one step away from entering the legendary Realma status attained by only a handful across the kingdom. With the addition of Omar, Valakar, and Prince Garen himself as high-tier leaders, the Crimson Flame Army's future looked exceptionally promising. Fadil, Flar, and Khmer exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with joy. 5 days later, at dawn, 1,000-strong force stood fully prepared in front of the royal castle. The 300 reinforcements, led by Gandalf, had arrived 2 days earlier and had been engaged in intense, joint training with the rest of the troops. The stands of the training grounds were now filled with Stromgard's nobles and their families, while common folk lined the pre-announced parade route, eagerly waiting at the outskirts of the square and along the streets for this rare spectacle. In the center, the Crimson Flame army was arranged in 10 formations, their longswords and muskets crossed diagonally over their chests in perfect unison. Clad in red battle robes adorned with prominent flame insignias on their chests and flowing red capes designed by Garen, they presented a striking image. Standing on the high platform, Garen gazed down at the 10 formations of 100 soldiers each, his heart swelling with pride and ambition. Soldiers, today we gather here for the noble cause of our kingdom. Garen stood atop the central platform of the training ground, his voice resounding as he declared the oath. The tide of darkness is upon us. From this day forward, I stand watch, until death claims me. I will uphold mercy, courage, and honor. I shall wear no crown, seek no glory, and fear no sacrifice. I pledge my loyalty and service, to live and die at my post. His voice echoed across the vast training grounds. I am the sword in the darkness, the guardian of the people. I am the blazing flame that scorches our enemies, the crimson dawn that breaks the night, the horn that calls forth courage, the shield that protects the kingdom. I dedicate my life and honor to the crimson tide. Today, and every day hereafter, I hereby declare, from this moment onward, the Crimson Flame army of Stromgard is officially established. This impassioned speech, blending warriors' roars with a reimagined oath, ignited the fervor of the crowd. Below the platform, 1,000 soldiers stood electrified, their eyes alight with fervent zeal. The earthy highlands are our home, Garen continued, his voice booming. Trolls have invaded our lands, pillaged our farms, stolen our possessions, and harmed our families. We vow to be the sword and shield of the kingdom, the guardians of our people. We will drive back the trolls. Stromgard needs us. Forward, Crimson Flame army. Forward, forward, Crimson Flame, Crimson Flame. The soldiers in formation raised their swords and muskets high, their deafening shouts echoing in unison. March out, Crimson Flame. With Garen's final command, the army, led by Valakar, began their advance toward the city gates. 10 formations exited the training ground in order, forming a crimson tide of steel that moved steadily along the central avenue. From the highest platform of the castle, Salas and the gathered noble lords watched the scene unfold. With their sharp eyes, they could see the extraordinary nature of this army. The 2 squads recruited by Omar and Valakar were formidable, and the central formations, composed of private noble troops, were nothing short of elite. But what astonished them most were the final 3 formations. These 300 men exuded an overwhelming aura, commanded by a high-ranking mage. This force, personally brought into the city by the prince, was an unknown yet highly capable unit. The nobles marveled silently at the prince's hidden depths. 1,000-strong elite force, if further expanded and supplemented with auxiliary troops, had immense potential. Yet, when news first broke that the prince intended to lead his own army, many had assumed Salas would fully support him. In reality, the king had only provided a small cavalry unit and the rights to a mining area. Not a single gold coin had been allocated. With the prince's current resources, several estates, and a trading caravan, how could he have possibly recruited such a powerful army? Even more concerning was the southeastern mining area. Abandoned for years, its revival would require a massive investment. And the greatest threat remained the very reason the mines were forsaken in the first place: the trolls. The army's strength was insufficient to protect the miners, making it impossible to carry out normal mining operations. Without the income from minerals, the military expenses could not be sustained. This vicious cycle plagued everyone. When the nobles in the city first heard that the 12-year-old Prince Jalin would lead the army alone to reopen the southeastern mines, they dismissed it as folly. Even though the prince was exceptionally gifted, in their eyes, it was nothing more than a child playing at war. However, when the prince announced the formation of the new army, the nobles who came to witness the event were stunned by the sight of the elite force. The heads of the noble families of Dabile, Nyowa, and Gileson exchanged knowing glances. The prince's army surpassed all expectations, giving them greater confidence in their previously discussed mining contract plans. The Crimson Flame Legion began its march. Torrent Keep, a fortress city built specifically to defend against trolls, was divided into several independent sections by its walls, with towering barriers lining both sides of the main thoroughfare. After leaving the training grounds, the troops arrived at the central crossroads of the city. The walls on all sides were packed with citizens eager to watch. The phalanx moved with impeccable precision, their formation solemn and awe-inspiring, like an unshakable mountain. The rhythmic sound of their boots striking the stone pavement seemed almost magical, overpowering the noise of the streets. The once bustling crowd gradually fell into silence, their attention fixed on the army as it advanced down the 100-meter-wide street toward the city gates. Though the march through the city spanned only a few hundred paces, the sight of 10 perfectly aligned phalanxes left a profound impression on the entertainment-starved residents of Torrent Keep. This spectacle would undoubtedly become the talk of the town for days to come. The renown of Prince Zul'jin and his Crimson Flame Legion would travel far and wide with the merchant caravans, reaching the 7 human kingdoms, Ironforge, and Silvermoon City. Zul'jin, along with his personal guard, followed closely behind the phalanxes. Once outside the city, the troops regrouped and began their journey toward the southeastern mines. Even before the ceremony, Zul'jin had already discussed his subsequent plans with Salas and invited the heads of noble families interested in mining contracts. They planned to convene on the lands of the Gilson family to deliberate the reopening of the mines. Salas, having witnessed the full extent of Zul'jin's army training, was well aware of their capabilities. He raised no objections to the prince's plans, leaving all decisions entirely in Zul'jin's hands. At this moment, Zul'jin was filled with excitement, finally had the strength to take part in matters of great importance to the kingdom. On the Garson family's estate stood a sprawling manor. Garen sat at the head of the guest hall, with Gandalf, Omar, and Kimmer Garson standing behind him. The manor retained the architectural style of the Arathor Empire from 1,000 years ago, simple and unadorned on the outside, yet bright and spacious within, constructed with century-old timber and massive square stones, offering a comfortable and refined space. By evening, Garen and his group had arrived at the manor. Outside, Valrokal, Fadil, and Vral were organizing the troops to set up camp, while Kimmer was inside directing the attendants in preparation for the evening's welcome banquet. Taking advantage of the fact that other nobles were still en route, Garen invited the heads of the Dabral, Nuwo, and Garson families to begin discussions. Soon, 3 nobles, who had arrived early via Count Dabril's portal, entered the guest hall. The noble hierarchy of the kingdom of Stromgard was divided into 2 main factions. The first consisted of the original noble families, such as the ancestors of House Thorbin, who were granted titles by Emperor Thoradin 1,000 years ago. These families held real power, land, and private armies in the Earthy Highlands. Among them, the House of Northford was the most influential, thanks to their ownership of the fertile Northford farms. The second faction comprised the newer nobles who were infected later by the Thorbin royal family. During the fragmentation of the Arathor Empire, while most lords migrated north to more prosperous lands, Thoradin's descendants moved south to the Elwyn Forest to establish a new nation, leaving the Earthy Highlands nearly deserted. At that time, Duke Thorbin, commander of the Stromgard garrison, chose to remain, renaming Stromgard to Strom and founding a new kingdom. To cultivate the barren lands and solidify their rule, the Thorbin family initiated a new wave of enfeoffment, elevating figures like Count Dabral and Viscount Newlords of agricultural Estetesto become key pillars of the kingdom's governance. This was precisely why Garen chose to collaborate with these royalist nobles in developing the mines. Aligning himself with the Marquis of Northford instead would not only risk angering his father, Salas, but could also offend the Thorbin family's ancestral legacy. After all, in this era, a king was essentially the most powerful noble lord. The Thorbin family's ability to suppress a fellow first-generation noble house like Northford was a result of generations of effort and strategic consolidation. Under Salas' leadership, the strength of Rapidsburg had advanced by leaps and bounds. Its population and military power had nearly caught up with Gilnea's, the third-ranked kingdom. For this reason, Garen was well aware that he could not afford to give Northford any opportunity to bolster its strength. The doors to the reception hall swung open, and Count Darby and Viscount Newell entered, led by the host of the estate, Viscount Garson. Garen was ready for this. New Dell held the mining rights but lacked the time to manage the operations. These noblemen, on the other hand, had both the time and the sales channels to turn the ore into gold. Viscount Garson, the heir of a family with generations of mining expertise and father of Khmer, was the first to speak. Your Highness, the 3 of us have reached an agreement. We are willing to jointly invest in reopening the mines. We will handle all matters, including recruiting miners, purchasing equipment, and arranging security. All we ask for in return is the support of your Crimson Flame Legion in the event of a troll attack. In exchange, we are prepared to pay a one-time sum of 50,000 gold coins, and you will receive 30% of the mine's annual revenue. Garen knew this was already a generous offer, whether out of loyalty to the crown or confidence in the military strength demonstrated during the recent parade. However, he required more liquid funds. How about this? If you can gather 100,000 gold coins, I will lower the annual revenue share by 10%. After all, the Crimson Flame Legion has just been established, and the development of the southern mining district also requires financial support. The 3 nobles exchanged glances. They all understood that even with the costs of reopening the mines and the 100,000 gold coin fee, they could recoup their investment within the first year. Finally, Count Darby spoke on behalf of the group. Deal, Your Highness. Please remain at the estate for a few days while we gather the funds. Then it's settled, Garen said, adding, Viscount Garson, please prepare provisions for 1,000 men for half a month. The cost can be deducted from the 100,000 gold coins. Consider it done, Your Highness. The banquet is ready. We would be honored if you could attend. I'll change into something more appropriate first. Though the banquet was filled with youthful and charming noblewomen, none of them could stir the heart of Garen, whose soul's age far exceeded his physical years. Maintaining impeccable manners, he attended the banquet and then retired to the room prepared for him. Over the next few days, he would await the collection of the gold while allowing his troops to rest and recuperate. The 100,000 gold coins from this deal would provide a recharge of 200,000 gold units for the base. Although Garen wouldn't invest all the funds into the base for the sake of balanced development, the majority would still go toward its construction. In the days that followed, Galen established a steady routine. Every morning, he would start with some stretches and light exercises to wake up his body. After a simple breakfast, he joined the warriors of the Cheyenne army at the camp for training. At night, he would connect with the base through his mental powers to monitor its progress. The base was now running smoothly. Resources were not only sufficient to support the training of troops, but also generated a surplus. Taking advantage of this, Galen expanded the scale of the farms. During this process, he made an unexpected discovery about the farmers' remarkable skills. They could construct buildings outside the Origin Heart system. This revelation came from a suggestion by the militia captain, Cliff. Upon noticing the massive piles of wheat at the farms, Cliff proposed building a granary. Under his direction, the farmers utilized wood from outside the lumberyard and quickly erected a sturdy granary behind the town hall. Cliff's further explanation was eye-opening for Galen. Farmers were not just skilled in agriculture, but also proficient in mining, logging, resource collection, and construction. With blueprints and proper guidance, they could build almost any structure. This discovery ignited Galen's ambition. He began planning defensive fortifications around the base. Guard towers spaced 10 meters apart, connected by stone walls built with materials from the mines. Gradually, he envisioned transforming the base into a small fortress. To make the most of this newfound advantage, Galen sent the Archmage Gandalf back to the base to organize the capture of wild horses and the construction of wagons. His plan was to have a team of farmer builders accompany him to the southeastern mining area. There, they would simultaneously construct a town hall for the submine and fortify it with defenses. With Gandalf's troops patrolling the area, they had no concerns about being discovered during the building process. These developments opened new possibilities for Galingi. Realized he could meet the requirements of the Altar of Kings to rule a city of over 10,000 people through his own efforts, without waiting to inherit the throne. He could build a city, train an army, and grow the population in various ways, thus gaining stronger blessings from the Altar of Kings. Time passed slowly but with anticipation until, a week later, a sizable convoy arrived from the west along the Royal Road. The rhythmic rumble of wheels echoed on the cobblestone road as a procession of over 10 wagons, guarded by 200 escorts, came to a halt at the estate gates. Viscount Garson reported to Galen that the gold had been successfully collected. With excitement surging in his heart, Galen approached the entrance of the estate. At Viscount Garson's signal, one of the guards opened one of the many chests aboard the wagons. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from within the chest. Your Highness, these are the gold coins our 3 families have saved over the years. Please accept them. The sunlight streamed onto the overflowing chest of gold coins, reflecting a dazzling radiance. In the human kingdom and across all of Azeroth, gold coins were not the most common currency. Day-to-day transactions were typically conducted with copper or silver coins, making gold coins a rare and valuable commodity. They were mostly used in significant transactions, such as purchasing experimental materials for mages, trading magical items, or conducting international trade. Most of the time, these gold coins lay quietly in the treasuries of noble families, awaiting the day they would be put to use. 100,000 gold coins. This amount was nearly equivalent to the kingdom's annual tax revenue. Garen gazed at the glittering gold before him, momentarily dazed. As a prince, he had never truly experienced the extravagant lifestyle of squandering wealth like some nobles. Of course, such a lavish lifestyle existed only in his imagination. In reality, no noble could afford to be so wasteful without ruining their family fortune within a few generations. No need to count them. I have complete trust in Uncle Garson, Tutor Dabire, and Viscount Newell, Garen said. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. What would you like to do with these gold coins? Please have Viscount Garson help me move the gold coins into my military camp. Understood, Your Highness. Garson immediately turned and issued orders. Mary, lead the team to deliver the chest to the prince's camp. Once the convoy entered the camp, Garson's men withdrew. Garen bid farewell to Garson, saying, Uncle Garson, thank you for your care these past days. Now that the gold has been handed over, in preparing to depart for the southeastern mines, Garson responded without hesitation, Your Highness, I've already gathered workers from my fiefdom. Once the equipment arrives tomorrow, well set out as well." He paused briefly before continuing. "Viscount Nuo's fief is in the far west of the kingdom, and his team is currently en route. Meanwhile, Count Dabire has already led his group to the southeastern mines to conduct preliminary scouting and construct the camp." Garen was pleasantly surprised by their efficiency, though upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Starting work even a day earlier meant reaping profits sooner. After all, this was about safeguarding the golden investment in that convoy. After bidding Garson farewell, Garen instructed Omar to gather the troops and prepare for departure. He assigned the convoy to be escorted by the 300 soldiers brought by Gandalf. At the same time, at the base, Gandalf, having received Garen's mental communication, was organizing nearly 300 farmers, ready to head north to establish a branch mine. Before setting off, Garen released a royal falcon, sending a message to Donnas at the Gashak farm. The message detailed his itinerary and plans while asking Donnas to monitor the movements of the trolls in Deadwood village. The timing of their actions had been carefully planned. The leadership of the Deadwood trolls had crossed the Alterac Mountains to reach Shadralo, the Deadwood tribe's main base in the hinterlands, to participate in the ritual honoring the spider Loa, Shadra. They intended to take advantage of the trolls' absence, building defensive structures and securing their position quickly. By coordinating with Donna's militia forces from the south, they aimed to effectively blockade Deadwood village. This plan had already been approved by the king, which was why the three noble lords were so eager to invest. Their ambitions extended far beyond merely tripling the profits from the mines. The march through the earthy highlands was monotonous and dull. The beasts of this land, with their limited intelligence, instinctively kept their distance from the armed troop. June had arrived, and the highlands were on the verge of a hot and rainy summer season. The Midsummer Fire Festival was approaching. Although the origins of this traditional celebration were lost to time, it was a period when people honored their ancestors' achievements in cultivating the land, defending their homes, and driving out darkness, expressing their yearning for light. Garen particularly enjoyed the festival's midsummer sausages, as well as the honey-dipped roasted bread and candied pastries. While he wasn't usually fond of sweets, the unique aroma of the sausages never failed to whet his appetite. This year, they would spend the 10-day-long festival outside Stromgard Keep, and perhaps Ham and Cavan could bring these specialties to the mines for trade during the festivities. The troops soon arrived at the crossroads of the kingdom's main road refuge point. From there, it was only a day's journey to the southeastern mines. Garen used the Heart of Origin to contact Gandalf remotely, instructing him to prepare to head to the southern mines for their meeting. Meanwhile, Garen himself would first go to the northern mines to inspect Count Dabire's preparations. The northern mines were bustling with activity. Hundreds of laborers were hard at work, while two newly restored watchtowers stood tall to the north. Guards patrolled the camp in teams, keeping a vigilant watch. In the center of the camp, within a makeshift tent, Count Dabire was deeply engrossed in examining some blueprints. "Good day, Master Dabire," Garen's voice rang out. The Count immediately set down his work and rose with a warm smile to greet him. "Your Highness, you've arrived." As Garen approached, Dabire gave a detailed report on their progress. They had arrived at the site 10 days earlier, first repairing the abandoned camp and watchtowers. They then began clearing the mines of the large spiders that had infested them. Although there had been injuries during the process, the alchemists they brought along were able to quickly prepare antidotes. It was only yesterday that the mines had been fully cleared. Garen was pleased with the progress and informed the Count that Viscount Garson would arrive the following day. The responsibilities were clearly divided among the three experienced noblemen. Dabire would oversee security and camp construction, Garson would handle mining equipment and track installation, and Newell would bring a large workforce to commence formal mining operations. These noblemen, contemporaries of Salas, had spent most of their lives waging war against the Witherbark trolls and were the backbone of the kingdom. Garen had no need to worry about their competence. "Master, I'm entrusting this mine to you all. They'll leave most of the soldiers here with you. If you need anything, you can reach out to Omar." After concluding discussions with Earl Dabra, Garen turned his attention to the defensive arrangements outside the camp. Considering that the northern mines were most vulnerable to incursions from Witheredwood village, Garen decided to adopt a strategy of splitting his forces. He left 700 men under Amor's command to guard the northern front, while he personally led 300 elite troops to escort the convoy southward. When Valakar and Omar expressed their intention to accompany him, Garen quickly found an excuse to decline their offer. After all, the plan to construct a town hall in the south needed to remain confidential. Using the pretext that the northern front was more dangerous, he managed to persuade the two to stay behind. Seizing the moment while they were still hesitating, Garen decisively led his team out. Upon arriving at the southern mining area, Gandalf had already set up camp at the foot of the mountain with a group of farmers. While directing the convoy into the camp, Garen assigned Gandalf the responsibility of safeguarding and managing the gold. If space pouches weren't so rare, he would have long stashed the gold away himself. Eager to activate the Heart of Origins, Garen allocated a central open space in the camp to construct the town hall. To his surprise, the project required a full 180 hours to complete, far exceeding the time needed for any previous building. Just as he began to fret over the lengthy wait, he suddenly recalled that human structures could be expedited with the help of farmers. Without delay, he gathered over a dozen farmers to begin construction, and soon the sounds of hammers and chisels filled the air. Watching the progress advance rapidly, Garen felt relieved that he wasn't wasting the full 180 hours. While the work was underway, he established a barracks at the camp entrance and surrounded the area with dozens of farms, depleting the reserve of gold in one go. Idle farmers were sent to chop wood, and the camp quickly became a hive of activity. During the waiting period, Garen pulled out a parchment to draft the blueprint for the future city. This place would become his overt base of operations, a crucial cornerstone on his path to kingship. When the town hall was finally completed, he immediately ordered half of the gold to be transported to the treasury. Watching 50,000 coins convert into 100,000 units of gold, Garen's eyes gleamed with determination. To accelerate development, he made the extravagant decision to construct a second town hall solely dedicated to training farmers. Although Donna's operation to eliminate scouts would buy them some time, there was only a little over a month remaining before the leadership of Witheredwood Village returned. During this month, the surface might appear calm, but Garen knew all too well that this was merely the calm before the storm. He was ready, waiting for the trolls to make their move. In just a month, the magical wheat from the farm had been harvested 3 times, and the submining area under Garen's management was thriving with vitality. In the southern mining district, the outline of a new city had become distinctly visible. This city was being built against the southeastern foothills of the Alterac Mountains, facing northwest. In the distance lay the Hillsbrad foothills, and the city stood opposite Stromgard Keep. On clear days, with the use of the Eagle Eye spell, one could even faintly glimpse the tall towers atop the gates of Stromgard Keep. The city was situated on a high slope at the foot of the mountain, with a graceful, arched layout. A semicircular wall encircled the base of the mountain like a massive ring. According to Garen's plan, 3 concentric city walls would be constructed here, dividing the city into 3 distinct ring-shaped zones. At the center of the first ring, 2 town halls had already been erected, working tirelessly day and night to train farmers and organize resource gathering. Garen planned to build another town hall here, and once the population reached 10,000, the central town hall would be upgraded to a level 2 main base. This would also serve as his future office and residence. The second ring was designated for military facilities. Along the main road leading to the city gates, the southern side of this area already housed 2 barracks, with plans for further expansion. The northern side was reserved for the mage district of the Arcane Sanctuary. Currently, only an arcane vault had been completed, and the Arcane Sanctuary would be constructed once the town hall was upgraded. The third ring, the outermost zone, was the agricultural area and the largest in size. A wide road divided this zone into 2 halves, with farms neatly arranged on either side in a grid-like pattern. Despite Garen's quiet complaints about his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, the orderly farms brought him immense satisfaction. So far, only a small portion of this area had been developed, with vast stretches of land still awaiting cultivation. Encircling the farm zone was a simple stone wall built from boulders mined from the local quarries. This wall connected to the base's watchtowers and extended along the edge of the high slope. Although it still needed to be heightened and reinforced, it already provided basic defensive capabilities. If expansion was required in the future, Garen planned to add another wall beyond the third ring, straightforwardly transforming the city into a 4-ring structure. All of these plans were designed with the intention of making this emerging city both functional and aesthetically pleasing. As Garen gazed at the circular city taking shape before him, he couldn't help but think of the inspiration Gandalf had given him, the magnificent Minas Tirith built into the mountainside, and the awe-inspiring siege battle it had endured. In just 1 month, the initial phase of the city was already coming together, despite the depletion of 100,000 units of gold. Behind the town hall, in the southern mining district, hundreds of farmers toiled away in 3 mines, tirelessly extracting and delivering resources to the town hall to be converted into precious gold energy. The output from the main and auxiliary mines was now sufficient to sustain the training of farmers in 3 town halls and infantry and riflemen in 4 barracks, with enough surplus to construct new farms. Initially, Garen had only intended to establish a secondary base, but it had unexpectedly grown into a main city larger than the first base. Once sufficient manpower was available, he planned to construct roads or tunnels through the mountains behind the 2 bases, connecting the regions. The progress over the past 2 months filled Garen with satisfaction. The base interface showed a population nearing 6,000, with 72 farmers and 64 combat units emerging daily from the training buildings. At this rate, the population required to upgrade to a Tier 2 main city 10,000 would be reached in just another month. The available combat force was already formidable: 1,500 infantry and over 800 riflemen, totaling more than 2,300 troops. With such strength, Garen no longer feared the trolls of Witheredwood Village and even began considering a proactive strike. At present, Garen stood atop the watchtower of the northern mining district, gazing toward Witheredwood Village. Over the past month, he had relied on the Archmage's mass teleportation to travel between the northern and southern mining areas. To maintain secrecy, he had refrained from establishing a fixed portal, which meant Gandalf had to expend additional effort. The northern mining district boasted a naturally advantageous location. Nestled deep within a valley, its only access point was a 1,000-meter-long canyon flanked by steep, nearly impassable cliffs. Midway through the canyon, the original wooden checkpoint had been transformed into a stone wall under the supervision of Count Dabire, forming a near-impenetrable barrier. Further investigation had revealed that the abandonment of the southeastern mining district was not as straightforward as it seemed. In contrast, the southern mining district's relatively flat terrain required significant resources to fortify its defenses. The northern mining district, however, was so strategically positioned that even an army of 10,000 trolls from Witheredwood Village would struggle to breach it. Additionally, the northern region was under the watchful eye of the kingdom's forces, making it nearly impossible for the trolls to amass such a large force unnoticed. Even if thousands of trolls laid siege, their primitive weapons and equipment, combined with ample stockpiles of provisions, would make holding out for reinforcements a near certainty. Garen had inquired about the matter with Viscount Garson, who remained stationed at the mining district, but the Viscount's low rank left him out of the loop regarding high-level secrets. Count Dabire might have had some knowledge, but he had returned to his territory to conduct magical experiments. Meanwhile, Amor, though a deputy commander of the cavalry regiment, had only held the position for the past 2 years, long after the mining district had been abandoned. While directly asking his father would have been the simplest route, Garen wanted to avoid appearing incapable. Instead, he had tasked Omar with investigating the official records surrounding the mining district's abandonment, hoping to uncover the truth behind the mystery. As Garen was deep in thought, a commotion suddenly erupted at the city gate. A few agile figures darted through it was the stealth team returning from their reconnaissance mission. This scouting group, jointly formed by 3 noble families, included both family retainers and elite operatives hired at great expense from the Ravenholt Manor. Ravenholt Manor is a unique mercenary organization. Despite its title as the Assassin's League, its services are far from limited to assassination. As long as the price is right, they accept almost any commission. The organization is led by the legendary rogue Duke Jorik Ravenholt, who would later become a central figure in the Rogues' Order Hall of the Anti-Demon Coalition. Notably, the group imposes no racial restrictions, welcoming humans, high elves, night elves, trolls, and other formidable individuals from various races. It is regarded as one of Azeroth's earliest multiracial organizations. Among the 5 stealth operatives hired by the 3 families, the leader was a bald man named Carlu Aurelius, rumored to have reached the pinnacle of advanced tier strength. Upon meeting Carlu for the first time, Garen couldn't help but think of the saying, "I lost my hair, but gained power." Turning to the man behind him, Garen said, "Teacher Umul, could you please find out if the Ravenholt operatives have brought back any important news?" Umul gave him a skeptical look. Ever since Garen had returned to the northern mining district, this loyal captain of the guard had stayed by his side without a moment's respite, making it nearly impossible for Garen to slip away unnoticed like he had done previously. "Don't worry, teacher. I'll stay right here and wait for news from Witheredwood Village," Garen assured him helplessly, internally sighing at his lack of persuasive eloquence. If only he were as quick-witted as the famous comedian of the past, he might not have to endure Umul's constant shadowing. Once Umul had left, Garen turned to the Archmage standing nearby. "Gandalf, how is your strength recovering now?" Gandalf was a soul of immense power from the void, a being who could rightly be called an alien. He had been reshaped into human form by the Altar of Kings. In his former life, he wielded astral mage powers far beyond the legendary tier, but his rebirth had limited him to the 7th tier due to Garen's foundational strength. Over the past month, he had been adapting to his new body and gradually regaining his power. "Your Highness, I've stabilized at the 8th tier," Gandalf replied calmly. Seeing Gandalf's composed demeanor, Garen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. "Do you think you could reach the 9th tier by next month?" Gandalf gave him a slightly exasperated glance, as if he were addressing a naive child. "Your Highness, the 9th tier isn't something that grows like cabbages in a field. It doesn't sprout in just a month." His expression clearly conveyed the unspoken message. Did you really think that eating, drinking, and sleeping would be enough to advance in power? However, since Garen was his master, Gandalf felt obliged to explain everything clearly. Straightening his posture, he respectfully reported to Garen, "Your Highness, while clearing the mines, every time the water elemental and I killed one of the giant highland wolf spiders, I could feel a slight increase in power. The larger the spider, the greater the power gained." Garen immediately grasped the underlying principle. Must be a unique experience system tied to the Heart of Origin's base. He recalled that during the previous operation to eliminate the troll encampment with Omar, he hadn't felt any growth in strength. It seemed this system was a privilege exclusive to Gandalf. If he himself wanted to grow stronger, he would have to rely on rigorous training or the amplification provided by the Altar of Kings. Nonetheless, the infantry and musketeers in the base, though only at tier 3 strength, should also be able to grow stronger through this experience system during battles. After investing 100,000 units of gold, Garen had completed the research on all 4 technologies in the blacksmith shop. Additionally, he had fully upgraded the technologies in the lumber mill to bolster defenses. Iron swordsmanship improved the attack power of melee units like militia and infantry. Iron armor strengthened the defensive capabilities of units such as militia and infantry. Black powder enhanced the range and firepower of ranged units like musketeers. Leather-plated armor increased the protection for lightly armored units like musketeers. The development of these technologies and the subsequent equipment upgrades had consumed a massive amount of funds, causing Garen to wince in pain. Fortunately, newly trained units were automatically equipped with upgraded gear, significantly boosting their overall combat strength. Furthermore, the thousands of outdated equipment pieces that were phased out could later be sold for extra income. As Garen pondered testing this newly upgraded force, Amor approached briskly. "Your Highness, Viscount Garson requests your presence for a council meeting." Sensing that something significant might be unfolding, Garen prepared himself. Over the past month, the higher-ups of Witheredwood Village must have returned from Shadralore and discovered the disappearance of multiple scouting parties, which had disrupted their surveillance of the human borders. They were bound to take action. In the newly refurbished council hall, Viscount Garson and Viscount Newell had already been waiting for some time. Soon, Count Darby, who had received a magical summons, arrived via the teleportation array. "Garson, what's so urgent?" Count Darby asked directly upon his arrival. Garson handed over a report. According to the thieves' investigations, it seems the trolls of Witheredwood Village are mobilizing their forces. The 3 nobles immediately launched into a discussion. Despite the trolls losing their scouts, their high-ranking stealth operatives might have already uncovered the human deployments in the area. Given the usual behavior of the Witheredwood tribe, a retaliatory strike would be expected. Strangely, however, there had been no reports of casualties on their side, and the spies had even infiltrated deep into the heart of Witheredwood Village. Recalling the peculiarities surrounding the kingdom's previous abandonment of this land, Garen suddenly voiced a possibility. "Uncles, could it be that we have a problem within our own ranks?" The suffocating silence in the hall lasted for a few seconds before several nobles spoke up simultaneously, their voices overlapping in agitation. "Your Highness, are you implying there's a traitor among us?" "Impossible. Your Highness, we are loyal to the kingdom." "Stop. Stop. Uncles, that's not what I meant." Galen raised his hand to signal for calm and explained. "The recruitment efforts have been so extensive that nearly everyone in the kingdom knows my father has entrusted me with managing the southeastern mines. My concern is that enemy forces might have planted spies among the laborers." "Your Highness has a point," one noble remarked, frowning in thought. "But in recent years, aside from the trolls, we haven't faced any significant enemies. Could it be the kingdom of Alterac?" Another noble interjected. "We had a dispute with them not long ago. Their borders are close to the hinterlands, and it would be easy for them to pass information to Shadralore. Aiden, that scoundrel, would do anything for his own gain." The discussion quickly turned into speculation, with all fingers pointing at the kingdom of Alterac, which had strained relations with Stromgard. However, in Galen's mind, this seemed unlikely. He silently reviewed the political landscape of the human kingdoms. The kingdom of Stormwind dominated the south. In the north, the Menethil family ruled over the vast and populous Lordaeron. Gilneas pursued isolationist policies. Stromgard boasted a strong military presence. The mages of Dalaran were engrossed in the study of arcane magic, and Kultiras thrived on maritime trade. Even the small kingdom of Alterac, though modest, was home to a resilient people accustomed to enduring the harsh winds of High Mountain. These royal descendants, who had once defeated the forest trolls, were unlikely to stoop to the level of betraying humanity by selling information to the trolls. "Uncles," Galen interrupted their speculation about Alterac, "let's set this matter aside for now. We'll investigate once we have concrete evidence. The immediate priority is preparing for a possible troll invasion." "Your Highness is right. It'll bolster our defenses and remain ready for combat," one of the nobles responded, as the group shifted focus to practical measures strengthening security, increasing patrols, and reassuring the miners. "The Scarlet Flame Legion will remain ready to deploy at a moment's notice," Galen continued. "Uncles, your only task is to hold the mines. Leave the rest to me." Count Dabire, Galen's former mentor and a close confidant, immediately spoke up to object. "Your Highness, while your Crimson Flame army is indeed elite, it has only been established for a month. The enemy is a formidable troll clan, and with just 1,000 soldiers, you are at a numerical disadvantage." "I cannot agree to you taking such a risk," Earl Dable said, his voice filled with concern. Garen looked at his mentor, who clearly cared deeply for him and felt a wave of warmth in his heart. However, he was already prepared and confident. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Teacher, you don't need to worry. My Crimson Flame army has already expanded to 3,000 soldiers. After accounting for the necessary personnel to guard the southern mines, I can still deploy the majority of my forces. This revelation left everyone present visibly astonished. They had not expected the prince to expand his army so significantly in such a short time, nor did they understand how he managed to secure the logistics and supplies for this force. Before Earl Dable could voice further objections, Garen added, Teacher, I've already contacted Donnas from Gashak Farm. He will personally lead a team to support me. Hearing Donnas' name, Earl Dable swallowed the words he was about to say. Donnas, a royal family member who had achieved fame and success in his 20s, was widely recognized for his capabilities. His titles commander of the kingdom's militia, high-rank combatant, and defender of the people were all earned through merit and hard work. As a transmigrator with the advantage of a system, Garen was filled with confidence about the future. He believed he would one day surpass Donnas, but this belief allowed him to sincerely maintain a good relationship with him, avoiding the sibling rivalry that might have occurred in his original timeline. Your Highness, I will entrust the scout unit to your command, Earl Dable said, reluctantly agreeing to Garen's plan, though he still sought to ensure the prince's safety. After a moment of thought, Garen replied, Teacher, you can leave me the personnel hired from Ravenholt Manor instead. You'll still need scouts to gather intelligence about the surrounding areas. This decision was carefully considered. The mercenaries from Ravenholt Manor, though hired, were backed by the Assassin's Guild, whose reputation for reliability was well known. Once they accepted a mission, they would stop at nothing to see it through. Garen was particularly impressed by the strength of a bald-headed warrior among them and was even considering hiring him long-term as an advisor for his covert operations unit. As for the Witherbark clan, the once prominent forest troll tribe had long since declined. They had lost control of the earthy highlands 1,000 years ago and now mainly operated in the hinterlands, near Shadralor. While the Witherbark village on the eastern border of the earthy highlands could muster 5,000 to 6,000 fighters, it was unlikely they would deploy their entire force. With proper preparation and Dana's support, Garen was confident he could defeat this troll army. With a stronghold as his base, his confidence had never been stronger. After concluding his discussion with Count Darby, Garen arranged for the meeting between the assassin squad and the Crimson Flame outpost, then left the council chamber with Gandalf and Amor. Gandalf, head back and mobilize the main forces. Leave 300 men to guard the base. Garen issued the instructions succinctly. The southern mining site, this secondary base, still undisclosed to the public, had completed its defensive fortifications. Dozens of upgraded watchtowers now stood tall, transformed into formidable defensive towers. These heavily armored structures were capable of both ground and aerial strikes, with a piercing attack range of 400 yards. While magical sentry technology had not yet been developed, the current defensive capabilities were already impressive. The 1,000 or so workers in the mines and lumberyards could be converted into combat forces at any moment, supplemented by 300 regular soldiers patrolling and guarding the area, ensuring security was not an issue. Additionally, Garen commanded 3 specialized squads, including Omar's. Despite the base's military strength exceeding 2,000 troops, Garen had refrained from integrating the new recruits into Omar's team. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the varying abilities of the squad leaders had to be taken into account. Omar was calm and rational, capable of handling responsibilities independently. Valakar, though fearless in battle, lacked strategic acumen. And Fadil, Flar, and Kimmel were still relatively inexperienced, with premature promotions potentially causing discontent among seasoned subordinates. Second, Garen had already identified the ideal candidate, Amor. As the former captain of King Salas's Royal Guard and deputy commander of the cavalry, this 9th-tier master possessed extensive experience in commanding troops and was fully capable of leading a 3,000-strong force. When they arrived at the Crimson Flame camp, situated on the high ground between the northern and southern mining zones, Omar and his team were engaged in coordinated training. Garen instructed a messenger to summon all the squad leaders to the command tent and then entered it with Amor. Observing Amor's imposing stature, Garen felt even more convinced about his decision. Amor, I intend to place all the troops under your command. What do you think? He asked. Having served under Salas for 2 decades, rising from a common soldier to deputy commander, Amor had long cultivated a calm and composed demeanor. He replied without hesitation, No problem, Your Highness. Galen was not at all surprised by Amor's calm and concise response. Ever since he started learning martial arts at the age of 5 and met Amor, the captain of the Royal Guard at 6 years of interaction had taught him well that this mentor was a man of few words, a textbook example of actions speak louder than words. Before long, the 3 captains, Varokal, Omar, and Fadil, entered the tent one after another. The last to arrive was Carlu Aurelius, a high-ranking rogue from Ravenholt Manor. Galen glanced around, confirming that everyone was present, and began the introductions. This is Master Carlu from Ravenholt Manor. He will be working with us for the foreseeable future. The royal guards exchanged curious looks at the unfamiliar face, nodding in acknowledgement. As Galen's trusted confidants, they were all familiar with the widely circulated phrase, "Got troubles? Come to us." Ravenholt solves problems at the root. Galen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly whenever he recalled the first time he heard this slogan. It was catchy, sure, but also brutally literal. After all, eliminating troublemakers physically did indeed solve problems at their root. Looking at Master Carlu again, Galen couldn't help but find the man's honest-looking face, thick brows, large eyes, and full lips at odds with the stereotypical image of an assassin. And that shiny bald head of his, gleaming as if it could be used as a lantern at night, only added to the contradiction. Galen speculated that Carlu must cover his head thoroughly during missions. Otherwise, such a distinctive feature would surely give him away. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Galen got straight to the point. "Gentlemen, we have our mission. Deadwood Village is rallying its forces, likely targeting our mines. We need to wipe out their troops." The reactions in the tent varied. Omar and Carlu maintained composed expressions, which was no surprise. Carlu had brought this intelligence, and Omar was known for his unshakable calm. In contrast, Varokal and Fadil couldn't hide their excitement. Fadil saw an opportunity to earn merit, while Varacalthbrut was simply thrilled by the prospect of a fight. "I appoint Amor as the deputy commander of the Crimson Flame Army, with full authority over this mission," Galen announced. "Understood, Your Highness," the three captains responded in unison. None dared to object to the appointment. After all, Amor was not only their senior with extensive experience, but also powerful enough to take on all of them single-handedly. Watching the three behave as meekly as quails, Galen felt a sense of satisfaction. Later, Gandalf the Wizard will join us from the south with newly recruited personnel. We will regroup tomorrow morning and set off at noon. Any questions? No questions, Your Highness. Good. For this operation, the Crimson Flame Army will deploy 2,700 troops, with General Darnaz leading the militia in support. Galen paused, his tone becoming more serious. This is the Crimson Flame Army's first official military operation. I expect you to win, and win decisively. Pass this on. Anyone who screws up will be reassigned to transport duty. As he uttered the final word, a sinister smile crept onto Galen's face, his lips curling slightly. Omar and Varokal, seeing that expression, couldn't help but be reminded of the many years they'd been at the mercy of this cunning prince's schemes. Gandalf arrived at the camp earlier than expected, just in time for dinner. Seeing the legendary wizard appear punctually, Garen couldn't help but wonder if this renowned figure might share something in common with ordinary workers, a fondness for clocking out on time and enjoying meals promptly. With everyone already gathered, Garen decided to host a bonfire party. It coincided with the Midsummer Flame Festival, making it the perfect occasion to reward the team that had been training tirelessly for an entire month. He called upon Harmon Raven's caravan to bring delicacies from the Highlands, aromatic midsummer sausages, sweet and chewy candied fruits, and the rich, creamy cheese native to Darbyre. In exchange, the caravan would transport the base's magical wheat and homemade ale to Ironforge. Harmon also collected a fresh supply of meat from the mining district's logistics team, ensuring a grand feast for the evening. The bonfire cast a warm glow on everyone's faces, and laughter and chatter filled the night air. Over 2,000 summoned soldiers from the barracks quickly bonded with the 700 Highland recruits. With ale flowing freely, groups of soldiers gathered in threes and fours, arms slung over each other's shoulders, forging camaraderie. As Garen leisurely enjoyed his homemade raptor meat skewers, he marveled at the wonders of the heart of origin. Each soldier it created bore unique appearances and personalities, as if they were truly living individuals. When Valakar took the lead in organizing a bonfire dance, the camp's atmosphere reached its peak. More and more soldiers joined in hand, forming circles around the flames. Watching the boisterous and masculine dance scene, Garen found it hard to bear and excused himself, claiming he was tired and needed to return to his tent. The ever-perceptive Amor quickly followed him, leaving Omar behind to reluctantly continue enjoying the lively festivities. The next morning, Garen assembled the entire team at dawn. In the soft morning light, he officially appointed Amor as the deputy commander of the Crimson Flame Army, granting him authority to lead the troops. Garen admitted that large-scale military strategy was not his forte, and that he could only rely on the most basic tactics. The formation of over 2,700 soldiers was an imposing sight, with the dense sea of heads seemingly stretching endlessly. Fortunately, most of them were well-trained base soldiers, and apart from Garen's commanding battle cry, the camp was silent. Standing at the forefront of the formation, Garen couldn't help but recall his experiences in his previous life, whether as a flag bearer or performing at school events before an audience of teachers and students. But now, he was standing before a real army. The stern and determined expressions on the soldiers' faces exuded an air of lethal intent, placing an unprecedented weight on his shoulders. Seeing these spirited warriors, Garen realized with clarity that when it came to commanding troops, he was far outmatched by veterans like Valakar and Fadil, who had real militia combat experience. With the origin heart he carried, Garland had taken on the responsibility of leading the base it brought. He knew he would have to personally command the battlefield in the future, ensuring the safety of every soldier in the Crimson Flame army. Thinking back to the cheerful scene of soldiers singing and dancing the night before, and their animated expressions while boasting, Garland realized he must grow into a capable and outstanding commander. After a brief moment of reflection, Garland handed over command to Amor. This seasoned veteran, who had once led a regiment of 6,000 elite cavalry, was well suited to manage the now less than 3,000-strong Crimson Flame army. His adept coordination and clear orders were the primary reasons Garland chose him as commander. At the same time, Garland could learn many key aspects of military command by staying at Amor's side. Amor quickly organized the troops. Omar and Fadil's units were assigned as the vanguard. Valakar's cavalry took the flanks, while Amor himself stayed with the central forces to oversee the entire operation. Gandalf was stationed at the rear to guard the supplies. A team of 300 soldiers escorted the provisions, following closely behind the main force. Garland rode his warhorse alongside Amor, moving forward with the army. A month earlier, to enhance the Crimson Flame army's unit composition, Garland had selected 300 soldiers from Valakar's 700 Highland troops to form a cavalry unit. The Highland region, with its fertile pastures, meant that nearly every household owned horses for herding or transportation, making the selection process remarkably smooth. Garland simply picked the strongest 300. Logistics were also well prepared. In addition to the supply convoy carrying several carts of enchanted wheat, Garland's runic cloth pouch contained a month's worth of accumulated recovery scrolls and clarity potions. These resources were especially critical for a unit without a field priest. Recovery scrolls could restore the health of nearby allies within 45 seconds, while clarity potions replenished 1/3 of the user's mana within 30 seconds. Each day, the Arcane Vault's craftsman could produce 2 recovery scrolls and 2 clarity potions, excelling in enchanting, forging, alchemy, and jewel crafting. Garland had also purchased some mechanical gadgets for Reconnaissance from the town hall. He now owned 3 arcane vaults, 1 at the main base and 2 at the outposts. He saw a business opportunity. These supplies could be sold in Dalaran, especially the group healing recovery scrolls, which were highly appealing to both armies and adventurers. Compared to the expensive red potions crafted by Azeroth's alchemists, these recovery scrolls had a clear advantage. While Garland was deep in thought, the checkpoint of the northern mining area came into view. Amor suggested using this fortress to their advantage, allowing the Crimson Flame army to familiarize themselves with real combat through a defensive battle while waiting for the trolls' attack. The team entered the northern district stronghold around midday. Amor immediately began organizing defensive measures, while Garen followed closely, using the opportunity to observe and learn the essentials of military fortifications. Amor first sent Master Karlru out to scout the movements of the trolls. Meanwhile, he assigned Omar and Varokal to oversee the defense and patrol of the city walls. Fadil's troops were designated as a reserve force, ready to support the wall's defense at any moment. At the entrance of the canyon, Garen cleverly set up 2 watchtowers. Once completed, the farmers who had helped in the construction were withdrawn. These watchtowers, positioned about 1 kilometer from the stronghold, lacked offensive capabilities but were connected to the base's perspective through spiritual energy, allowing full surveillance of the area. Garen anticipated that when the trolls discovered the empty towers, they would assume these were abandoned structures left behind during the human retreat. Afterward, Garen accompanied Amor on a patrol of the city walls. The canyon spanned over 200 meters in width, with the walls built at its narrowest point, measuring 150 meters in length and 2 meters in width. This stronghold, constructed over a month with the combined manpower of 3 noble families, had no heavy weaponry installed. This was partly due to the limited preparation time, and partly because conventional weapons were deemed sufficient to deal with the trolls from Witheredwood village. After concluding the inspection, the 2 returned to the command center. Garen requested Gandalf to contact Donas to discuss the next steps. Gandalf took out several gemstones off which Garen only recognized malachite, and Cat's Eye and cast a spell on a crystal ball. A beam of blue light shot out from the crystal ball, forming a screen, which soon displayed Donas's face. This was a communication crystal ball specially crafted by Gandalf, which had previously been delivered to Donas via messenger. The clarity of this magical communication method, comparable to modern video conferencing, left everyone present in awe. Master, this is quite the skill. Looks like communication soldiers might be out of a job soon, Amor remarked in admiration. Gandalf stroked his long white beard humbly and replied, Not at all, not at all. This old man still remembers a bit of magic, just enough to scrape by in the magical field. Can this spell be widely implemented, Master? Amor immediately considered its potential value in military communication. Gandalf shook his head and said, I'm afraid it would be quite challenging. The spell itself is simplites just a basic water screen technique that even an apprentice mage can perform. However, the medium for casting it, namely this crystal ball, is rather difficult to craft. Gandalf noticed the curiosity written all over Garen and Ummel's faces, so he began to explain the principles of the long-distance communication system in detail. Pointing to the crystal ball in his hand, he spoke patiently. First, the crystal ball needs to be enchanted with a cat's eye spell to function as the eye of detection, which captures images. Then, the mirror image spell is used to project the images, and finally, the water screen spell is applied for display. He paused for a moment before continuing. But that's not enough. While high-level mages are capable of precision spellcasting, the signal transmission range between two crystal balls is too short. To overcome this, a unique spatial magic is required to create a special interdimensional channel between the 2 points. Ummel listened, utterly bewildered, understood each word individually, but together, they made no sense to him. In contrast, Garen suddenly had a moment of clarity. Having learned basic magic from Count Darbire, he also knew that Gandalf had gained the talent for mass teleportation from the Altar of Kings. The combination of these two factors had led to the creation of this long-distance communication system. A business opportunity began to form in Garen's mind. If this technology couldn't be widely distributed, why not market it as a luxury product? Azeroth was full of wealthy elites, and this could definitely turn a profit. He mulled over the idea, realizing he was venturing further down the path of a cunning businessman. "Hey, Garen, are you there?" A voice suddenly came through the glowing screen, interrupting their conversation. It was Donna's, and the familiar scene momentarily transported Garen back to a past life, reminiscent of testing microphones with his gaming buddies. Loud and clear. "Where are you guys now?" Garen replied. Donna's reported that they were concealed on a hillside less than 10 kilometers to the west, waiting for the signal to launch an encirclement. Ummel immediately urged caution, pointing out that trolls were advancing rapidly from the north, though there were no high-level stealth units among them. After confirming the strength of both sides, Donna's 3,000 militiamen, Count Darbire's 1,000 family guards, and 3,000 warriors from the Crimson Flame tribe, totaling nearly 7,000 against the trolls' 3,000, the group felt confident about the upcoming battle. Donna's was surprised by how Garen had managed to gather 3,000 men in such a short time. However, just as he was about to make a teasing remark, a bald man strode into the tent, lifting the flap. "Your Highness, we've spotted troll movements." Dusk fell, accompanied by a gentle breeze, and no rain. It had been half a day since Master Carlu relayed the news of the troll army advancing toward the mining area. Garen stood alone atop the city wall, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Though his eyes seemed vacant, his mind was already connected to the base's map. Along the path from Witheredwood Village to the mine, Garen had strategically placed over a dozen ingenious mechanical devices. These small contraptions, disguised as spiders, rats, and baby raptors, blended seamlessly into the surroundings, granting him an expansive view of the northern terrain. As Garen focused intently on monitoring the map, a disturbance arose in the north. A group of towering figures emerged from the shadows. Their green skin was thickly coated in moss, their unkempt hair hung wildly, and their protruding tusks added a menacing touch. Leading the group was a burly troll mounted on a white raptor beast, Master Kama. A renowned warrior of the Witheredwood tribe and an infamous butcher of the Earthy Highlands, Kama was clad in finely crafted armor and wielded a long spear. Flanking him were several troll witch doctors wearing white wooden masks. Memories of Garen's past life surfaced. Kama was known to drop the rare swift albino raptor mount, though the drop rate was frustratingly low, and Garen had never succeeded in obtaining it. Behind Kama trailed the troll army, their equipment crude and basic. These soldiers wore rough leather armor, wielding axes and wooden shields. Towering over 2 meters tall with powerful physiques, they traversed the rugged terrain effortlessly. At the rear of the formation were distinctive headhunters, their fiery red hair standing out starkly amidst the green ranks. They hunched their backs, each carrying a bag of throwable spears slung over their shoulders. In less than 5 minutes, the massive army vanished into the darkness at the edge of the visible range. Garen exhaled slowly, disengaging from the observation interface. He turned and instructed his personal guards behind him. "Inform Deputy Amor that the trolls will arrive in 30 minutes. Also, have Mage Gandalf contact Donna's to report the trolls' movements." The 2 guards immediately split up to carry out their tasks. One of them had just relayed the message to Amor on the city wall when a stealthy scout from Ravenholt Manor appeared at the gate, loudly reporting that the trolls were only 5 kilometers away. Amor was visibly startled, couldn't fathom how the prince had obtained intelligence faster than the scouts. But there was no time to dwell on it. The priority was to prepare for battle. "All units, ready for combat," Amor ordered decisively. The long wait finally bore fruit. At the canyon's entrance, the trolls began to appear one by one. Under Beastmaster Kama's command, they entered the canyon in an orderly formation. Though they noticed the watchtowers on either side, they paid them no mind upon realizing they were unoccupied. Eventually, the troll army halted just beyond the range of the musketeers' rifles. Riding his albino raptor, Beastmaster Kama moved to the front, gazing silently at the stone fortress before him. Kama had just returned to the Witherbark village from Shadralore a few days ago. Riding his albino raptor, he sped through the mountain paths of the Alterac Mountains, arriving ahead of the chieftain, Zala's Witherbark. However, what awaited him was a maddening discovery. Witherbark village was heavily surrounded by humans, and many scouts had been brutally killed. The truth only came to light after receiving a secret letter from a human trader. The human kingdom had not only re-established a garrison in the southern mining area of Witherbark village, but had also coordinated with northern forces to ambush the tribe's scouts. This revelation ignited Kama's already fiery temper. He smashed his beloved goblet in a fit of rage, and immediately ordered the assembly of young warriors. After nearly a day of urgent mobilization and reorganization, a vengeful force was quickly formed. When Kama and his army arrived at the mining area, the sight before him caught him off guard. The last time he led his tribe to conquer this place, it had only been protected by a flimsy wooden gate, which could be easily shattered with a charge from Little Heart, his albino raptor. Now, however, a 5-meter stone wall loomed imposingly. Despite this, Kama's confidence remained unshaken. Warriors, with their agility, could scale such a wall with ease in pairs. As for the mere few hundred human soldiers stationed on the wall, victory seemed well within reach. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, Prince Garen was secretly reveling in his plan. Over 2,000 red flame troops and more than 1,000 noble private soldiers lay in ambush beneath the walls, while General Daneth was rapidly advancing from the canyon outside. The scheme to trap his enemies like fish in a barrel made Garen chuckle sinisterly, prompting Gandalf, standing nearby, to quietly step back half a pace. Outside the fortress, the wait only made Kama more impatient. He was eager to avenge his fallen tribesmen and destroy the wall before him. Raising his spear high, he let out a thunderous battle cry. For the glory of the Witherbark tribe, warriors, charge with me. The battle erupted in an instant. Troll warriors in the front line raised their shields and charged, while headhunters in the rear prepared their spears for ranged support. Witch doctors stood ready to cast spells to bolster the warriors. Just as Kama envisioned his warriors scaling the walls and unleashing chaos, the humans launched their counterattack. The infantry on the walls quickly formed a shield wall, providing cover for the musketeers. At the command of their officers, the musketeers began staggered firing, first, covering fire from 400 meters out, followed by precise volleys at 350 meters. Amidst the smoke and gunpowder, metal bullets thudded against troll wooden shields with dull, jarring impacts. After 3 rounds of concentrated fire, some troll shields began to splinter. Exposed warriors were swiftly picked off by the musketeers, while those in the rear rushed forward to fill the gaps in the formation. Though the headhunters retaliated with a barrage of spears, most were deflected by the humans' heavy shields. Despite suffering significant casualties, the troll forces finally managed to advance to the base of the wall. Staring at the city walls looming close, Karl's lips curled into a cruel smile, as if victory was within his grasp. However, inside the walls, Garen was crouched behind the musketeers, calmly observing the situation. Kama, you think you're on the 2nd level, but little do you know, I've been on the 3rd all along, he murmured. Inside the walls, the soldiers had already formed neat ranks in groups of 3-2 base soldiers, paired with a noble private soldier armed with a customized lassoing pole. When Garen had initially asked them about their horsecatching skills, the Highland soldiers had confidently declared it a fundamental ability. This had surprised Garen, who had always thought lassoing was a unique skill of the Mongolian people. Yet here, on these lush grasslands, the techniques for capturing wild horses were remarkably similar. Kama, the strongest among the troll forces, launched the first attack. The 5-meter-high wall was nothing more than a springboard to him. With a crouch, his thick legs exploded with incredible power, propelling him into the air as he raised his shield in front of him. This sight reminded Omar and Varokal, who were watching, of the Frog Prince's bizarrely agile leaps from a month ago. The other troll soldiers followed closely behind, working in pairs as they leapt onto the wall by stepping on their comrades' shoulders and backs. Some landed successfully, while others were shot down midair by the musketeers. Kama landed firmly in the center of the wall, breaking through the musketeers' defenses. Overwhelmed with excitement, he threw his head back and roared, "You pathetic humans, I'll slaughter you all." Before his words had fully echoed, a lassoing pole looped tightly around Kama's neck. Fadil yanked it with all his strength, catching the troll warlord off guard and dragging him toward the edge of the wall. 2 base soldiers quickly rushed in to attack. Meanwhile, other trolls who had climbed onto the wall faced a similar fate, each one being surrounded and overwhelmed by a trio of defenders. Seeing his strategy working perfectly, Garen slapped his knee and laughed triumphantly, looking just like Tom watching Jerry's misfortune. However, The immensely powerful Kama did not fall as easily as the others. Though dragged a few meters, he erupted in a fit of rage and humiliation, unleashing even greater strength. Swinging his spear, he struck down the two soldiers attacking him and then locked his murderous gaze on Fadil. Omar, who had been closely monitoring Kama, sprang into action. Just as Kama was about to deliver a fatal blow to Fadil, Omar arrived in time to block the deadly spear. After a failed strike, Kama's aura grew even more menacing, with a faintly visible red vortex swirling behind him, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. From the kingdom's wanted records, Omar was well aware of the formidable strength of this high-ranking warrior from the Witheredwood tribe. After a brief exchange, he quickly realized that defeating Kama in an unknown fight was unlikely. Without hesitation, he called out loudly, "Carl." On the other side of the city wall, Valakar, who was overseeing the battle, responded immediately. He swiftly handed over command to his deputy, and Drusa, former member of the Royal Prince's Gardan, rushed to provide support. Years of camaraderie allowed the two to coordinate seamlessly, barely managing to fend off Kama's ferocious assault. The battle began to unfold according to Garen's strategy. At first, his unconventional lasso maneuver caught the trolls completely off guard, inflicting significant casualties. However, as more and more trolls climbed onto the city walls, their numerical advantage became apparent, and the human soldiers atop the walls came under immense pressure. At this critical moment, Amor gave a decisive order. "First squad, move out." Instantly, several squads hidden within the checkpoint surged onto the walls like a tidal wave, joining the fray. This was all part of Garen's feigned weakness to lure the enemy into a trap. Strategy, empty watchtowers, and the deliberately sparse deployment of soldiers on the walls were all orchestrated to tempt Kama into overconfidence and reckless aggression. The battle on the walls grew increasingly intense. Musketeers maintained suppressive fire, while groups of 3 soldiers continuously surrounded and eliminated the trolls scaling the walls. However, as nearly 1,000 trolls made their way onto the walls, those below finally sensed something was amiss. The human defensive line atop the walls remained intact and showed no signs of disorder. "It's a trap," bellowed a hulking troll as imposing as Kama, who immediately took over command and ordered a halt to the assault. The newly appointed deputy commander was filled with regret, cursing himself for not stopping Kama's reckless charge earlier. Acting on mere intelligence from a noble informant, they had launched this hasty attack. Now, not only had they lost their commander, but a third of their forces had been decimated. Faced with the expectant gazes of the other witch doctors, the deputy commander was caught in a dilemma. Pressing the attack could lead to total annihilation, but retreating immediately would be difficult to justify to the chieftain. After all, Kama was a renowned warrior of the tribe. Abandoning him would undoubtedly earn the deputy the disgraceful label of a coward. "Damn Kama," he muttered under his breath. On top of the city walls, the battle was nearing its conclusion. As the trolls below ceased their assault, 3 elite human soldiers worked in perfect coordination to take down each remaining troll warrior. Under such an overwhelming tactical advantage, the trolls were forced into a retreat. Soon, only sporadic clashes could be heard along the walls. Garen quickly surveyed the battlefield, his eyes scanning over the fallen bodies, most of them belonging to the trolls. The 3-Genstone strategy had significantly minimized human casualties. Only a few soldiers were injured by the desperate counterattacks of dying trolls. These wounded warriors had already been swiftly moved to the edges of the battlefield by the reserve troops, awaiting medical attention. At this moment, only one fierce fight remained on the city wall. After ensuring the battle was under control, Umul decisively took over the duel with Kama from Omar and Valakar. He sought to use this opportunity to completely annihilate the troll army. Earlier, Kama, burning with rage, had demonstrated strength far beyond that of Omar and Valakar. However, the two had successfully stalled him with their agile guerrilla tactics. This strategy further enraged Kama, driving him into a berserk state and allowing him to overpower their coordination. Just as the situation grew dire and both Omar and Valakar sustained injuries, it was Gandalf's water elemental that intercepted a fatal blow aimed at Valakar, creating an opening for Umul to intervene. The clash between the 2 master-level combatants began immediately. Their overwhelming presence forced the surrounding soldiers to retreat, widening the encirclement. Yet Garen stood his ground, unshaken. Though beads of sweat formed on his forehead under the ferocious aura of the combatants, the young prince held his posture straight and firm, refusing to take even a single step back. Gandalf stood protectively by his side, accompanied by a newly summoned water elemental. As a prince determined to become a formidable warrior, Garen was constantly honing his willpower, resisting the temptations of indulgence and decadence. He firmly believed that only an unyielding spirit could forge a true champion. The battle raged on. Kama's spear strikes remained sharp and menacing, but his offensive had lost the fiery intensity it initially displayed. Umul's sword met each strike with precise deflection, gradually gaining the upper hand. The crimson glow surrounding Kama flickered like a dying flame, his aura noticeably weaker than before. As the fury subsided, reason once again took hold of Kama's mind. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, and the situation on the city wall filled him with dread. All the tribesmen who had climbed the wall with him had fallen, and the human soldiers were tightening their encirclement. Fortunately, the tribesmen outside the city had noticed the anomaly in time and ceased their assault. Otherwise, this battle could have cost the tribe nearly half of its young warriors, a responsibility Kama could not bear. Narrowing his eyes, Kama assessed the enemies around him. Aside from the human warrior wielding a greatsword, the others posed no significant threat. The opportunity to break through was within reach. His gaze locked onto two particularly conspicuous figures in the crowd: an elderly man in an ornate magical robe and the young man he was guarding. The young man's positioning and the protective stance of the elder revealed his exceptional status. Kama quickly calculated his options. If he could capture this seemingly important young man, he might use him as leverage to escape. As for the mage, though his magical aura was strong, it was clear he had not yet reached the 9th tier of mastery. In close combat, even the most powerful mage was no more than a helpless target. With this thought, Kama suddenly pushed off with his right foot, lunging forward with his spear aimed at Amor. Just as he was about to make contact, he stomped heavily on the ground, sending a shockwave that stirred up a cloud of debris and dust. Amor was forced to take a step back and raise his sword in defense, playing right into Kama's hands. Seizing the opportunity presented by the obscured vision, Kama charged directly toward Garen and Gandalf. However, Garen had already seen through his intentions and swiftly darted behind the archmage, uttering a brief command. "Take him down." Gandalf remained motionless, lifting his arm slightly as an ice shield materialized instantly. Kama's spear struck the shield with full force but failed to break through. This stunned him. How could a mage's shield withstand a direct blow at such close range? In the moment he hesitated, Gandalf had already begun casting spells. Frost Nova, Mirror Image, Ice Lance, Frostbolt, Frostfire Blast. A seamless barrage of spells rained down. Kama had no time to react before he was frozen in place, his entire body encased in a thick layer of ice. Looking at the fallen Kama, Garen sighed inwardly. He had thought to prey on the weak, only to unwittingly provoke a hidden master. This archmage, who had once roamed the astral realms, might currently only be at the 8th tier after his rebirth, but he carried with him arcane knowledge far beyond Azeroth's understanding. Given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of demigods. This time, Kama had truly hit an immovable wall. As the dust from the shockwave settled, Amor remained in a defensive stance, scanning his surroundings but finding no trace of the giant troll. The moment he realized it was a trap, a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. A high-ranking troll warlord, Kama, was struck squarely by a piercing ice spear. His entire body was instantly encased in ice, flung backward, and crashed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Garen observed this dramatic turn of events, silently marveling at the sight. He recalled the legend of this beastmaster. Once, Kama rode his beloved white raptor, carving out a fearsome reputation across the earthy highlands. But today, he lay alone beneath the walls of Stromgard Keep. The surrounding soldiers gazed at Archmage Gandalf with awe in their eyes. In this mage-scarce highland, Gandalf's flowing blue robes, silver-white beard, and the seamless execution of that lethal spell perfectly embodied the image of a mage they'd only heard about in stories, mysterious and powerful. No one was more astonished than General Amor. As a fellow 9th-tier powerhouse, he fully understood how challenging it was to kill someone like Kama, even past his berserk prime. Although he had worked alongside Gandalf for over a month and had witnessed the mage's vast knowledge and abilities, seeing him dispatch the renowned beastmaster of the Witherbark tribe so decisively left Amor deeply shaken. Garen approached Gandalf and said briefly, "Gandalf, send the signal to Daneth. Begin the next phase. Prepare for the encirclement." Gandalf's expression remained unchanged, as if he'd just completed a trivial task. With a casual wave, he launched a magical projectile into the sky, where it burst into a striking red flare. On the western slopes near the mining area, Daneth's Threathis Sandstrong force had already taken position. Upon seeing the signal light up the night sky, he immediately gave the order, "Move out." The troops surged toward the mouth of the gorge, aiming to cut off the trolls' retreat and trap them completely. Beneath the city walls, an elderly troll witch doctor was the first to sense the battle above had ceased. When the red signal illuminated the sky, his pupils contracted sharply as he grasped the situation. Kama was dead, and over 1,000 of his kin were about to face annihilation. Fear made his voice shrill and piercing, like a rooster being strangled, as he screamed, "Retreat! Retreat now!" His cries sent ripples of panic through the troll ranks. The troll lieutenant glared at the panicked witch doctor, his clenched fist nearly ready to strike. That one terrified shout from this bungling ally had almost pushed the entire unit to the brink of a rout. But he quickly suppressed his anger. After all, witch doctors held a unique status within the tribe, and ensuring a safe retreat was now the top priority. The humans clearly set up a trap, the lieutenant calculated internally. If the troops lose their composure now, it would play right into the enemy's hands. Though his military prowess far surpassed that of the recently fallen Kamar, the troll tribe's tradition of valuing strength above all meant that if you couldn't win, you stepped aside. Taking a deep breath, the lieutenant swiftly assumed command. With Kamar dead, he was now the acting warlord, and the lives of his people rested solely on his shoulders. Troll brothers, follow my orders, he bellowed. Rear guard to the front. Raise shields and retreat in formation. Thanks to his strong reputation within the ranks, the warriors immediately obeyed the command. Shield bearers quickly moved to the rear of the formation, raising their heavy shields to chest height to protect the headhunters as they retreated in an orderly manner. From atop the city walls, Galen watched the trolls attempt to break free with cold calculation. Escape my pocket formation? Wishful thinking. For this battle, he had integrated the military tactics of the great Huaxia, determined to make the name of the Crimson Flame Legion resonate far and wide. Gandalf, Omar, prepare for teleportation assault, Galen ordered sharply. The previously constructed watchtowers now showed their true value, serving as critical teleportation nodes. The 8th tier mage Gandalf could teleport 240 soldiers at once. 180 infantry and 60 musketeers swiftly took their positions. With a flash of blinding white light, the entire force vanished into thin air. Team 1, hold this tower. Team 2, follow me to the other side. Upon materializing at the watchtower at the canyon's mouth, Omar immediately began deploying tactics. Between the two roughly 7-meter-high white stone towers, musketeers positioned themselves on the tower platforms and behind the walls, while infantry formed a tight shield wall on the perimeter. As long as they could hold the trolls off for 10 minutes, reinforcements from Donna's forces would arrive, ensuring the success of the ambush. As the troll unit approached firing range, they were baffled by the sudden appearance of this human force. Earlier reconnaissance had shown no signs of an ambush in the area, and the sentries had reported nothing unusual. Where had this army come from? Musketeers, fire at will. Omar's command rang out, and a barrage of concentrated gunfire sent the trolls' frontline headhunters tumbling. Realizing their dire situation, the troll lieutenant shouted orders at the top of his lungs. Witch doctors, cast spells for cover, push through at full speed. Some of the witch doctors began setting up stationary traps behind the army, while others, more powerful, retrieved various bottles and jars from the pouches at their waists, preparing to cast voodoo spells. Faced with this critical moment, the troll army decided to forcefully break through the canyon's entrance, prepared to fight to the death. Omar, fluent in the troll language, caught the enemy leader's command and immediately shouted, "Infantry, move forward." Leading 2 infantry squads, he positioned them at the center of the canyon's exit. The 200-meter-wide canyon mouth, apart from the watchtower defenses on both sides, was tightly sealed by the infantry's shield wall. Standing in front of the infantry formation were 3 towering blue water elementals, each nearly 3 meters tall. These were summoned by Gandalf as reinforcements in battle. Not only could they block the headhunters' spears, but they could also launch icy arrows at the troll formations. Although Gandalf's growing power theoretically allowed him to summon an entire army of water elementals, 3 was currently his limit. As the two forces closed in on each other, Omar suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Flame of Red Valor, fight to the death. This was the battle cry established by Garen for the Red Flame army. His shout immediately resonated with the shield-bearing, sword-wielding infantry, who, though few in number, erupted with a formidable momentum. High above the battlefield, Garen and Amor closely observed the unfolding conflict. Amor had initially intended to join the fray himself, but was dissuaded by Garen. Having personally slain the 9th-rank troll warrior Kama, Garen hoped the Red Flame army could secure victory on their own strength. As the battle was about to erupt, Amor reminded him, "Your Highness, the cavalry can move out now." Garen promptly turned to the other side of the wall and ordered Karakar, "Cavalry, charge. Infantry, follow them out." As the gates swung open, Varakar lowered his visor and led the charge. The canyon entrance quickly descended into chaos. Though the trolls outnumbered the humans 10 to 1, the nearly 200 human infantrymen formed a shield wall that stood firm like an iron fortress, unyielding against the tidal wave of trolls. Overhead, the sounds of gunfire and whistling spears filled the air, while fire totems summoned by the witch doctors hurled fireballs relentlessly. The battle raged fiercely on both sides. Suddenly, a dense barrage of icy arrows rained down, striking the heart of the troll formation. A large number of headhunters were caught in the freezing downpour, unable to escape its slowing effects in time. Amid cries of agony, they collapsed one after another. An elder troll exclaimed in alarm, "The humans have a high-ranking mage." This realization was the final shock of the day for him. He swiftly turned his head toward the mouth of the canyon, locking his gaze on Gandalf, who stood before the watchtower on the right side of the gorge. The witch doctors quickly assessed the situation and realized their spells were out of range. They would need to move 50 yards closer to cast. They immediately reported this to the acting warlord, who had taken command after Karmas' death. This troll lieutenant, known for his tactical acumen but lacking in strength, made a decisive call. Dispatch a squad of shield bearers to escort the elder witch doctors closer to the right side watchtower in preparation for using their voodoo magic against the human mage. Just as the acting warlord felt a glimmer of hope amidst the dire circumstances, especially with the human soldiers ahead, suffering heavy casualties, his fragile relief was shattered by the sudden, thunderous sound of galloping hooves. Turning around, he saw over 200 human cavalry charging in from both sides of the canyon, with even more soldiers pouring out from the fortress gates. In their hasty retreat earlier, the witch doctors had only managed to set static traps in the center of the battlefield, leaving the flanks wide open for the cavalry to surge forward unimpeded. This cavalry force was composed of Highlanders, mounted on superior warhorses purchased from noble breeding stables. The horses' exceptional strength and endurance, combined with the riders' robust physiques, formed a fearsome heavy cavalry unit. They converged behind the trolls in a wedge formation, their devastating charge overwhelming even the burly troll shield bearers, who coughed up blood and fell one after another, shields and bodies collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, under the protection of the shield bearers, the witch doctors struggled forward toward the right side watchtower. One elder witch doctor, seeing Gandalf nearly within casting range, twisted his grotesque face into a cruel grin. "I'll kill you and feast on your flesh. Ha ha ha," he cackled. Just as he prepared to lay a trap at the archmage's feet, Gandalf casually summoned a massive water elemental and vanished in a flash of white light, leaving the elemental to assault the advancing witch doctors. The trolls had only just managed to eliminate the previous 3 water elementals, whose interference had significantly reduced infantry casualties. Watching Gandalf disappear, the elder witch doctor's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a despairing wail. New. Gandalf reappeared behind Garen, where a fully assembled unit of 240 soldiers stood ready. On the battlefield, fewer than half of the infantry were still holding their ground, locked in fierce combat. The arrival of the cavalry reignited their fighting spirit. Omar, with a sweeping strike that cleared the trolls around him, raised his longsword and roared, "Hold on! Reinforcements are almost here. Brothers, stay strong. Victory is within reach. Red Flame never surrenders." The infantry from the base displayed extraordinary resilience, refusing to yield even in the face of heavy losses. Their tenacity was precisely why Garen had unwavering faith in the Red Flame army. Cries of "Fight to the death" echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, the magical array on the left side watchtower flared to life, and in a burst of white light, Gandalf reappeared, leading the second wave of infantry to the battlefield. They swiftly joined the fray, reorganizing their ranks. It was only then that the acting troll warlord realized how hundreds of humans had circumvented the witch doctor's outposts and immensely powerful group teleportation spell. Finally, the sound of movement came from the mouth of the canyon. The reinforcements had arrived. After much anticipation, the arrival of reinforcements instantly turned the tide of the battlefield. Daneth Trollbane, a robust warrior in his 20s, led the charge on horseback, with his well-trained personal guard of 100 soldiers following closely behind. They struck the trolls' flank like a sharp blade, slicing through their ranks. Daneth's long sword gleamed under the sunlight. With the momentum of his steed, he cleaved a shield-bearing troll, blocking his path cleanly in two. His left hand wielded a shield, which he used to sweep away nearby attackers, sending them flying. His guards followed his lead, their weapons cutting through the enemy with deadly precision, leaving a trail of blood and echoing wails of trolls in their wake. At the mouth of the canyon, more reinforcements poured in. This force, clad in white armor with red trim and draped in red cloaks, bore the emblem of Stromgard on their chests, a white Highland falcon. They swiftly replaced the exhausted base infantry and began evacuating the wounded to a rear watchtower, where several priests stood ready to tend to them. The trolls' formation crumbled under the relentless assault of the reinforcements. Some tried to regroup and support their rear, others attempted to break through the front lines, while many simply scattered in a chaotic frenzy. The acting warlord, seeing that the situation was beyond salvage, ceased issuing orders. When he noticed Daneth charging in his direction, the warrior's piercing, murderous gaze made the warlord's hair stand on end, freezing him in place momentarily. But as an age-old enemy, the acting warlord knew there was no chance for reconciliation. Drawing his battle axe, he resolved to fight to the bitter end like a true warrior. Daneth turned his steed and charged directly toward the location of the trolls' battle standard. Groups of shield-bearing trolls attempted to block his advance, but he smashed through 2 shield walls in succession before his momentum was finally slowed. At that critical moment, The acting warlord seized the opportunity. With a mighty leap, he soared over the trolls in front of him, his battle axe raised high. Using the force of his descent, he aimed a devastating blow at Danath, intent on splitting both man and horse in one fell swoop. Danaz's warhorse was forced to a halt. He had just slain 2 approaching trolls and was at a critical moment, exhausted from his previous exertions with no time to recover. The acting warlord seized this perfect opportunity to launch a surprise attack, aiming for a decisive kill. As Danaz looked up, he saw the deadly strike coming straight at him. Without hesitation, he made a split-second decision and pushed off with his legs, leaping off the back of his warhorse. The moment he left, the acting warlord's battle axe came crashing down, cleaving the horse in 2 with a thunderous blow, sending blood spraying in every direction. The acting warlord, drenched in the warhorse's blood, grinned menacingly and pressed his advantage. With a powerful kick off the ground, he lunged at Danaz like an arrow shot from a bow. The moment Danaz landed, he let out a soul-shaking roar that momentarily froze the surrounding trolls preparing to attack. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he spun around and unleashed a whirlwind slash. The flash of his blade sent broken spears and troll limbs flying, clearing a blood-soaked space around him in an instant. When the acting warlord's battle axe came down again, Danaz instinctively raised his greatsword with both hands, blocking the ferocious strike with precision. This exchange confirmed to Danaz that his opponent was not as skilled as he was. As long as he could endure some injuries, victory would be his within 10 moves. The battlefield roared with the deafening sounds of war. The 3,000 soldiers Danaz had brought with him had joined forces with Garen's troops, forming an encirclement. The troll forces were now like cornered beasts. Recognizing the situation, Danaz swiftly adjusted his tactics. He abandoned wide, sweeping attacks in favor of close-quarters combat. He pressed his opponent relentlessly with slashes, blocks, whirlwind strikes, parries, tendon cuts, and armor-breaking moves. As the acting warlord began to show signs of faltering, he suddenly pulled out a vial of green liquid and drank it in one gulp. The effects of the sacred Shadra elixir were immediate. His previously unsteady breathing became steady, his eyes turned blood-red, and his aura surged. Shadra grants me strength, he bellowed, unleashing a powerful whirlwind strike that sent sand and stones flying everywhere. Though his opponent's power had surged, the acting warlord, now without the support of his army's formation, was ultimately no match for Danaz in close combat. Watching his kin fall one by one, the acting warlord realized the tide of battle had turned irrevocably against them. In troll language, Danaz declared, "You have lost, trolls." The words struck the acting warlord like a blow. He finally understood the root of their defeat. One misstep had led to another. By placing command of the army in the hands of the strong yet reckless Kama, the troll race had lost its way in this war. They had forgotten the essence of their ancient civilization, valuing individual prowess over the discipline and strategy of military formations. As both a warlord and a warrior, he made his decision. If they were to lose, he would die fighting on the battlefield. Garen led the infantry and musketeers closely behind the cavalry as they exited the city. By the time they reached the mouth of the canyon, the battle was nearly over. The musketeers stood in formation, ready for orders, while the infantry advanced to claim the final victory. Garen and Amor stood side by side, watching the remnants of the trolls make their last desperate struggle. With a single swing of his sword, Danaz severed the acting warlord's head, bringing the trolls' assault on the southern mines to a definitive end. Garen dismounted, jumping a few times to ease the stiffness in his legs. "A total rout, Your Highness," Amor remarked as he walked beside Garen. "We deployed twice the number of troops as the trolls, Master Amor. Numbers influence the outcome of a battle, but they aren't the most critical factor, Your Highness. The Crimson Flame forces are not only elite, but also remarkably resilient. For most armies, a casualty rate exceeding 5% could lead to a complete collapse. Yet, the blocking squad fought to the death without retreating. That goes beyond being elite. You've instilled a spirit in them." Garen remained silent in response to his mentor's praise. He knew this wasn't his doing. It was an innate quality of the base soldiers. From a distance, Valakar spotted the prince surrounded by musketeers and quickly dismounted, striding over. "Your Highness, we've won." "No kidding, I saw that. I told you to read more books. Now you can't even flatter properly. What's the status of our casualties?" The cavalry unit had 300 men, with 57 injured and 8 killed. As he finished speaking, the joy on Valakar's face dimmed significantly. Noticing the shift in Valakar's mood, Garen spoke firmly, "Carl, pull yourself together. Our brothers gave their lives for Stromgard, died with honor. The Crimson Flame soldiers are fearless in the face of sacrifice. Those of us who survive must shoulder their responsibilities. I hope you understand." The sight of the battlefield strewn with corpses weighed heavily on Garen's heart, especially the first wave of infantry teleported by Gandalf. They had faced an enemy 10 times their number, trading their lives for victory. These fallen warriors deserved more than to be just numbers in a post-battle report. This is war. As commanders, our duty is to plan each operation carefully and minimize our brother's losses. Garen patted Valakar's shoulder. Read more military strategy, Carl. When we return, start by memorizing the 36 stratagems I wrote. Valakar's expression immediately became a mixture of emotions: victories, joy, grief for fallen comrades, and sheer dread at the thought of memorizing books all playing out on his face. At that moment, Omar approached, his body weary from the intense fighting and immense pressure. Are you injured, Omar? I'm fine, Your Highness, just a bit exhausted. The brothers gave it their all. We didn't take a single step back. I saw it. All of you performed admirably. How are things going with Donna's? Garen asked. Omar reported the situation. Valakar had underperformed in comparison, while Omar proved to be more capable as a commander. General Donnas had successfully slain the troll commander and was now leading his troops to eliminate the last small group of trolls protecting the witch doctors. Be careful when cleaning up the battlefield. Make sure the men work in pairs, Garen instructed. Trolls are incredibly resilient and have strong regenerative abilities. Don't let your guard down. Understood, Your Highness. After assigning Omar and Valakar to coordinate the battlefield cleanup, Garen, along with his personal guards, made his way through the center of the battlefield toward the canyon entrance. There, a group of soldiers had gathered, encircling a few troll witch doctors who had earlier tried to disrupt Gandalf's spellcasting. Along the way, soldiers were busy with post-battle tasks, finishing off fallen trolls and arranging their bodies neatly, while also gathering the remains of their fallen comrades and wrapping them properly. The severely wounded were being tended to by Omar, who was using life scrolls to heal them. The 100-meter-long battlefield was littered with corpses, especially around the defensive line where the infantry had held the shield wall against the trolls. The carnage was overwhelming, with bodies piled high. Most striking of all was the large frozen area in the center, where countless troll corpses lay encased in icy, a testament to Gandalf's powerful magic. Garen silently calculated the casualties. On the walls, their forces had a 3-10 advantage, with minimal losses. The main toll came from the defensive battle. Out of the first squad of 240 infantry, 180 faced nearly 2,000 trolls, and over 100 men were lost. Gandalf's reinforcing team also suffered more than 50 casualties. While the overall losses were within expectations, the sacrifice of over 100 soldiers weighed heavily on Garen's heart. As they approached the encirclement, Donna's furious voice rang out, "You stubborn fools! Your resistance is meaningless. Fire!" A volley of gunfire followed, and the last of the resistance fell silent. Donnas ordered the cleanup of the area, cursing under his breath as he emerged from the crowd. "Hey, Garen," Donnas called out, striding over with large steps. "A brilliant victory, Garen. A fierce and exhilarating battle, Donnas. What were you doing earlier? Why did it take so long to deal with the last group?" Garen asked. Donnas explained that he had been trying to persuade them to surrender, intending to hold a prisoner presentation ceremony at the city gate, so the entire city could witness their triumph in annihilating the troll forces and capturing the witch doctors alive. Garen scoffed. "That's unnecessary. A dead troll is the best kind of troll. If you want to make an impression, a cart full of troll heads will do the job." Donnas was rendered speechless by Garen's words, wearing an expression of silent defeat. He furrowed his brow and gave a wry smile. "Garen, you know such a bloody scene will scare off the ladies of Stromgard, right? Without them, we'll be left with nothing but those finger-pointing old noblemen to celebrate our triumph." Though Donna's words left him without a retort, they sparked a new idea in Garen's mind. Perhaps it was worth considering capturing some troll prisoners to see if they could be put to use. Donnas continued, "You took down the troll army's deputy commander, and our Crimson Flame troops eliminated the Beastmaster Kama. Both of them are renowned warriors of the Witherbark tribe. Add to that the 3,000 troll heads, and we should be able to secure a hefty amount of military funding from the War Council." He then excitedly borrowed a phrase from the great Hua proverbs Garen had taught him. 2 + 2 = 5. "Dream on." Garen immediately shot back. "Kama was killed by us, and we dealt with most of the trolls too. You just cleaned up the leftovers, and now you want half the credit? Haha, don't sweat the details," Donnas replied with a laugh. "We're brothers. We can work something out. How about a 4,060 split? I get 40, you get 60. No way. 70-30. I get 70, you get 30. I'll write the battle report, and you can handle the bureaucrats at the War Council. Deal." Donnas agreed without hesitation. Garen inwardly cursed. This guy agreed way too quickly. Clearly, he had already planned this out, using the classic ask for the sky, settle for the ground tactic. Garen made a mental note to be more cautious when teaching him any more proverbs from the Great Hua, lest he end up being outwitted again. It wasn't until nightfall that the soldiers completed the initial cleanup of the battlefield. The battle statistics revealed heavy losses. Garen's Crimson Flame troops had nearly 200 casualties and over 500 seriously wounded. Donna's militia fared slightly better, with over 100 dead and 300 severely injured out of their 3,000 men, most of whom fell to the trolls' desperate last-ditch attacks. Fortunately, Garen had stocked up on life scrolls, which saved many of the critically wounded from the brink of death. The results of this battle were nothing short of spectacular. The siege had annihilated over 1,000 trolls, while the ambush and counterattack wiped out nearly 2,000 more, with over half killed outright and the rest rendered incapable of fighting. According to Omar's tally, another 700 severely injured trolls were executed during the battlefield cleanup. No prisoners were taken in this battle, not even the troll witch doctors, who were all shot down by Donna's men. 3,000 troll heads. This was an unprecedented achievement in the past 20 years. The last time the kingdom achieved such a resounding victory was during King Salas of Stromgard's legendary campaign, a battle that left the Witherbark and Vilebranch tribes devastated. That defeat had kept the Witherbark tribe in check for 2 decades. This battle deployed twice the forces of the trolls. Although their own casualties were minimal, it was enough to stir up a storm among the long peaceful human nations. Garen was keenly aware that with a little maneuvering, the Scarlet Flame army this unit formed just 2 months ago could make a resounding name for itself right from the start. In his heart, he was already brewing a grander plan to single-handedly sweep all the trolls from the earthy highlands. Unfortunately, the trolls moved too quickly this time, forcing him to respond hastily. If he had been given 2 or 3 more months to develop, there would have been no need to seek aid from Danath. The troops amassed at his base alone would have been enough to crush Beastmaster Kama's forces and even launch a triumphant offensive to take Witherbark village, granting the kingdom of Stromgard dominance over the entire earthy highlands. From the moment he planned to establish a mining outpost, Garen had prepared meticulously for the possibility of a troll invasion. He racked his brains, utilizing all the military knowledge he had from his previous life to devise a series of basic yet practical tactical strategies. Starting with securing logistical support by collecting leftover magical wheat from farms, sending scouts to survey the terrain, purchasing mechanical devices for reconnaissance, and designing fundamental tactics like feigning weakness, luring the enemy in, and launching a pincer attack. To ensure victory, Garen carried out every preparation to the fullest, eventually entrusting the plan and command of the troops to the experienced Amor to refine. Amor lived up to expectations, filling in the plan's details and creating multiple contingency plans, which made Garen realize just how much he still had to learn in the field of military strategy. But that was fine. The Witherbark tribe could serve as the perfect training ground for his troops. After a night of rest, Danath set out the next morning with the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Before leaving, he had a private conversation with Garen, agreeing to meet in Stromgard in half a month to jointly secure a significant military budget from the kingdom's army council. Ultimately, Danath left with only Garen's battle report. As a senior member of the militia, his influence far outweighed that of Garen, the newly appointed royal general. Inside the command tent, the noble shareholders of the mining operation gathered with the Scarlet Flame Army's squad leaders. Count Dabire stroked his goatee and sincerely congratulated Garen. "Congratulations, Your Highness. This is a glorious victory." Although Garen had ultimately not become a mage, it did not diminish Count Dabire's admiration for the kingdom's studious heir. Viscount Nuo and Viscount Garson also offered their congratulations, while discreetly instructing their young heirs to remain loyal to the prince. Garen expressed his heartfelt gratitude for their support, especially for deploying 1,000 family guards to assist in the battle, which allowed the Scarlet Flame Army to hold their ground and fight the trolls 3-1 when they breached the walls. After the pleasantries, he shifted to the main topic. "My mentor, uncles, now that the battle is over, I must ask you to continue overseeing the security of the mining operation. The Scarlet Flame Army needs to rest and recover. We will return to our original station, and in half a month, I will head to Stromgard to personally report this troll invasion to my father." Count Dabire, speaking as the leader of the group, immediately responded, "Rest assured, Your Highness. With the Witherbark village's forces crippled by your efforts, we can now mine without worry. By next month, we should be able to arrange transportation of this month's ore." "Oh, that is truly wonderful news." When Garen heard the news that the northern mining area was about to begin production, a slight smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Over the past month, the construction of the northern mines had proceeded without pause. Watchtowers lined the canyon checkpoints, the buildings within the mining area had been completely refurbished, and defensive structures were being rapidly fortified. All the projects were completed smoothly before the trolls could react. Now that the crisis had been resolved, it was finally time to start production. Leaning against the saddle of his albino raptor, Garen silently calculated the future profits. Based on production estimates from previous years, he could expect to earn a 20% profit annually from this mine over the next 3 years. The thought of it lifted his spirits even more. Without lingering too long at the northern mines, Garen bid farewell to the 3 nobles and led the Crimson Blaze army back to their base. Although they had rested for only 1 night, these elite soldiers, each at least at the 3rd rank in strength, had already regained their combat readiness. This battle had been of extraordinary significance. The base soldiers' bravery on the most perilous battlefield had earned the respect of over 700 citizens of Stromgard. Two groups from different origins had finally, truly united as one. Previously, the citizens of Stromgard recruited by Omar and Valakar, as well as the noble private soldiers brought by Fadil and the other two, had looked down on the country bumpkins from the earthy highlands who served as base soldiers. Even when drinking and feigning camaraderie, the divide remained. But in this battle, the base soldiers proved their worth and determination, showing that they were reliable comrades who could be trusted with one's back. Riding the albino raptor he had seized from Kama, Garen pondered the direction of the base's development as they advanced. Thanks to the training by human beast tamers, the raptor had become remarkably docile, an exceptional mount. However, given the balance challenges for human riders, such creatures were not suitable for mass deployment. Garen could manage it only because of his high-level abilities. His plan was clear. As the base expanded and the rate of troop production increased, the base soldiers would form the core of the main army. Native soldiers, troops from other human nations, and even mercenaries from other races would serve as auxiliary forces. As for captured enemy races, they would be organized into a third category of units, to be used as expendable forces. At that moment, Garen noticed that the Heart of Origin had entered a peculiar state. The entire blue orb was pulsating with continuous flashes. When he attempted to connect with it, he received a message reading, upgrading in progress. It seemed he would have to wait patiently. Last night, Jalin struggled to contain his excitement, only drifting off into a light sleep in the early hours. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. The origin heart in his mind had stopped pulsating and returned to its original form as a glowing blue orb. As soon as his mental energy connected with the origin heart, a series of notifications appeared before him in quick succession. Origin heart upgrade complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory in the first battle. The host has earned a reward draw for the battle victory. Please use it wisely. A lottery system? This is straight out of the classic system trope. Jalin smirked, then urged his troops to quicken their pace. He was eager to return to the base and find a quiet place to thoroughly examine the state of the origin heart. By noon, the team finally arrived at the base. Jalin immediately handed over command of the troops to Amor, instructing him to organize meals for the soldiers while he hurried into his tent. With a sense of ceremony, he carefully washed his hands in a basin of water, a gesture of respect for the upcoming lottery draw. With a touch of mental energy, the blue orb projected a series of item icons. Jalin stared intently. A red boot-shaped icon representing the boots of speed, a spiked beast fortress, a crystal-clear magic spring, and even the imposing figure of a red dragon. Though the items varied greatly, they all fell within the realm of the Warcraft universe, encompassing structures from the orcs, undead, and night elves, as well as neutral elements like creeps, treasures, fountains, shops, and taverns. Taking a deep breath, Jalin initiated the draw. The spinning icons gradually slowed down before finally stopping on a drum-shaped icon warsong drums. The system promptly displayed its description. Increases the attack power of allied and friendly units within a 90-meter radius by 10. The effect does not stack and cannot be used simultaneously with the command aura. While this tier 5 item was decent, it wasn't enough to excite the experienced Jalin. He materialized the small drum, about 20 centimeters in diameter and 30 centimeters tall, and tried attaching it to his waist. This action unexpectedly reminded him of the Onsai waist drums from his hometown, and the melody of "My Home is on the Lust Plateau" even surfaced in his mind. No, this is completely off track, Jalin muttered, quickly removing the drum and shaking his head to dispel the stray thoughts from his mind. On the second day, after acquiring the war drums, Garen gathered several squad leaders under his command and decided to hold a solemn military funeral for the fallen soldiers. On the training grounds, the soldiers stood in formation, each with a white cloth tied around their foreheads, their expressions solemn. Before them, nearly 200 funeral pyres were neatly arranged. The remains of 182 base soldiers and 8 Valakar cavalrymen lay silently upon them. For priests from the Trident Town Chapel whom Garen had asked Gandalf to teleport over moved among the pyres, offering final prayers for the deceased. Garen stood on the martial platform, his gaze sweeping over the assembled soldiers and the souls awaiting cremation. He raised his voice, "Warriors of the Crimson Flame, do you still remember the oath we made when our army was formed?" Without waiting for a response, he began to recite loudly. "The tide of darkness approaches. From this day, I stand watch, until death claims me. I will remember mercy, courage, and honor. I will wear no crown, seek no glory, and fear no sacrifice. I will fulfill my duty, in life and in death. I am the sword in the darkness, the shield of the people. I am the crimson flame that burns our enemies, the dawn's red glow, the horn that calls forth courage, the unyielding shield of the kingdom. I dedicate my life and honor to the crimson tide, today and every day to come." He pointed to the funeral pyres. These 200 brothers fell during the troll invasion. They upheld their oaths, standing as the kingdom's shield until their last breath. Against the trolls, they took on the most perilous missions and never retreated. Their deaths are glorious and noble. We will forever remember their names. As Garen's words echoed across the grounds, under Gandalf's direction, two massive water elementals carried a sword-shaped stone monument and slowly placed it beside the martial platform. The monument's blade pointed skyward, its front engraved with the words, "Crimson Flame Heroes, forever in our hearts," while the names of all the fallen soldiers were etched on its sides. The soldiers below clenched their fists, and led by Omar, they erupted in unison, shouting, "Crimson Flame Heroes, forever in our hearts." The chant reverberated across the training grounds again and again. "Let us bid our brothers their final farewell." Garen raised a torch and, alongside Omar, Valakar, and Fadil, lit the funeral pyres one by one. The special fuel ignited instantly, and flames roared into the sky. The light of the 200 pyres was dazzling even in daylight, illuminating the faces of every member of the Crimson Flame army. Thick smoke rose into a massive column, reaching straight into the heavens. "Burn my mortal remains, blazing crimson flames, the will of the Crimson Flame. March onward with courage, and incinerate all foes. March onward with courage, and incinerate all foes." The furious roars of the Crimson Flame warriors shook the heavens, their final cries bidding farewell to their fallen comrades. After the funeral, Garen convened 3 squad leaders at the Red Flame camp. With a grave expression, he looked at Omar, Fadil, and Valakar before saying in a deep voice, "Although we have driven back the trolls, they still occupy the earthy highlands, continuing to wreak havoc." His fists clenched involuntarily. "Our next goal is to erase Witherbark village from the map entirely." As soon as he finished speaking, Valakar eagerly asked, "Your Highness, how exactly should we proceed?" His face was filled with anticipation, as though he couldn't wait to dive into the next battle. Omar and Fadil remained silent, but the excitement in their eyes mirrored Valakar's enthusiasm. Garen scanned the 3 of them and said slowly, "In this battle, all of you performed admirably. Omar, you held your ground at the canyon's entrance without faltering. Fadil, your command on the city walls was exemplary. And Valakar, your cavalry pierced through the enemy lines like a sharp blade. To honor your accomplishments, I will not only request promotions for your ranks from the kingdom, but also appoint each of you as commanders of a 1,000-man unit in the Red Flame army." The 3 of them were overjoyed upon hearing this and expressed their gratitude in unison. Valakar's grin stretched wide, prompting Garen to shake his head slightly, noting the contrast between Valakar's exuberance and Omar's steadiness, as well as Fadil's composed demeanor. Garen continued with his instructions. "All the outstanding soldiers under your command will be promoted 1 rank. Starting immediately, you may take your current troops to recruit new soldiers across various regions. Assemble at Stromgard Keep in 1 month. For the necessary funds and equipment, seek out Harmon." Over the following 2 weeks, Garen spent his days training in the military camp and his nights using the Archmage's teleportation to return to the outpost to handle administrative affairs. He officially named the outpost Minas Tirith, engraving the hopeful name above its main gate. Additionally, he renamed the initial base as the Place of Origin. Garen invested heavily in infrastructure. He allocated 30,000 gold coins to the northern mining area, increasing the base's gold reserves by 60,000 units, and set aside 20,000 gold coins for military recruitment. A new town hall was constructed in the first ring, bringing the total to 4, and efforts to train more workers continued. Currently, the mining area employed nearly 2,000 workers, with over 1,000 in the lumber teams, and more than 2,000 farms providing the largest share of labor. Military development advanced rapidly as well. 2 additional barracks were built in the southern military district of the second ring, raising the total to 6, allowing for the training of nearly 100 recruits daily. Garen assessed his forces, approximately 5,000 workers, and combat personnel that had increased from 2,320 to 3,578, subtracting 180 casualties, and adding 1,440 new recruits. If the 3,000-man commanders succeeded in their recruitment efforts, the Red Flame Army's strength would exceed 6,500 soldiers. The time was ripe. It was time to return to Stromgard Keep. Garen rested his chin on one hand while his right index and middle fingers habitually tapped on the tabletop. His thoughts had drifted far away, and it was only after a moment that he snapped back to reality. Reaching into his cloak, he retrieved a glowing crystal ball and a blue gemstone. Carefully, he inserted the gemstone into the modified base of the crystal ball. The crystal ball immediately lit up, displaying an image of Darnas, who was hundreds of kilometers away. In the projection, Darnas was seated in a room at an inn, holding a similar crystal ball embedded with a magical gemstone. This communication device was the latest alchemical creation of Gandalf, born out of Garen's frequent need for communication. Speaking of Gandalf, the mage had been plagued with constant interruptions lately. Whether meditating, conducting magical experiments, or summoning an army of water elementals, he was invariably interrupted by a guard delivering the same message. Master, His Highness the Prince requests your presence. And every time Gandalf reluctantly complied, it was only to hear, please, Master, help me set up a video call. The esteemed 9th tier Grand Mage couldn't help but grumble. Am I some sort of full-time liaison or messenger now? Nevertheless, Gandalf's power had become firmly established at the 9th tier after the recent battle where he slew the 9th tier Beastmaster Kama, along with the experience gained from his subordinates defeating trolls. This increase in strength enabled him to design and create the communication crystals. Along the way, Garen had even suggested improvements to the display method, inspired by the telescope jutsu of the 3rd Hokage from his past life. Garen? Garen? Darnus' voice emanated from the crystal ball. I hear you, Garen replied, looking at the overly close face of Darnus in the projection with mild annoyance. You don't need to get so close. I can hear you just fine. Darnus quickly reported his location. I've arrived at Three Forks Town. It's about 5 days from Stronghold Keep. Should I wait for you here? Just head straight to Stronghold Keep. They'll have Gandalf bring me there when the time comes, Garen replied. TSK. Having a mage as an advisor sure is convenient, Darnus remarked. Once I get this military budget, I'm thinking of hiring a mage advisor too. Not every mage is like Gandalf powerful and willing to work for free, Garen reminded him. High-tier mages are incredibly expensive. The kingdom has only been able to support 3 of them in recent years, and one of the strongest was killed not long ago. Garen couldn't help but recall the mage who had been killed in his laboratory. A member of the Tirisful Council and wondered if his father had uncovered the mage's true identity. Then he'll settle for a mid-tier mage, Darnus said nonchalantly. There are plenty of mid-tier mages in Dalaran. Surely, I can find one willing to join my militia. By the way, has Uncle returned to Stronghold Keep yet? He should be arriving in the next few days, Garen replied. I asked Marshal Oslate, and he said my father is already on his way back. Once I arrive at Stromgard, I'd better keep a low profile. Uncle always ends up in a foul mood after meeting with the King of Alterac. I definitely don't want to provoke him. So, I plan to return on the last day, Daneth said through the crystal orb. Then his tone shifted abruptly. Galen, you bastard. You set me up. You're so sneaky. Before Daneth could continue his tirade, Galen swiftly removed the mana crystal from the orb, cutting off the communication. Leaning back in his chair, his thoughts drifted to last month's border skirmish. The conflict with the Kingdom of Alterac had already subsided, but when the commanders from both sides were summoned to report back, their absence left the troops unsupervised. During a routine patrol, another clash broke out, quickly escalating into a serious incident that drew the attention of King Tarina's Minithil of Lordaeron. To resolve the matter, Tarina's invited Galen's father, Thoras Trollbane, and Alterac's king Aiden Paranold to meet in Dalaran. With Thoras away, kingdom affairs were temporarily handled by Marshal Orestes. Galen had noticed that his recent post-war reports to Stromgard, promotion requests for officers like Omar, and the expansion proposal for the Crimson Flame Legion were all swiftly approved by Orestes. It was clear that his father had planned this in advance. Sending nobles like Omar and Valakar to recruit soldiers was a clever ruse. With their extensive connections within the kingdom, their actions naturally attracted attention. Their recruitment efforts provided a convenient explanation for the sudden increase in the Crimson Flame Legion's numbers, effectively diverting suspicion from other, more strategic preparations. Galen couldn't help but marvel at the timely assistance provided by the Kingdom of Alterac, which had successfully diverted Thoras' focus. Reflecting on Alterac's remaining 6 years of fortune and Aiden Paranold's dwindling time, Galen's thoughts turned to the future. In the original timeline, when the Kingdom of Alterac betrayed the alliance of Lordaeron, both Stromgard and Gilneas sought to claim a share of its territory, only for Tarina's to seize it all. Galen recalled Stromgard's significant contributions during the Second War. The defense of the Thandal Span, the battles in Hillsbrad foothills, and the heavy sacrifices made to halt the orcs for the alliance. In stark contrast, Gilneas had offered minimal support and adopted a passive stance. This time, the eastern territories of Alterac will be mine, Galen vowed, clenching his fist. Not even Tarina's will stand in my way. The kingdom's biannual noble assembly was scheduled to commence mid-year. This time, Salas had set the meeting for mid-July, right after the Midsummer Festival, coinciding with the completion of the wheat harvest across the land, allowing the nobles some leisure time. Garen arrived on the final day at the Path of Courage outside Stromgard Keep, transported precisely to the destination by Archmage Gandalf's teleportation spell. This left Daneth, who had arrived 5 days earlier, speechless when Garen declared he'd arrive on the last day. He truly meant the very last day, proving his word was as good as gold. Although Salas had returned from Dalaran in a foul mood, his spirits lifted upon seeing the war reports on his desk. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he remarked, Aiden, you old fool, can your Alterac produce young talents as exceptional as the twin stars of my Trollbane family? Daneth, avoiding eye contact with Salas due to Garen's absence, completely missed the glimmer of admiration in the elders' Aisa recognition of the potential in the younger generation. This period should have been Danitha's opportunity to shine, yet his overly cautious nature held him back. Even with a protective talisman in hand, he dared not flaunt his abilities, fearing he might provoke the elders' already sour mood. During these 5 days, Garen had been conducting water elemental summoning experiments with Gandalf. With Gandalf's recent advancement to the 9th tier, the summoned water elementals now lasted significantly longer, and the cooldown period for his spells had been greatly reduced. Under the effects of the Radiant Aura and Clarity Potion, Gandalf's mana regeneration was astonishing, enabling him to summon water elementals almost continuously. Garen, on the other hand, spent thousands of gold coins to purchase usage rights from the Heart of Origin, working in tandem with Gandalf to maintain a squad of 20 water elementals. These elementals grew in size as the summoner's power increased, and those summoned by a 9th tier archmage reached an impressive height of 5 meters. As this formidable army of water elementals marched in formation, their sheer presence was enough to instill fear in their enemies. Garen eagerly envisioned how terrifying this army would become once Gandalf broke through to the legendary realm. Their final destination, the town of Courage's Call, lay directly north of Stromgard Keep and held significant strategic importance. The town was situated at the junction where the Path of Courage intersected with a kingdom highway running northwest to southeast. To the north, the steep cliffs of the Boulder Fist Highlands provided natural defense, while to the south, 2 castle-guarding lakes bordered Stromgard. As the gateway to Stromgard, the town's strategic position was comparable to Goldshire in Stormwind or Brill in Lordaeron, serving not only as the capital's shield but also as a hub for population management and supply transportation. Gandalf's mass teleportation transported the group to a destination 1,000 miles away. This distance was already Galen's current limit. While he could have teleported directly to Stromgard Keep, he opted for a safer approach to avoid the city defense forces' spell detection. To the southwest of Stromgard Keep stands an ancient tower known as the Tower of Thoradin. Constructed during the reign of Emperor Thoradin, it was originally used as a lighthouse to guide ships from the Baladin Sea. Under the rule of the Thoradin family, the tower was first repurposed as a royal library and later converted into a mage tower after consulting advisors from Dalaran. Today, the tower is permanently manned by high-ranking mages who monitor magical fluctuations within the city. Fully aware that these vigilant mages wouldn't miss the immense energy surge of a teleportation spell, Galen chose this more circuitous route. Riding swiftly along the path of valor, Galen contemplated requesting an incite teleportation coordinate from his father next time to avoid such inconveniences. 2 hours later, he finally arrived at Stromgard Keep and headed straight to the castle to meet his father, Salas. Though only 2 months had passed since his departure, the trials of war made it feel like an eternity to Galen. Unlike Danith, who often feared their father, Galen had formed a deep bond with Salas, having lost his mother at a young age and being lovingly guided by his father despite his demanding duties. Upon entering the hall, Galen immediately caught the faint yet unmistakable smile in his father's eyes. Emboldened, Galen eagerly began recounting the details of the battle. While the official reports had already covered the main point stroll attacks, the coalition's decisive victory, and minimal casualties, Galen passionately described how he painstakingly devised the strategy. For 3 days and nights without sleep, he drafted dozens of contingency plans, from feigning weakness to troop deployments, from terrain scouting to predicting enemy responses, even accounting for potential delays caused by Danith. As Galen animatedly boasted of his remarkable achievements in strategizing, Salas watched with a gentle smile. He refrained from revealing that he had already learned the full details of the battle from Amor. Instead, he quietly observed the spirited young man before him, reminiscing about his own youthful campaigns against the trolls. The father and son shared a warm lunch together, enjoying each other's company. Before Galen departed, Salas reminded him of the Noble Council meeting scheduled for the next day. Although Galen, as a minor, typically wouldn't qualify to attend such meetings, his exceptional leadership in securing a military victory, combined with Salas's behind-the-scenes maneuvering, had significantly elevated his standing across the kingdom. Now, Galen possessed the qualities needed to earn the noble's respect: military authority, outstanding capabilities, and strategic acumen. Salas was carefully paving the way for his son, preparing to entrust him with greater responsibilities once he came of age and gradually guiding him into the core of the kingdom's power. At dawn, Donnas arrived at Garen's courtyard, and the two set off together toward the castle's council hall to attend the kingdom's assembly. They were the first nobles to arrive. Shortly after, other prominent figures of the realm began to appear. Viscount Nuo and Viscount Garson, both acquainted with Garen, followed by the distinguished Marquis of Nosford, who took their seats in turn. By the time the hall was nearly full, Count Dabire finally arrived, fashionably late, leaving only the head seat and the 2 adjacent seats vacant. The moment King Salas entered the council hall, the low murmurs of conversation among the nobles ceased instantly. Following the king were two towering figures clad in heavy armor, Marshal Oslet and Commander Omeran. These two bore a striking resemblance to Omar and Vaurakur, who stood by Garen's side. They were also handpicked by Salas during his younger years in the military. Through the king's trust and guidance, they had risen to the highest military positions in the kingdom through their own merit. Salas took his place at the head of the table, gesturing for the two generals to be seated before addressing the room. Honored leaders of the kingdom, I have summoned you here today to discuss this year's proposals on grain and military resources, as well as to inform you of recent significant matters concerning the realm. He turned to Oslet. You may begin. Oslet rose to his feet. His distinctive Stromgard features, neatly cropped brown hair, and a stylish goatee stood out in the flickering candlelight. He surveyed the room before delivering his report. According to military intelligence, earlier this year, the southern side of the wall of Saldin was harassed by mudsnout gnolls. The Second Legion successfully repelled them, killing a small number while the rest fled into the southern forests of the Dangalok Mountains. Additionally, troll activity was detected in the North Alterac Tunnel. Scouts from the First Legion have confirmed they are rogue troll headhunters from Shadriller in the hinterlands. As for the northwestern border of Earthy, no other conflicts have been reported. Salas listened in silence, his gaze shifting to Omeran on the opposite side of the room. The female general was fully clad in her redand white Stromgard armor, adorned with the soaring eagle emblem of her battle tabard. At her waist hung a glinting wolf-fang mace, while a shield bearing the red fist of the Arathur Empiria legacy of the silver hand of Turwas strapped to her back. Omeran rose, her sharp eyes sweeping across the hall. She began. The southeastern border has seen only sporadic troll raids on villages. Thanks to Deputy Commander Donaz's strategic deployments, we have suffered no significant losses. As she spoke, her gaze lingered meaningfully on Donaz and the seated Garen beside him. A month ago, when the trolls of Witherbark village launched a large-scale attack on the newly reactivated southeastern mining area, they were decisively defeated by the prince's Crimson Flame army and the militia, resulting in 3,000 enemy casualties. The nobles had long been aware of this news, but when Amelin brought it up, everyone in the council chamber instinctively turned their gaze toward the two royal family members in the corner. Galen remained composed under their scrutiny, even considering nodding in acknowledgement. As he looked at the dozens of nobles in the hall, his thoughts began to wander. In his view, the political environment of Stromgard Kingdom was far simpler compared to the other 6 human nations. For one, the number of nobles was relatively small, most of them being vassals of the Thordan royal family. More importantly, there was no noble council like the Silvermoon Council to contend with. Thinking of how the Silvermoon Council in the High Elf Kingdom of Quel'Thalas constantly constrained their king, even forcing the prince to leave for Dalaran, Galen felt a sense of relief. If it were up to him, he would never tolerate the schemes of those old cronies. Secondly, Stromgard's founding principle of strength through military power made its political atmosphere more straightforward. Most of the high-ranking officials in the military were seasoned warriors with strong military backgrounds, known for their decisiveness and efficiency. This reduced the amount of open and covert conflict among the nobles. Standing beside Thordan at the moment were 2 of the kingdom's military giants. One was Marshal Orest, who commanded 5 regular army corps and was destined to become the commander of the Arathur alliance in the future. The other was Lady Amelin, Amelin's sister, who oversaw the militia corps, the kingdom's reserve force. The regular army primarily dealt with the formidable Witherbark and Vilebranch troll tribes in the northern hinterlands, while the weaker Witherbark village trolls of the Earthy Highlands were handled by the militia. Additionally, Thordan directly commanded the kingdom's most elite unit, the Highland Cavalry. The Thordan royal family had firmly secured military power through their immense prestige within the army. Once Lady Amelin finished her report, the discussion on military matters concluded. Thordan signaled to the court steward behind him to begin addressing domestic issues. The steward, clad in a red robe, stepped to Thordan's side and faced the assembled nobles, reporting, "This year, the Earthy region has seen ample rainfall, resulting in a bountiful harvest. The wheat sown across the kingdom in March was harvested by early July. His Majesty's intention is to follow the usual practice, reserve a portion of the grain to prepare for potential disasters, and trade the surplus." The royal family decided to uphold the tradition of previous years by purchasing surplus grain from the various lords. The court steward surveyed the nobles gathered in the council chamber and began to detail the 3 major agricultural hubs of Earthy Highlands: the Norseford Farm, Dabaray Farm, and Gashak Farm. Each of these farms had its own unique characteristics. Dabaray Farm not only cultivated wheat but also operated its own mill, specializing in the production of white bread. Norseford Farm was renowned for its livestock, with its cheese being celebrated throughout the Earthy Highlands. Gashak Farm, on the other hand, focused solely on wheat cultivation and served as the core of the Thordan family's grain trade. Additionally, scattered plots such as the Nuo homestead and Garen's small estate were spread across the kingdom, while the majority of the nobles' wealth centered on the mines in the northern Alterac Mountains. As the steward finished his explanation, The nobles in attendance instinctively turned their attention to the Marquis of Norseford and the Count of Daberboth, of whom produced far more grain than any other family. Some nobles even relied on purchasing grain to sustain themselves. The Marquis of Norseford, a slightly balding, middle-aged man with a sharp gaze and a corpulent figure, remained silent under their scrutiny, simply lowering his head. Meanwhile, the Count of Daberboth was lost in thought and only snapped out of his reverie, awkwardly aware of the silence, when he realized the focus was on him. Garen was unsurprised by the Count's absent-mindedness. This mage, obsessed with magical research, often found himself engrossed in experimental ideas. In truth, the operation of Daberboth farm was entirely managed by the Countess, Kanata Daberboth. The steward, however, seemed uninterested in prolonging the discussion about grain and shifted to a more pressing matter. My lords, regarding the border conflict with the Kingdom of Alterac, a month ago, our Highland cavalry clashed with Alterac's royal guard near the banks of the South Darreel River by Terran Mill. The battle ended in a stalemate. Subsequent escalations have led to an armed standoff along the border. Before his words had fully settled, the chamber erupted into chaos. Nobles shouted in outrage, hurling insults. Those damned Alterac bastards. We should have had the cavalry wipe them out back then. Send those mountain scavengers back to their filthy valleys. Aiden is a coward and absolute disgrace to the people of Alterac. Silence. The commanding voice of Salas cut through the commotion. In that moment, Garen felt the full weight of his father's authority and discerned the facade of the nobles' outrage. This incident had occurred a month ago, and given their well-connected sources of information, they were undoubtedly among the first to know. Yet now, they feigned Saprizia performance worthy of applause. This matter has already been addressed, Salas stated calmly. King Terenas of Lordaeron and Archmage Antonidas of Dalaran have intervened to mediate. In the corner of the room, Garen exchanged a knowing glance with Daneth, a silent acknowledgement passing between the two of them. Danas and Garen both understood that when Salas, the legendary warrior, appeared calm, it was when he was most dangerous. He had mastered the ability to channel his fury with precise control, wielding it as if it were an extension of his body. In the council chamber, King Salas stood expressionless as he reported the results of his meeting with King Aiden of Alterac. I had a cordial and constructive discussion with King Aiden of Alterac. We thoroughly exchanged views on the border conflicts between our two nations, which has helped foster mutual understanding. The diplomatic tone of his words was textbook perfect, yet the nobles present sensed something amiss. They caught a glimpse of the king's grim expression and promptly silenced the flattery they'd been preparing. The hall fell into an uneasy silence. The royal steward seized the moment to break the tension, moving on to the next agenda item. The kingdom plans to develop lands in the northeastern region of the Earthy Highlands, with a projected scale of no less than 50,000 acres. Additionally, to alleviate the population pressure in Stromgard, recruitment notices will be issued across the city and Earthy, calling for stonemasons, farmers, and other skilled workers. Once the new town is established, some city residents will be relocated there. Garen, who had been on the verge of nodding off, suddenly perked up. Northeast? That was precisely where the 5th Orc internment camp would be located in his past life knowledge of World of Warcraft, later known as Hammerfall. He vividly remembered the terrain there. To the east lay Drywhisker Gorge, and at the end of the gorge was the Drywhisker mine, occupied by a kobold tribe. The area was defensible, rich in mineral resources, and a prime strategic location. Garen's mind began to race. This project had to be his. He started formulating a plan to convince his father to entrust him with the development. Not only could he profit from the venture, but he could also secure a prime location to establish a secondary mining operation. In the game storyline, this project had ultimately been abandoned due to the Orc invasion, just like the southeastern mine reopening plan. Both were part of Solas' unfulfilled ambitions to restore Stromgard's former glory. The meeting stretched from morning until evening, with only a brief break for lunch. Most of the lords upheld the traditions of their forebears, the Earthy Highlands' steadfast guardians, showing no signs of weariness despite the lengthy session. In stark contrast, Garen, attending his first council meeting, looked utterly drained. After the other nobles had departed, Danas glanced at the despondent Garen and offered some kind encouragement. You'll get used to it after attending a few more meetings. I wasn't used to it at first either. These sessions can be a bit dull. Garen waved his hand seriously. Dull? Not at all. As Thoradans, this is our duty. It is our destiny. Garen's response was not perfunctory. Having been reborn, he was acutely aware of the heavy fate that lay ahead. Only by continuously strengthening his abilities, both his personal combat skills and the overall power of the Thorbin family, could he hope to avert the catastrophic destiny of a fallen kingdom and a shattered home. Well said, Garen. You truly are a worthy descendant of the Thorbin family. A loud voice suddenly interjected. Garen and Danas turned toward the source of the voice and saw Salas Thorbin striding in. I've had Bob prepare dinner. Let's talk for a while first. Salas said as he sat back down, motioning the two of them to take their seats. After they had seated themselves, Salas slumped back against his chair, exhaustion written all over him. The crown of the Thorbin family carried the weight of the family's honor, the rise and fall of the kingdom, and the livelihood of millions in the highlands. This immense burden was suffocating. To wear the crown was to bear its weight. At this moment, Salas was no longer the wise and resolute king, no longer the valiant warrior charging into battle, nor the sagacious family patriarch. He was simply a man crushed under an unbearable load, a father who shielded his family from the storms of life. Garen understood all too well the destiny awaiting Stromgard and the Thorbin family. Observing the heavy atmosphere in the hall, he rose to his feet, looked solemnly at his father, and declared, "Father, the Thorbin family still has me and Donna's. I swear we will uphold the family's mission. Stromgard will rise again." Donna's immediately stood as well, placing his right fist over his heart. "And me, uncle, I will not fail to honor the glory of the Thorbin family. I will slay every forest troll and protect the people of the highlands." Seeing the two young stars of the family before him, Solas' exhaustion seemed to lift. He stood up and extended his right hand. "For Thorbin, for Stromgard." Three fists met in the air. "Long live Thorbin! Long live Stromgard!" Their hearty laughter echoed through the council chamber. Moments later, Salas turned to Donnas with a serious expression. "Over the past 2 years, General Amelin has spoken highly of you. After the great contribution you and Garen have made, I've decided to recall Amelin to serve as the commander of the Highland Knights. As for you, you will take over as the commander of the militia corps." This was a decision made after careful consideration. Previously, due to conflicts between the Highland Knights and Alterac, Salas had realized Amelin was not adept at handling political matters. As a result, he had relieved him of that post and reassigned him as Garen's personal guard captain. Now, the Highland Knights, the strongest force, would be entrusted to the more capable Amelin. "Uncle, I will not let you down," Donnas exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. His desperate battle at Gashak Farm had been for one purpose: to avenge his father, who had fallen to the Witherbark trolls. Now, with command of thousands under him, his path to vengeance was clearer than ever. Salas noticed the hatred burning in his nephew's eyes and said earnestly, "Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Remember, as the commander of the corps, you must remain calm and rational. Every decision you make will determine the lives of the militia corps." Donnas quickly composed himself and nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Watching Daneth receive his promotion, Galen felt a mix of happiness for his cousin and a quiet urge to secure some benefits for himself. At this moment, only his father, Salas, and cousin Daneth were present in the hall, making it the perfect opportunity to bend the rules a little. "Father," Galen said with a sly smile, his eyes glinting with mischief, "General Amerlin reported our achievements to the noble lords today. Since Daneth has already been promoted, shouldn't I, who also contributed, receive some kind of reward?" His straightforward request for recognition made Salas chuckle, and even Daneth couldn't help but laugh at Galen's eagerness. "So, tell me," Salas said, smiling, "what kind of reward are you hoping for? Do you want a promotion like Daneth?" Though Galen, as a direct member of the royal family, already held a noble title, he had yet to be assigned any land. Once he officially came of age and was named heir to the throne, he would inherit the title of Duke of Torquerel along with its associated lands. This ancient title, originating from the Earthy Empire, was a gift from Emperor Thoradin to Ignoes, the ancestor of the Trollbane family. It symbolized the mission to restore Stromgard and revive the Empire's former glory. By comparison, Daneth's title of Count, inherited from his father, was a newer designation granted to royal family members following the Trollbane's reconstruction of Stromgard. However, Galen wasn't particularly interested in titles or ranks. In this turbulent world of Azeroth, what mattered most to him was strengthening his own power. "Father, I've got my eye on another piece of land," Galen said bluntly. "Another piece of land?" Salas asked in shock. "Just 2 months ago, I preemptively assigned you the southeastern mining district as your count's domain." Seeing his father's astonished expression, Galen quickly clarified, "Father, that's not what I meant. Didn't Steward Bob propose a plan today to construct a new town? I want to take charge of that project." Salas raised an intrigued brow. "Do you have any idea how massive that undertaking is? My council estimates that it will take 3 years to complete. It involves assembling a pioneering team, building the town, cultivating the land, and eventually relocating at least 50,000 people. The 50,000 mu of farmland mentioned during today's meeting is indeed just the minimum standard." Standing on the high platform of the council hall, Salas swept his gaze over the nobles below and slowly unveiled his grand plan. The virgin lands in the northeastern region are not only undeveloped but also incredibly fertile. In his vision, this area would become the 4th major grain-producing base of the Earthy Highlands. The population of the Kingdom of Stromgard, numbering in the millions, is extremely unevenly distributed. The southwestern area of the Earthy Highlands, where the capital is located, houses more than half the population, while the rest are scattered across 3 major farms and towns along the Royal Road. Fundamentally a fortress built for war, Stromgard's population distribution is not only unreasonable but also poses potential risks. Learning from the Arathur Empire's downfall due to overpopulation and fragmentation, Salas decided to plan ahead, setting his sights on the vast, undeveloped eastern territories. The entirety of Azeroth is, in fact, sparsely developed. The limited number of intelligent beings has left large swaths of land uninhabited. Human written history spans merely 1,000 years, beginning with Emperor Thoradin's unification. Since then, humans have continuously expanded into new territories, from the Hillsbrad foothills to Silverpine Forest, and then to Dalaran. Even so, the nobles' domains still contain vast tracts of untamed wilderness and forests. The Thoradin family inherited the ancestral lands of the Arathur Empire, giving them a natural advantage in rebuilding the kingdom. However, this also presented a thorny problem. The once cultivated lands had been reclaimed by nature, requiring a struggle against the wilds to reopen them for cultivation. Salas emphasized the enormity of the undertaking, intending to deter Garen. Land reclamation is far from simple. Beyond organizing manpower for farming, a military presence is required for round-the-clock protection. Trolls, their age-old enemies, remain a constant threat, always ready to raid and plunder. 10 years ago, Salas led his army deep into the hinterlands to strike at the Witherbark tribe. Yet the cunning trolls retreated into the Alterac Mountains, leaving the army empty-handed. Their retaliation came swiftly and brutally, with repeated raids on border villages and even assassins infiltrating the royal palace. This led to the queen's tragic death and the young prince's severe injuries, after which Garen, a transmigrator, was reincarnated into the prince's body. This bloody lesson kept the kingdom's focus on restoring old cities for the past century, and the great nobles preferred to develop the safer areas within their own territories. But now, unseen-a-lifetime opportunity had arisen. Garen's Crimson Flame army, in coordination with Danith's forces, had annihilated the Witherbark tribe's Beastmaster Kama and his army at the southeastern mines, reducing the trolls' power to its weakest point in centuries. Salas's plan could kill 3 birds with 1 stone, relieving the capital's population pressure, opening up a new grain-producing region, and, most importantly, building a new army. By working with the militia of the Gashak farm and the Crimson Flame army stationed at the mines, they could encroach upon the Witherbark tribe's territory from 3 directions, gradually eroding their space for survival and ultimately eliminating this long-standing threat. After hearing this explanation, Garen's eyes lit up. Initially, he only intended to take on the project to earn some extra funds from the treasury to recharge the Origin Heart. Now, he was convinced that this grand plan was absolutely worth pursuing. Listen, listen, Garen exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming. This plan will relocate 50,000 people from the densely populated areas of the kingdom. He strode quickly to the map, his finger tracing back and forth over the earthy highlands. Think about it, people from towns in the east, west, north, and south will all gather together. Except for those coming in groups from the same place, no one will know each other. What better opportunity is there to obscure the truth? Garen's voice grew more fervent. We won't even need Omar and Varikar running around recruiting soldiers anymore. When the Crimson Flame army fields over 10,000 troops, I can simply claim they were conscripted from the relocated population. Who could question that? In 2 years, when the kingdom continues relocating people to the new settlements in the northeast, even if the Crimson Flame army grows to 20,000 strong, it can still be attributed to the people of the Earthy Highlands. He looked at his father, brimming with confidence. As the prince, as long as you don't question it, who else would dare? Amazing! Garen could hardly contain his excitement. Father, I'm fully aware of the challenges. But please, give me this chance. I'm confident not only in building the new city, but also in transforming it into a new agricultural hub. I'm willing to pledge a military vow to eradicate the remnants of Deadwood Village before the city is completed and truly unify the Earthy Highlands. Salas gazed at his son's resolute expression, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. A month ago, when Garen requested to form an army, Salas thought it was merely youthful ambition. He had agreed to the proposal because it aligned with his own plans. His intention had been to assemble a new corps to protect the developing territories, using elite squads from various legions as the foundation and recruiting new soldiers to fill the ranks. Garen's request had been a perfect opportunity, both fitting the plan and providing the young prince with valuable experience. Salas had even prepared contingency measures. The 9th-tier warrior Amor was embedded within Garen's forces as the captain of his personal guard, ready to take command in any crisis. Meanwhile, 2 secret cavalry regiments, each 1,000 strong, were stationed behind Trident Town, poised to provide reinforcements at a moment's notice upon Amor's signal flare. Yet none of these contingencies had been necessary. Garen's performance had exceeded all expectations. Not only did he demonstrate exceptional leadership, but he also knew when to defer command to the seasoned Amor during battles. What surprised Salas even more was the unexpected addition of Gandalf. This enigmatic mage, with his immense power and rapidly advancing skill, was a mystery. According to Amor's inquiries, Gandalf was not from Dalaran but had appeared for the first time in human lands. His lineage traced back to a wild mage named Reconnaissance, whose lineage had spent generations studying an ancient tome called Merry Winterwind's Magic Codex in the remote mountains of Alterac. After analyzing why Master Gandalf chose to stay by Garen's side, Amor's report concluded that the wizard had recognized Prince Garen's potential and taken him on as an apprentice. Salas carefully reviewed the report, doubting most of its content, except for one detail that caught his attention: the name Merlin Winterwind. As the king of Riverrun, Salas was well aware of this figure, one of the founders of the Tirisfal Council and among the first human mages in history. Just as Salas was about to write a letter reprimanding Amor for the investigation, the final line of the report drew his focus. Under Gandalf's guidance, Prince Garen had successfully cast blizzard and summoned water elementals. This revelation left Salas deep in thought. He knew Garen's magical aptitude all too well. While possessing extraordinary mental strength, Garen had been unable to cast any spells, a fact confirmed by both Count Dabaret and Antonidas of Dalaran. If even the cautious Amor reported this, then Gandalf, who had enabled Garen to wield magic, must indeed be extraordinary. Garen, however, had anticipated Salas and Amor's skepticism. When summoning the Archmage, he had meticulously fabricated a backstory. After all, the sudden appearance of a high-ranking mage unrecorded in Dalaran was bound to raise suspicion. Considering that mastering magic required extensive knowledge, and that human magic originated from the High Elves, typically learned only in magical sanctuaries like Dalaran, Garen cleverly invoked the authoritative figure of Merlin Winterwind. He concocted the idea of a so-called magical manuscript to lend Gandalf's existence an air of credibility. Ultimately, Salas decided to give Garen a chance, but even between father and son, clear terms were necessary. According to the advisor's calculations, the initial investment for building a new town would require 100,000 gold coins to hire stonemasons and purchase materials. Residents would be recruited after construction began, with the first group set to depart by the end of the year, and housing for 10,000 people to be completed within 6 months. Garen quickly calculated in his mind. One farm could house 12 people, requiring 834 farms in total. Each farm cost 100 gold coins, amounting to approximately 40,000 gold coins. The remaining funds made him secretly pleased. This was a highly profitable venture. With the miraculous abilities of the Heart of Origin, only 40 farmers working in shifts could complete the task within a month. No problem, father, Garen agreed decisively. Salas continued, saying that the second group of residents would migrate mid-next year, followed by a third group by year-end. The funds would be allocated in stages, with a total of 50,000 people to be relocated. Ensuring their food supply before achieving self-sufficiency was a must. No problem, father. If there's one thing I don't fear, it's a food shortage. Finally, Salas granted permission for the Red Flame army to expand, leaving the specific scale of expansion up to Garen. Garen agreed once more, secretly delighted. This was an enormous opportunity, thanks to the Heart of Origin's capabilities. However, he decided to keep a low profile. Quietly amassing wealth and power was the way to go. Thank you, father, Garen said calmly, nodding as his mind raced. He thought to himself, when I appear with tens of thousands of troops in the future, I hope father doesn't regret saying, recruit as many as you can manage. Galen left the castle with great excitement, holding Salas's engineering authorization in his hand. Before departing, he made sure to apply for teleportation access to the Tower of Saladin. He had little interest in the upcoming kingdom meeting, had already obtained what he wanted, so why waste time on political affairs? In his view, Salas, still in his prime, could likely rule for another 20 to 30 years. As a 12-year-old boy, there was no need for him to feign an interest in politics or governance. Becoming the king of Stromgard was never his goal. His ambitions were far greater. He aimed to become the king of men. But for now, he set himself a smaller goal: to become the lord of a city of 10,000. Based on his last video call with Donna's, Galen's base population had reached 8,578. The 4 town halls could train 96 farmers daily, and the 6 barracks could train an equal number of soldiers. On this 8th day, the base population was nearing 10,000, with over 4,300 combat units and 5,600 farmers. Tonight was the perfect time to upgrade the town hall. A flash of white light signaled Galen and Gandalf's instant teleportation back to Minas Tirith. Meanwhile, Ummel and the royal guards left behind in Stromgard exchanged helpless looks, once again abandoned by the prince. Ummel, the captain of the guards, shook his head in resignation. This wasn't the first time. The prince often relied on his teleportation ability to leave on his own. Both Salas and Ummel had become aware of a secret between Galen and Gandalf, likely tied to their heritage. This secret might lie deep within the Alterac Mountains. Using a detector provided by the Kirin Tor Council, the Royal Mage Advisor confirmed that Gandalf bore no demonic aura. The detector, passed down from the previous Guardian, was highly reliable. Since Gandalf had indeed been instrumental in improving Galen's abilities, they decided not to investigate further. At this moment, Galen was waiting in the central town hall of the First Ring in Minas Tirith. He had been there for 2 hours, eagerly anticipating the training completion of a new farmer. Gandalf, meanwhile, was meditating in a side chamber of the Right Town Hall, which he had long since converted into a dedicated magical laboratory. Finally, a flash of light illuminated the hall as a newly trained farmer emerged from the core area and saluted Galen. "Greetings, Commander." Galen gestured with a wave of his hand. "Go and report to Captain Cliff." The farmer nodded and departed to carry out the order. Just then, the voice of the Heart of Origin echoed in Galen's mind. "Ding! Base population has reached 10,000 units. Town hall upgrade available." The composed and regal demeanor Galen had maintained mere moments ago gave way to a slight tremor in his hands as he struggled to contain his excitement. Closing his eyes, he connected to the Heart of Origin and selected the current town hall. A new upgrade option appeared on the interface, which had previously only allowed for farmer training and militia summoning. Upgrading the main city required 3,200 units of gold and 2,100 units of wood. This goal had taken Garen nearly 3 months of meticulous effort to achieve, but today, he finally gathered all the necessary resources. Without hesitation, he issued the upgrade command, his heart brimming with anticipation. As he waited, the crystal ball on the table vibrated incessantly. It was Donna's, who had been trying to contact him. Garen had answered only once and learned that Amor had tasked Donna's with finding him. He briefly informed Donna's that he was in Minas Tirith and promised to return the next day before cutting off the connection. At this moment, his mind was entirely focused on the impending town hall upgrade. After issuing the upgrade command, the system notified him that it would take 36 hours to complete. Garen knew this process could not be expedited and resolved to wait patiently. He inserted a mana gem into the groove at the base of the crystal ball and reconnected with Donna's. "Garen, my uncle just informed me that the Treasury will release the first batch of construction funds tomorrow morning," Donna said immediately, delivering the good news. The mention of money instantly lifted Garen's spirits. "Got it. I'll head back to Stromgard in the morning," he replied, then added with a sigh, "Teleportation magic is so convenient. I don't understand why the kingdom doesn't establish fixed teleportation gates along the border." Donna's explained, "Fixed teleportation gates are too expensive, and the kingdom lacks enough mages to maintain them. Cavalry can reach the border via the main road in about a day and a night, and in emergencies, temporary Legion-level teleportation gates can be opened. It's much more cost-effective that way." All right, no need to flaunt your magical knowledge anymore," Garen teased. "You're practically a mage yourself now. Congratulations, Mage Garen," Donna's joked, knowing full well that Garen could summon water elementals and cast blizzard spells. "I still follow the warrior's path. Becoming a mage isn't my choice," Garen replied earnestly. Donna's mouth twitched slightly, regretting his inadvertent boastfulness. Then Garen donned a salesman-like expression. "Donna's, if there were a profession that could fight, tank, and heal effectively, would you want to learn it? Something like that exists? Don't try to fool me." Donna's, having been tricked before, wasn't so easily convinced this time. "It's real, I'm not joking. What's the profession? How can I switch? The time isn't right yet, but I promise you'll be the first to know." "Deal." Donna's, though skeptical, agreed. After ending the conversation, Garen had a simple dinner and rested for the night. Early the next morning, he returned to Stromgard during Solas breakfast hour to avoid meetings, intending only to collect the construction funds and leave. However, when he saw the dozens of chests filled with gold, silver, and copper coins, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The 10,000 in funds wasn't pure gold but a mix of coins. He understood this was the summer tax revenue recently collected, so it was impossible for it to be all gold. In this world, commoners primarily used copper coins, merchants dealt in silver and some gold coins, and only aristocrats like Count Dabire held large reserves of gold. Better than nothing, Garen consoled himself. He decided to see if the silver and copper coins could be used for deposits. Taking 2 rune-patterned cloth bags, he stored the funds and returned to his courtyard, while also dispatching messengers to summon Omar, Varokal, and Fadil back to Stromgard as soon as possible. The next few dozen hours felt excruciatingly long for Garen. Finally, on the 3rd morning, a burst of white light emanated from the town hall at the center of Minas Tirith's First Ring district, marking the beginning of its transformation. Early in the morning, far away in Stromgard, Jalin was jolted awake by a series of notification sounds in his mind. The system alerts came one after another. The main city upgrade was complete, unlocking new structures such as the Arcane Sanctuary, Workshop, and Griffin Nest, along with the most important feature, the Path of Kings. A surge of warm energy flowed through Jalin's body, instantly elevating his strength from the early 7th tier to the peak of the 7th tier. just one step away from a breakthrough. This was the power of the path of Kingsit allowed him to gain a fraction of the strength from his subordinates, approximately 1,000th. With just 10,000 people under his rule, his power had increased by nearly an entire tier. Why am I working so hard to train? Jalin couldn't help but think. All I need is a population boom. With the combined strength of a few million people, I could ascend to godhood in no time. It was no wonder he had confidently told Donas before that the path of a mage was not for him, was walking a completely different road. As he adapted to the tingling energy coursing through his body, Jalin connected to the heart of origin and carefully examined the upgraded main city. Compared to the nearby town halls, the main city now stood taller, transformed from a single-story structure into a two-story building. The open-air balcony on the second floor faced the main gate, giving the city the appearance of an elegant two-story villa. On either side of the main city stood tall towers, the new watchtower on the right and the existing clock tower on the left. A villa like this would be worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins in Stromgard, Jalin estimated to himself. Once the tingling sensation subsided, Jalin stepped out into the courtyard to stretch and loosen his muscles. The strength of the 7th-tier peak was not difficult to control, and he quickly grew accustomed to the boost. After instructing the guards to prepare breakfast, he sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard, closed his eyes, and connected to the heart of origin to meticulously review the changes brought about by the main city upgrade. The main city interface indicated that a level 3 castle required a population of 100,000 to unlock. Each building now featured new technologies. The barracks gained long-barreled muskets, which increased the range of musketeers. The blacksmith shop introduced 4 new technologies to enhance the attack and defensive units, which, once fully researched, could double the combat effectiveness of base troops. And the lumber mill now offered advanced lumber-carrying techniques and improved masonry for strengthening building armor. The most striking upgrade was the King's Altar. In addition to unlocking the Path of Kings, it now allowed for the summoning of a second hero. Jalin immediately ordered the summoning of a new paladin hero and began researching all technologies except for those in the blacksmith shop. For the blacksmith's research, he planned to wait until he returned to Minas Tirith to cover the costs with construction funds. Continuing the research to equip specific human units with Tucubiqumeter backpacks, the goal was to grant them the ability to carry items. Although this technology was previously dismissed as insignificant by Jalin and shelved, he decided to complete the research during the opportunity presented by the upgrade of the secondary main city. For Jalin, this upgrade symbolized a transformation of strength, and with a bit more time, the Cheyenne army was bound to achieve a qualitative leap in power. After a week of waiting at Rapidstream Fortress, the recruitment efforts of Omar, Fadil, and Valakar's 3 teams were finally completed. Outside the fortress, near the moat on the eastern side of the Path of Valor, the temporary camp of the Cheyenne army was filled with a lively and joyous atmosphere. As soon as Fadil saw Valakar, he greeted him with a warm embrace. Amid the clanging of their armor, the two engaged in an enthusiastic conversation. They discussed the outcomes of their respective recruitment efforts, with Fadil praising the cavalry Valakar had recruited, while Valakar complimented the imposing presence of Fadil's troops. During their conversation, Fadil mentioned that he had successfully recruited 17 newly advanced Tier 7 professionals, all driven by ambitions of achieving glory and rising to nobility. Valakar proudly shared how, with the help of the Nuo family, he was able to acquire 500 warhorses at a favorable price. At the center of the camp, Jalin was attentively listening to the reports from the 3 commanders. Omar's 1,000-strong unit primarily consisted of heavily armored infantry, with a small number of troll hunters providing ranged support. This was a classic assault force, and thanks to the equipment left behind from the base infantry upgrade, their weaponry and gear were well prepared. Valakar's 1,000-man cavalry unit was composed of 600 heavy cavalry and 400 light cavalry. The heavy cavalry was tasked with frontal assaults, while the light cavalry, equipped with javelins, handled reconnaissance and ranged attack duties. Fadil's 1,000-strong unit adopted a more versatile configuration, with himself, Flar, and Kimmer each leading 300 soldiers. This unit included warriors, troll hunters, and accompanying clerics. Due to the scarcity of mages in Rapidstream Fortress, they had to substitute troll hunters for the mage role typically found in traditional Human Kingdom armies, but they still maintained the classic warrior-mage-cleric triad structure. In the dimly lit command tent, Omar was giving Garen a detailed report on the status of the 3 battalions. As Garen listened, he silently calculated the total strength of the Crimson Flame army. 3,000 newly recruited troops from the Highlands, over 5,000 soldiers already stationed at the base, and, with the addition of specialists from the Arcane Sanctuary, the Workshop, and the Griffin Nest, their combat-ready forces had surpassed the 8,000 mark. Oldly, "You're practically a brigade commander now," Garen blurted out absent-mindedly. "Your Highness?" Omar, in the middle of his report, looked at him in confusion. Realizing he had misspoken while distracted, Garen quickly covered for himself. Nothing. I meant that Deputy Commander Amor is now capable of leading an entire legion into battle." Valakar interjected at just the right moment. "The prince is right. With our 3 battalions totaling 3,000 men, combined with over 2,000 seasoned veterans, our force of over 5,000 is indeed approaching the size of a legion. In fact, we now have over 8,000 troops, Garen stated calmly, dropping the astonishing figure. The tent erupted with murmurs of amazement from the dozen or so officers present. Even the seasoned Amor and the usually composed Omar couldn't help but glance at Garen in surprise. Garen elaborated. While you were recruiting in various regions, Master Gandalf used teleportation spells to travel to the kingdom's eastern border to enlist additional soldiers. Excitement was apparent on the faces of the officers. By this time, the command structure of the Crimson Flame Army was fully established. Omar led the 1st Battalion, Valakar commanded the 2nd Battalion, and 6 mid-level officers, promoted from the elite guards, were in charge of smaller units. Fadil commanded 400 troops, while Frar and Kimmer each led 300. 15 individuals were gathered in the tent. At the head of the assembly stood Garen, while the front row included Amor, Gandalf, and the logistics officer Harman Carvin. The rest were officers of various ranks, plus one unfamiliar, muscular man. Once the group settled down, Garen continued, "Today, I'd like to introduce a new master who has joined the Crimson Flame Army, Aragorn, an 8th-tier professional and a devout follower of the light." The attendees all greeted Aragorn with respect. This 8th-tier powerhouse was second only to Amor and Gandalf in strength and on par with Omar. As the second hero summoned by the Altar of Kings, the addition of this holy knight undoubtedly elevated the Crimson Flame Army's capabilities to new heights. As the paladin stepped out of the Altar of Kings after completing his training, Garen, plagued by his chronic naming indecision, promptly named the paladin Aragorn. He thought to himself, since there's already a Gandalf, adding an Aragorn seems perfectly reasonable. This time, summoning the second hero wasn't free consumed a significant amount of Garen's precious resources. At the outset, Aragorn's strength was at the peak of the 7th tier, which was tied to Garen's own power baseline. To ensure Aragorn could take on an important role within the Crimson Flame Army, enhancing his strength became a top priority. Gandalf led Aragorn to the outskirts of Witherbark Village via teleportation, initiating a series of ambushes on troll patrols. Through relentless hunting and defeating the patrolling trolls, Aragorn's power steadily increased. Finally, the day before, he advanced to the early stage of the 8th tier. Once Aragorn had become acquainted with the group, Garen gathered everyone to discuss the next stage of their mission. "I've received an important royal assignment, to establish a new settlement in the northeastern region." This announcement sparked a wave of astonishment among those present. After all, the kingdom hadn't expanded its territory in years. The Thorbian royal family controlled most of the kingdom's heartlands, and the remaining lands had long been parceled out. For aspiring new nobles, frontier expansion was almost the only path to upward mobility. While excitement spread through the room, Varakar voiced his dissent. "Your Highness, why should we become a frontier expedition force? Shouldn't we continue fighting?" "Silence, Carl. Let His Highness finish." His friend Omar snapped, unable to tolerate the interruption. Garen, unfazed, continued his explanation. "Establishing a new settlement is a key initiative for the kingdom and aligns perfectly with the Crimson Flame Army's strategic objectives. First, it allows us to monitor the northern Alterac Mountains by establishing outposts to prevent hinterland trolls from aiding Witherbark Village. More importantly, warriors who perform exceptionally in the battle for Witherbark Village will be granted at least the title of Frontier Knight, along with corresponding fiefs." Garen then assigned tasks to the various teams, including the logistics team led by Harman Carvin, who would oversee building outposts, patrolling borders, and procuring construction materials. The officers left the tent beaming with excitement, clearly still elated by the inspiring news. Left alone in the tent with Amor, Gandalf, and Aragorn, Garen closed his eyes and connected to the heart of origin. His consciousness shifted to Minas Tirith, where in the second ring, the military and mage districts had completed the construction of the Arcane Sanctum, the workshop, and the Griffin Aviary, all of which had begun training combat units. The Arcane Sanctum could train sorcerers, priests, and spellbreakers. The workshop was currently producing flying machines and mortar teams, and the Griffin Aviary could train Dragonhawk riders. However, 3 elite units knights, siege tanks, and Griffin riders would only be unlocked after upgrading to a Tier 3 castle. In preparation for the Troll Army, Galen constructed 2 white stone arcane sanctums within the city. These structures would serve as training bases for mages and priests, as he aimed to recreate the legendary Iron Triangle tactic used by the Earthy Empire to defeat the troll forces. In the first sanctum, mages clad in blue robes were undergoing rigorous training. These spellcasters, equipped with cloth armor and staves, specialized in mid-level spells such as slow, invisibility, and polymorph. The training of each mage required 155 units of gold and 20 units of lumber, taking 30 hours to complete and consuming 2 units of food daily. The adjacent sanctum was dedicated to training priests. These holy figures, dressed in white robes and also equipped with cloth armor and staves, mastered mid-tier holy light spells including heal, dispel, and inner fire. Training a single priest required 135 units of gold and 20 units of lumber, with a training duration of 28 hours and the same daily food consumption as the mages. As times changed, the dwarves' firearm technology introduced new options for human armies. In Stromgard, the ratio of riflemen to crossbowmen in the traditional troll hunting units had reached parity. Unlike mages, riflemen were not constrained by innate talent, making it easier to expand their ranks. Despite this, Galen remained acutely aware of the critical role of mage units. Upon the completion of the 2 arcane sanctums, 6 to 7 spellcasters had already been trained in each. Notably, these mages and priests were ordinary human men and women, challenging the stereotype of witches and elven priests. Meanwhile, the construction of the workshop and griffin aviary had also been completed. Under Galen's orders, the training of flying machines, mortar teams, and dragonhawk riders had commenced. These units, too, were composed of humans, defying traditional assumptions that such roles were reserved for gnomes, dwarves, or high elves. Galen exercised particular caution in deploying dragonhawk riders. While the riders could be human, the dragonhawks themselves were a specialty of the high elves. He planned to introduce this unit at the right time, potentially through Kel'Thuzad of Dalaran or the elven commander Illyria Windrunner. The course of history suggested that humanity would eventually establish its own aerial force. In the future Stormwind, a squadron of snow-white griffins would become a vital air defense against the scourge. This snow-white griffin could be described as the epitome of beauty and elegance among griffins, its pure white feathers shimmering softly under the sunlight, showcasing a perfect harmony of grace and strength. The human knights riding on its back are clad in blue plate armor, wielding swords and shields. While their combat skills may not yet rival those of the Wildhammer dwarf instructors, this aerial unit still possesses an imposing and formidable presence. Reflecting on the moment he first summoned the Origin Heart base, Garen gradually pieced together some lingering doubts. At the time, the pre-construction voice prompt from the base had explicitly stated that the Origin Heart had detected he was a descendant of the Iron Vrykul and had extracted his genetic material. This explained why all the units within the base, from farmers to infantry, from mages to priests, were created based on his genetic makeup. Over 2 months of experience with the Origin Heart had given Garen a deeper understanding of its workings. He speculated that it was his memories of the Warcraft game series that had influenced the Origin Heart to adopt this particular style, resulting in a base that closely resembled the architecture of the human faction in Warcraft. The power of this artifact was truly awe-inspiring. The next day, 3 battalions of the Scarlet Flame Army, each 1,000 strong, prepared to set off for the northeastern region of the kingdom. Garen assigned Harmon Cavan to remain in Stromgard Keep to oversee the procurement of building materials, including timber, tiles, and utensils. While wood and stone could be sourced locally, the relocated populace could temporarily reside on farms before constructing their own homes. Garen handed over the copper, silver, and a portion of the gold from the construction funds to Harmon, while keeping over 40,000 gold coins for himself. Had discovered earlier that gold coins were far more efficient for recharging the town hall compared to copper and silver. Instead of marching with the main force, Garen, along with 2 hero units, used mass teleportation to travel directly to the northeastern region to establish a forward outpost. Thanks to the coordinates left by Gandalf and Aragorn during their previous experience-gathering ventures in Deadwood Village, over 2,000 soldiers had already been teleported to the area over the past few days. The newly trained troops remained stationed in Minas Tirith. After numerous spatial jumps, Garen had grown entirely accustomed to the discomfort of teleportation. Arriving in the northeastern part of the Earthy Highlands, the camp was bustling with activity. Among the 2,000 Scarlet Flame soldiers from the base, most were busy setting up tents, while a smaller group patrolled the perimeter on guard duty. Taking advantage of the early hour, Garen ventured out with Gandalf and Aragorn to scout the area, both to explore the map and to choose a suitable location for the new settlement. Heading north, Gandalf summoned water elementals, which dispersed in all directions to swiftly clear the fog of war on the map. The Highlands had recently experienced rainfall, leaving droplets of water glistening on the grass blades under the sunlight. Boots pressed into the damp earth with faint squelching sounds. In the distance, green plains stretched toward the base of the Alterac Mountains, where a herd of Highland wild horses galloped, pursued by a few raptors. After approximately half an hour, Garen came across a sunken basin located in the northeastern corner near the mountains. Cross-referencing the base's map, he realized this was the very site where the future town of Hammerfall would be established. The following day, Jalin dispatched half of his soldiers to the north, where they would begin constructing a camp in the basin discovered the previous day. He entrusted the southern camp to Aragorn, assigning him a force of 1,000 soldiers tasked with defending against trolls from the south and the potential threat of the withered kobolds from the east. These kobolds are a unique humanoid species that dwell in underground caves. Standing just over a meter tall, they wear tattered clothes and have long rat-like tails. To navigate the dark caverns, they often fix a burning candle atop their heads. While individually weak in combat and naturally timid, They rely on sheer numbers and simple tactics to fight. In his past life, Jalin had despised underground cave exploration in the world of Warcraft. The winding tunnels, teeming with imps, spiders, and these aggressive kobolds, were a constant source of frustration. However, these kobolds were precisely why Jalin found this land so appealing. Born with an innate love of mining, the kobolds in Withered Canyon undoubtedly occupied an area rich in mineral resources. Once Amor arrived with reinforcements, they could eliminate the Withered tribe and secure both the northern basin and the Withered mine. The northern basin was an irregularly shaped, circular area with a circumference of nearly 10 kilometers. Surrounded by sloping ridges 4 to 5 meters high and featuring a flat bottom, this area, comparable in size to an ancient county town, was destined to become the largest settlement in the region, second only to Dunhold Castle. At present, the Crimson Flame Army, clad in their red uniforms, was clearing the basin. 1,000 soldiers advanced in 10 formations. Infantry at the front, musketeers at the rear, moving in a crescent-shaped formation. This area, largely abandoned since the Earthy Empire era, had become a haven for giant highland spiders, apart from the occasional hunter or troll passing through. Standing atop a ridge, Jalin observed the battle below as though he were playing a real-life version of a total war game. Between the orderly infantry formations, musketeers fired through the gaps, sending plumes of smoke rising and slowly dissipating into the air. Behind him, Gandalf was waiting for his group teleportation spell to cool down. He had already made several trips between the northeastern and southeastern regions of Minas Tirith, each time bringing back hundreds of farmers. These 1,000 farmers were a crucial part of Jalin's plan. Once the basin was cleared, he intended to construct a town hall at its center and use his 40,000 gold coins to build 500 farms. As the soldiers advanced toward the heart of the basin, Jalin shifted his focus back to the blueprint of his new town, continuing to refine his vision for its future. On the highlands surrounding the basin, Garland initiated an ambitious town planning project. He first decided to build a ring of walls around the highlands, setting up watchtowers every 50 meters as a framework. Farmers were then instructed to connect these towers with stone walls, forming a complete defensive structure. Using the central town hall as a dividing line, Garland split the basin into northern and southern zones. The northern zone was designated as the farming district for the base, taking up half of the town's area. This land was reserved as his private domain. The southern zone was allocated for the kingdom's citizens who would soon migrate to the area. At the southern edge of the basin, Garland designed a main gate inspired by the layout of future Hammerfall. From the gate, a straight cobblestone avenue led directly to the town hall, while extending southward to the Gashak farm. In front of the town hall, Garland planned a large fountain to serve as the centerpiece of the central square. Surrounding the square, he envisioned a commercial district to attract investment and generate revenue. To enhance the functionality of the town, Garland also set aside specific areas for constructing grain processing facilities such as mills, breweries, and bakeries. This aligned perfectly with Salas's vision of transforming the Northeast into the kingdom's fourth-largest granary. As he delved deeper into his father's strategic intentions, Garland began to grasp the profound purpose behind the migration plan. Among the kingdom's 3 major agricultural estates, only Gashak Farm was under royal control. The other 2 were managed by Marquis Nosford and Count Dabire. While Count Dabire was loyal to the crown, Marquis Nosford, a remnant noble of the Earthy Empire, shared a similar stance with the Thoradin family. With this understanding, Garland positioned the town as a logistical hub for grain production. As long as the town could supply sufficient food, his decision to claim half of it as his private domain would likely meet no resistance from Salas. He planned to have the base's farmers focus on wheat cultivation, while the migrants would specialize in processing it into flour, bread, and ale. These products could be used for trade or stored as reserves. Based on the basin's size, Garland estimated that the southern zone could accommodate at least 100,000 residents. He planned for the migrants to arrive in 6 months, during which they would construct uniform 2-story houses in the southern zone during the day and temporarily reside in farm dormitories at night. Construction materials were already prepared, with stone supplied by local mines and timber sourced from the Alterac Mountains. To safeguard the base's core secrets, Garland established strict divisions of labor. The base's farmers would handle agricultural production, while the migrants would focus on processing tasks. The details of this preliminary plan would still need to be discussed with Gandalf. Although inexperienced in political intrigue and military strategy, Garland understood the importance of delegation. He entrusted Amor with managing the military, collaborated with Harmon on internal affairs, and concentrated on controlling the Heart of Origin base to develop economic strength. He firmly believed that by continuously expanding the power of the Scarlet Flame, one day, he would lead them beyond Azeroth and toward the stars. Dreams are worth having. What if they come true? Garen mused as he wiped the glistening droplets from the corner of his mouth, tempering his excitement for the future. Looking up, he saw that the cleanup of the basin was nearing completion. Beside him, Gandalf was lowering his staff, having just accomplished an awe-inspiring feat, safely teleporting 1,000 farmers from Minas Tirith hundreds of kilometers away. This enormous expenditure of magic could have been avoided by waiting for the town hall to be completed and using a return scroll instead. However, time was of the essence, and the old wizard had to step in. With the main city upgraded to level 2, the Arcane Vault unveiled a new set of items. Health Potion. Single use, instantly restores 250 health points, priced at 150 gold. Mana Potion. Single use, instantly restores 150 mana points, priced at 200 gold. Return Scroll. Teleports the user and nearby units to a designated location, priced at 350 gold. Ivory Tower. Constructs an upgradable watchtower at a designated location, priced at 30 gold and 20 wood. These items were restocked every 4 to 5 days, and Garen had been quietly stockpiling them. Speaking of return scrolls, Garen had unintentionally inconvenienced Gandalf. Unlike in games where such scrolls only teleport users to allied towns, in reality, the scrolls consist of two components: the main scroll for teleportation and a coordinate stone to set the destination. By pre-placing and activating the coordinate stone, the scroll could transport the user to a specific location rather than defaulting to the main base. However, Garen hadn't looked too deeply into this detail. At 350 gold per scroll, it seemed more economical to rely on Gandalf's free spellcasting. Through observation, Garen discovered that the Heart of Origin base operated under a unique numerical system. For example, the effectiveness of health potions was tied to the overall attributes of the base's heroes. Gandalf, a 9th-tier hero, had around 800 health points, while Aragorn, an 8th-tier hero, had about 1,000. These potions were primarily meant for the base's heroes, but experiments on raptors revealed that Azeroth creatures could also benefit from them, as ordinary wounds healed swiftly. Garen began to plan once the trolls in the earthy highlands were subdued and the rear stabilized, he would delve into studying the potion's effects on Azeroth's humans. Perhaps this could open up a lucrative trade route. An hour later, the soldiers finished their battle and started clearing the battlefield. Garen promptly directed the farmers to step in and collect the spider's venom sacs and silk glands. These spider carcasses were like gold mines to Galen. He couldn't wait to amass millions of gold coins, wishing he could just type Greediscood 10000000 like in a game and make it happen instantly. At this moment, he truly embodied the persona of Galen the money-hungry Thorbane. On the battlefield, infantry and gunners were performing the final sweep, delivering the killing blow to the barely alive spiders. After these battles, more than half of the original 2,000 soldiers had advanced to the 4th tier, leaping from novice to mid-tier professionals, achieving a significant boost in strength. Over 1,000 farmers were dispatched to clean the battlefield, carefully collecting spider venom sacs, silk sacs, and intact unhatched spider eggs. Thousands of spider corpses were piled outside the basin, forming small hills awaiting incineration. While some praised roasted spider legs for their crispy texture and chicken-like flavor, it was clearly not a delicacy everyone could stomach. At the center of the basin, a town hall was being constructed. This hall would not only manage the future town's affairs, but also serve the highland residents and provide training for farmers. Simultaneously, at the northern edge of the basin near the foothills of the Alterac Mountains, another town hall was under construction, designated for developing the mineral resources in a cave. Galen remembered. The construction efforts were in full swing. The central town hall was overseen by a single farmer, whereas the northern project had a team of over a dozen farmers working together, with a lumber mill being built nearby. By nightfall, the mining town hall was the first to be completed, allowing Galen to finally move out of his tent. That evening, after a lively raptor barbecue feast, Galen handed over command to Gandalf and retired to the town hall to rest. It was then that he experienced a heart-wrenching wealth evaporation. 4 chests of shimmering gold coins transformed into golden mist in an instant, absorbed by the town hall and converted into 80,000 units of base resources. Time was of the essence, as Amor's forces were expected to arrive in no more than 20 days. Galen had to complete the construction of farms and outposts within this period. A week later, the central town hall was operational and began training farmers, while the northern mining cave had started producing ore. 200 farmers were dedicated to farm construction, completing 500 farms. 100 were tasked with building watchtowers and walls. Over 600 were engaged in mining and logging, and the remaining farmers moved into the newly built farms to plant magical wheat. Finally, shortly after the completion of 1,000 farms, Amor's force of 3,000 arrived earlier than expected. Despite the dust and wear from 15 days of marching, they maintained a disciplined formation. Seeing this fresh reinforcement, Galen was secretly delighted. The Withered Beard Canyon and its dual mines were soon to be his. Garen remembered that Withered Beard Canyon was nestled halfway up the mountain, its location extremely concealed. This mineral deposit wasn't even marked on the maps of the kingdom of Stromgard. If not for his knowledge from a past life, Garen would have had no idea it existed. Even so, he could only determine its rough location to the east of Helm's Hollow. Speaking of Helm's Hollow, the name was Garen's choice for the new settlement. As someone who struggled with naming things, he figured it was better to borrow the wisdom of predecessors than rack his brain for something original. To pinpoint the canyon's exact location, Garen adopted a two-pronged approach. On one hand, he upgraded the arcane tower and learned the reveal detection spell, which could uncover hidden units in an area for 15 seconds. On the other, he deployed a newly trained squadron of flying machines to assist with the search. These flying machines, produced on the assembly lines of the workshop, were small unmanned helicopters equipped with weapon mounts on either side. To Garen's surprise, these machines didn't require dedicated operators. It wasn't until Cliff, the labor foreman, explained that their farmers could be trained to pilot the machines and operate mortars that Garen marveled at their versatility. At present, the flying machines lacked a bomb-dropping function, limiting their use to aerial combat and reconnaissance. Besides the flying squadron, Garen also called in a team of priests and a team of mages. These second-tier units had a lengthy training period, taking a full week to assemble each team. After 2 days of thorough searching, they finally discovered Withered Beard Canyon amidst the mountains. The canyon bore similarities to the northern mines of the southeastern mining area, with its narrow, elongated valley flanked by steep cliffs and the mine entrance at its deepest point. However, Withered Beard Canyon stretched over 2 kilometers in length and was significantly more expansive than the northern mines. In terms of tactical planning, Garen decided to wait for Amor's main forces to arrive before sending stealth units into the canyon to scout the terrain and assess the kobold situation. Since the battle at the southeastern mines, Garen had developed great respect for Master Karlr's reconnaissance abilities. Through his father, Torbjorn, he established a long-term contract with Ravenholt Manor, hiring Karlr's team as elite scouts for the Crimson Flame Army. After Amor's forces had rested for a night, Garen convened a meeting at Aragorn's camp, where the high-ranking members of the Crimson Flame Army gathered once again in the war tent. In the spacious conference hall, Garen sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the people standing on either side. To his left stood Amor, Gandalf, and Aragorn in sequence, while to his right were Omar, Valrakar, Fadil, and Master Karlu. Garen couldn't help but secretly observe the beards of those present. Gandalf's iconic white hair and beard flowed all the way down to his waist, reminding Garen of a redrobed Santa Claus. Amor, a middle-aged man, sported a thick golden beard, while the 30-something Aragorn had a similar style but in black. The age differences among the four on the right were even more pronounced. The 26-year-old Omar had yet to grow his signature goatee, while the others were even younger. The most striking figure was Master Karlu at the end of the line, whose shiny bald head was entirely devoid of hair, earning him the private nickname Egg Master from Garen. Ahem. Gandalf cleared his throat loudly, snapping Garen out of his wandering thoughts. He knew Garen's tendency to drift off, especially after leaving the Altar of Kings. Straightening himself, Garen quickly refocused and asked, "How are you all holding up? Ready for battle?" "No problem, Your Highness." Omar and 2 others replied in unison. Good. Garen pulled out a rolled parchment. Now, let me announce the next target for the Crimson Flame Army. In the mountain range to our east lies a rich mineral deposit, currently occupied by a kobold tribe. Valrakar, quick on his feet, spread out a map he had drawn on the table. Garen shot him a look of approval before pointing to a location marked as the Withered Beard Canyon. This kobold tribe calls themselves the Withered Beard Clan, and they've taken over this 12-kilometer-long canyon. Garen then described the kobolds in detail, adept at digging, standing between 1 and 1.2 meters tall, weighing about 70 to 100 pounds. Most of them served as both miners and warriors, wielding mining picks and shovels as weapons, with a few capable of simple spellcasting. He emphasized, they're bold when in groups. Our strategy is to break them in one decisive strike, and then clear out their caves. If possible, I want to subdue this kobold tribe. Understood? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. We'll deploy 3 battalions for this operation. Who will take the lead? Valrakar and Fadil immediately raised their hands, sparking a heated exchange of taunts. What's your cavalry going to Docklim Mountains and enjoy the view? Our cavalry can charge on horseback and fight just as well on foot. Keep bragging, Karl. Bragging doesn't cost you anything. Enough. Quiet. Garen, annoyed by the bickering, turned to Amor. Amor, you handle the assignments. Amor glanced thoughtfully at Aragorn before confidently issuing orders. Master Karlu will lead the scout team to gather intelligence on the canyon and assess the enemy. Aragorn will command the vanguard, with Omar and Fadil providing support, while Valrakar stays to guard the camp. The reactions were mixed. Valrakar deflated like a punctured balloon, while Fadil and Omar exchanged knowing smiles. As a seasoned paladin, Aragorn remained calm and composed. Leading thousands into battle was second nature to him. Everyone understood that Amor's arrangement was a test of Aragorn's capabilities as a new addition to the group, paving the way for better coordination in future operations. Beyond the mountains and across the seas, there lives a peculiar race known as the kobolds. Naturally timid and cowardly, Yet mischievous and foolish, they have chosen to make their homes in dark underground caves. Guided only by the faint glow of candlelight, they explore their shadowy world. For adventurers like Garen, who have roamed the lands of Azeroth, slaying kobolds has become a routine task. He still vividly remembers his encounter with his first-named kobold leader in Elwyn Forest Goldtooth. As one of Azeroth's native species, kobolds are widespread. Though they avoid the dangers of the surface world, they thrive and multiply in the intricate underground networks beneath mountains and mines. With little to do in their dimly lit tunnels besides mining, their reproduction rate is astonishing. As long as food is plentiful, their population grows rapidly. Throughout Garen's adventures across Azeroth, from the Alliance's Elwyn Forest to Westfall, and from the Horde's Derota to Stonedalin Mountains, kobolds have been a constant presence. Even in the Broken Isles High Mountain, he once completed a quest line detailing the conflict between the Tauren and the kobolds. It seems this quirky race is intertwined with the journey of every adventurer. A mysterious legend surrounds the kobolds. Their king is said to have hidden a treasure trove amassed over millennia, leaving behind only a cryptic message. Do you want the kobold's treasure? Go find it. I've hidden all the wealth there. However, to Garen, chasing after an elusive treasure seemed far less practical than simply claiming the Goldtooth mine and amassing wealth through decades of mining. More importantly, no one knows the location of the treasure better than the kobolds themselves. Garen's gaze settled on the leader of the Cragtooth tribe, the Geomancer Flinthak. If he could capture and subdue him, the secret of the treasure would surely be revealed. At Ummel's command, the camp sprang into action. A stealth team led by Master Carlu had already set out quietly, while Aragorn's troops were coordinating with Valakar to secure the camp's defenses. Moments later, 3 battalions of the Crimson Flame Army, led by Aragorn, marched eastward in a grand formation, heading toward the Alterac Mountains. 3,000 soldiers were dispatched to deal with a single kobold tribe, ensuring absolute success. As the army entered the forest at the foot of the mountains, Aragorn suddenly raised his arm, signaling a warning. The troops immediately went on alert as the infantry raised their shields in unison. At that moment, a figure emerged from the dense woodsit was hard-biled. Disabling his stealth mode, he moved through the ranks and approached Garen and Ummel, ready to report his reconnaissance findings. Your Highness, Prince, and Lord Amor. The scoutmaster's voice carried a hint of weariness. 2 kilometers ahead lies the entrance to the canyon. Currently, there are fewer than 100 kobolds wandering inside, most of them only possessing the strength of low-tier warriors. I ventured into the mine tunnels for reconnaissance and found the interior to be a maze of interconnected passages, with a large number of kobolds. My preliminary assessment is that the Withered Beard tribe has reached the scale of a medium-sized clan. Hearing this, Garen turned to Amor. Seeing him nod in agreement, Garen immediately issued the order to advance. Before long, the vanguard led by Aragorn reached Withered Beard Canyon. Among the kobolds who had been aimlessly wandering within the canyon, one suddenly flared its oversized nostrils, sniffing the air with heightened vigilance. Unlike Luton and his team, who carried scent-dampening powder, the sheer number of red flame soldiers gathering made it impossible to hide the human scent. The kobold glanced toward the canyon entrance and saw a dense wave of red figures, each towering over 2 kobolds in height. Arf! Arf! Arf arf! The kobold barked alarmingly as it bolted toward the mine entrance, its warning cries echoing through the canyon. The others, startled by the alarm, scrambled back into the mine in a panic. Given the terrain, it was unsuitable for an ambush. Garen and his forces had a straightforward strategy: wait for the kobolds to gather, crush their morale in one decisive strike, and then offer them terms of surrender. In the 200-meter-wide canyon, Aragorn commanded the infantry to form 2 parallel phalanxes as they advanced, with over 300 musketeers following closely behind. Positioned at the center of the formation, Aragorn radiated the effect of the Aura of Devotion. This Tier 3 aura granted an additional 4.5 points of armor to allied forces, making it nearly impossible for the kobolds' mining picks to penetrate the infantry's defenses. As the formation reached the center of the canyon, a swarm of kobolds poured out of the mine. Leading the charge were elite warriors, standing about 1.2 meters tall, clad in red and orange garments. Their exposed arms bore faint scale patterns, and their heads were adorned with small horns. Armed with spiked maces, axes, javelins, spears, and even crossbows, they numbered 400 to 500. Behind them came even more diggers, wielding mining tools as makeshift weapons. Based on kobold societal norms, roughly 1 leader and 2 warriors emerged for every 40 ordinary members. Estimating from the 400 warriors present, the total population of this tribe likely approached 10,000. Thankfully, the kobolds' natural inclination toward mining kept them occupied. Otherwise, they would pose a significant threat to the kingdom's borders. Finally, their leader emerged a particularly imposing figure whose sheer size dwarfed the other kobolds. As soon as he appeared, no additional kobolds came out of the mine. These were likely the main adult male force of the Withered Beard tribe. The kobolds' barking echoed throughout the canyon. Even though they spoke in goblin tongue, Garen could only understand fragments of their words. Realizing that the language barrier would make negotiations for surrender difficult, he immediately used the Heart of Origin to summon Gandalf remotely for assistance. The kobolds, despite their vast numbers as a species, are individually weak and can only survive by dwelling in underground burrows, spending their days mining and reproducing. This time, their misfortune came in the form of being targeted by Galen solely because they occupied a rich gold vein. Howl! Howl! Oh whoa! A sharp cry erupted from the tall kobold commander standing at the rear of their army. The moment the command was issued, over 400 kobold warriors surged forward like a tidal wave, followed closely by their miners. The warriors in the front ranks brandished crude weapons, their eyes burning with a bloodlust as they charged chaotically toward the enemy line. Facing an enemy force twice the size of his own, Aragorn remained calm. Front row, shields up, his steady voice echoed through the canyon. Clang! The synchronized sound of shields being raised rang out from the infantry phalanx. By now, the kobolds had closed into within 400 meters and began hurling javelins and firing crossbows. However, due to their limited range, most projectiles fell harmlessly onto the ground in front of the infantry. The few bolts that hit the shields were easily deflected. This well-equipped unit not only benefited from Aragorn's armor enhancements, but was also outfitted with refined iron swords and steel armor. These crude ranged weapons posed no threat to their defenses. Riflemen, prepare. Aragorn's voice remained steady and commanding. 400 meters ahead. Aim. Fire. Bang. Bang bang. Bang. The sound of gunfire echoed in rapid succession, thick smoke filling the air. With advancements in long-barreled musket technology and refined gunpowder, these rifles boasted extended range and devastating power. The kobold warriors in the front ranks fell one after another. Some even pierced through two at a time with a single shot. The 300 riflemen, divided into two alternating groups, unleashed volley after volley, inflicting significant casualties on the enemy. Watching from a distance, Galen slapped his thigh in frustration, regretting not bringing along his newly trained mortar team against such a densely packed formation. A single round of bombardment would have been devastating. Though the frontline kobold warriors had suffered over half their numbers, the remaining forces continued their charge with undiminished momentum. When the two lines finally collided, a brutal melee ensued. Despite losing hundreds to the riflemen's onslaught, the kobolds still had the advantage in sheer numbers and were determined to fight to the death. The slaughter had begun. The will of the Crimson Flame Death before retreat. On the battlefield, two phalanxes of infantry rapidly shifted formation, creating a sharp-shaped defensive line that firmly blocked the surging kobold army. From the rear, the musketeers continued their precise shooting, targeting the kobolds at the back of the horde. The kobold leader stood in the center of the formation, casting spells in turns with 2 or 3 other kobold lieutenants nearby. Every 3.5 seconds, the leader launched a perfectly aimed fireball spell, taking down one infantryman with each strike. In contrast, the smaller fireballs from the other kobold lieutenants barely caused a flicker of heat when they struck the shields. Aragorn remained calm and composed despite the chaos. Each time a soldier fell to a fireball, he immediately cast Holy Light, and the injured soldier would quickly rise to rejoin the fight, occasionally shaking off the dizziness. This scene infuriated the kobold leader, who stomped in rage and let out furious howls. As the battle dragged on, the kobolds, despite their numerical advantage, began to falter. Only the burly kobold warriors and the muscular diggers could inflict significant damage on the infantry. The diggers, with their immense strength honed through years of labor, could land a single blow powerful enough to make a soldier cough up blood. Injured infantrymen were swiftly moved to the center of the formation, where they received healing at Aragorn's feet. Yet casualties continued to mount, with 16 fallen soldiers now lying lifeless on the ground. Aragorn glanced back toward the mouth of the canyon before ordering the musketeers to advance. Under the cover of the musketeers, Aragorn activated his ultimate ability, Resurrection. A brilliant flash of holy light illuminated the battlefield, and the 16 fallen soldiers rose again, picking up their weapons and rejoining the fray. This sight did not go unnoticed by Garen in the rear, though Amor and the others assumed it to be a large-scale healing spell. At that moment, Gandalf suddenly appeared beside Garen. Garen judged that the time had come. These past minutes had been sufficient to showcase Aragorn's power to Amor and the others. Gandalf, go support Aragorn. It's time to crush the kobolds. Amor, give the order to attack. With Amor's command, Omar and Fadil immediately led their troops into a charge. Gandalf teleported to Aragorn's side and summoned a towering water elemental, 5 meters tall. The massive elemental strode toward the kobold army, unleashing a powerful torrent of water to scatter the enemy. Arg! A giant! So terrifying! The kobolds' panicked cries were translated in real time by Gandalf's arcane wisdom spell. This ability not only enhanced the team's intelligence, but also came with a rather sarcastic footnote. Note: let's face it, getting smarter is in everyone's best interest. In the rear, Amor and the others felt the clarity of thought brought by arcane wisdom, their gazes sharpening with focus. Only Garen noticed the full description of the spell and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What the heck? Why does arcane wisdom come with such a snarky note? Seriously? The kobold forces quickly crumbled in battle. Their leader, presumably the kobold geomancer Flintage, was the first to flee, vanishing into the mine. Earlier, this leader had demonstrated considerable power, severely injuring Gandalf's water elemental with a skill resembling dispel magic. Seeing their leader escape, the remaining kobolds were thrown into chaos. Most scattered aimlessly across the battlefield, while only a few followed their leader into the mine. Omar and Valakur's squads seized the opportunity to cut down the fleeing enemies. The upgraded infantry, now at 5th tier strength and bolstered by the aura of devotion, made short work of the kobolds, who averaged under 3rd tier strength. The only real threat came from over 500 fearless kobold warriors and a small number of immensely strong diggers, who managed to inflict some damage on the infantry. Aragorn quickly commanded 2 infantry units to encircle and trap the few hundred kobolds in the center. Meanwhile, Omar, with his sharp battlefield awareness, promptly blocked the route to the mine, intercepting more panicked enemies attempting to flee. By the end of the battle, the canyon was left with just over 300 kobolds, surrounded and trembling as they dropped their weapons. Most of the fallen kobolds were not dead, but lay groaning in pain from varying degrees of injury. Galen entered the canyon accompanied by Ummel, followed by a small group of priests. He noticed that there were no corpses of their own soldiers on the battlefield, which confirmed Aragorn's exceptional command skills. Only a few members of the Crimson Flame army were lightly wounded, and there were no fatalities. This realization earned Ummel's admiration for the commander, who had been promoted to captain of 1,000 by the prince. Galen immediately ordered the priests to prioritize treating their own wounded, and to provide aid to the injured kobold prisoners wherever possible. For those beyond saving, he instructed them to deliver a swift end. Soon, golden healing light began to shine throughout the canyon. Meanwhile, Omar and Fadil had already positioned themselves at the entrance of the mine, awaiting further instructions from Galen. Galen initially considered using a smoke-clearing tactic inspired by ancient Chinese military strategies to flush out the enemies in the mine, but quickly abandoned the idea after some thought. The kobold miners had entrenched themselves in this mining area for a long time, their relentless digging gradually expanding the underground world. While the game depicted it as a simple cave entrance, the reality was undoubtedly far more complex. Within the vast Alterac Mountains, it was highly likely that the kobolds had carved out additional exits. After careful consideration, Garen made his decision. Securing the mine is the top priority. Subduing the kobolds comes second. With our current strength, this is the perfect time to fully map out this underground labyrinth. He turned to Omar and Fadil, issuing clear orders. Organize 300 elite soldiers, split into teams of 5, and conduct a deep exploration. Mark every 10 meters and draw a detailed map. Half of the remaining forces will guard the captives, while the other half stays on standby for immediate support. If you discover a kobold settlement, send a signal immediately, but stay cautious, avoid reckless actions, and aim to capture them alive when possible. Understood, Your Highness. The 2 commanders sprang into action, carefully selecting the strongest soldiers. Each team was equipped with 3 heavily armored infantrymen and 2 musketeers, a balanced combination capable of both offense and defense. With the military operations arranged, Garen turned his attention to assembling his own expedition team. His group was undeniably formidable. Aragorn, an all-rounder paladin skilled in healing, defense, and offense. Gandalf, a high-ranking mage commanding a powerful water elemental army, whose frostfire bolt spell stronger than a fireball had felled Kama of the Witheredwood tribe. Karlu, a top-tier rogue whose bald-headed appearance symbolized his mastery of stealth and subterfuge. And of course, Garen himself, the understated yet capable team leader, who could heal, tank, and even provide critical support when needed. All we need now is a main tank, Garen mused. At that moment, Amor interjected with concern. Your Highness, leave the exploration to the soldiers. Why put yourself in harm's way? Garen's eyes sparkled with mischief as he interrupted. Amor, this isn't dangerous, it's an adventure. With our strength, there's no one in the earthy highlands who can harm us. Besides, he pulled out a replica of the Aegis of Azeroth from his enchanted cloth bag and handed it to Amor. If you're worried, why not join us? We could use a shield warrior. The shield was a custom-made piece from the blacksmith's forge. Though only a green-grade item with modest stats, it was still considered finely crafted gear. Amor reluctantly strapped the shield onto his back, and the sight made Garen's eyes light up with excitement. Now the team was truly complete. The efficiency of the Qian army was impressive. In no time, they had assembled an exploration team and were methodically entering the Withered Beard mine. Standing at the entrance, Jalin watched as the soldiers filed in one by one. When the group was nearly complete, he waved his hand excitedly and declared, "Everyone's here. Let's get started." The few attendants beside him, whose strength was near the peak of mortal capabilities, exchanged puzzled glances. They couldn't understand why the prince was so enthusiastic about a kobold's mine. Amor sighed helplessly, gripping the shield Jalin had given him in his left hand and clutching his sword tightly in his right. He carefully examined the crisscrossing tunnels inside the mine. Choosing a path that hadn't been marked by soldiers, he took the lead and stepped in. Jalin and the others followed closely behind, and soon Carlu slipped into stealth mode, silently scouting ahead. The group followed Amor through the dark, narrow cave, weaving through several turns. After roughly 4 to 5 minutes, the path suddenly opened up before Thema vast cavern revealed itself. The torches held by Jalin and Aragorn, which had been sufficient to illuminate the narrow tunnels, now seemed feeble, as if shrouded by a curtain of darkness, lighting only a small area around them. At this moment, Jalin appeared to recall something. He pulled a long sword from his bag and handed it to Gandalf. The old wizard, perplexed, took the sword and gave it a few tentative swings. Jalin shook his head and said, "Not like that. You need to cast a light spell." "A light spell? Oh, you mean to illuminate." Gandalf planted the sword in the ground and conjured a fireball in his palm. "Not like that either. Use your staff," Jalin corrected. Internally, Gandalf cursed, "So much fuss. If you weren't in charge, I'd have dealt with you already. Rank has its privileges, but you're a pain to serve." Despite his grumbles, he raised his staff again, lighting the gem at its tip. Satisfied, Jalin nodded and handed the sword back to him. Now the sword. Finally understanding, Gandalf recalled Jalin's earlier mention of a dual-wielding battle mage who could fight his way in and out of an orc encirclement 7 times. The old wizard frowned and said, "Enough of this, Prince. Even a strong man has his dignity, and I, Gandalf, am far too old to be humiliated like this." "Oh no, the Grand Wizard is getting upset," Jalin teased, but upon seeing Gandalf's flowing white hair and beard, he quickly adopted a more serious demeanor and put the sword away. At that moment, Aragorn infused his warhammer with the power of holy light, and the golden glow instantly illuminated the entire cavern. Amor glanced at Aragorn once more, marveling at the uniqueness of this cleric. Even among the priests he had encountered in the earthy highlands, none wielded the power of the light with such strength and mastery. The cavern before them stretched hundreds of meters wide, its edges scattered with makeshift bedding, dilapidated furniture, and cooking utensils. It was clearly a kobold clan's gathering place. In their tribal society, kobolds often formed small clans with just 10 families, which then combined into larger tribes, each responsible for mining in different areas. At the moment, this gathering place had been completely abandoned. The group pressed forward through the tunnels, encountering the occasional kobold. Amor, with his formidable strength, simply knocked them unconscious with his shield and tossed them aside. Garen noticed that the spikes on the shield struck directly on the kobolds' heads and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for them. Despite the bright illumination provided by Gandalf and Aragorn's light, the monotonous stone walls and pillars of the cave caused Garen to gradually lose track of time. His initial excitement slowly gave way to boredom. It was then that Carlu, returning from Reconnaissance, brought important news. His shiny bald head, reflecting Aragorn's holy light, made Garen squint, but the mention of the kobold leader's whereabouts immediately reignited his interest. Most of the stronger kobolds had already left to fight the Crimson Flame army, leaving behind only weak miners in the cave. For their powerful team, these miners were no challenge at all. Now that their ultimate target had been located, Garen was eager to take down this boss and use the spoils to upgrade the soldiers' equipment. Deep in the Witherbeard mine, the kobold leader, Frintag, was overseeing the transport of the clan's accumulated treasures with his remaining guards. Sensing Gandalf's overwhelming arcane energy and realizing the strength of the humans accompanying him, this kobold leader with magical talents was utterly panicked. He prayed desperately to the candle god for protection while urging his subordinates to retreat faster. "And where might you be headed?" A clumsy voice in goblin tongue suddenly echoed from behind. Frintag spun around, only to feel his soul leave his body. Standing at the exit were the people he feared most, with a row of towering blue water elementals lined up behind them. "Your Majesty, mercy!" Frintag stammered in equally broken goblin, leading his guards to kneel and beg for their lives. Looking at the groveling kobolds, Garen nodded in satisfaction. He pulled out a large chest from his reniched bag, opened it to reveal its contents, and delivered his ultimatum: submit or perish. Looking at the chest full of brand new candles before him, Frintag's eyes flickered with a trace of longing. As the kobold chieftain, he was well aware of the art of negotiation in the Grand Empire. It boiled down to appealing to emotions and reasoning. For surrender, it was to tempt with benefits or coerce with pressure. Time was of the essence, and Frintag quickly made his decision. He prostrated himself on the ground, his voice trembling. "Spare me, Your Majesty. We are willing to submit." In his mind, submission at least ensured survival and the continuation of the Withered Beard tribe. Even if the worst outcome was slavery, it wouldn't be anything new for the kobolds. Hearing this, Garen beamed with joy, though he couldn't help but chuckle at Frintag's clumsy goblin tongue. "What's your name? Are you the leader of the Withered Beard tribe?" Frintag ceased his trembling. Since he had chosen to submit, he calmly accepted his fate. "Your Majesty, I am Frintag, the chief of this tribe." "Your Majesty, do you need the Withered Beard tribe as slaves?" "Oh, whoa." As he finished speaking, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Address me as Prince," Garen corrected him. "I don't need you as slaves. Since you've chosen to submit, I will treat you as my subjects. You will help me mine, and in return, I will provide you with protection, ensuring no one bullies you. I will also supply food and candles." To the kobolds, these terms were an extraordinary blessing. Frintag and the few leaders behind him who understood goblin language looked up in astonishment and delight. Seeing their reaction, Garen poured cold water on their enthusiasm. "To ensure your loyalty, I will cast a binding spell on you. You know the consequences of betrayal." After saying this, he turned and softly asked Gandalf in human language, "Gandalf, do you know how to use a binding spell?" Gandalf replied righteously, "Your Highness, binding magic is inhumane." "So, you don't know how?" Garen smirked smugly. Gandalf rolled his eyes. "I have some knowledge of it, just a little. Then I'll leave it to you later." "Cast the spell on the kobold chief and their leaders," Garen said, then continued questioning the kobolds. "How many are in your tribe? Where are they hiding?" "The tribe's people are hiding in the deepest refuge. I haven't counted the exact number. We have 24 clan leaders, but now there are only 9 left behind me, Awu." Garen ordered, "Go gather all your tribe's people at the mouth of the canyon. Wake up the kobolds who were knocked unconscious in the tunnels. You, come with us. And don't forget to bring your tribe's treasures, they're all mine now." Garen and his group stared menacingly at the kobold chief. Garen regretted that Valriker wasn't present. That guy would have surely accompanied the scene with a sinister grin. As for the 4 old-fashioned companions by his side, they were utterly dull. After all, this kobold chief was merely a 7th-tier elite monster, barely considered a novice in the higher ranks. Under the gaze of a group of overwhelmingly powerful figures, the kobold leader, Flintage, who had just raised his head, quickly pressed it back to the ground, not daring to even breathe deeply. Garen raised his hand slightly, signaling the group to restrain their intimidating presence. Feeling the pressure suddenly ease, Flintage finally exhaled a breath of relief. Faced with the choice between life and treasure, he decisively chose survival. "At your command, Your Highness," Flintage said. "Good. Stand up. Have your men gather all your people at the cave entrance," Garen instructed. Flintage stood and waved to the 9 leaders behind him. The kobolds immediately scattered to carry out his orders. Accompanied by Aragorn, Garen approached a cluster of chests piled to the side. Aragorn opened the dozen or so chests one by one, and Garen quickly scanned their contents. Part of it was jewelry, alongside some standard quality weapons, including daggers and long swords. The majority, however, consisted of gold coins, which, judging by their minting style, dated back to the Earthy Empire. "Is this all?" Garen turned to Flintage, fixing his gaze on him. The kobold leader dared not conceal anything. "Your Highness, this is just my residence. A large amount of ore is stored in the treasure cave," Flintage replied. "Lead the way," Garen ordered. After securing the chests, Flintage obediently led the way with Aragorn following closely behind. The treasure cave was nearby, a tunnel dug out by the kobolds themselves. Upon entering, Garen discovered that the entire cave was filled with ore, primarily gold, with smaller amounts of copper. This indicated that the Drybeard mine was a gold-rich area, unlike the southeastern mines, which primarily produced copper with only minor amounts of gold and rare metals. Garen instructed Gandalf to mark the location for a teleportation return and assigned Carlu to continue exploring and mapping the area. He initially intended to request a map of the mine's layout from Flintage, but learned that the kobolds navigated the mines purely by memory. With a flash of white light, the 4 men and 1 kobold appeared in the Drybeard Canyon. At the base of the cliffs, a group of kobolds surrounded by the Crimson Flame army stirred at the sight of their leader. However, the soldiers quickly subdued the commotion. Garen sent Flintage to calm his people. Since they had already submitted, it was only fair to grant him some degree of freedom. Even if Flintage harbored ulterior motives, he wouldn't be able to cause much trouble under the watch of thousands of Crimson Flame soldiers. By midday, all the kobolds had been gathered on the surface. The Crimson Flame Army's logistics division distributed food, and under their leader's reassurance, the kobolds quickly came to accept their new status as Garen's vassals. According to Omar's report, the kobolds had dispatched 3,000 able-bodied warriors in this battle. The Crimson Flame Army, with just 3 battalions of 1,000 soldiers each, had achieved a crushing victory with 0 casualties. The kobolds, on the other hand, suffered heavy losses. Nearly half were killed or wounded, over 1,000 fled, and more than 400 were either mortally wounded or killed on the spot. The process of subjugation went exceptionally smoothly, thanks to several key factors. The leader and the most powerful chiefs had willingly surrendered. Most of the deceased were notorious troublemakers within the tribe, and Garen offered generous terms instead of enslavement. For the kobolds, the arrangement was simple: regularly supply, or in exchange for stable food provisions and precious candles. Under such favorable conditions, there was no reason for them to refuse. After bringing the Withered Fang kobolds under his rule, Garen began transforming Withered Fang Canyon into a military base. According to the census, despite the loss of many young warriors in battle, the Withered Fang tribe still had over 8,300 kobolds. Accommodating such a large population was a challenge, especially as the required 600-plus base farms alone were already stretching the canyon's spatial limits. While Garen was troubled by the issue of housing, Frintag proposed a solution. The kobold leader, bound by Gandalf's enchantment and eager to please his new master, suggested carving out caves along the canyon walls for his people to live in. This idea perfectly catered to the kobold's natural preference for dwelling in caves. Garen gladly accepted the suggestion but imposed strict requirements. The caves had to be excavated in an orderly and uniform manner, adhering to a standardized design. He even personally drafted a blueprint, drawing inspiration from the mountain-based structures he had seen in Ironforge. The design maintained a rugged aesthetic while exuding grandeur. After assigning Aragorn to guard the canyon and dispatching Ymir to lead Omar and Fadil's teams back to the Valakar camp, the construction project began immediately. Frintag was appointed as the chief overseer, with 14 subleaders, 9 original leaders, and 5 recovered ones tasked with supervising the work. Every adult kobold in the tribe, including the females, participated in this massive endeavor, with only the young excluded. Meanwhile, Garen began planning the base's infrastructure. Once Gandalf teleported in 200 farmers, the construction of what was now named Withered Fang Fortress went into full swing. The first priority was building a town hall at the entrance of the mines, which would facilitate the immediate processing of mined ore. Once completed, Garen deposited all the ore from the kobold's treasure hoard into the town hall, sparing only the historically significant Arathorian Empire coins. Watching the farmers tirelessly transport gold ore, which transformed into golden energy that illuminated the entire hall, Garen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but reflect. War and plunder were indeed the fastest paths to wealth. Unfortunately, as a prince of the human kingdom, he had to consider the diplomatic reputation of Stromgard and his own personal honor. Reputation, though intangible and unseen, often brings tangible benefits. Garen deeply reflected on the examples of Cao Cao and Liu Bei. One was scorned as Cao the traitor and could provoke outrage just by being near, while the other was revered as uncle of the emperor and even received gifts like eggs from the people. The stark contrast was indeed striking. The current situation left Garen quite troubled. His options for potential war targets were limited. Neighboring human and dwarven kingdoms maintained friendly relations with Stromgard, leaving them untouchable. As for the troll tribes, though tempting, any group capable of surviving near human kingdoms was no pushover. Given his current strength, Garen had to suppress his ambitions for now. Fortunately, the discovery of the Withered Paw kobolds presented a lucrative opportunity. The battle yielded astonishing rewards. The town hall was bustling for an entire day, and farmers worked tirelessly to transport the spoils of war. The final haul was exhilarating. Over 500,000 units of gold added to the Heart of Origin's resource reserves, equivalent to 250,000 gold coins in the kingdom of Stromgard. The gold ore alone brought Garen immense wealth. According to Flintag, the history of the Withered Paw kobolds dates back several centuries. Their ancestors had once aided giants in sealing away an evil earth princess. This tribe had indeed been illustrious in its time, but now Garen had conquered them in one fell swoop, not only claiming their wealth but also bringing the entire tribe under his command. To reward Flintag for his contributions, Garen granted him the town hall as his residence. Watching dozens of human farmers hammer away and complete the grand structure in just half a day, Flintag was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. He repeatedly exclaimed, "By the candle," and called it a miracle. Overjoyed by this unexpected blessing, he was tempted to run laps around the canyon in excitement. Having earned the privilege to live in this miracle, his loyalty to Garen grew even stronger. Garen then planned out 300 farms within the canyon, neatly arranged in 2 rows along the mountain walls. The output from these farms would be enough to support over 8,000 kobolds, with surplus to spare, signaling the Withered Paw tribe's first wave of population growth. Since building a military base was essential, training facilities were a necessity. Thanks to the Withered Paw tribe's ancestral wealth, Garen could now confidently invest in his plans. He first constructed dual barracks to train infantry and musketeers, the main forces of the Crimson Flame's fiery onslaught. Next, He built 2 workshops, one in Minas Tirith for producing mortars and shells, and the other for manufacturing flying machines. Within the canyon's 2,000-meter interior space, farmers leveled multiple landing pads to accommodate future aircraft. However, expanding the army remained constrained by resource limitations. Training soldiers required food, which in turn demanded a sufficient number of farms and farmers. Currently, the newly constructed farms in Helm's Deep and the Withered Paw Canyon exceeded 1,000. Combined with the farms in Minas Tirith and the Heart of Origin, the total reached over 3,000. The maintenance costs of these farms consumed half of the daily gold income, leaving the remaining funds for military expansion. Thankfully, the situation was not without hope. The grain from Helm's Deep could soon be converted into goods for profit. Investments from Count Darby and others, along with kingdom engineering funds and the newfound wealth from the Withered Paw kobolds, could all support the development of new mining sites. Nevertheless, the issue of timber resources continued to trouble Garen. While the current stockpile was sufficient, training units often consumed 2 to 3 times as much gold as wood. Moreover, the trees in the Alterac Mountains could not withstand continuous logging. Unchecked deforestation could lead to soil erosion and landslides, with disastrous consequences. Garen quietly calculated his next move. He would need to find an opportunity to bring a group of druids from Kalimdor to initiate a reforestation plan. After careful consideration, Garen decided to postpone the construction plans for the Griffin Nest. The Dragonhawk Riders, being a specialized unit, were not yet ready to be unveiled. Instead of allocating resources to train more riders, it made more sense to direct those resources elsewhere. Closing his eyes, Garen quickly connected his mental energy to the Heart of Origins and entered the base's perspective to take stock. Over the past month, the base's population had expanded further. The number of farmers had reached over 8,500, while the combat forces included more than 7,200 musketeers and infantry. Additionally, there was a squad of 24 priests, an equal number of sorcerers, 30 flying machines, 12 mortar teams, and 18 Dragonhawk riders. Seeing these figures filled Garen with genuine satisfaction. As Omar and others conducted recruitment efforts across the region, the Heart of Origins had fully mapped the entire Earthy Highlands. Garen's influence was mainly concentrated in the eastern parts of the Highlands, including Helm's Deep in the northeast, Drybeard Canyon, and Minas Tirith along with the Origins Ground in the southeast. Drybeard Canyon and the Origins Ground were military bases focused on resource gathering and troop training, each with its own specialization. Drybeard Canyon was equipped with dual workshops and barracks, while the Origins Ground featured dual barracks and the Hall of Kings. Garen planned to construct 2 arcane sanctuaries there today, dedicated to training sorcerers. Both bases were located within the Alterac Mountains, offering concealed terrain ideal for stationing troops. As for Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith, these were the 2 towns Garen intended to showcase publicly. Helm's Deep, a key project as the kingdom's emerging agricultural hub, had a symbolic town hall and numerous farming facilities. To guard against potential espionage, Garen had upgraded the northern farming district with an array of enhanced defense towers, equipped with magical sentry posts capable of detecting invisible units. Combined with mixed patrol units of infantry and musketeers, along with the ever-ready Gandalf for mass teleportation support, the farming district's security was well assured. Minas Tirith, currently under lockdown, remained closed to outsiders except for base soldiers. Garen planned to begin its development as a major city with 3 distinct zones: central, military magic, and farming. Once Drywood Village was pacified and the eastern frontier of the kingdom was secured, Galen gazed down at the construction of Minas Tirith's city walls, his mind already set on a clear plan. His primary goal was to expand the walls to 7 rings. His eyes swept over the structures within the city. For orderly barracks standing firm, 2 solemn and imposing arcane sanctuaries, a workshop buzzing with the sound of machinery, and a griffin roost awaiting knights ready to take to the skies. Among his various bases, Minas Tirith was undoubtedly the most well-equipped. In his mind, he assessed his resources: 6 town halls scattered across different locations, with Minas Tirith's Tier 2 main city being the most critical. Origins Reach, Helm's Deep, and Drybeard's Canyon each housed 1, while Minas Tirith itself had 3. These facilities collectively provided him with 144 new peasants daily. The placement of his 8 barracks was also strategic: 4 in Minas Tirith, 2 in Origins Reach, and 2 in Drybeard's Canyon. This arrangement allowed him to train 128 soldiers per day, perfectly aligned with the peasants' gold mining efficiency. The 2 arcane sanctuaries in Minas Tirith were dedicated to training priests. Although training these Tier 2 units took an exceptionally long time, over a day, to complete a single priest compared to the hour and a half needed for infantry, they were crucial to one of Galen's key plans. With this in mind, he immediately shifted his focus to Origins Reach, decisively allocating 2 arcane sanctuaries there. This would become his central hub for training mages. The newly established Drybeard's Canyon served as his base for mechanized forces. The thought of commanding Shook Beta-style units to strike directly at enemy strongholds brought a satisfied smile to Galen's face. His joy was well-earned after months of meticulous effort. The Heart of Origin had finally secured his foothold in Azeroth. Even so, Galen was fully aware of his limitations. When the Dark Portal opened next year, the incoming Orc hordes could easily crush his current forces. However, he also knew this was not the time to fight alone. The elite warriors of Draenor, empowered by demonic blood and boasting overwhelming strength, would naturally be the concern of the massive human alliance. Only when his strength was sufficient would he turn his attention to saving Azeroth. For now, the priority was to bolster his power. Galen's next target was Revantisk Village, a troll stronghold that had dominated the southeastern earthy highlands for millennia. While he commanded an army of over 10,000 more than 7,000 base-trained soldiers, plus 3,000 under Omar's command, still felt his forces were insufficient. Helm's Deep and Drybeard's Canyon required heavy defenses to guard against trolls crossing the Alterac Mountains from the hinterlands. This left him with only one deployable legion. By comparison, Revantisk Village likely housed at least 4,000 to 5,000 combat-ready trolls. Even with a near 2-2 numerical advantage, Galen considered the risks too great. He understood that most historical examples of victories against the Oddsweather Xiongyu's Battle of Julu, the Sunlu Alliance's triumph at Red Cliff, or the Eastern Jin's success at the Battle of Fey River were acts of necessity. Any clear-headed general would prefer to have numerical superiority on the battlefield. Why not request reinforcements from Danath again or join forces with the militia? The answer was simple. Why share credit for a victory already within reach? Galen had resolved to claim this achievement for himself. The current situation worked in his favor. His 8 barracks were steadily producing new troops, strengthening his forces with each passing day. There was no need to take unnecessary risks or rush into action. After repeatedly reminding himself to wait 2 more months, Galen finally managed to suppress his urge to launch an immediate offensive. It's already late August, and Galen was deep in thought, planning the November campaign. Finish the fight and head home just in time for the new year. He stopped himself mid-sentence, exclaiming, "Bah, don't jinx it." This ominous feeling sent a chill down his spine. To shake off the bad vibes, he decided to do something cheerful like a lucky draw. Ever since the Origin core upgraded, it had introduced a new feature, one draw opportunity for every victorious battle. He hadn't yet used the chance he earned from the recent battle against the Drybeard Kobolds. Now that the deployment was wrapped up, it seemed like the perfect moment. Rubbing his hands together, Galen skillfully connected to the Origin core. The system notification sounded promptly. You have won a battle. Current draw chances, 1. Would you like to use it? Use the draw. Galen commanded without hesitation. The draw interface immediately displayed an array of treasure icons. Though he was eager, he forced himself to stay calm, better to focus on winning more battles than to pin all his hopes on luck here. Ding! The results were revealed. A massive mask icon appeared on the screen. Performer's mask increases the wearer's magic recovery speed by 50. Can stack with the Radiance aura. What a fantastic item. Galen instantly thought of its potential. For magic users, mana is the key to sustainability. With this equipment, it was like carrying a personal supply of endurance elixir, greatly enhancing mana regeneration efficiency. After careful consideration, Galen decided to assign the Performer's Mask to Aragon. With the army still relatively small, Aragon could fight alongside Gandalf and benefit from the Radiance aura. But in the future, when leading troops independently, mana recovery might become a significant issue. Clarity potions could only be used out of combat, and mana potions had cooldown limitations. In prolonged battles, insufficient mana could severely weaken a paladin's support capabilities. The Performer's Mask would perfectly address this shortcoming. However, after completing the draw, an old question resurfaced in his mind. Ever since the king's altar had been built, this doubt had lingered. Why were there only 2 heroes? Logically, there should have been 4. Still, the Origin core had consistently surprised him. From transforming musketeers into humans, removing population limits, raising heroes' starting levels, altering building mechanics, to introducing divine skill systems, and the draw feature, each change had brought fresh excitement to the game. The base was still developing, so Galen decided to wait and see, looking forward to more surprises ahead. The unusual behavior of the Altar of Kings made Galen frown slightly. After the second-tier main city upgrade, the altar, apart from unlocking the power of kingship, surprisingly did not reveal any new hero options. This stood in stark contrast to other buildings. The barracks already displayed the icon of human knights, the workshop showcased the silhouette of tanks, and even the Griffin Nest hinted at the arrival of Griffin riders, although all of them were marked with the note, requires Tier 3 main city. However, Galen quickly set aside this concern. First, he still held faith in the Heart of Origins. Second, he had already been quietly planning another strategy, recruiting powerful individuals from the talent-rich kingdom of Lordaeron. While it was currently out of reach to secure top-tier forces like the 4 original paladins of Lordaeron, There was a promising target in Hillsbrad foothills. A month ago, he had dispatched his intelligence chief, Omar, to South Shore to investigate, and recently, good news had finally arrived. Taking advantage of the kingdom's ongoing migration efforts, Galing decided to personally head to Hillsbrad foothills. This vast land, comparable to the earthy highlands, was divided by the Thoradin's Wall and spanned the domains of multiple factions. To the east, the territory nominally belonged to Stromgard, though their actual control barely extended 100 miles beyond the wall. To the west lay the lands of the Menethil royal family, including Dunhold Keep and the Nethander Farm. The northern region fell under the influence of the Kingdom of Alterac, while in the northwest corner stood Galing's ultimate destination, the magical city of Dalaran. Years ago, Galing had purchased a shop in Dalaran, and he now possessed a considerable stockpile of treasures from the Arcane Vault. Clarity potions, life scrolls, mana potions, and healing potions. This trip would serve multiple purposes: assessing the market trends in Dalaran, experiencing the splendor of the magical city, and attending to some pressing matters. It was a journey of many advantages. Acting swiftly, Galing began making arrangements. He entrusted the command of the 5,000-strong Crimson Flame Army in the northwest to Amor, stationing Aragon at Drywhisker Gorge and tasking Omar and Fadil with guarding the northern region of Helm's Deep. He chose Gandalf and Karakar to accompany him, temporarily placing the Valakar cavalry and Gandalf's 1,000-strong unit under Amor's command. Naturally, his elite guard of 24 fifth-tier protectors would also join the journey. With their presence, ordinary threats wouldn't even require Galing to step in personally. Before departure, Galing ensured he packed the materials carefully prepared by Hammond Carvin: spider venom sacks, spider silk pouches, and raptor hides. Guided by Gandalf, a flash of white light enveloped them, and Galing's party instantly left Helm's Deep, embarking on their journey toward Dalaran. After being teleported to the Tower of Thoradin, Garen instructed the team to stay put while he went alone to discuss their trip to Dalaran with his father. Upon learning that Garen would be accompanied by the great wizard Gandalf, King Salas immediately granted him permission to leave the kingdom and emphasized the importance of visiting Antonidas, the leader of the Kirin Tor, upon arriving in Dalaran. The king wanted Garen to personally thank Antonidas for mediating a recent border conflict. Garen readily agreed, eager for the chance to meet the legendary Archmage, widely regarded as the most powerful human wizard and the foremost figure in Dalaran. With Gandalf casting another teleportation spell, the scenery around them shifted abruptly. They found themselves amidst a vibrant farmland, where farmers were busy working in the fields. Garen turned to see his 24 personal guards and Varakar rubbing their temples, clearly struggling to adjust to the dizziness caused by group teleportation. For Garen, however, this sensation was something he had long grown accustomed to, even finding a thrill in it akin to the rush of a high-speed ride. Looking ahead, beyond the farmland and manor buildings, a dark stone wall loomed against the gray horizon, the renowned Thoradin's Wall. Consulting the system map, Garen confirmed that they were near the estate of Viscount Nouveau, and the surrounding farms and manors belonged to the Flar family. Once the guards had recovered, the group set out northwest along the kingdom's main road. As they passed Nouveau Farm, Flar's elder brother recognized Garen and warmly invited him to rest at the estate. Garen politely declined, but promised to visit on his return journey. After 2 hours of riding, the outline of Thoradin's Wall grew increasingly distinct. Built by the Earthy Empire to defend against trolls and now under the control of the Kingdom of Stromgard, the wall's grandeur was comparable to the legendary Great Wall, which spanned over 20,000 miles and took 2 millennia to construct. Though Garen was well-traveled and accustomed to impressive sights, he couldn't help but marvel at its imposing presence. This was far from the simple dirt wall depicted in the game. The monumental scale and majesty of the wall before him were beyond anything he had imagined. As they traveled along the royal road, drawing closer to the imposing Thoradin's Wall, the group finally arrived at the grand gates of the structure. On either side of the gate stood military camps, their tents neatly arranged and flags fluttering in the breeze. "Your Highness, the soldiers guarding the gate belong to the 1st Legion," Valakar explained, noticing Garen observing the camp. His ability to anticipate questions and offer explanations without being asked was precisely the quality of a loyal and resourceful aide. "Do you know anyone here?" Garen inquired. As a commander of the Crimson Flame Army for the past 3 months, he was well aware that most soldiers in formal legions were selected from militia groups, and those who joined directly were often exceptionally skilled. "I know a few people. With some luck, we might run into them," Valakar replied. "All right, let's go. Have the pass ready. If we see someone familiar, say hello. If not, we'll just move on," Garen said, urging his warhorse forward at a quicker pace. As they approached the checkpoint at the gates, the group slowed down and dismounted, showing respect for the border guards. The lieutenant in charge of the gate happened to be an old comrade of Valakar, with whom he had served in the same militia unit. Garen allowed Valakar to exchange pleasantries and present the pass issued by Salas. Before long, they passed through the magnificent Thoradin's Wall and entered the Hillsbrad foothills. The moment they set foot in the hilly region, a wave of heat hit them. Though it was late August, the temperature here was noticeably higher than that of the earthy highlands. Discreetly, Garen utilized Gandalf's magical abilities to conjure a small piece of ice, placing it in his mouth to cool down. Sensing the magical fluctuation, Gandalf turned to see what Garen was doing and rolled his eyes in exasperation. The road was flanked by lush green hills, which stretched on until they reached the outskirts of Durnhold Keep, where the scenery shifted to reveal bustling farms and ranches. This land, protected by the Alterac Mountains to the north and bordered by the sea to the south, enjoyed a pleasant climate. The South Shore River, originating from the Quel'Thala's mountain range in the north and passing through Daromir Lake before emptying into the Barrens Bay, provided abundant water to the region. On the third day, they came upon the wide riverbanks, where turtles could occasionally be seen crawling ashore. Along the journey, the sight of wild creatures such as ferocious owlbears, wild horses, spiders, giant turtles, and black bears evoked many memories for Garen of his gaming days, including the battlefields that were fiercely contested by the Horde and Alliance. After 10 days of travel, the group finally arrived at their first destination, South Shore, celebrated as one of the most beautiful towns in Azeroth. South Shore is a wonderful place, situated on the delta where the Thranduil River meets the sea. Its natural harbor makes it a crucial junction for both river and sea trade. The port bustles with activity, as vessels of all sizes come and go, carrying goods from every corner of the kingdom of Lordaeron. The Thranduil River flows through the hilly regions in the Western Weald, connecting the north and south. This area, known in later times as the Western Plaguelands, is mirrored by the Eastern Weald, which would later become the Eastern Plaguelands. It was this fertile Weald region that helped Lordaeron rise to become the most powerful of the 7 human kingdoms. The Eastern Weald, in particular, was extraordinarily prosperous, serving as Lordaeron's breadbasket. The nobles here were immensely wealthy, rivaling entire nations in riches. The regional capital, Stratholme, was especially renowned. Its church was the birthplace of Azeroth's first paladin. Yet, this thriving city ultimately met its tragic end at the hands of its ruler's son, Arthas, in a merciless slaughter. Garen stood at the harbor, taking in the busy scene before him, marveling at the region's advantageous geography. He couldn't help but reminisce about the many times he had visited South Shore in his past life through the game. Standing on the wooden docks, feeling the sea breeze, and fishing even with the occasional ambush by other players had been an unforgettable experience. Sadly, the beauty of this coastal town was later reduced to a green wasteland by the Forsaken's plague bombs. Garen's true purpose for this visit, however, was to find a specific individual, the future mayor of South Shore, Honus Merib. Though Merib would remain relatively unknown for nearly 30 years and never achieve the fame of figures like the Lightbringer or the Ashbringer, his exceptional abilities shone in times of crisis. In the game of his previous life, Merib was not only an important quest giver but also a resilient leader who repeatedly guided South Shore through dire situations. He evaded assassination attempts by the Syndicate thieves and the undead, and led the town's residents to safety during the sudden tsunami caused by Deathwing's cataclysm. Even during the Forsaken's full-scale invasion of the Hillsbrad foothills, Merib rallied South Shore's residents in a fierce resistance. It was only when the enemy resorted to using plague gas, a biological weapon, that he was forced to lead the townsfolk in a retreat. Instead of retreating to earthy highlands to request reinforcements, he made an unexpected decision. He led the citizens of South Shore through treacherous territories, first crossing Terran Mill, occupied by the undead, then the domain of the Syndicate, and finally passing through the ruins of the Alterac Kingdom, ravaged by ogres. Ultimately, they reached Fenris Isle, located behind the stronghold of the Forsaken undead. On the island, he demonstrated extraordinary military prowess, defeating both the undead and Gnoll forces that inhabited it. He then established a rebel base and began resisting the undead rule of Undercity. This rebellion grew so formidable that it seemed genuinely capable of fulfilling Garethos' vision of reclaiming the royal city of Lordaeron. According to Garen's calculations, he must have been nearly 50 at the time, a true example of a late-blooming hero in Azeroth. At this time, however, Henny Merib was still a young man in the prime of his youth. To find this future military genius, Garen's spies spent 2 months searching in South Shore. Despite the town's relatively small permanent population of just over 10,000, its bustling port saw nearly 100,000 transient visitors and close to 1,000 merchant ships daily, making the search for one person a daunting task. Initially, Garen, relying on memories from his previous life, was convinced Merib was a local. However, after scouring the entire town, they found nothing. It wasn't until half a month ago, when a young man claiming to be the nephew of the former mayor's wife arrived, that Garen finally identified his target. This discovery was one of the reasons Garen decided to delay his campaign against the Witherbark village. He planned to personally travel to South Shore to recruit this future military prodigy. Upon arriving in South Shore, Garen headed straight for the former mayor's residence, showing no interest in sightseeing in this coastal city. At the mayor's home, Garen finally met the 20-year-old Henny Merab. The young man, about the same age as Varikar, still carried a hint of youthful inexperience on his face. The old mayor was astonished to receive a visit from the Prince of Stromgard. While Southshore, as an important southern port of Lordaeron, often hosted a variety of visitors, a royal guest was unprecedented. Garen used the pretense of ordering seafaring ships as an excuse for the visit. Although his knowledge of maritime affairs was limited, he managed to carry on a smooth conversation with the aging mayor, drawing on tidbits from his past life. The elderly mayor, whose speech was beginning to slur from age, seemed unaware of Garen's true intentions. Garen speculated privately that with Merab's capabilities, succeeding the mayor would be a simple matter. However, in Garen's eyes, the position of a port town mayor was unworthy of someone destined to become a military legend. While the Hillsbrad region was a contested territory between the Alliance and the Horde, it was far from the core battlefields of Azeroth. When the Scourge ravaged the regions of Silverpine and Tearsful Glades, Hillsbrad was merely a secondary front for forces targeting Earthy Highlands. If Merab remained here, he would at most contend with minor threats like Murlocs, Gnolls, and the Syndicate, never achieving the glory of a true military commander. Though outwardly engaged in light-hearted conversation with the mayor, Garen's focus rarely strayed from the young man serving tea. Merab's golden hair reminded him of Varikar, but unlike the latter, who had grown composed and battle-hardened through years of training and warfare, Merab was still an unseasoned youth. As the conversation drew to a close, Garen casually asked, "Mayor, this young man appears to be sharp and capable. He seems quite strong as well. Is he your son?" The prince might have misunderstood. The old mayor waved his hand with a humble smile on his face. "This old man doesn't have such an outstanding son. This young man is my wife's nephew. Henny, come and thank the prince for his compliment." Henny Merab stepped forward with steady strides, his expression calm as he bowed respectfully to Garen. "Not bad. He has a certain composure, unfazed by praise or criticism." Garen nodded to himself before speaking. "Henny, would you be interested in joining my ranks? My Crimson Flame army currently lacks a captain. What do you think?" At these words, the calm facade that Henny had been maintaining instantly vanished. A spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Your Highness, I would be honored to join your army." The decision came without hesitation. As a young man recently returned from studying in Lordaeron, Henny was brimming with confidence. A month ago, he had declined an offer to serve in the household of a great noble, choosing instead to seek a position as a militia captain in Southshore. He yearned to carve out his own path, achieve great deeds, and rise to the ranks of the emerging nobility. At this time, the Crimson Flame army had already gained widespread renown. Thanks to Salas's efforts and the tales spread by merchant caravans, Garen's remarkable victory defeating 3,000 trolls with minimal casualties had become the talk of the Hillsbrad region and even reached Lordaeron. This tale circulated in inns and taverns, immortalized in ballads by traveling bards. For Henny, joining this newly ascendant military force was undoubtedly a better opportunity than serving as a mere militia captain in a small town. Garen was inwardly thrilled. He knew he had found someone with talent surpassing even Omel and Kurokal. But as a commander, he needed to maintain his composure and authority. "So," he said calmly, "this is Gandalf, a 9th-rank archmage and captain of 1,000 in the Crimson Flame army. I hereby appoint you as a squad leader under his command, leading 300 men." "Thank you, your highness." Henny lifted his head in surprise and delight upon hearing the appointment. The position of commanding 300 soldiers far exceeded his expectations as the captain of a 500-strong militia in Southshore. It seemed that joining the Scarlet Flame army had indeed been a wise decision. His starting point here was already close to the ceiling of his achievements back in Southshore. The appointment was a cause for joy all around. Garen silently rejoiced at having gained an excellent officer, while Henny was deeply moved by the prince's recognition of his talents. The old mayor, seeing how highly Garen valued his wife's nephew, immediately promised to sell a batch of ships at a favorable price. Garen wasted no time and placed an order at Southshore's shipyard for 10 cargo ships suitable for coastal voyages. With the main affairs settled, Garen prepared to take his leave. He instructed Henny to report to the inn early the next morning, then departed the old mayor's residence with Valakar and Gandalf. Once outside, Garen directed Valakar to take the guards and arrange for accommodations, while he and Gandalf headed toward the docks for a stroll. As they walked and observed their surroundings, Garen's thoughts turned to Southshore's commercial model and how to improve the trade situation in Stromgard. He recalled his experiences exploring the Earthy Highlands in the game. Stromgard was connected to the outside world via a narrow path leading to Falder's Cove, which featured only a basic wooden dock and a single ship belonging to the Blackwater pirates. He had even taken on missions there to salvage shipwrecks and fend off Naga from the Razorfang tribe, his first encounter with the Naga race. In reality, Falder's Cove was larger than depicted in the game, but it still paled in comparison to Southshore. The port mainly facilitated the transport of food from Ironforge and trade between noble caravans and South Shore merchants. Salas had little interest in commercial development, leaving Stromgard with limited goods for trade. Despite sharing the Barrens Bay, it struggled to compete with South Shore. Determined, Garen resolved to propose developing commerce to his father when the time was right. With food production in Helm's Deep doubling, the allure of local delicacies drawing in crowds, refurbished armor from the soldiers, and treasures from the Arcane Vault, Stromgard's commercial prospects seemed promising. After making a name for himself in Dalaran, the expansion of Stromgard would become an inevitable goal. He even envisioned mobilizing a group of shamans to remove the western Falder Mountains south of Stromgard, leaving the eastern range intact. This would double the city's area and connect it to the port. Unfortunately, the Saldar Strait was unsuitable for sea vessels, and the earthy highlands were surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Otherwise, he would have preferred to reshape Minas Tirith, where he could have complete control. By the time they reached the beach northwest of South Shore's port, night had fallen, and the sky was dotted with stars. While appreciating the night view, Garen also wanted to investigate something. Were Azeroth's murlocs as depicted in the game? He recalled that the murlocs of South Shore, bears of Terran Mill, and spiders of the Jade Mine were considered the 3 great scourges of the Hillsbrad foothills. He wondered if the murlocs in reality also built their homes along the coast. It turns out that some of the settings in the game are indeed a bit absurd. The murlocs, being an aquatic species, built their lairs along the coastline, essentially exposing themselves to enemy attacks. However, their amphibious nature makes them incredibly difficult to eradicate. Whenever faced with a formidable foe, these cunning creatures can quickly retreat into the sea, vanishing without a trace. This issue is particularly pronounced in South Shore. Every autumn, as the fish in the bay migrate southward with the ocean currents, the scattered fin murlocs lack the foresight to stockpile food, face a 2-month food shortage. They swarm ashore in droves, raiding farmland and stealing crops. The local militia, numbering only 500, is woefully inadequate to defend such an extensive coastline. This explains why South Shore spends a fortune every September hiring adventurers to clear out the murlocs. Thinking about this, Garen couldn't help but feel relieved that he had saved Henny. If Henny had become the mayor, he would likely spend the rest of his life entangled with these bothersome murlocs. No need to thank me, Garen thought to himself. Just lead the troops into battle and let me draw more rewards. Since it wasn't September yet, Garen didn't encounter any murlocs during his patrol along the shore the previous night. At dawn, Henny arrived punctually, and Garen assigned him to the team as they prepared to set out for Dalaran. The journey from South Shore to Dalaran wasn't particularly long. By heading northwest through the Hillsbrad and Brayizer farms and following the mountain path, they could reach the magical city in about a week. The September sun had lost the intense heat of August, and the group quickly passed through the Hillsbrad farm, the largest and most fertile farmland in the area. In the distance, Dalaran was faintly visible. Once they crossed the Brayizer farm, it would only take another day or 2 to arrive. At that moment, they encountered another noble entourage heading toward Dalaran. Though Garen often prided himself on his status as a prince of Stromgard, he only paid attention to the crests of royal families and the top 10 noble houses. This time, however, his selective knowledge proved useful. Noticing the green banner with a golden anchor and the family crest on the carriage, Garen immediately recognized it as the royal entourage of the Proudmoore family from the kingdom of Cultivation. Just as I thought, remembering the families as impressive as mine is all that matters, Garen thought smugly. He turned to gesture to his attendants, then spurred his horse forward to quicken the pace. Galen slowed his horse, his gaze fixed on the group ahead bearing the royal banner of Cultivation. The procession, led by Derek, the eldest son of King Dalen Proudmoore, was escorting the queen and the 3-year-old Princess Jaina to Dalaran, where the princess's early display of magical talent was to be examined. The rear guards of the Cultivation convoy immediately assumed a defensive posture upon noticing the approaching stranger on horseback. However, Derek quickly recognized the red fist emblem on Galen's banner and signaled his men to stand down. He even rode back personally to greet the newcomer. This was hardly surprising, given the long-standing friendship between Stromgard and Cultivation. Galen's father, Thoras, and King Dalen of Cultivation were both renowned warriors, similar in temperament, bold and straightforward, fostering a close bond between their nations. Nevertheless, this was Galen's first time meeting a prince from another kingdom, as he had spent most of his life in Stromgard. Greetings. I am Galen Trollbane. May I ask which members of the Proudmoore family you are? Galen urged his horse forward, his tone curious. Derek looked slightly surprised. I hadn't expected this young man, 3 years his junior, to be the Stromgard prince his father often praised. Greetings, Prince Galen. I am Derek Proudmoore, he replied warmly. The 2 young princes quickly struck up a lively conversation. Derek recounted his experiences sailing the seas with his father, combating pirates, and even commanding a warship. Galen, in turn, shared his recent exploits in battles against the trolls. Their shared sense of duty and ambition created an instant camaraderie. Soon after, Derek introduced Galen to the Queen and the young princess of Cultivation. The Queen, still strikingly elegant, would one day bear the weight of holding her nation together in its darkest times. As for the little princess, Jaina, her bright, curious eyes surveyed her surroundings with innocent wonder. She was destined to become one of Azeroth's most pivotal figures in the years to come. Galen couldn't help but smile at the sight of the delicate young girl. Inwardly, he mused, I'd love to pinch those chubby cheeks. Better tease her while she's still small once she grows up. I won't get the chance. Since they shared the same destination, Jalin and Derek decided to merge their groups and travel together to Dalaran. The two boys quickly became close, chatting and laughing along the way. Derek vividly recounted his adventures at sea with his father, fighting pirates, which had Jalin nodding enthusiastically. Speaking of which, when I was little, I used to stand on the walls of Stromgard Keep, gazing at the sea. I once vowed to become a pirate king and find legendary treasures. Jalin said with a grin. Really? Me too. Derek's eyes lit up. When I was a kid, I often pestered my father to tell me about pirate treasure maps. The two exchanged a knowing smile and high-fived in perfect sync. Derek then eagerly asked Jalin about his battles with trolls. With dramatic flair, Jalin recounted the entire fight, from the trolls' sudden ambush to their narrow victory. Derek listened in awe, his blood boiling with excitement, wishing he could have been part of the action. Inside a magically temperature-controlled carriage, the Queen of Cultivation watched the two boys laughing and chatting ahead of them, a gentle smile forming on her lips. Holding her young daughter Jaina close, she murmured softly, It's been so long since Derek has been this happy. He carries so much on his shoulders. His father has always had such high expectations for him, grooming him to be a great king. She bent down to kiss Jaina's forehead. Jaina, I hope you will always be happy and never have to bear such burdens. The area within dozens of kilometers was firmly under the influence of Dalaran, making it an exceptionally safe region. In the Hillsbrad foothills, neither the powerful Lord Garen nor the nearby Alterac truly called the Shotsit was this city of mages that held sway. The locals all knew that causing trouble in Dalaran's territory was a bad idea. Angering a mage could result in being utterly obliterated. Over the next few days, Jalin and the Proudmoore family grew closer as they camped together or shared dinners at inns. Jalin often played with little Jaina, relishing the rare peaceful moments. During this time, he introduced them to his mentor, Gandalf, a 9th-tier archmage on the verge of reaching legendary status, and assured them that no matter Jaina's magical potential, Gandalf would be willing to take her as his apprentice. This promise deeply moved Derek. It's worth noting that the rulers of various nations generally viewed magic with caution. This attitude traced back to the era of Emperor Thoradin, whose suppression of magic had influenced the ruling classes of later generations. Arcane knowledge, after all, had been passed down by other races, and humans were not naturally gifted in magic. Very few reached its pinnacle. As a result, most national armies favored a combination of warriors and priests over mages. In this world, royal daughters and minor nobles only choose the path of arcane magic when the paths of warriors and priests are closed to them. This made Garen understand that when he declared his intention to become a mage to Salas, the fact that his father didn't break his legs was already a sign of great tolerance. Shortly after the group passed through the Brazen Farms, Garen and Drake, walking at the front, were the first to spot the towering purple spires piercing the clouds in the distance. The Dalaran before them had retained its appearance from 1,000 years ago, situated on the island of Cross in the middle of Lordimir Lake, northwest of Hillsbrad. As they drew closer, the full splendor of this magical city gradually unfolded before them. Unlike Stromgard, with its imposing city walls and buildings constructed of massive stone blocks exuding raw strength, Dalaran's architecture radiated elegance and mystery. The purple spires of the Mage Towers soared into the sky, even surpassing the height of Stromgard's royal palace. This was Dalaran, known as the City of 1,000 Towers. Even Garen, who had seen countless skyscrapers in his previous life, had to admit that these enchanted spires were truly awe-inspiring. The royal guards of both nations, bearing their respective royal insignias, went ahead to arrange boats at the docks. Upon entering Dalaran, the two delegations parted ways. Being royals, they each had their own estates and businesses to manage in the city and would naturally cross paths again in the future. Your Highness, should we transport the goods to your personal shop tomorrow? Karakar asked after Drake's party had departed. No, take everything to the family shop, including the goods meant for my personal store, Garen replied. The Thoradin royal family ran their own commercial enterprise in Dalaran, specializing in leather goods, finished leather armor, and arrows, showcasing Stromgard's heritage as a nation of warriors. Your Highness? Karakar appeared puzzled. The goods they brought this time were of top-notch quality, sourced from the raw materials obtained by clearing out thousands of giant spiders in the Helm's Deep Basin. If all the goods were handed over to the royal shop, the profits would need to be shared with Salas, leaving less for Garen's personal coffers. I have my reasons, Garen said. Go inform Faran that we've arrived, then lead the royal guards to organize the shop's inventory. As his most trusted aide, Karakar understood well if the prince wanted to explain, he would, and if he didn't, it wasn't something to question. Andarad Faran was one of Garen's business managers in Dalaran. Once a fierce competitor of Harman Kardon in Stromgard, Faran was also a renowned leatherworker. Garen recognized their respective strengths, assigning Harman to handle trade caravans while Faran remained stationed in Dalaran, focusing on the production and sale of leather armor. The raptor hides from the earthy highlands were renowned across the human kingdoms for their quality, followed by crocodile hides from the wetlands. However, the latter were much harder to obtain due to the difficulty of hunting and the scarcity of hunters, resulting in significantly lower production compared to raptor hides. Sending Varakar and his guards off to the marketplace, Galen kept only Gandalf and Henny by his side. Standing on the land of Dalaran, his gaze swept across the silhouette of the magical city, stirring memories of his past life. Back then, Dalaran had already undergone its third reconstruction, floating above the Crystal Song Forest in Northrend, a miraculous city in the skies. The history of this city dates back 2,700 years. At that time, humans and high elves joined forces to repel the forest trolls. As one of the conditions of their military alliance, the elves were required to teach humans the knowledge of magic. The newly crowned high elf king, Anasterian Sunstrider, had no choice but to agree, selecting 100 humans as the first batch of magic apprentices. Thinking of that old king still on the throne, while his son Kael that had been a prince for centuries, Galen couldn't help but smile. In those days, the mages, equipped with only rudimentary arcane knowledge, continued their magical research in Stromgard. However, their limited foundation forced them to experiment blindly, often resulting in accidents. One day, a hole would be blown in the city. The next day, an explosion would occur elsewhere, leaving the residents in constant fear. Coupled with the Empire's leadership mostly warriors harboring distrust toward magic, the mages had no choice but to seek a new home. Ultimately, they chose the island of Cross, located on a ley line nexus, to establish Dalaran. As he looked at the bustling city before him, Galen calculated in his mind. Only 6 or 7 years remained before the tragedy where Blackrock orcs would drive red dragons to destroy Dalaran. Yet, he wasn't worried about his commercial investments suffering losses. The contracts for Dalaran's shops were securely stored in the royal palace of Stromgard. If the city were to face disaster, he would only need to evacuate his personnel and wait for the city to be rebuilt before resuming business. No matter how arrogant the mages of the Kirin Tor might be, they wouldn't dare to confiscate the assets of various royal families unless they wanted to lose their standing in human society. More importantly, Galen harbored an even greater ambition to have Gandalf join Dalaran and lay the groundwork for one day controlling the Kirin Tor Council. Though Dalaran had become a neutral city in his previous life, he vowed not to let history repeat itself this time. Galen understood deeply that as a member of the human faction, everything he did must prioritize the interests of humanity. This was his foundation, and he would tolerate no division. Anyone who dared to divide would face the full fury of his wrath. After strolling through the streets of Dalaran for a while, Garen decided to heed his father's advice and visit the most esteemed figure in this city of Majest, Speaker, Antonidas. They encountered a patrol ahead. Henny stepped forward briskly, identifying himself as the squire of the Prince of Stromgard, and inquired about the whereabouts of the council members. The patrol pointed to the 4 tallest mage towers in the city. The largest belonged to Speaker Antonidas. The one adorned with golden high elven runes was the tower of Prince Kel'Thuzad. The purple-tinged red one nearby was the residence of Master Krasis, and the final tower, the Violet Citadel, served as the meeting place of the Kirin Tor Council. Garen gazed up at these towering mage spires, recalling his past life when he frequently visited the Violet Citadel on the Broken Isles. Resolving to complete his father's entrusted task first, he decided to meet Speaker Antonidas. In the reception hall on the first floor of the Speaker's Tower, Garen met the renowned Archmage. Though Antonidas was over 50, he appeared vigorous and full of energy. His long white hair and matching beard immediately reminded Garen of Gandalf. Looking at this figure, the inspiration for the Archmage unit in Warcraft 3, Garen couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Antonidas' accomplishments were astonishing. He became an 8th-tier mage by the age of 30 and was now on the brink of becoming a 9th-tier pinnacle mage, with the potential to ascend to legendary status in the future. From publishing his first paper at the age of 12 and earning the Kirin Tor's Supreme Wisdom Ribbon, he had demonstrated extraordinary talent early on. However, compared to Gandalf, while their current power levels were similar, Antonidas, lacking the advantage of a system, would progress more slowly. The path of a mage was indeed far more arduous than that of a warrior, requiring deep reserves of arcane knowledge rather than merely relying on combat experience. Among humans, most legendary figures emerged from military ranks. For instance, Garen's father, Thoradin, achieved his breakthrough during battles against trolls, and General Lothar rose to legendary status through war after war. The future Wolf King of Gilneas relied on the curse of the Warjinn to achieve his breakthrough. Reaching the legendary realm required a perfect combination of talent and opportunity. The imminent orc invasion a brutal conflict would give rise to a new generation of human elites, pushing the long peaceful human kingdoms into prominence on the world stage. Galen recalled a widely circulated belief. It was the wars between humans and orcs that forged elite armies, enabling humanity to take part in the later defense of Mount Hyjal and the struggle against the Burning Legion on the Broken Isles. Without these wars, humans would have been easily crushed when confronting the Burning Legion directly, and might even have faced the threat of annihilation. Looking at the orc before him, Galen couldn't help but muse silently. By the light, such opponents are truly formidable. Even in this time before the advent of paladins, he could discern that the fighting strength of the human kingdoms was rather mediocre after all. Aside from occasional skirmishes with trolls, they mostly spent their days bullying weaker creatures like kobolds, gnolls, and murlocs. The meeting with Antonidas yielded little. While it might be feasible to have Gandalf join Dalaran, gaining entry into the Kirin Tor Council was another matter entirely. Gandalf was an outsider, not a native Dalaran mage. Even though he claimed lineage from Merry Winterwind, Merry himself did not have a stellar reputation. In the later stages of the Troll Wars, he was turned into an undead and ultimately chose to retreat into seclusion. Antonidas left a poor impression on Galen. The elderly mage was eccentric and stubborn, a textbook human supremacist. Despite his formidable power, he held little regard for worldly monarchies. Given Galen's youth and lower status, Antonidas hardly saw him as worth his attention. Out of respect for his elder, Galen maintained basic courtesy, but he knew there was no point in pursuing a deeper relationship. Some people are just incompatible from the first meeting. After leaving Antonidas' tower, Galen turned his gaze toward another tower adorned with golden runes. He planned to meet the high elf Princia figure plagued by misfortune, but perhaps worth the effort. When he arrived at the Sunstrider Spire, the high elf guards immediately stopped him. Even after Galen identified himself and requested an audience with the prince, the guards remained cold and aloof. They sent one of their number to deliver the message while the others kept a watchful eye on him. Galen remained outwardly composed, but he took note of everything. This wasn't personal. It was simply the typical attitude high elves displayed toward all outsiders. As he waited, Galen reflected. The arrogance of the high elves runs deep. Their capital, Silvermoon City, didn't even receive visitors from other races. It wasn't until the scourge devastated their lands that they realized they weren't invincible. Therefore, even if Galen wanted to lend them a hand, he would wait until they had suffered enough to appreciate the help. Fortunately, Kel'Thuzad was relatively open-minded, thanks to his long years spent in Dalaran. He had witnessed human heroes like Antonidas and Soros achieve legendary feats in just a few decades, accomplishments that would take elves centuries, even millennia, to match. He understood the limitless potential of humanity. Unfortunately, Kel'Thuzad had fallen out of favor in Silvermoon's political arena and was powerless to enact change. Ultimately, out of respect for the kingdom of Stromgard, Kel'Thuzad agreed to meet Galen and Gandalf in the reception hall. Poor Henny, however, was once again left outside as a mere attendant. In Azeroth, respect is reserved for those with either great strength or powerful connections. Kel'Thuzad was a tall, graceful high elf dressed in a fiery red robe trimmed with gold. His golden hair flowed gently in the breeze, and 3 crimson fireballs floated behind him, moving elegantly in sync with his gestures. Even among the famously beautiful high elves, his appearance and demeanor were exceptional, reminding Garen of Thranduil, the elven prince from a past life's movie, who had gracefully mounted a stag. At that moment, the Heart of Origin emitted a notification. Detected host's contact with elven bloodline. Blood Elf Mage template is now initializing. This brought a surge of joy to Garen's heart at last. The long-standing issue of limited heroes for the king's altar was beginning to change. Kel'Thuzad, ever perceptive, noticed that the young man before him had momentarily lost focus. Although such a breach of etiquette displeased him slightly, his refined upbringing allowed him to maintain an elegant smile. Prince Garen, is there something important you wish to discuss with me? He asked. Gandalf, sensing the shift, gave a soft cough to bring the distracted Garen back to the present. The sound snapped Garen out of his thoughts, and he quickly transitioned into a polished exchange of noble pleasantries. These formalities, after all, originated from the High Elves themselves 3,000 years ago. Humanity was still in its tribal era, and it wasn't until after the Troll Wars, 2,700 years ago, that the Arathor Empire adopted these customs from the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. Once both parties were seated, Garen got straight to the point. He had a favorable impression of Kel'Thuzad. The prince carried the characteristic pride of the elves. His demeanor was warm and approachable, exuding a noble grace born of both power and lineage. Watching the beautiful crimson fireballs behind Kel'Thuzad, Garen silently resolved to prevent them from turning into feltinted green in the future. My trade caravan, along with a dwarven expedition team, discovered an ancient ruin in the southern mountains. Garen began, weaving his narrative. They brought back a collection of treasures. However, due to a shortage of military funds and my father's inability to provide support, I was hoping to strike a deal with you, Prince. Kel'Thuzad's interest was piqued. Oh, what kind of treasures? As a prince of one of the wealthiest nations, he was no stranger to rare artifacts and wouldn't be impressed by the ordinary. Garen retrieved a white scroll from his cloak and placed it carefully on the table. Kel'Thuz examined it closely, but sensed no magical energy emanating from the scroll, which made him doubt its value. Such an unremarkable object was difficult to believe as a precious treasure. Kel'Thuz's noble upbringing kept him from storming off, and besides, he trusted that a prince wouldn't come all this way just to toy with him. Brimming with curiosity, he directly asked, "What is this?" "It's a return scroll, similar to your mage's portals, capable of long-distance teleportation," Galen explained. Kel'Thuz's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. For the High Elves, long-distance teleportation was nothing extraordinary. They had plenty of mages capable of opening portals, and as a mage himself, Kel'Thuz could easily cast teleportation spells without needing to bargain for assistance. Noticing Kel'Thuz's impatient expression, Galen quickly added, "Please, Your Highness, don't be hasty. I haven't finished yet. The most remarkable feature of this return scroll is, it can bypass any magical barrier or seal." Bang! Kel'Thuz abruptly stood up, his usually composed demeanor finally cracking. "That's impossible." Galen, on the other hand, appeared calm and collected. "I assure you it is." Seeing Kel'Thuz's astonished face, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. For once, he had managed to catch this ever-poised noble prince off guard. Kel'Thuz's shock was not without reason. Any mage with a basic understanding of spatial magic knew that teleportation required several conditions to be met. The first was energy. The greater the distance, or the number of people being transported, the more energy was required. On Azeroth, this was rarely a problem. As a planet that had nurtured the mightiest of titans, its energy reserves were vast enough to support all kinds of teleportation. Even the unfinished Dark Portal could sustain interstellar travel for an entire race. In comparison, Draenor was far inferior. Maintaining a single Dark Portal had nearly drained the planet's energy, forcing the orcs to invade other realms as their homeland teetered on the brink of collapse. More critically, teleportation required a magical beacon. If a location was cut off from magic or shielded by barriers, losing the beacon's anchor would render teleportation impossible. The borders of Quel'Thalas were fortified with a ring of barrier stones, a safeguard that had protected the High Elves for millennia. These stones created a magical shield that not only kept the kingdom's lands in perpetual spring but also prevented aerial and teleportation-based intrusions. The kingdom invested heavily in their maintenance, and rangers patrolled the borders day and night to ensure the stones remained unharmed. Yet now, this seemingly unremarkable scroll, devoid of any detectable magical energy, claimed it could bypass the very defenses that Kel'Thuz took immense pride in. Seeing the prince's lingering skepticism, Galen retrieved the scroll to demonstrate. "Your Highness, this scroll consists of two parts. The smaller one is the beacon scroll, used for marking the destination, while the larger one is the main scroll, which stores the energy. Place the beacon scroll at your desired location, then activate the main scroll to teleport. I have 6 more of these return scrolls. If you're interested, you can test one for yourself. Both Dalaran and Silvermoon City have sealing barriers, yet I chose to approach you for this transaction instead of Archmage Antonidas. That shows my sincerity. I'll head back and await your response. I'll leave the scroll with you." "Wait," Kel'Thuz called out, stopping Galen just as he was about to leave. Kel'Thuz seemed to be moved by Garen's last words. The elven prince raised his hand slightly, signaling Garen, who was about to stand up, to wait for a moment. "Prince Garen, how many of these return scrolls do you have left?" "I'll take them all." Hearing this, a subtle smile appeared on Garen's lips. He pretended to ponder for a moment before looking up and responding earnestly, "Prince Kel'Thuz, the caravan brought back 10 scrolls. 1 was damaged, 2 were used for experiments, leaving 7. My mentor Gandalf needs to keep 1 for research, so the remaining 6 are all yours." Kel'Thuz quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Such items, capable of bypassing the magical barriers of Quel'Thalas, should not be allowed to circulate freely. However, Garen was a prince of equal standing and an ally. Moreover, Stromgard was renowned for its warriors, and that white-beard wizard likely couldn't rival the research capabilities of Quel'Thalas. Most importantly, Garen had chosen to deal with him rather than Dalaran, a clear demonstration of good faith. As a gentleman, Kel'Thuz preferred not to resort to coercion. He spoke decisively. "Deal. 6 scrolls, 20,000 gold coins each. However, you must keep this matter confidential and ensure the last scroll doesn't fall into the hands of other factions." "No problem, Kale." Garen replied almost instantly, the price far exceeding his expectations. Kel'Thuz turned and went upstairs, soon returning with a small pouch. "Here are 120,000 gold coins. You may count them. I'll also gift you this sunfire bag. No need to count, Garen said as he accepted the pouch. You didn't even verify the scrolls before handing me the coins. I truly appreciate your trust. By the way, we also discovered that the scrolls can teleport people within a certain range simultaneously. The exact distance hasn't been tested yet. After bidding farewell to Kel'Thuzad, Garen left the Mage Tower, thoroughly satisfied. He knew that the 20-cubic space sunfire bag alone was worth 20,000 gold coins. What thrilled him even more was that the scrolls, with a production cost of only 325 units of gold each, had sold for a staggering 40,000 units of gold apiece. Although this was a one-time deal, it was more than enough. If the gold coins and jewels from the Earthy Empire era obtained from the Withered Beard tribe were sold, combined with the 120,000 gold coins just acquired, the total cash on hand would amount to 200,000. Garen calculated this unexpected windfall, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It wasn't surprising to receive such a generous reward from the High Elves this time. After all, this race had accumulated astonishing wealth over their long lifespans since founding their nation over 6,000 years ago after crossing from the continent of Kalimdor. Although Kel'Thuzad was only the third-generation ruler, their possession of the Sunwell, a source of magical energy, gave them a significant advantage in crafting magical equipment and enchanting weapons, ensuring a steady influx of riches. After leaving, Garen and Gandalf quickly reunited with Henny, and the three began searching for the way back to their shop. Meanwhile, after they departed, Kel'Thuzad remained in place, holding the 6 return scrolls in his hands, his expression unusually complex. Based on Garen's description, he had almost confirmed that this ancient relic likely originated from the hands of the Titan keepers. Only the Titans possessed the ability to create such teleportation items that could bypass seals and barriers without emitting any magical fluctuations. He decided to take the scrolls back to show his father, as well as conduct some experiments. As for why he didn't test them on the spot, it was partly to demonstrate goodwill. He had recognized that Garen was the newly renowned troll slayer from the Thoradin family mentioned in intelligence reports. Considering the centuries-old animosity between high elves and trolls, there was potential for their factions to become allies. More importantly, he had clearly sensed the ninth-tier mage aura emanating from Gandalf. A mage of such caliber wouldn't resort to petty tricks over a mere 120,000 gold coins. After leaving a positioning marker in the living room, Kel'Thuzad immediately headed to the Guardian Hall at the center of Dalaran. As a member of the Kirin Tor's Sixth Council, he had the authority to cast teleportation spells there. Unlike in games where teleportation could be learned with simple payment, in reality, creating a portal required profound spatial knowledge and immense magical power. Any minor mistake could lead to being lost in the chaotic void of space. After greeting the mage on duty and registering the teleportation record, he took out the Quell Dorii golden staff adorned with a golden phoenix at the top. As he waved the staff, a surge of magical energy erupted from him, and the staff radiated a dazzling light, stabilizing a portal before him. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he stepped through without hesitation. The Grand Magister Rossman, who was stationed at the Sunfury Spire, was a loyal supporter of the Sunstrider family. After Kel'Thuzad briefly explained the situation to him, Rossman, though skeptical, accepted the explanation as Kel'Thuzad left behind a new positioning marker and a recording crystal. Subsequently, Kel'Thuzad activated a teleportation scroll linked to the Dalaran Tower marker. As the runic array above them flashed with white light, the two were instantly transported to the Sun Tower in Dalaran. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, Rossman's expression grew serious, and he even stepped outside to confirm their location. Kel'Thuzad had mentally prepared himself, yet when the teleportation scroll instantaneously transported them through the protective barrier of Quel'Thalas, effortlessly bypassing Dalaran's spatial wards and taking them directly from Silvermoon City to their destination, he was left speechless with astonishment. He immediately ordered Rossman to use a memory stone to meticulously document the entire process. Shortly after, the two activated another teleportation scroll and, in the blink of an eye, returned to the towering Sunfury Spire in Silvermoon City. As soon as they reappeared, they hurriedly made their way toward the Sunstrider royal court. Inside the resplendent throne hall, they were granted an audience with the reigning Sun King Kel'Thuzad's father, Anasterian Sunstrider. Father, Kel'Thuzad blurted out eagerly, I acquired an ancient artifact from Prince Galen of Stromgard, a teleportation scroll that can bypass all seals and barriers. That's impossible, Anasterian exclaimed, rising abruptly from his throne. As a ruler, he understood the extraordinary expertise required to create such an item far beyond the capabilities of the High Elves' current magical knowledge. Since their ancestors had established the kingdom's protective barriers, they had spent millennia perfecting them and simulating every conceivable method to breach them. To compromise the barrier, either a force greater than the combined energy of the barrier stones would be required, an almost inconceivable feat, as the barrier stones were imbued with the immense power of the Sunwell, and the seals formed by hundreds of these stones could withstand even demigods, or one would need to find a way to teleport inside the shield and dismantle the defenses from within. High Elven mages had studied this problem for thousands of years, yet even legendary mages had failed to solve it. A teleportation scroll that bypasses seals and barriers? And it's an ancient artifact obtained from humans? Anasterian frowned deeply. Does this mean my Silvermoon City's magic research team has been pocketing their annual funding instead of making progress? However, as a ruler who had sat on the throne for millennia, Anasterian quickly regained his composure. Fixing his gaze on his son, he asked calmly, Kale, have you tested it? Kale that's carefully placed the 2 recording stones on his father's desk. I just tested them with raw math, father. The entire process has been documented. Anasterian gazed at the recording stones before him, his expression dark. The runestones at the kingdom's borders were among the most treasured legacies of the first generation of High Elves, painstakingly created under the leadership of his father, Dathremar Sunstrider, alongside mages who had lived through the Well of Eternity era. This barrier had safeguarded the kingdom for over 6,000 years and was thought to be impenetrable. Yet today, a fatal flaw had been revealed, a type of mass teleportation scroll capable of bypassing the barrier entirely. If enemies smuggled in even a dozen of these scrolls through merchants, they could instantly transport entire armies past the defenses, rendering the barrier useless. The king, who had ruled for millennia, pondered briefly before making his decision. Ramath, leave 1 scroll behind, and send the rest to the Council of Advisors for study. They must uncover its secrets as quickly as possible. In the meantime, replicate the design of the scroll markers and distribute them to all border checkpoints. If similar items are discovered, they must be reported immediately. By your command, your majesty. Kale, you should return to Dalaran, Anasterian said, turning to his son. The Prince of Stromgard is a rising star. You should establish a good relationship with him. While we have been closer to Lord Garen and Dalaran in recent decades, maintaining ties with the other human kingdoms remains important. After all, it was the Arather Empire of humanity with whom we originally forged our alliance. Understood, father. Although Garen did not know exactly what steps Kel'Thuzad had taken after obtaining the scroll, he could imagine the uproar this incident must have caused among the High Elven leadership. By now, he had returned to his shop and headed straight to the second-floor lounge, paying no attention to his guards downstairs as they organized merchandise. Eagerly, he connected to the Heart of Origin and entered the king's altar interface. On his way, he had already received a notification that the hero template update had been completed. The interface now displayed a tall figure clad in a red robe, red pauldrons, and a black cloak, with flowing golden hair. Blood Mage. Type: Intelligence-based hero. Talents: Mastery of fire magic. Skills: Flame Strike, Banish, Mana Drain, Summon Phoenix. Level: 810. Summoning requirements: 1. Unlock Tier 3 Castle. 2. High Elf Spirit X1. Spirit quality determines the hero's skill power. Garen frowned. Summoning a new hero required a High Elf spirit, which posed a significant challenge. He recalled from his past life when he played as a Blood Elf, there was a location near the Falthrian Academy on the Isle of Quel'Danas to the northwest of Silvermoon City, a shrine dedicated to Dathremar. It was the resting place of the first Sun King, Dathremar, the exiled leader who had guided his people across the seas and founded the kingdom of Quel'Thalas. Digging up an ancestor's grave in Kel'Thuzad's homeland? Garen couldn't bring himself to do something like that, especially since he would likely have to interact with Kel'Thuzad frequently in the future. It just didn't sit right with him. Now, looting a troll tomb, on the other hand, might be worth considering, at least those are usually full of gold. Although the candidate for the third hero had become apparent, the unlocking conditions left Garen deep in thought. The requirement of a level 3 castle was expected, and with the current pace of development, reaching a population of 100,000 would take only a year. The real challenge, however, lay in the choice of the spirit hero. Garen, being a perfectionist by nature, was determined to choose the very best. He had initially considered the Sunstrider family among the High Elves, known for their pure bloodline. After all, Kel'Thuzad was the archetype of the Blood Mage. Yet, this idea was quickly dismissed. Suddenly, a new thought struck him. Why did it have to be a Blood Mage? His gaze turned southward to Ironforge and northward to the Wildhammer dwarves and hinterlands. Unlocking the Mountain King seemed like a far better choice. As for the spirit hero, his sights were already set on Dagran Thorison, the king of the Dark Iron Dwarves. Thinking of the Dark Iron Dwarves, Garen couldn't help but recall the legendary history of this clan. As one of the 3 major dwarven clans, they once lived together with the Bronzebeard and Wildhammer clans in Ironforge, located in Dunmarrow. After the death of the High King, a brutal civil war erupted among the 3 clans over the succession. Ultimately, the Bronzebeard clan emerged victorious, forcing the other 2 clans to relocate. The Wildhammer dwarves moved north to establish grim battle, while the Dark Iron dwarves headed south to create Shadowforge City. However, the leaders of the Dark Iron Dwarves refused to accept defeat. They made a fatal strategic error by launching simultaneous attacks on both Ironforge and Grim Battle. This conflict, known as the War of the Three Hammers, ended in a crushing defeat for the Dark Iron Dwarves. Worse yet, their attempt to summon the Firelord Ragnaros in the Reedridge Mountains led to the complete devastation of the region, transforming it into the Burning Steppes. The clan was enslaved by Ragnaros as a result. The current ruler, Emperor Thorisson, is the son of those defeated leaders. His most infamous achievement was abducting the Bronzebeard princess and winning her over so completely that she bore him a son. This enraged the Bronzebeard king, who sent assassins to kill his son-in-law. However, the plan backfired. Grieving the loss of her husband, the princess severed ties with her father and inherited the throne of the Dark Iron Dwarves. Recalling this tragic family saga, which involved his close ally Magni Bronzebeard, Garen silently resolved to aid his old friend. Eliminating Thorisson in advance would not only set the princess back on the right path, but also allow him to claim the Mountain King's spirit hero while bringing the Dark Iron Dwarves under his banner. The plan was flawless, and Garen had already begun rehearsing the scene in his mind. I, Gimli, Mountain King, hereby lead the Dark Iron Dwarf clan to join the banner of Prince Stromgard. The script was written now, all he needed was for the actors to take their places. In the days that followed, Jalin enjoyed a leisurely and carefree life. He completely revamped his old shop, ordering his personal guards to clear out the outdated inventory, which was then transferred to the Torbane family's store for sale. He personally designed and crafted a new shop sign, and thus Jalin's Alchemy Boutique was officially opened. Elegantly designed promotional cards were soon distributed throughout the streets and alleys of Dalaran. Kel'Thuzad, a member of the Kirin Tor's Council of Six, personally came to offer his congratulations. This not only gave Jalin significant prestige, but also made the citizens of Dalaran keenly aware of the weight behind the shop. Jalin had prepared a special gift set for Kel'Thuzad, including a life scroll, clarity potion, health potion, mana potion, and an ivory tower artifact. This gesture was both a token of gratitude and a strategic move to leverage Kel'Thuzad's influence to promote his shop among Dalaran's high elves. At present, human shops in Dalaran offered relatively basic wares, whether weapons, equipment, or potion supplies. Even magical enchantments appeared crude in comparison to the exquisite craftsmanship of the high elves, a stark contrast. It wasn't until humanity endured the trials of several wars that their skills began to advance rapidly. This underscored the idea that war often acts as a catalyst for technological progress. After the wars, Dalaran's mages gained access to Gul'dan's notes, learning many forbidden secrets. Additionally, during the later stages of the Second War, the High Elves, forced to rejoin the Alliance due to the Orc invasion, brought with them a wealth of arcane knowledge. Now, the Mystical Vault's alchemical creations far surpassed similar products on the market. These highly effective health and mana potions would quickly gain a reputation, and when that happened, production capacity might become the only limitation. As the shop found its footing, Jalin's life also became more relaxed. He often chatted with Drake, or played with little Jaina. In his spare time, he strolled through the streets of Dalaran, savoring the charm of this magical city, one that would soon face an impending catastrophe. One day, as Jalin was about to visit Drake and bring some sweets for little Jaina, his personal guard informed him of an unusual visitor, a mage requesting to meet the shop owner. This piqued Jalin's curiosity. Was this visitor here to propose a collaboration, or to stir up trouble? When Jalin descended from the second floor lounge to the reception area on the first floor, he saw a mage, seemingly in his 30s, engrossed in a thick tome of magic. The visitor exuded an extraordinary aura. His neatly groomed golden hair, a finely embroidered purple robe adorned with intricate arcane symbols, and a handsome face marked by a slight frown as he appeared lost in thought. He radiated an air of profound calm and depth. Your Highness, this individual's magical energy has already reached the peak of the 8th tier and seems poised to break through to the 9th at any moment. Gandalf's voice resonated through the heart of Origin. You don't need to tell me, I can see that myself, Jalin replied inwardly. With that strikingly handsome face and the aura he's emanating, it's obvious he's someone extraordinary. Greetings, mage. I'm Garen, the owner of this shop. I've heard you were looking for me. Garen stepped forward and addressed the mage who was engrossed in reading. The distinguished middle-aged mage closed the tome in his hands and gracefully stood to return the greeting. Garen? The Prince of Stromgard? I'm Kel'Thuzad, a mage from Dalaran. Kel'Thuzad? Garen's eyes lit up. This was no ordinary figure. Kel'Thuzad was destined to become a legendary character, the future lieutenant of the Scourge and founder of the Cult of the Damned. He would later spread plague across Lordaeron and, in a calculated move, allow himself to be slain by Prince Arthas, only to manipulate and corrupt the prince from within, leading him down a path of darkness. What brings the esteemed mage Kel'Thuzad to me? Garen asked cautiously, choosing his words with care. Kel'Thuzad's expression softened with a hint of approval. I've taken notice of this newly opened alchemy shop in the city. The potions I purchased here are remarkably potent both in healing and mana restoration. Truly extraordinary. He paused briefly before continuing. I attempted to analyze the composition of these alchemical concoctions, yet they are so seamlessly blended that I couldn't decipher them. This piqued my curiosity, so I decided to seek out their creator. Thank you for your kind words, master, Garen replied with a polite smile. However, the alchemist who crafted these potions resides in Stromgard. I've merely brought them here to test the market. As the prized protege of Antonidas, Kel'Thuzad had access to the vast magical archives of the Kirin Tor Council. His thirst for knowledge was insatiable, bordering on obsession. And he even ventured into the forbidden arts of necromancy, a dark magic capable of controlling the dead. Though he had achieved the pinnacle of mastery as a mage at a young age, his pursuit of forbidden power led to his expulsion from Dalaran. Eventually, he would transform into a lich, claiming immortality as long as his phylactery remained intact. Mage Kel'Thuzad, Garen said sincerely, if you ever find yourself in Stromgard, my lands lie to the east. I would be honored to introduce you to this alchemist. Kel'Thuzad appeared genuinely surprised by such generosity, sensing the sincerity in Garen's words. I am grateful for your offer, my young friend, he replied tactfully. However, I am currently at a critical stage in my studies and cannot leave Dalaran for the time being. As the apprentice of Dalaran's Archmage and a likely future member of the Kirin Tor 6, Kel'Thuzad addressing Garen as young friend was a clear indication of his intent to establish a cordial relationship. Master, are you primarily focused on ice magic? Garen asked politely, then gestured for Kel'Thuzad to take the main seat. Gandalf immediately engaged the visiting mage in an enthusiastic discussion. As a soul from another world, Gandalf had reconstructed his body through the Altar of Kings to arrive in Azeroth. He possessed an arcane system from another realm, but fortunately, the two worlds shared the same universe, allowing certain systems of power to be converted. However, in the Magescar's Stromgard keep, he had always lacked opportunities to test these theories. Time flew by, with Kel'Thuzad's magical pocket watch repeatedly marking the passing hours. By noon, the mage had to decline the invitation to lunch and hurriedly took his leave. For Garen, this meeting was merely a small interlude during his break. Yet he was well aware that this eccentric mage before him would, in a few years, ascend to the 9th rank and join the Council of Six in Dalaran on Antonidas' recommendation. More importantly, this future right hand of the Lich King, second in command of the Scourge and founder of the Cult of the Damned, was destined to leave a profound mark on Azeroth's history. Garen had no intention of eliminating or recruiting Kel'Thuzad ahead of time. He understood well that the rise of the Lich King was an inevitable part of history. Even if it weren't Ner'zhul, someone else would take his place. Allowing Kel'Thuzad to remain would provide a target to monitor in the future. Besides, the Bronze Dragons hadn't yet come to trouble him, perhaps because the Heart of Origin was shielding their perception, but he wasn't willing to take that risk. As for recruiting this power-hungry mage, Garen had no interest either. Such individuals were too easily swayed by forbidden knowledge from the Lich King, and having a traitor in the ranks was far from ideal. Moreover, his current strength still needed improvement, and his heroes had yet to reach the legendary tier. Time for growth was still essential. In the days that followed, Galen's life grew increasingly leisurely. He frequently visited Drake, teased Jaina, and bothered Kel'Thuzad. To his regular list of visits, he added a new name, Kel'Thuzad, a newly ascended 9th-tier archmage. During his exploration of Dalaran, one particular landmark left a deep impression on Galen: the Dalaran Wishing Fountain. This fountain, situated in the heart of the city, was nothing like the small feature he remembered from the game in his previous life. The current Dalaran was a bustling city with a population of hundreds of thousands, sprawling across the entirety of the island. Galen wandered through nearly every corner of the city before finally discovering the legendary Wishing Fountain at its center. The fountain's design was imbued with magical artistry. 3 massive fish statues were frozen mid-leap, perpetually suspended in midair above the water. On the wall behind the pool, a relief of a high elf holding a water jug poured a continuous stream of crystal-clear water from its spout. According to legend, the Wishing Fountain had existed since the founding of Dalaran, though the identity of its creator remained a mystery. What made the fountain truly extraordinary was its unique magical property. When someone held a coin, whether gold, silver, or copper, and stood by the fountain, emptying their mind to make a wish, the coin's surface would automatically inscribe the wisher's desire. Even more astonishing was that, despite Dalaran's existence for over a millennium and countless coins being tossed into the fountain, it never seemed to fill up. This phenomenon had long intrigued mages, sparking numerous studies, but its secrets remained unsolved. Over time, Dalaran's residents came to regard it as a magical place capable of granting wishes, earning it the affectionate name Wishing Fountain. Upon discovering the Wishing Fountain, Galen was struck with the sudden idea of fishing out the coins from the pool. He bought a fishing rod, but just as he was about to begin, he was chased off by the patrolling guards. This left him feeling rather annoyed. In the game, I could fish here as much as I wanted. But now I can't? Well, we'll see about that. I'm going to try anyway. An idea sparked in Galen's mind. He decided to use gold to activate a wizard's invisibility spell, a special ability granted to wizards of the Arcane Sanctuary after completing their expert level training. Sending Gandalf and Henny away, he cloaked himself in invisibility and snuck back to the edge of the wishing fountain. However, reality was not as simple as a game. After waiting for 10 minutes, Galen realized it was impossible to fish out anything as easily as he could in the game. Frustrated, he opted to use his hands directly, scooping up coins from the pool. Through this, he glimpsed a variety of wishes etched on the coins. Some were humble, like prayers for family safety. Others were worldly desires, like a wish for wealth. This one bore the inscription, "The light refuses to act as a god of commerce or fortune." There was even an ancient-looking gold coin inscribed with a touching wish for two sisters to grow up together and marry on the same day. Oh wow, I got the one I was looking for. Let's keep going. Garen muttered to himself excitedly. He had been lingering by the wishing fountain all afternoon. To avoid drawing attention, he occasionally cast an invisibility spell. Gandalf and Henny had already left, replaced by Varricar and two members of his personal guard, keeping watch from a distance. Things took a turn by evening. Passers-by noticed coins in the fountain, mysteriously floating up on their own, with some suddenly plunging back into the water. This paranormal event was soon reported, prompting the newly ascended 9th rank Archmage Kel'Thuzad to investigate. When Kel'Thuzad first arrived, he didn't notice Garen remaining invisible without attacking or casting spells ensures one's concealment. However, the cunning mage unleashed a gentle frost nova around him, specifically designed to detect hidden entities. Considering Kel'Thuzad's reputation and the fact that he had already found the coin he wanted, Garen chose to reveal himself voluntarily. Before leaving, he took out a gold coin and stood by the fountain, closing his eyes in contemplation. In an instant, vivid visions flashed through his mind. The crumbling walls of Stromgard, ogres and syndicate thieves roaming the ruins. The jubilant cheers in Lord Daren's capital, overshadowed by a prince slaying his own father. A towering giant roaring in Dalaran as he crushed a city model, followed by the obliteration of Dalaran in Hillsbrad foothills in a fiery explosion. Garen's eyes snapped open, filled with resolute determination. He glanced down at the coin in his hand. The original Stromgard fist insignia was gone, replaced by a line of Chinese characters. Stromgard Eternal, Azeroth in peace and prosperity. Without hesitation, he tossed the coin into the fountain. Kel'Thuzad inquired, "I didn't expect you to believe in such legends." "It's my first time in Dalaran," Garen replied as he walked away. "It doesn't cost much to believe, so why not?" Then, with a curious tone, he added, "Master, you've been in Dalaran for years. Have you ever made a wish?" "I only believe in truth. In my world, truth is the pursuit of endless arcane knowledge, and I will forever strive down the path of magic," Kel'Thuzad declared passionately. Garen knew that over a decade ago, when Kel'Thuzad was still an apprentice mage, his ideals were nothing like this. Suddenly, Garen stopped in his tracks, turned around, and gave Kel'Thuzad a big hug. From behind, one could still see a few coins tightly clenched in Garen's hand. "Sometimes, I really wish someone would give me a long, lasting hug. I lack love." Kel'Thuzad. As the holiday came to an end, Garen gathered his troops and set his sights on the eastern frontier of the kingdom, a coveted and fertile prize. To ensure absolute success, he deliberately held off for 2 months, waiting for the perfect moment to strike with his forces. During those 2 months, Garen enjoyed a carefree life in the city of Dalaran, teasing adorable little girls, sparring with his newfound friend Derek, and occasionally visiting Kel'Thuzad to strengthen their acquaintance. Derek, as the most outstanding heir of Kultiras, had already reached the rank of an 8th-tier warrior at the mere age of 16. Given time. With the outbreak of the Orc Wars, his ascension to the 9th tier seemed inevitable. In contrast, Garen, without the support of his base's immense resources, would likely have needed to wait until adulthood to achieve the 8th tier through sheer talent and hard work alone. But hey, I've got cheats, heh, Garen mused. Meanwhile, as Garen leisurely vacationed, Omar at Helm's Deep and Aragorn at Drybeard Canyon were on high alert. Drywood Village had sent out over a dozen messengers in an attempt to request reinforcements from Shadrano in the hinterlands. Although most were intercepted, one forest troll managed to evade Aragorn's pursuit, thanks to their extraordinary skill in navigating the woods. Despite the news, Garen remained confident Shadrano wouldn't dare mobilize a large army, as the kingdom's regular forces would intercept them. As for small-scale reinforcements, they were merely desserts served on a silver platter. As the troops convened in Valrakar, Derek and the young Jaina came to the eastern docks to see Garen off. "Big brother, you have to come play with me. Don't forget to bring lollipops and little cakes," young Jaina earnestly reminded him. Garen and Derek embraced in farewell, exchanging well wishes, and Garen handed his friend a final gift. a teleportation scroll modified by Gandalf himself. This scroll was equipped with dual Protectionsa defensive magic array and an automatic activation spell that would trigger a protective shield and teleportation in critical moments. Though it seemed premature to give Derek such a life-saving item now, Garen felt it was better than nothing. Silently tucking away the coordinates, Garen hoped that one day this invincibility scroll would save Derek's life when he needed it most. From the docks of Dalaran to the northwestern shores of Hillsbrad, Garen kept his brows furrowed the entire journey. His heart was heavy with regret for Kel'Thuzad. This once legendary mage was truly remarkable, ascending to the 9th rank at a young age, earning a seat on the Kirin Tor's Council of Six, and becoming one of humanity's most influential figures. Not only did he establish the cult of the damned, but he also single-handedly orchestrated the downfall of the mighty kingdom of Lordaeron. His cunning was unparalleled, using illusions to manipulate the Barrow family into surrendering Caer Darrow and transforming it into Scholomance, and in Tirisful Glades, rallying the downtrodden masses to join the cult as acolytes. I can't even find a single person under my command who can compare to him, Garen thought bitterly. If he weren't on the main road, he might have sought out a secluded spot to cry in frustration. What made it even more lamentable was that Kel'Thuzad, unlike another necromancer, Nazul, who eventually chose the righteous path, had resolutely embraced the dark side. Killed once by Arthas, then twice more as a lich in Naxxramas by countless champions, and finally his soul was cast into the Shadowlands. Even in that hellish realm akin to the deepest pits of the underworld, he continued to play the role of an ultimate villain. Garen shook his head. Such a consistently wicked yet formidable figure, who also happened to be a cat lover, was someone he simply could not contend with. Once the party landed, they quickened their pace and soon left the jurisdiction of Dalaran. In the midst of a dense forest, Gandalf raised his staff and cast a mass teleportation spell, leading everyone away from Hillsbrad. As their figures vanished and the white light faded, a gnome girl with pink twintails appeared at the spot where they had been. She scrutinized the abruptly interrupted hoofprints on the ground and angrily slammed her staff against the earth. Damn it, just one step too late, and he got away. The time anomaly has persisted for nearly half a year, and some kind of energy has been blocking my perception. I finally managed to track the time disruptor's trail here in Hillsbrad, and now he's slipped through my fingers again. Chromeith, determined bronze dragon and guardian of time, cast a glance toward Dalaran to the northwest and decided to begin her investigation there. She pulled out a small notebook and quickly jotted down, heading southeast from Dalaran, target likely human, dwarf, or gnome high elf less probable. Note: next time I catch you, I'm hitting you 100 times, no exceptions. With that, she tucked away her notebook and vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Garen was in high spirits. After 2 months, he was finally reunited with his trusted confidant, Omar. The joy of this long-awaited reunion lifted his mood considerably. During his time alone, he truly found it unsettling to be without his loyal right-hand man by his side. A steadfast prince, with ever-changing guards. Garen understood this truth well. These exceptional guards would eventually be sent out to lead their own forces and could not remain by his side forever. The future expansion of the kingdom's territories required more armies, and now was the time for them to follow Omar and learn, preparing to take on greater responsibilities in the days to come. Garen had high hopes for Omar, wishing for him to become a legendary hero like the Grand Marshal or the Ashbringer, rather than merely leaving behind a cold statue in the Scarlet Monastery as in another timeline. The teleportation from the northwest of Hillsbrad to the northeast of Earthy Highlands, spanning nearly 1,000 kilometers in an instant, left the guards feeling queasy. Even the battle-hardened Garen felt his stomach churn. While teleportation was undoubtedly convenient, it wasn't particularly kind to the body. Outside the gates of Helm's Deep, a large crowd had already gathered. These were the first wave of immigrants summoned by the kingdom's advisory council. It was the message from Aragorn that prompted Garen to cut short his trip to Dalaran and return. Along with the immigrant group came supplies, including enough food to sustain 10,000 settlers until spring and 20,000 gold coins for the construction of the town. However, Salas and the advisory council were unaware that Helm's Deep was already halfway complete. Apart from residential areas and the commercial district still being in the planning stages, all other facilities were fully functional. Food supplies were abundant, not only sufficient for the settlers, but also available for trade. Once the guards had recovered from the effects of the teleportation, Valakar reassembled the troops and prepared to enter the town. As the group approached the immigrants, cheers erupted. "It's the prince! Your Highness! Let me join the Scarlet Flame Army." Over the years, Garen had often strolled through the streets of Stromgard, mingling with the citizens. He had even introduced a version of football to Azeroth and frequently played matches with the local youth. Now, many of those former playmates had started their own families and chosen to build new lives here. Upon entering Helm's Deep, the town's layout appeared orderly and well-planned. To the south, the main road divided the area into several zones, with the center reserved for the commercial district, while the rest was designated for residential areas. Each zone was stocked with ample blue stone bricks and timber, ready for construction to begin at any moment. Immigrants were in the process of receiving number tags and were organizing themselves into families or voluntary groups to settle on farms. Amor had been waiting at the castle gates to receive them. Over the past 2 months, he had discovered something extraordinary about the town. The farms were producing at an astonishing rate. Crops matured every 10 days, yielding 3 harvests a month, far beyond normal expectations. He had questioned the farmers, but received no clear answers. This left him torn. Should he wait for Garen to provide an explanation, or report the anomaly directly to King Salas? After an agonizing wait, upon seeing the prince return, Amor immediately stepped forward to greet him. While patrolling the southern part of the town, Zul'jin noticed a group of migrants being guided by the local farmers in an orderly fashion toward the farms. Seeing that the situation was under control and did not require his direct intervention, he turned and headed to the town hall to convene his commanders and discuss the next steps. As he stepped into the courtyard of the hall, he encountered Amor, who appeared hesitant to speak. Zul'jin paid little attention to Amor's expression and immediately instructed him to dispatch guards to summon Omar, Fadil, and others for a council meeting. Amor swallowed his words. Following the prince's orders took priority, and he decided to wait until after the meeting to speak with him privately. At the same time, Zul'jin tasked Gandalf with traveling to Withered Beard Canyon to fetch Aragorn. Although the journey from Helm's Deep to the canyon only took 2 hours, Zul'jin disliked waiting, especially when the Archmage's teleportation spell was an option. While waiting, Zul'jin noticed several crates stacked in a corner of the hall. Curious, he opened one and found it filled with gold, silver, and copper coins, funds likely brought along with the migrant group. He took out 6,000 gold coins for himself and planned to hand the rest over to the logistics officer, Harmon, to cover the wages of the 3,000 Highland infantry and maintain their equipment. At this moment, Zul'jin could be described as a newly wealthy man. Aside from carrying over 200,000 gold coins on him, the resource storage of the Heart of Origins held an additional 500,000 units of gold inherited from the Withered Beard clan. This abundance reminded him of his past experiences playing real-time strategy games. He had learned the hard way that failing to convert resources into combat power in time often led to being overwhelmed by the enemy in a single attack. Early in his gaming days, he frequently lost in Warcraft and Starcraft due to focusing on tech upgrades and resource hoarding while neglecting army production, which was one reason he eventually shifted to single-player games. Fortunately, the barracks were now running at full capacity, consuming gold from the mines. The resources in the storage were primarily reserved for building future outposts. With Stormwind able to hold off the orcs for another 4 or 5 years, this precious time needed to be used wisely to lay a solid foundation. The situation reminded him of tower defense games. Within the 5-year countdown, he needed to defeat roaming monsters, establish outposts, stockpile resources, recruit troops, and construct defensive towers, all while preparing for the final showdown. Zul'jin shook his head, silently reminding himself to stay focused. He seated himself at the main chair and connected to the Heart of Origins. Over the past 2 months, his routine had been consistent, spending his days traveling and his nights remotely managing operations from inns. During this time, he had expanded the number of farms in Helm's Deep to 1,000 and often fell asleep watching the barracks soldier training progress bars. In the past 2 months, Garen's forces have seen significant expansion. Over 8,600 newly recruited farmers have been assigned to the 1,000 farms, mines, and logging sites in Helm's Deep. Meanwhile, 8 barracks have welcomed 7,680 new soldiers, nearly enough to form a full legion. Garen is already contemplating a bold and commanding name for this new legion, one that would inspire awe at first hearing. The training of specialized units is also progressing steadily. 60 new aircraft have been produced in the 2 workshops in Drybeard Canyon, and 60 priests and sorcerers have been trained across various locations. Although the Griffin nests have temporarily ceased large-scale training, they have still prepared 18 Dragonhawk riders as reserves. Additionally, the workshops in Minas Tirith have manufactured enough mortars and shells to equip 42 squads, which will play a crucial role in the upcoming battle for Deadwood Village. As Garen reveled in the satisfaction of his growing forces, the officers of the Crimson Flame Army had all gathered, waiting for the meeting to begin. After scanning the room to confirm that everyone above the rank of squad leader was present, Garen announced the official start of the meeting. He began by introducing a new member, Henny Marab, who would command a 300-strong squad under Gandalf's leadership. Given that Garen's previous promotion of Aragorn to the rank of Captain of 1,000 had proven his keen eye for talent, the attendees warmly congratulated this new appointment. Next came the reports from the various units. Eomer spoke first, detailing Helm's Deep's overall defense, the recent troll disturbances from the north, and the progress in resettling the new immigrants. Following him, Aragorn candidly addressed the defensive situation in Drybeard Canyon, particularly an incident where a troll scout breached the defensive line. Omar and Fadil then gave brief updates on the routine training along the southern front. Garen reassured Aragorn, who was feeling guilty about the scout breach, and then announced the long-awaited offensive plan. the time has come. This time, we will bring Deadwood Village under the rule of Stromgard. His words immediately ignited the fervor of the gathered officers, especially Karakar, who had been idle in Dalaran for 2 months and could barely contain his excitement. Finally, Garen declared, once all the immigrants in Helm's Deep are settled, we will begin our operation. Ymir, stay behind to discuss the battle plans. The rest of you, return to prepare and remain on standby. Dismissed. The core members of the Scarlet Flame Army gradually left the town hall. Gandalf rose to take his leave, preparing to escort Aragorn back to Drybeard Canyon. Garen watched their departing figures, his mind already working on the details of establishing a teleportation network. He planned to set up teleportation portals in the town halls of each stronghold, allowing commanders to assemble quickly. While return scrolls could achieve a similar function, they were cumbersome to use, unlike in a game where a single click suffices. Moreover, each gathering required the use of multiple scrolls, making the cost prohibitively high. Even though funds were not an issue now, the virtue of frugality couldn't be abandoned. By comparison, setting up portals, while requiring some materials, had a maintenance cost that was within acceptable limits. He had 60 mid-level mages under his command, and assigning one to maintain each portal would be sufficient. In the now empty hall, only Garen and Amor remained. Turning to Amor, Garen said, I plan to assign you and Aragorn to defend the rear, guarding against the potential troll forces in the northern mountains. Whether Aragorn's suspicions are accurate or not, we must err on the side of caution. Seeing Amor nod in agreement, Garen continued, the attack on Witherwood Village will be led by Gandalf and me. I'd like to give Omar and his team an opportunity to prove themselves. Your Highness, Amor said with a frown, defending the rear would require at least 2,000 troops. With only 6,000 left for the assault on Witherwood Village, we might be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Should we request assistance from Count Donis? That won't be necessary, Garen replied with a faint smile. I recently recruited a batch of soldiers in Minas Tirith. With the Scarlet Flame Army, we now have 2 full legions, more than enough to deal with Witherwood Village. This revelation left Amor stunned. 2 legions, including logistical support, amounted to nearly 20,000 troops. In just half a year, the prince's forces had grown to such a remarkable scale. While he was aware that the king had permitted the prince to expand his army and knew the prince had gained substantial spoils from Drybeard, the speed of this expansion was still astonishing. As someone sent by the king to protect the prince, Amor had become increasingly attuned to the prince's many secrets. During their inspection of Helm's Deep, he had noticed that crops on small farms grew at an unnaturally rapid pace. These anomalies, combined with the presence of formidable figures like a 9th-tier archmage and an 8th-tier cleric in the prince's retinue, made Amor's position feel all the more precarious. This fast-growing crop can indeed bring immense benefits to the kingdom. Standing in front of the farm, Amor contemplated with a complex expression. King Salas had high expectations for him, and the unguarded farm along with the garrison duty in Helm's Valley were clear signs of the prince's trust. Garen, with his sharp perception, noticed Amor's hesitation and asked, Amor, is something on your mind? Are you worried about the new recruit's performance? Amor remained silent for a moment before finally speaking, Your Highness, Kumu village has already lost a significant portion of its able-bodied men, and there are few warriors left. The Crimson Flame Army, combined with the new corps, should be sufficient to take the area. However, I've noticed that the crops at the Helm's Valley farm grow at an astonishing rate, yielding wheat 3 times a month. If this technique could be implemented nationwide. So that's what's troubling you. Garen chuckled. You're hesitating so much. It's not like the Decisive commander I know. This is a result of my mentor's improved land design. The farm is equipped with a permanent fertility enchantment and a time acceleration spell array. Farmers only need to handle daily maintenance and harvests without the need for fallowing. Amor listened intently. Though he had little knowledge of arcane arts, he managed to grasp the basic concept. This is Master Gandalf's work, truly extraordinary. Besides wheat, it can also grow vegetables and medicinal herbs. As long as the farmers work hard, they can reap abundant rewards. This is practically a recipe for nationwide prosperity. Amor said excitedly. Your Highness, may I report this to His Majesty? Seeing Amor's eagerness, Garen replied slowly, You may inform my father. I also plan to report this soon. Noticing Amor's delight, he deliberately slowed his speech. Implementing this on a larger scale will be challenging, but not impossible. The materials are quite rare, and the costs are hard to reduce. However, the harvest from just 1 year would cover the expenses. As Amor's expression shifted, Garen privately found amusement in the situation. The farm, built within the city, would inevitably draw attention due to the rapid crop growth, so it was better to disclose it openly. Besides, in Azeroth, druids could enhance plant growth, so this wasn't exactly a groundbreaking revelation. The construction cost of a farm was only 80 units of gold and 20 units of wood. If he priced each farm at 800 gold coins, it would generate a 20-fold profit. Garen calculated privately, even considering offering his father a discounted rate of 20. The following day, Garen inspected the city's farms. Upon learning that wheat could be harvested every 10 days, the immigrants were overjoyed. This meant that with hard work, they could achieve a better life than in the capital. Seeing the people's morale stabilize, Garen issued his first administrative decree, recruiting adult women to manage the farms, while men were assigned to build houses in the southern part of the city. Once construction was completed, housing would be allocated, with promises of generous benefits. This was part of Garen's broader plan. To have the refugees from Stromgard take over the farms, reallocating the original farmers to key positions like mining, lumber camps, or training in aviation and mortar operations. The northern region of Helm's Valley already had 1,000 farms. Once the immigrants were settled, grain production would surpass the combined output of the 3 major farms in Earthy Highlands, achieving the strategic goal of fortify walls and stockpile grain. The next step? Expand the territory and establish additional facilities. The construction plans for Helm's Deep have proceeded smoothly, with everything moving in a positive direction. Garen began preparing for the campaign, formulating meticulous defensive and offensive strategies. First, he arranged the defenses. Helm's Deep and the Drybeard Canyon were each assigned 1,000 base soldiers under the command of Amor and Aragorn, respectively. To ensure the safety of the commanders, Garen specifically equipped each of them with return scrolls that had an automatic activation mechanism, allowing instant teleportation to safety in the event of a fatal attack. The troops led by Omar, Valakar, and Fadil had already advanced southward. Considering that the distance from Minas Tirith to Witheredwood Village was 1/3 shorter than from Helm's Deep, this time differential would allow the two forces to arrive at the designated location simultaneously, achieving a perfect pincer movement. After teleporting back to Minas Tirith with Gandalf, Garen immediately began consolidating his forces. This time, he decided to fully showcase the power of wizards, deploying all the wizards along with 2 mortar squads, laying the groundwork for future grand plans. At this point, Garen's total forces consisted of 3,000 Highlander soldiers and 15,000 base infantry and riflemen combined. After accounting for the 3,000 soldiers stationed across various locations, 2,000 in Helm's Deep, and 500 each in Minas Tirith and the place of origin, the total number of troops for this expedition reached 15,000. The next day, the assembled army marched north in a mighty procession. On the map of the Heart of Origin, the southeastern corner of the Earthy Highlands became densely dotted with white markers, creating a spectacular sight. As the army passed through the northern mining district, the private noble guards stationed there were deeply awed by the crimson tide of soldiers. A young guard named Dick, observing the orderly and disciplined formations, couldn't help but ask about the origins of this formidable force. "That's Prince Garen's Crimson Flame Army," an older guard proudly explained. "3 months ago, we fought alongside them. This army's minimum requirement is 3rd-tier strength. They are truly an elite force." During the second recruitment phase, Garen had raised the bar for joining the Crimson Flame Army, requiring recruits to have at least 3rd-tier strength and a lineage of 3 generations as citizens of the Kingdom of Stromgard. With the base operating smoothly and a steady stream of recruits, this rigorous selection standard further ensured the creation of a truly elite army. Garen sat upright on his warhorse, carefully studying the strategic map projected by the Heart of Origin. The movements of the Northern Legion were clearly visible. In addition to the main force led by Omar and his 2 companions, Henny had also set out with his 300 elite soldiers and a squad of flying machines, bringing the total force to 3,300 troops. As a commander with a mindset shaped by the Celestial Empire's principles, Garen felt deeply uneasy about the existence of Deadwood Village. In his view, Stromgard, as the most militarily powerful human kingdom, should not tolerate non-human races occupying the ancestral land of the Earthy Highlands, nor should it allow the resource-rich mining regions in the southeast to be left abandoned. A strong kingdom should exercise control over its entire territory, leaving no unstable elements in its rear. His memories of a past life told him that the main battleground of the future Orc invasion would center around areas like Hillsbrad. However, the Earthy Highlands would ultimately not escape the flames of war. When the Orc warchief Orgrim broke through the wall of Thoradin, he carved a path from the northwest to the southern Saldar Bridge, nearly traversing the entire core region of Stromgard. This time, Garen was determined to change history. When the Orcs broke through Stormwind and marched north, he planned to station heavy troops at the Saldar Bridge. Even if it meant turning the strait into a meat grinder, he would not allow the Orcs to set foot in the Earthy Highlands. As for Hillsbrad, since it wasn't part of Stromgard's territory, he cared little for its fate. 3 days later, the army arrived at the outskirts of Deadwood Village. At that moment, Egghead Master's stealth squad was scouting for potential troll forces in Deadbeard Canyon. Standing atop a high ridge, Garen activated the skill of the magic tower, meticulously observing the terrain. Deadwood Village was situated where the Alterac Mountains curved, forming a large cluster of settlements built against the mountains. Not only were there multiple residential areas scattered at the mountain's base, but the region also boasted the largest freshwater lake in the Earthy Highlands, with an area more than twice the size of Stromgard's two moat lakes. Troll-style structures dotted the lakeshore, with patrols moving back and forth. According to Garen's memories, the leader of Deadwood Village, Zara's Deadwood, hid in a cave within the southern mountains. This ninth-tier troll witch doctor was not only a master of dual-axe combat, but also led a formidable squad of headhunters. Additionally, there was another ninth-tier powerhouse Nimr the Slayer, a batrider whose strength rivaled that of Kama, the beastmaster previously defeated by Gandalf. It was precisely to counter this batrider that Garen had brought the flying machine squad. Although the aerial combat capabilities of the flying machines had yet to be tested in battle, this was the perfect opportunity to measure their effectiveness against the troll batriders. Once Garen had completed reconnaissance and mapped out the area using several magic towers, Deadwood Village had already detected the presence of the human army. However, they seemed prepared, as there was no sign of panic among the villagers. Garen decided to immediately teleport to Omar's location with the map to discuss the next steps of their strategy. Through thorough investigation, Garen confirmed that the situation in Deadwood Village largely matched the intelligence provided by the kingdom. The outer settlements housed approximately 6,000 to 7,000 trolls, with troll headhunters patrolling the area, while around 3,000 trolls were hiding within the mountain caves. The tactical deployment was already in place. On the northern front, Gandalf led over 2,000 base soldiers, arriving at their designated position via mass teleportation. He would join forces with Omar and Fadil's troops to form a 5,000-strong army to stage a feint attack, supported by water elementals. Their mission was to breach the outer walls, clear out the surrounding settlements, and finally regroup with the main force at the cave entrance. On the western front, Garen took personal command. He fully understood the cost-effectiveness of water elemental summoning them required fewer resources than a single human infantryman, yet they stood at an intimidating height of over 6 meters, towering above the wooden walls of Deadwood Village and possessing a formidable psychological impact. To deal with the two ninth-tier powerhouses in Deadwood Village, Garen had devised a meticulous plan. Gandalf would handle one, while Garen himself would confront the other. Thanks to the base population increasing to 25,000, Garen, bolstered by the power of the kingdom's authority, had reached the peak of the 8th tier. With over 10,000 elite troops at his command, he was confident they could overpower a 9th-tier opponent. As he sat astride his warhorse before the battle, Garen suddenly recalled the rallying cry from Rome, Total War, where generals inspired their troops with the words, "Today is a good day." Indeed, today was a perfect day to conquer and seize territory. From both the north and south, water elementals were summoned simultaneously. Soon, 10 water elementals were assembled on each side. Considering their limited duration, Garen decisively halted further summoning. In the north, Gandalf launched a magical firework into the sky, signaling the start of the operation. Upon receiving the signal, Garen immediately ordered the water elementals to lead the charge, followed by the infantry phalanx, with musketeers covering the rear. The forces advanced toward the western gate of Deadwood Village. Ever cautious, Garen deployed only half of his troops, keeping the other half concealed within the forest as a reserve force in case of unforeseen circumstances. Tension was already high within Deadwood Village. Since the Beastmaster Karma had failed to return, unease had spread among the trolls. Although the other two leaders had returned from Shadrano 2 days later and tried to restore morale, their efforts had limited success. When the gate guards discovered simultaneous attacks from 2 directions, especially with 6 maternal water elementals advancing, the tension within the village reached its breaking point. For the trolls of Deadwood, the humans of the earthy highlands had always been their most feared adversaries. These foreign invaders had seized their lands, driving the trolls to the fringes of the highlands. And today, this ancient enemy was once again at their doorstep. Having battled humans for years, the trolls were well aware of the human army's limited manpower. Even a decade ago, when their king led an assault on Witherwood Village, they could only muster enough forces for a single front attack. This new tactic of splitting forces to simultaneously strike 2 walls was unprecedented. The troll commander responded swiftly, and the sound of a horn pierced the sky. The able-bodied trolls, including towering female troll warriors, quickly divided into 2 groups and headed for the northern and southern gates. Their efficient and orderly maneuvering made it clear they had prepared for this battle in advance. On Garen's side of the battlefield, the crude wooden walls of Witherwood Village offered little in the way of defense. The trolls abandoned the walls and poured out through the gates, forming ranks outside. The frontline trolls gripped their wooden shields tightly, while the headhunters in the rear held their spears, ready for the impending clash. Using the military knowledge he had learned from Amor, Garen estimated the defending force to be around 3,000 trolls. Although the human army had a numerical advantage of 5,000 against 3,000, the battle was far from straightforward. As a branch of the forest trolls, the Witherwood trolls stood over 2 meters tall. Despite their lanky frames, their brutal lifestyle and formidable regenerative abilities made them one of the most fearsome warrior races in Azeroth. At the forefront of the troll ranks, a troll witch doctor wearing a bizarre headdress and a wooden mask directed the battle. The 10 towering water elementals advancing with the human army posed a significant threat, but the trolls had no choice but to fight to protect their home. The witch doctor gestured for his forces to prepare for combat. Gunfire erupted, and musket rounds thudded against the trolls' wooden shields, filling the battlefield with smoke. The musketeers, taking advantage of their upgraded range, launched the first assault. Seeing that the infantry had entered the headhunters' throwing range, Garen immediately ordered his troops to raise their shields. 3,000 human infantry and 10 water elementals pushed forward, the sound of shields scraping together creating a cacophony. At that moment, the morning sun to the east reflected off the raised shields, casting a blinding glare that left the unsuspecting trolls squinting in pain. Target the human army. Throw! The troll witch doctor shouted. Despite their impaired vision, the headhunters hurled their spears with all their might. The whistling sound of spears cutting through the air heralded the beginning of another brutal clash between humans and trolls in the earthy highlands. With their vision compromised, the trolls' throwing accuracy suffered significantly. On the other hand, the human musketeers maintained a steady barrage, taking down troll after troll. The professional military training of the Heart of Origin forces gave them the upper hand in this battle, while the hastily assembled troll villagers, though physically superior, struggled against the humans' tactical discipline. When Garen noticed one of the water elementals being dispersed under concentrated troll attacks, he quickly summoned a replacement. Spotting disorder in the troll formation, he seized the opportunity and shouted, "Charge! Full assault!" He launched a signal flare, commanding the ambush forces to close in and encircle the enemy. The trolls at the west gate hadn't anticipated the human commander to be so cunning. Although the gunfire barrage inflicted casualties, the trolls quickly regained their footing under the firm command of the witch doctor warlord, aided by the continuous healing from their totems. However, the situation did not unfold as the trolls had hoped. The sunlight's glare disrupted the headhunters' aim, forcing them to focus their firepower on the 10 lumbering water elementals. Under the concentrated attacks, the water elementals soon dissolved into pools of water, unexpectedly softening the ground beneath them. Garen frowned at the soggy highland turf, knowing this tactical misstep had slowed the infantry's advance. But he was prepared at his command. A reserve force of 5,000 soldiers surged forward, launching a final charge against the trolls. The deafening roar of battle cries shook the morale of the troll army, causing their lines to involuntarily retreat. Though the infantry suffered some losses in close combat, their large shields and shield techniques provided excellent protection. The limited counterattacks from the witherbark trolls failed to break through this defensive line. The real threat came from the watchtowers flanking the city gates, where headhunters hurled spears from their elevated positions, inflicting significant damage. Fortunately, Garen had already activated the paladin's devotion aura to bolster armor, preventing widespread casualties. With overwhelming superiority, the human forces pushed the trolls back against the city walls. The headhunters could only retaliate from behind wooden barricades, but their primitive stone-tipped spears proved ineffective against the heavily armored human infantry. Even the few iron-tipped spears they had struggled to penetrate the plate armor. The witch doctor warlord ground his teeth in frustration at the enemy's impenetrable defenses, while Garen inwardly reveled in satisfaction. The thrill of victory through superior equipment and numbers filled him with a sense of triumph. Seizing the moment, Garen, guarded by his personal escort, advanced to the base of the watchtowers. Summoning water elementals once more to distract the headhunters above, he raised his hand and unleashed a blizzard. The devastating storm cleared out the troll rear ranks, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The center of the blizzard was littered with dozens of troll corpses. Those who had managed to retreat to the edges of the battlefield, though gravely wounded, quickly recovered thanks to their formidable regenerative abilities and the healing totems summoned by their witch doctors, allowing them to rejoin the fight. Garen observed the trolls stubbornly holding their ground at the city gates, even as his reinforcements had fully arrived. Without hesitation, he cast a spell to summon a water elemental, positioning it near the wooden walls, and promptly conjured a second one. He commanded these massive water constructs to launch a fierce assault on the defenses of Deadwood Village. One of the 2 mortar squads had already been assigned to Gandalf, while Garen had held the other in reserve at the rear. Now, with the water elementals providing cover up front, the long-awaiting gunners could finally unleash their firepower. Each mortar team consisted of 2 soldiers, one carrying the shells and the other hefting a 60mm mortar tube. Using the elementals as shields, the teams quickly set up their positions, targeting the same spots where the elementals were striking, and began bombarding the base of the wooden walls. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the deafening explosions, the massive century-old logs that formed the walls began to crack. One section, battered by the relentless assault of the water elementals, was already on the verge of collapse. "Hold the line! Hold the line!" shouted a troll witch doctor, casting spells to summon healing totems while rallying his comrades. "Behind us is our home. We cannot let the humans through to slaughter our families." some of the witch doctors abandoned their healing efforts and instead summoned offensive totems. They leaped and chanted bizarrely, conjuring thick, red-patterned totems that launched fireballs the size of fists. Even as soldiers instinctively raised their shields to block, the sheer force of the blasts sent them staggering back, coughing blood. Seeing the attack falter and the trolls regaining their footing, Garen was quietly alarmed. No wonder this tribe had managed to hold its ground in the eastern earthy highlands for so long without being eradicated. These spellcasters were truly formidable. With a thunderous crash, a section of the wooden wall finally collapsed. Garen was about to celebrate when a sudden sense of danger washed over him. A molten fireball the size of a basin hurtled straight toward him. He immediately ceased his blizzard spell and activated his invincible divine shield technique in the nick of time. The protective barrier had just formed when the fireball exploded violently, sending his nearby guards sprawling and leaving them bleeding from their noses and mouths. Seriously? Sneak attacks? How cheap can you get, you trash? Garen cursed breathlessly, still shaken. Good thing I've got plenty of skills, or I'd be a goner right now. In his invincible state, Galen's sharp gaze swept across Witheredwood Village, searching for the enemy launching molten fireballs. It didn't take long for him to lock onto an obvious target, a towering troll leading hundreds of subordinates, staring intently in Galen's direction. This troll had pale green skin, wielding a battle axe in each hand. His long gray-white hair flowed in the wind, and two massive tusks jutted menacingly from the corners of his mouth. He was none other than Zala's Witherwood, the leader of the village's forces and a formidable ninth-tier warrior. His face was filled with fury as he looked at the breached walls. While casting priestly healing spells on his fallen guards, a much more affordable option compared to a hero paladin's holy light, Galen silently thanked his luck for avoiding the enemy's ambush. Zala swung his battle axes, and a massive totem rose from the ground behind the troll army. A faint glow enveloped the wounded troll warriors, their bodies shimmering with light. Soon after, more totems began to appear, summoned by the troll witch doctors. These totems, glowing ominously red, started gathering fireballs and hurling them at the human infantry. A large healing totem and fire totems? Galen marveled at the power of the troll totem magic, which reminded him of the dominance of support shamans in a certain version of a game from his previous life. But this was no time for nostalgia needed to take down Zalas quickly. Another ninth-tier warrior, the Ravager Nemel, was likely already making a move to ambush Gandalf. Without pause, Galen directed the water elementals and mortar teams to switch positions, aiming to create more breaches in the walls. Two infantry phalanxes had already made their way through earlier breaches and entered the village. Multitasking, Galen suppressed the troll backline with blizzard spells while staying alert for a potential sneak attack from Zalas. Every time he finished channeling a blizzard, he summoned a water elemental and immediately began casting the next blizzard. Thanks to his resourceful investment in power, Galen alone matched the output of an entire squad of mages, effectively neutralizing the troll's long-range firepower advantage. The fierce battle raged on for nearly an hour, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Although the human infantry, clad in plate armor and equipped with shields, made it difficult for the troll soldiers to inflict significant damage, their low resistance to magic left them vulnerable to the burning effects of troll fireballs and fire elementals. In contrast, the trolls' casualties far exceeded those of Garen's forces thanks to the precise marksmanship of the musketeers, the close combat prowess of the frontline infantry, and Garen's devastating blizzard spell, which cleared the battlefield with deadly efficiency. Fortunately for the trolls, hundreds of witch doctors within their ranks continuously erected healing totems to sustain the battle line. Zaras, wielding a double-head axe, stayed away from the front line and focused on casting totems from the rear. As one of the three ninth-tier elites of Deadwood Village, Zaras differed from the deceased Beastmaster Kama and the Yetoapir Slayer Nimel by leaning more toward a spellcasting profession. Bearing the surname Deadwood, he was clearly related to the village chief and was likely a witch doctor priest, though his combat prowess was presumably inferior to Nimel's. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. The wooden wall on the right collapsed, and the human infantry phalanx, already prepared, surged through the breach, targeting the troll's flank. At this moment, both flanks of the troll formation were under attack. With more and more human soldiers pouring into the city, the encirclement was steadily taking shape. The rear-line troll headhunters suffered heavy casualties, drastically reducing their counterattack firepower. Even with the witch doctor's relentless healing efforts, the troll battle line began to falter. Commanding from the rear, Zaras realized the dire situation too late. His critical mistake had been failing to assess the enemy forces outside the city in time, leading to a disastrous misjudgment of the situation. But Zaras did not give up. He quickly retrieved a flask from his belt, drank it in one gulp, and his body began to emit a crimson glow. He started performing an eerie dance, and a red aura spread outward from him. The transformation began with the troll guards surrounding him. Their previously lean bodies grew bulkier, their arm muscles swelled, and their eyes glowed with a blood-red light. As the aura extended to the other trolls, they underwent the same transformation. When the long swords of human soldiers struck the trolls' necks without leaving a scratch, Garen immediately recognized the spell Ultimate Voodoo. This was a powerful magic that granted invincibility to nearby allies, though the caster themselves remained vulnerable. Hold the formation. Shields up for defense, Garen shouted, rallying his soldiers. At the same time, he led a phalanx of infantry around the main battlefield, heading straight for Xaras. Despite the hundreds of guards surrounding Xaras, Garen carved through them as if they weren't there, aiming directly for the leader. Panic overtook Xaras. How did this human know the weakness of the ultimate voodoo spell? This magic had once thwarted King Salas himself and had allowed Deadwood Village to stand firm in the earthy highlands for centuries. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Xaras descended into chaos, as the millennial foundation of his tribe seemed to waver in this critical moment. Xala's Deadwood finally fell under Garen's sword. Garen grabbed his severed head and shouted in Trollish, "The troll leader has been slain by my hand. Surrender, and you will be spared." The troll soldiers, now leaderless, stared in despair at the gruesome sight of their chief's severed head. The voodoo magic that had empowered them faded, and one by one, they dropped their weapons in surrender. Only Xalaz's personal guard continued to resist. With resolute determination, they launched a final charge but were quickly encircled and annihilated by the human infantry. As the battle concluded, Xalaz's severed head still bore a look of unwillingness in his lifeless eyes. His defeat had been inevitable. Excessive use of healing and fire totems had drained his mana, forcing him to rely on potions to cast his final voodoo spell. Perhaps he had hidden tricks left, but a defeated foe remains defeated. At that moment, the Heart of Origins prompted Garen in his mind. Detected a native Azerothian spirit. Collect? Collect. Garen commanded without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, a translucent troll spirit rose from Xalaz's corpse, drifted upward, and vanished into the sky, resembling the ascension of a fallen hero in a game. Garen swiftly issued follow-up orders. 2,000 soldiers were assigned to guard the prisoners, priests entered the battlefield to heal the wounded, and the bodies of fallen soldiers were gathered for resurrection by paladins. Just as he was about to turn and assist Gandalf, Aragorn transmitted an urgent message through the Heart of Origins. Drybeard Canyon was under a massive troll assault. Damn it! Garen cursed under his breath. These trolls are pulling a classic diversion tactic? He quickly pulled up the strategic map and saw dense clusters of red dots surrounding Drybeard Canyon. At least 5,000 trolls were advancing on the walls. Fortunately, he had initially built the canyon's defenses to military fortress standards. Hundreds of arrow towers turned the stronghold into an impenetrable fortress, making it a nightmare for the trolls to breach. At the same time, 2 magical fireworks lit up the skies above Helm's Deep, one red and one blue. This was a prearranged signal with Ummel. Red signified an attack, blue indicated the ability to hold, and yellow would request reinforcements. Seeing the signals, Ummel immediately rallied his forces, ready to provide support. After observing the situation through the base's perspective, Garen breathed a sigh of relief. With Aragorn's exceptional support abilities, combined with the 10-meter-high walls and densely packed arrow towers, the 5,000 trolls would find it nearly impossible to scale the defenses. The priority now was to swiftly eliminate the remaining enemies in Deadwood Village, freeing Gandalf to cast a mass teleportation spell and crush the troll forces at Drybeard Canyon in one decisive move. First squad, second squad, third squad, fourth squad, follow me. The rest of you, clear the houses and escort the troll civilians to the town center. After issuing the orders, Galen immediately led 4 battalions through the town center, heading straight for the northern gate. Along the way, the desolate village of Witheredwood came into view, little more than a collection of crude wooden shacks. These primitive structures stood in stark contrast to the grandeur of the Empire a millennium ago. Apart from the night elves blessed by the Red Dragon, other races had failed to maintain their former glory. The trolls, in particular, were a shadow of their past. Once great empires like the Amani and the Garubashi had fallen into ruin, with only the Zandalari remaining prominent. As they marched, Galen recalled the words spoken by the spirit of Tyrrhenas on the frozen throne to the dying Lich King, Arthas. No king rules forever. The memory stirred his thoughts. If he were to rebuild a new Stromgard empire using the Heart of Origins, how long could it last? The battle at the northern gate was fierce. Gandalf had already led his forces to breach the gates, and 5,000 human soldiers were locked in street-to-street combat with over 3,000 trolls. At the gates, a brutal clash was unfolding. Nimr, a troll slayer wielding a massive spear, was overwhelming Omar and Varokal. Despite their desperate efforts, it was clear they could barely hold their ground against Nimr's relentless assault. Amid the chaos, Gandalf's massive water elemental stood out on the battlefield. His blizzard spell was far more devastating than Galen's magic, freezing a swath of trolls in place. Galen seized the opportunity and ordered his troops to launch a pincer attack from the rear. The trolls, caught off guard, suffered heavy casualties. Realizing the attack from behind, Nimr was shaken. The western gate has fallen too? Has Zalaz already been killed? In his panic, he activated his berserk mode, his body glowing red. With a powerful swing of his spear, he sent Omar crashing into the ruins of a wooden hut and kicked the weaker Varokal flying. Just as Nimr prepared to press his advantage, Gandalf charged forward on horseback, casting a frost nova to immobilize him temporarily. Galen, riding atop his water elemental, leaped into the fray to provide support. Nimr, however, drank a potion that caused his strength to surge, breaking free from the icy bind and engaging Galen in a fierce duel, bolstered by Galen's aura of devotion. With Gandalf's ranged support, Nimr began to show signs of fatigue. Sensing an opportunity, Galen shifted to an offensive strategy, only to fall into Nimar's trap. In a sudden burst of ferocity, Nimr thrust his spear straight at Galen's heart. In the nick of time, Galen activated his divine shield, shattering Nimar's spear. Feeling the numbing pain in his arm, Nimr realized he couldn't secure a quick victory. Letting out a sharp whistle, he signaled that he had another plan in motion. As soon as Nimal's whistle echoed through the air, a massive gray-black bat shot out from the deepest part of Witheredwood village. Its enormous wingspan stretched over 5 meters, and it hurtled toward the center of the battlefield at an astonishing speed 310 faster than the average movement speed. Before Garen and Gandalf could react, Nimal agilely leaped onto the bat's back. The beast, carrying its master, soared vertically into the sky with such fluidity that it resembled a precision-engineered Viking aircraft. "You pathetic fools, prepare to die." Ha ha ha. Nimal laughed maniacally from above, his voice dripping with arrogance. Garen glanced at the figure in the sky and smirked inwardly. In the game, you're nothing more than an elite mob, not even qualified to enter a dungeon. What makes you so cocky? Watch me take you down with my aircraft. Without hesitation, he used the Heart of Origin to summon the squadron of flying machines stationed on the outskirts of Witheredwood village. In the brief moment Garen's attention wavered, an iron spear came hurtling toward him, smashing into his holy shield. The violent impact shattered the spear on contact. Nimal was taken aback, had never encountered such a shield before. Even a grand mage with a reinforced magical barrier would have been gravely injured, if not killed, by his lethal strike. Realizing the armored warrior was beyond his reach, he shifted his focus to the mage. Swiftly pulling another spear from his back, Nimal targeted the Whitebeard elder mounted on a white horse. 3 spears flew in a triangular formation, cutting off all possible escape routes. The weapons tore through the air with a piercing whistle. Though Gandalf felt the oppressive force locking onto him, his expression remained calm. As a hero connected to the Heart of Origin, he had already sensed Garen's mental command summoning the Air Force. This was the perfect opportunity to taunt Nimal and draw his attention. The old mage concentrated his magic, forming 3 frostfire arrows, each the size of a football. They shot forward to intercept the incoming spears. When the 2 forces collided, the spears were melted by the elemental energy, sending molten iron scattering in every direction. The frostfire arrows, undeterred, continued their ascent, forcing Nimal's bat to swerve out of harm's way. "Curse you, you wretch!" Nimal erupted in fury. This was the first time someone had so effortlessly countered his meticulously honed technique. Enraged, he grabbed every spear from his pack and hurled them all at once in a desperate assault. This time, Gandalf refrained from casting another spell. Just as the spears were about to strike, a massive block of ice formed around him, encasing him entirely. This was the mage's ultimate defensive spell, Ice Barrier, commonly referred to as Ice Block. It rendered him immune to all physical and magical attacks for 10 seconds. In his previous life as a Blood Elf mage, Jalin habitually used Ice Barrier multiple times while battling on Deathwing's back, until he was eventually flung off, leaving even his corpse untraceable. On the battlefield, Nimr had barely had time to confirm whether his spear had struck its target when he was suddenly locked onto by a squadron of flying machines roaring toward him from the distance. The group of 24 aircraft opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a dense barrage of anti-aircraft gunfire that wove a deadly web aimed at the Batrider. Sensing the imminent threat, Nimr yanked hard on the reins, prompting his bat mount to execute a series of precise evasive maneuvers. Twisting and diving, he narrowly avoided this wave of attacks, but his situation grew increasingly perilous. Once confident in his dominance of the skies, he had considered retreating to the hinterlands as a last resort. However, having earlier recklessly unleashed all his spears in a rage at that infuriating Whitebeard old man, he was now left with only 1 spear, rendering him incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Forced to retreat by the riflemen at the northern gate, Nimr ascended higher and flew toward the heart of Witherbark village. At that moment, a new round of fire struck the wings of his bat. The massive gray-black creature lost its balance and plummeted straight into the center of the village. Meanwhile, Jalin had already led his team to rescue Omar from the rubble, casting a holy light spell on both him and the equally pale Valakar. Seeing the direction in which Nimr had fallen, Jalin immediately rallied his soldiers to pursue, determined to strike while the enemy was down. For this insolent foe, Jalin had no intention of offering surrender terms. He aimed to finish him off completely. When Jalin and his group arrived on the scene, they found the massive bat writhing on the ground, while Nimr struggled to push off the wooden planks, pinning him down. His right arm was twisted and deformed, clearly rendering him incapable of fighting. Surrounded by Jalin's forces, the troll leader let out one final curse. Damn you humans. The Witherbark tribe will never forgive you. Huh. The wail of a defeated dog, Jalin sneered dismissively. As a member of the Thoradin family, he was no stranger to the generations-old feud with the trolls. At his command, a dozen riflemen fired in unison, their bullets tearing into Nimr's chest in bursts of blood. When the notification sound asked whether to claim Nimr's Azerothian spirit, Jalin chose to collect it without hesitation. As Nimr's soul ascended, Jalin noticed only Gandalf seemed aware of the event, evidently shielded by the Heart of Origin. Jalin quickly assigned tasks. He ordered Omar to take the leader's head to negotiate the surrender of the remaining trolls, instructed Valakar to assist in clearing the battlefield, and demanded that 2,000 combat-ready soldiers gather at the western gate within half an hour. Mounting his horse, he rode toward the western gate to resurrect fallen soldiers and select elite troops to support the Cragtooth Canyon. With the remaining 1,000 trolls at the northern gate surrendering upon learning of their leader's death, the Battle of Witherbark Village finally came to an end. The southeast was secured. Jalin returned to the battlefield at the west gate. Along the way, he used the Heart of Origins to contact Aragorn, requesting him to send a signal to inform Amor to mobilize the troops in Helm's Deep and cut off the trolls' retreat in Withered Beard Canyon. The battlefield at the west gate had been quiet for over 2 hours. The southern part of Deadwood Village had been completely cleared. With the fall of 2 top-tier warriors, the remaining troll mid-tier commanders and common soldiers quickly surrendered. By the lake, a chaotic row of troll captives lay sprawled out, their wounds healing visibly thanks to their renowned regenerative ability. Looking at the prisoners, Jalin couldn't help but recall how, 10,000 years ago, the trolls had used their tenacious vitality to defeat the Yaki insect empire. Yet, their victory came at a heavy cost. The troll civilization fell into decline and fragmented irreparably. At the west gate, the fallen soldiers had been neatly arranged. An officer handed Jalin a casualty report. Over 300 dead, more than 200 severely injured, and an unspecified number of minor injuries. Considering this was a 5,000 versus 3,000 skirmish, with their side fully equipped, the casualties were within an acceptable range. Galen's former personal guards had all taken up roles as squad leaders, scattered across the battlefield to oversee cleanup operations and guard the captives. Surrounded by base soldiers, Galen had no qualms about using his paladin resurrection spell. A golden holy light burst forth from him, illuminating the bodies of the fallen warriors. Under its radiance, the wounds of 180 soldiers healed, and they stood up once more. The issue of resurrection numbers was something Galen had discussed with Aragorn. Though both used the holy light, Aragorn, as a hero summoned by the Altar of Kings, wielded it with far greater ease, akin to the son of a shopkeeper freely taking items from his own store. Galen, on the other hand, was like a paying customer, constrained by numerous limitations. As white light flickered, Gandalf arrived at the west gate with 2,000 soldiers in good condition. Galen immediately instructed the officer who had delivered the previous report, head to the north gate and bring the fallen brothers from that side. Protect their remains and await General Aragorn. After receiving a firm, "Yes, Your Highness," in response, Galen turned and walked toward Gandalf. Gandalf, with the authority to view the strategic map of the Heart of Origins, was already aware of the movements of the trolls in Withered Beard Canyon. He had come specifically to support Aragorn, while Garland simply instructed him to bring back Aragorn and the fallen soldiers' remains after the battle in the canyon concluded. After bidding farewell to Gandalf, Garland led a group of soldiers straight to a cave in the southeastern corner of Witheredwood Village. The cave, located behind the densest cluster of wooden buildings in the village, served as the residence for the village's upper echelon and likely held treasures accumulated over the years. The ornate decorations at the cave's entrance shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, visible from a great distance. By this time, the soldiers had thoroughly searched the trolls' homes in the village, and all troll women and children had been gathered and detained by the lakeside. Garland noticed the unusually small number of elderly trolls, which reminded him of prior intelligence. Unlike the sinister Vilebranch tribe of hinterlands, the Witheredwood trolls did not resort to cannibalizing their own. However, in times of food scarcity, they would drive out the elderly, reserving their limited rations for the younger and more able-bodied members of the tribe. In their view, the elderly, once they lost their ability to work or fight, were not worth the expenditure of precious resources. Climbing a small hill, Garland found a squad led by base soldiers already guarding the cave entrance. These upgraded base soldiers, now possessing intelligence, displayed excellent tactical skills, understanding the importance of securing critical areas immediately after a battle. Disliking the complex terrain within caves, Garland chose to wait at the entrance. Before long, the soldiers began carrying out chest after chest of treasures, piling them up at the cave's mouth like a mountain. Shortly after, a dozen young female trolls were escorted out. Their tusks were still small, protruding only slightly from their lips, exuding a wild beauty that reminded Garland of the female troll druid character he had created in a past life. At that moment, a soldier reported that the northern area had been cleared, and the commanders were waiting by the lake. Leaving troops to guard the treasures, Garland made his way to the lakeside to review the battle report. With their well-equipped heavy infantry facing the poorly armed and hastily mobilized Witheredwood trolls, victory was inevitable. With the southeastern front secure and supplies abundant, it was time to reward the troops. As for the northern hinterlands, two formidable troll tribes resided there, while to the west, the Witheredwood tribe held the fortified city of Shadralan, and the Vilebranch trolls controlled the heavily defended Sinratha. These strongholds would be difficult to conquer for now, so perhaps the weaker Bloodtooth tribe along the eastern coast could be the next target. Garen connected to the base system through the Heart of Origin, carefully observing the battle unfolding in Withered Beard Canyon. At the city gates, a large group of trolls were focusing their siege efforts. They had keenly identified this as the weakest point in the defenses. This vulnerability existed because Garen had intentionally left the gate's flanking outposts unchanged, inspired by Stormwind's design, and hadn't upgraded them into arrow towers, resulting in minimal firepower coverage in the area. Ironically, this decision inadvertently worked in Aragorn's favor. With the enemy's main forces concentrated at the gates, Aragorn only needed to lead 1,000 defenders to hold this position, without having to spread his troops thin across the nearly 12-kilometer-long walls. To add to his relief, Gandalf's timely arrival meant Aragorn could focus all his forces on defending the gates, without worrying about potential ambushes at other sections of the wall. Through the base's perspective, Garen observed that Amroth's forces had already reached the base of the mountain, now less than an hour away from Withered Beard Canyon. The counterattack was imminent. At that moment, Omar entered with a battle report. Garen exited the base view and took the report to examine it carefully. The data showed that nearly 1,000 of their troops had fallen, 669 at the north gate and 177 at the west gate. On the troll side, however, over 4,000 had been killed and 5,000 captured, achieving a staggering fortune casualty ratio. This remarkable result was a testament to the elite force trained by the base. If this report were to reach Salah's desk, it would undoubtedly elevate Garen to a rising star in Stromgard and among the human nations. Seeing the results, Omar, Valrakar, and the other core members of the Crimson Flame army couldn't help but admire the 12-year-old prince. Despite having half again as many troops at the west gate compared to the north, achieving such results left even those more than a decade older feeling humbled. At this point, Omar, much like Valrakar before him, had shifted from rational loyalty to heartfelt devotion. Garen couldn't help but smile inwardly at Omar's admiring gaze. Little did they know, over 300 soldiers had actually fallen at the west gate, and it was only thanks to his gold-fueled purchase of the devout aura that the heavily armed human infantry became as impenetrable as a hardened tortoise shell. Even then, only the troll leader's magic had been able to inflict significant damage. After the battle, Garen used resurrection magic, reducing the final death toll by 180. Of course, Garen had no intention of revealing these small tricks. Being revered by his most capable generals was a feeling he thoroughly enjoyed. In Garen's view, Omar's loyalty to him, while not reaching the perfect score of 100 like Valakar's, was still around 95. This assessment stemmed from Omar's rational personality and Garen's own youthful inexperience. As it turned out, this judgment was quite accurate. Following the Scourge invasion, Omar chose to join the Scarlet Crusade rather than remain loyal to the Kingdom of Stromgard. However, this impressive battle report would undoubtedly further enhance Omar's loyalty. In contrast, Valakar's loyalty remained consistently at 100, constrained only by the scoring limit. If not for this cap, the loyalty of Garen's top confidant would likely have soared beyond measure. Garen continued to review the battle report. The details regarding the treatment of the wounded captured his keen interest. Injured soldiers received timely care from priests, and the methods used to handle severed limbs were particularly astonishing. The priests first stabilized the injuries, meticulously cleaned the severed areas, applied a specially crafted life elixir from the arcane vault, and then seamlessly reattached the limbs. This miraculous process, akin to modern high-tech adhesives, left Garen deeply impressed, sparking thoughts of advanced bonding agents in his mind. Setting the report aside, Garen began strategizing ways to maximize the fruits of victory. His various outposts were scattered across the eastern earthy highlands and the western slopes of the Alterac Mountains, all strategically built around the mines of the Alterac Mountain Range. However, the situation was complex. The southeastern mining area was promised by his father as his future fiefdom, Helm's Deep remained under royal control, and the newly captured Witherbark village held expansion rights due to the military campaign. What he urgently needed was an official title to consolidate and expand his influence. Garen decided to employ a gate display of captive strategia tactic inspired by the history of ancient China. This ceremonial display of military achievements could help him secure the title of Duke of Torquerol while preserving the valuable labor force. At that moment, news of another victory arrived from Drywhisker Canyon. Umul's ambush, combined with Gandalf's water elemental squad and a counterattack from within the city, led to a resounding triumph. Under the blessing of Aragorn's aura of devotion, their 3,000-strong force crushed the trolls, whose command structure had been thrown into chaos. The enemy was left in disarray, with over 2,000 killed or captured. After the battle, in a corner of Witherbark village, Garen observed Aragorn performing a resurrection spell. Compared to Garen's own version, Aragorn's holy light was brighter, covered a larger area, and lasted longer. Even so, out of more than 1,000 corpses, only about 600 soldiers were successfully resurrected. Those who had been dead for too long could not be brought back, as their souls had already dissipated. This realization made Garen aware that the mysteries of the Heart of Origin still held much to be uncovered. Garen organized his soldiers to collect and prepare the remains of 400 fallen comrades, while also readying over 600 body bags filled with clothing and armor. This seemingly excessive measure was, in fact, carefully thought out. Did not want Aragorn's resurrection magic to become widely known, so every appearance had to be meticulously maintained. Among the resurrected soldiers, a group of young fighters from the Highlands stood out. Rather than reintegrating them into their original units, Garen decided to keep these 100 or so individuals together to form the core of a specialized intelligence and shadow unit. This decision reminded Garen of the renowned SI-7 from Stormwind. That elite force excelled not only at gathering intelligence, but also in reconnaissance, assassination, and special operations, making it a formidable asset. Similarly, the Horde had once established the Shattered Hand, a comparable organization that had made a name for itself on the battlegrounds of Warsong Gulch. However, frequent changes in Horde leadership and the fragmented interests of its various factions had led to the gradual decline of the Shattered Hand. Figures like Troll Warchief Zul'jin, who trusted only his own shadow hunters, and the Dark Lady Sylvanas, who favored her Dark Rangers, had relegated the Shattered Hand to a shadow of its former prominence, far outshone by SI-7 in the eyes of many. Reflecting on this, Garen became even more resolute in his plan to establish an intelligence agency. After all, historical organizations like the Ming Dynasty's Jinyui or the Eastern and Western factories of China had used methods such as espionage, assassination, and infiltration to wield immense power. Selecting the Highland fighters was a pragmatic choice, given that the soldiers at his base were still constrained by the fixed templates of the Heart of Origin and could not be retrained in the Azerothian way. Nonetheless, these loyal and dependable citizens of Stromgard, coupled with the expertise of Master Elling Trios from Ravenholt Manor as their instructor, presented a golden opportunity to forge an elite force during this period of rest and recovery. As for the prisoners of war, among the 5,000 trolls from Witherbark village, only about 1,000 were combatants, with the rest being women and children. In contrast, the 1,000 hinterlands trolls from Drywhisker Gorge were all able-bodied fighters. Garen decided to hold a prisoner presentation ceremony in the Stromgard capital, parading over 2,000 of the captured warriors, while the remaining women and children were sent to the heavily fortified city of Minas Tirith to serve as laborers. Finally, Garen assembled a formidable force of 5,000 infantry, 3,000 riflemen, and a unit of accompanying priests to form an ironclad triangle known as the Stone Legion. Aragorn was appointed as the Legion commander. Aragorn's highly skilled devotion aura provides a 4.5 armor bonus, complemented by the mana regeneration effect of the Artisan's Mask, enabling him to continuously cast holy light. This allows priests to follow him safely into battle without fear of being immediately slain by enemies. His enduring combat capabilities have rightfully earned him the title of Rock Solid. In terms of military strategy, the commander of the Crimson Flame Army, Garen, has decided to transfer command authority to Amor, specifically instructing him to focus on mentoring 3 young officers, Omar, Varakar, and Henny. Among them, Omar and Henny have demonstrated talents surpassing Amor's, with the potential to become future Legion commanders or even marshals of the kingdom. Varakar, on the other hand, is better suited to lead cavalry. Garen plans to assign him command of the kingdom's elite knight regiment, once the secondary main city is upgraded to a level 3 castle, provided he meets Garen's standards. The base currently has a population of over 30,000, with roughly 16,000 farmers and 16,000 combatants. At the current rate of development, a barracks can train a complete battalion in just over a month. Garen estimates that once the army reaches 6 battalions, the population will hit the 100,000 required to upgrade the Heart of Origin to level 3. At that point, he plans to halt the training of lower-tier units and focus on developing 2 elite forces, Knights and Griffin Riders, while accumulating sufficient resources to utilize the critical King's Might strategy. Regarding the newly occupied withered tree village, Garen has decided to demolish and rebuild it. He dispatched farmers to survey potential mineral veins, with a particular focus on the area near the village chief's cave. The demolition work has been assigned to the Crimson Flame Army, which will return to Helm's Deep for garrison duty once completed, with additional reinforcements drawn from local settlers. Additionally, he deployed 2,000 soldiers to guard Helm's Deep and Withered Beard Canyon, respectively. This arrangement establishes a northern defensive line consisting of 3,000 Highland troops and 7,000 base soldiers. Among the remaining forces, 8,000 will form the Rock-Solid Legion, while the rest will be allocated to the Heart of Origin and Minas Tirith, tasked with guarding 4,000 troll prisoners. Once the arrangements were finalized, Gandalf transported the prisoners from Withered Beard Canyon to Withered Tree Village. The trolls from Shadron, upon seeing the human army occupying the village, abandoned any thoughts of escape. After holding a funeral for the fallen soldiers, Garen submitted a battle report to his father, Salas, and applied to hold a prisoner parade ceremony at the city gates. Unlike the original timeline, this version of Garen, with his exceptional abilities and humble demeanor, has earned Solas high expectations. Salas actively paved the way for him, and the king quickly approved the ceremony, recognizing its potential to enhance Garen's reputation. Subsequently, the Rock-Solid Legion escorted 2,000 troll prisoners from Withered Tree Village, passing through Gashak Farm and the Kingdom Avenue before arriving at Courage Call Town. There, they held a grand prisoner parade outside Riverrun Fortress. This event not only showcased the strength of the Rock-Solid Legion but also highlighted Garen's military achievements, achieving 2 objectives with 1 act. After the escort team set off, Galen turned his attention to other matters. He knew that once the team reached the royal city of Stromgard, news of the captives would spread across the nation, and his reputation would rise accordingly. The journey from Witherwood Village to the royal city would take a month, giving ample time for the news to ferment among the populace. Conveniently, the timing would align with early November, allowing him to return to the palace for a holiday next month and celebrate Wintervale. The reconstruction of Witherwood Village began immediately. Galen preserved the extensive wooden walls, which covered an area comparable to half of Stromgard's royal city, but dismantled the internal structures. This stronghold was strategically positioned, nestled between the southeastern slopes of the Alterac Mountains and a large northern lake. Previously, the trolls would often retreat into the mountains after being defeated, but this time, Galen decisively captured the stronghold and killed their leader, leaving the remaining trolls no choice but to surrender. The northern lake was particularly striking. According to the Heart of Origin strategic map, this body of water spanned 3,000 square kilometers, comparable to China's Poyang Lake. Rich in fish resources, it had been a critical food source for the trolls. Given its location in the earthy highlands and its sustained water level from abundant rainfall and underground mountain rivers, the lake resembled an enormous emerald. Galen decided to name it Emerald Lake. Gandalf worked tirelessly, teleporting over 3,000 farmers from various outposts. The newly appointed construction supervisor, Cliff, was tasked with overseeing the development. This was a significant responsibility entrusted to him, as Galen envisioned him becoming a key commander in future conquests. Cliff quickly confirmed Galen's assumption mineral resources in the region were concentrated near mountain caves. However, the trolls, having lost their smelting techniques, had repurposed these mines as residences for their rulers. Galen promptly established a town hall, a lumber mill, and 2 barracks at the entrance of the caves, delegating the farm layout to Cliff with simple instructions. Orderly, uniform, and aesthetically pleasing, this new outpost would no longer bear the name Witherwood Village, but was instead christened Isinger. With the construction plans set in motion, Galen prepared for a new round of rewards. The conquest of Witherwood Village had earned high praise from the Heart of Origins, and based on his knowledge from his previous lives' gaming experience, this likely meant a significantly increased chance of obtaining rare items. After connecting to the Heart of Origin, Galen noticed a yellow exclamation mark appearing in his mental perspectiva prompt for a lottery opportunity. However, due to the busy post-war affairs, he temporarily set it aside. Now, with some free time on his hands, the lottery system displayed one available chance. As Galen issued the command to begin, various treasure icons rapidly appeared and rotated within the blue orb of the Heart of Origin, gradually slowing down. Suddenly, an icon resembling a giant tree came into view. Galen's heartbeat quickened, pounding in anticipation. The icon grew larger and eventually materialized above the Heart of Origin. The system's notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Tree of Life 1. Tree of Life? My luck has finally turned around. Galen shouted with excitement. This is unbelievable. I'm on a roll. The system immediately displayed the Tree of Life's detailed information. Race, Night Elves. Unit type, biological structure. Weapon, massive root tendrils. Trainable units, wisps. Skills, stand, root, consume trees, entangle gold mine. Special notes. This unit is a reward unit with limited functionality and cannot be upgraded. Although the last note was somewhat puzzling, it did nothing to dampen Galing's excitement. This was the main base of the Night Elves from Warcraft 3. He wasted no time in manifesting the Tree of Life, which appeared as a vibrant green sapling. To commemorate the moment, Galing immediately teleported back to Minas Tirith and chose to plant the Tree of Life 1,000 meters in front of the Level 2 main city, in the spot where the white tree once stood. The sapling quickly began extending its roots, with a progress bar indicating it would take some time to fully construct. A week later, when the progress bar finally reached 100, a towering 50-meter-high tree, requiring 4 to 5 people to encircle its trunk, stood before him. The trunk even featured a distinct face etched into its surface. Galing immediately issued the command to train wisps, and an hour later, the first wisp was born. The system displayed the wisp's attributes. Race, Night Elves. Weapon, none. Attack method, none. Skills, gather, repair, detonate. Training cost, 60 units of gold. Consumption, 1 unit of food per day. Detonation effect, deals 225 damage to summoned units and drains 50 mana from nearby magical units. However, when Galing checked the wisp's building options, he was stunned there was nothing listed. No Night Elf building options appeared, which meant he couldn't construct any other Night Elf structures or train units like chimeras or mountain giants. I've been scammed out of a fortune. Galing finally understood the true meaning of limited functionality and cannot be upgraded. This Tree of Life could only train resource-gathering wisps and couldn't construct any additional buildings. It became clear that to obtain other race buildings, he would have to participate in large-scale battles to earn more lottery opportunities. This was undoubtedly pushing Galing toward the path of leading Grand Army campaigns. After a brief moment of internal grumbling, Garen quickly regained his composure. He carefully pondered the opportunities brought by the Tree of Lithia miraculous entity that perfectly addressed his concerns about the sustainable development of the Alterac Mountains. The elves trained by the Tree of Life could gather wood without depleting the tree's resources, making it the ideal solution he had been searching for. Garen swiftly ran some calculations. The training time for an elf was shorter than that of a lumberjack. An elf could complete training in just 50 minutes, compared to the hour it took to train a lumberjack. At this rate, over 10,000 elves could be trained within a year. Once the number of elves reached the desired level, they could gradually replace the current lumberjacks. However, this transition would take time, and during this period, the forest resources of the Alterac Mountains would still need to hold up. Reflecting on this, Garen couldn't help but marvel at how the Tree of Life had significantly contributed to his sustainable resource-gathering plan. More importantly, this army of elves could play an even greater role in the future. In 20 years, Archimonde, the lieutenant of the Burning Legion, would descend upon Azeroth. At that time, the leaders of the Night Elves would rely on a vast number of elves, combined with the power of the World Tree, to ultimately defeat this formidable foe. Based on the current growth rate, Garen estimated that in 20 years, he could have at least 200,000 elves under his command. This would undoubtedly serve as a powerful contingency when facing a being as powerful as Archimonde, who surpassed even demigods. Garen reflected on his journey of strength enhancement. When the town hall was upgraded to a capital city, the power of the king's altar had propelled him to the peak of the 7th rank. Although training base units provided incremental improvements, the gains were so minor as to be almost imperceptible. It wasn't until the base population reached 30,000 that he broke through to the 8th rank under the influence of the king's altar's power. This breakthrough was the foundation of his confidence when confronting the 9th rank troll chieftain in Witherbark village. In the world of Azeroth, even the mightiest beings relied on their legions for support. Archimonde had the Burning Legion, Deathwing had the Twilight Dragonflight, and even the greatest heroes could fall under the siege of elite forces. This was why every capable individual sought to cultivate their own force. It had become an essential path for high-ranking professionals. Garen understood this well, which is why he resolved to fully commit to building his legion, training hundreds of thousands of elves to prepare for the potential confrontation with Archimonde in the future. At that time, the Tier 3 base was indeed capable of training high-tier units, and under the boost of the king's power, Galen had the potential to reach the peak of the legendary tier. Quietly, he maxed out the training sequence for the little elves. Though he claimed it was barely worth it, his heart was filled with anticipation. After the battle, the army's strength saw a significant improvement. Gandalf had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier, just a step away from breaking into the legendary tier. Over 3,000 soldiers advanced to mid-tier professions, and among the 16,000 strong human army, 5,000 had been elevated through combat, becoming the elite of the elite. Galen appointed these experienced soldiers as captains for the new recruits. In less than a month, Aragorn's Stone Legion arrived at Bravecall Town, just 2 hours away from the royal city of Riverrun Keep. Along the way, the townsfolk witnessed the disciplined formation of the army and the captured troll prisoners being escorted in unprecedented sight in the kingdom's history. The Stone Legion carried the prince's banner high, rapidly boosting Galen's reputation, surpassing Donna's, and establishing him as the rising star of the military. What prompted Galen to return to Riverrun Keep ahead of schedule were several letters discovered in the Zara's caverns. These letters, written in troll language with ink unique to human nobility, revealed an explosive secret that could change the power dynamics of Riverrun Keep. Accompanying him back were Gandalf and the logistics chief, Harmon Carvin. Harmon was tasked with selling off the valuable loot from Witherwood Village, including jewelry, herbs, alchemical materials, and raptor leather. Galen retained 100,000 Riverrun Keep gold coins from the spoils, bringing his total wealth to over 300,000 coins, which he planned to use for upgrading the Tier 3 castle and activating the King's Summon. When Galen presented the letters to Sorlas, the seasoned king fell into deep thought. As a ruler who had spent half his life battling trolls, Sorlas was fluent in their language. "My child, do you understand the implications of this?" Sorlas asked calmly, his decades of rule allowing him to maintain his composure. "Father, this is an opportunity to strengthen the Thorburn royal family," Galen replied resolutely. "This will cause massive upheaval in the kingdom and affect a third of the nobility. Riverrun Keep is a kingdom built on martial prowess. To be betrayed from within is a disgrace. The sacrifices of our soldiers must not be in vain, and the loyal Highland people will not tolerate traitors," Galen declared firmly. "By recalling the Highland Knights to intimidate the nobility and combining them with my 2 legions, we can minimize the impact. Since you uncovered this, you will handle it. Resolve the matter before the Wintervale Festival, and I will preemptively name you the Duke of Tokalar," Sorlas concluded. Garen could hardly contain his excitement as he stepped out of the royal palace. The meticulous planning and effort he had poured into his schemes had finally earned him the title of Duke. In the human world of Azeroth, a noble title was far more than a mere designation. It signified autonomy over the fiefdom. With this new status, he could bring the eastern borderlands under his control, plan his territory without external interference, and better safeguard the secrets of his base. With the official order in hand, Garen strode confidently out of the palace gates. He immediately handed the directive for mobilizing the Highland Knights to Gandalf, instructing him to head to the Knights' headquarters and notify Commander Amelin to march from Thoradin's Wall in 3 days. Their task would be to surround the western side of the North's 4th Marquisate's lands. Gandalf was also tasked with deploying the Crimson Flame Army from the construction site in Isengard, using teleportation magic to transport them to Dabri Farmstead. From there, they would move swiftly westward along the mountains to block the eastern flank of the North's 4th farmlands. Garen's plans didn't stop there. Once the Stone Vanguard completed their parade escorting the prisoners today, he intended to leave 2,000 soldiers to assist the royal city's garrison in guarding the troll captives. He would then personally use mass teleportation magic to lead the remaining 6,000 elite troops to Newell Farmstead, positioning them to encircle the target from the south. The target of this operation was none other than the Marquis of North's 4th, a noble lineage, as ancient as the Thoradin family, tracing back to the era of Emperor Thoradin himself. The Marquis was accused of treason and collusion with the enemy, with evidence hidden within letters collected from Drywhisker village. The secret emblem in the corner of the stationery, unfamiliar to Garen, was immediately recognized by King Thoras as the family crest of the North's 4th line from the Arathor Empire era. After the reconstruction of Stromgard, most noble families had altered their crests to demonstrate loyalty, but the ambitious North's 4th family had reluctantly made the change last. The use of the ancient crest on this letter revealed their disloyalty. The letter further exposed the Marquis' collaboration with trolls, including involvement in the royal assassination attempt 12 years ago and the betrayal of the southeastern mining district's defense plans, which had cost the kingdom this resource-rich region. For Garen, this operation was also deeply personal. The assassination attempt 12 years ago had targeted him directly. He could never forget the moment he awoke to this world, the dagger that emerged from the darkness, and the noblewoman who sacrificed herself to save him. As he had confided to Count Dabri, the assassins consisted of one human and a tusked troll rogue. That harrowing experience not only confirmed that he had traveled to Azeroth, but also etched the troll's game-like appearance into his memory forever. Garen could never forget the moment when the mother of this body shielded him from a fatal blow. She collapsed in a pool of blood, her gaze filled with both relief and lingering sorrow. Now that he had finally caught the true culprits, he was determined to personally settle the score. It was not only to avenge the mother of this body, but also to reclaim his dignity after the shame of wetting himself in terror when confronted by the infiltrators. The victory ceremony went exceptionally smoothly. The residents of Stromgard were elated to see a large number of troll captives being escorted into the city. This triumph over the outsiders ignited a new wave of enthusiasm for enlistment, with the prince's forces being the most sought after. By this time, Garen had already executed 3 mass teleportation spells in succession thanks to Gandalf's advancement to the peak of the 9th tier. Each teleportation could now transport up to 2,000 people. At Newell Farm, Garen had a brief meeting with the Viscount to convey his father's orders. Secretly notify the royalist nobles to prepare for stabilizing the situation. He then led his army from the fief, marching at a rapid pace directly toward Northford Farm. On the third morning, before the sun had fully risen, a gray mist shrouded the highlands. Farmers, just stepping out of their homes, were stunned to see a massive army converging from all directions. The troops swiftly subdued the patrolling guards and surrounded the largest manor in the town. Garen mobilized nearly 3 legions for this operation, which was no exaggeration. As the second most powerful noble family after the royal family, the Northford household openly commanded a private army of over 5,000, with their hidden military strength being even more difficult to estimate. Years of intermarriage had solidified them into an extensive aristocratic interest group. Garen's plan was straightforward. Leverage the advantage of mass teleportation to decapitate the core of this power group as quickly as possible, leaving them leaderless. The rest would be left to his father, Salas, who would use political means to win over some while suppressing others, clearing this internal threat to the kingdom with minimal cost. The Highland Knights lived up to their reputation as the most elite force of Stromgard, with each member possessing strength of at least the 4th tier. Their fiery-tempered commander, Omerin, acted decisively. Once the Scarlet Flame and Granite Legions completed the encirclement, she led the knights in a direct charge into the manor. Faced with the overwhelming presence of 3 9th-tier powerhouses, the Marquis and his private army had no time to mount an effective defense. 2 or 3 months later, the council chamber of Stromgard once again gathered nobles from across the kingdom. The fate of the Northford family had been sealed. The nobles vividly remembered the king's ascension to the legendary rank 12 years ago, after the queen's assassination. Now that the truth had been revealed, the king's wrath was even more terrifying. Ultimately, the Marquis of Northford was executed, his family members reduced to slavery, and 2 earls along with 3 viscounts loyal to the Northford family were also put to death. The redistribution of the vacated lands sparked a new wave of power negotiations. But what mattered most was that no one opposed Salas's decision to crown the 13-year-old prince as the heir apparent. He was also granted the title of Grand Duke of Tokeril, ruling over the eastern mountain range. The earthy highlands welcomed its first snowfall of the year. Flurries of snow blanketed the entire land, and the residents began eagerly preparing for the Winter Vale Festival. This festival originated from the dwarven traditions of the Dun Morrow Mountains. Surrounded by perpetual snow, the iron-forged dwarves, who call themselves the children of the mountains, believe they are blessed by Great Father Winter. At the end of each year, they celebrate by drinking ale and recounting ancient Titan legends. To this, Garen often joked that the dwarves probably just needed an excuse to drink excessively during the holidays. Over time, Winter Vale has evolved into a celebration embraced by everyone. The residents of the Highlands pay little attention to the festival's historical roots. They are far more enthusiastic about the festivities and the tradition of exchanging gifts. Merchants have commercialized the image of Great Father Winter, turning the once majestic Titan figure into a friendly and approachable character. For young men, however, the holiday brings a mix of excitement and dread. Choosing the perfect gift for their loved ones often requires a great deal of thought and a hefty sum of gold. In this snow-covered land, the white blanket not only sets a festive mood but also foretells a prosperous year ahead, with fertile soil and abundant pastures, nurturing new vitality. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, King Salas was in his chambers, carefully reviewing a Wintervale gift submitted by Garen, a proposal for reforming the Highlands farmlands. The proposal appeared simple but was, in fact, groundbreaking. The document detailed a concept called the Visionary Farm, designed by the 9th-tier Archmage Gandalf. At its core was the use of alchemically enhanced soil combined with elemental convergence arrays, enabling crops to mature in an exceptionally short period. Wheat, beets, and potatoes could be harvested 30 times a year, while herbs could be harvested monthly. A month prior, his trusted aide Amor had reported that the prince had access to a miraculous invention capable of doubling the kingdom's food production. Today, that claim was finally confirmed. What is the cost of building such a farm? Salas asked the most crucial question. As king, he was well aware of the steep prices often associated with magical alchemical creations. If the cost was too high, even the most ingenious plan would be difficult to implement. Garen paused for a moment before replying. 400 gold per farm. If we plant royal bloodgrass and bruiseweed, the cost could be recouped in about a year. If we stick to wheat, it would take over 2 years. He had initially considered asking for 800 gold, but decided that demanding 20 times the usual amount directly from his father might seem excessive. Setting the price too low, however, might make the farm appear less valuable. Salas was pleased with the proposal. He had already brought the Northford farm under royal control, and with this reform, the crown would oversee the 2 major farms in the Highlands. A steady and abundant food supply would undoubtedly lead to unprecedented growth and power. The 2 counties and 3 viscounties, though not yet officially distributed, were temporarily managed by the crown. By implementing an auction system to lease out the rights to operate shops and mines to the nobility, all parties would stand to gain significant profits, ensuring a win-win outcome. Salas felt a flash of delight in his eyes upon hearing Garen's words. He quickly calculated. A 20-fold increase in annual yield. This was a business with astronomical returns. However, as a king, he knew he had to act with caution. How long can the alchemical soil and the spirit-gathering array maintain their effectiveness? Salas asked, folding his hands and fixing Garen with a serious gaze. Master Gandalf said they can guarantee at least 5 years without any issues, Garen replied without a hint of hesitation. After that, new reagents might need to be added, and the arrays may require maintenance. In truth, he knew that as long as the creations of the Heart of Origins remained intact, they could function even with minimal durability. Salas pondered for a moment. 100 farms, located in Gashak. I'll allocate the required gold shortly. This conservative pilot plan made Garen inwardly anxious. At the moment, he controlled at least 300,000 gold coins, worth of assets looted from the Nosford family. Combined with the noble lease payments his father was about to receive, the royal treasury was richer than ever before. Unfortunately, under the strict surveillance of Commander Amaran, he dared not openly embezzle funds like Lord Wei. Father, Garen said earnestly, I've already tested the farm's results in Helm's Deep. The wheat there has been harvested 6 times. And it doesn't have to be limited to fertile lands like Gashak. As long as there's flat terrain, the results will be identical. Salas studied his son's eager expression carefully before suddenly speaking. 10,000 gold coins, 300 farms. This counteroffer caught Garen off guard, but he quickly feigned a pained expression. The cost of each farm is indeed that high. I'm taking a loss, but for you, father, I'm willing. He then suggested. The farms could be built in the valley at the center of the highlands. The terrain there is easy to defend and hard to attack. 300 farms would become the kingdom's new lifeline. Very well, Salas nodded. If the farms are as effective as you claim, I'll increase the order. Thus, the kingdom of Stromgard underwent a groundbreaking agricultural revolution, transitioning from traditional farming, reliant on weather and long harvest cycles, to intensive farming with a 10-year harvest cycle and extraordinary yields. This stable and disaster-resistant food production was destined to double the kingdom's population in the future. Garen understood that in an era of limited technology, population was the foundation of warfare. A large population meant abundant labor and a vast army. Though he possessed the Heart of Origins to rapidly produce troops, as the future king, he aimed to see Stromgard's true strength rise. If I ascend the throne, will the kingdom's population be recognized by the Heart of Origins? Garen mused to himself. If I could include the entire population under the power of the king's authority, wouldn't my strength immediately break through to the demigod level? This was one of the reasons he made the farm plan public. The other was to subtly suggest to his father that while he did harbor secrets, they all stemmed from his mentor, Gandalf, thus deflecting potential suspicion. Garen remained in the royal palace until the New Year celebrations concluded. During this time, Salas utilized strategies of alliance and division to gradually stabilize the kingdom's political landscape. The recent crackdown was limited to the nobility and did not affect commoners, resulting in the complete collapse of the Nosford family and its affiliated factions. The remaining forces were no longer capable of influencing the kingdom's decisions. The royal family and loyalist members divided up vast tracts of land and industries, becoming more powerful than ever. The kingdom's unity reached an unprecedented peak since its founding. As Garen observed the kingdom's thriving state, his gaze extended beyond the earthy highlands, toward lands even farther afield. After the Feast of Wintervale, Azeroth ushered in a new year, a year destined to be remembered by future generations, historically referred to as the first year of the Dark Portal. This year witnessed several major events. Garen was elevated to Grand Duke, gaining autonomy over his territories. The portal connecting Azeroth and the world of Draenor was completed, and the immense energy released during its activation split the Swamp of Sorrows in two. The northern part retained only a third of the swamp, while the southern part became the desolate blasted lands. The Horde, under the control of Gul'dan, was preparing to send vanguard scouts into the swamp to establish an outpost. Meanwhile, Durotan, leading the Frostwolf clan in rebellion against Gul'dan's rule, fled northward and eventually found refuge in the Alterac Mountains. The Kirin Tor Council dispatched the prodigious young mage Khadgar to infiltrate the Tower of Karazhan as an apprentice to the Guardian Medivh, secretly investigating its mysteries. On the surface, the year appeared calm. The Horde was nominally led by Warchief Blackhand, but was effectively controlled by the Shadow Council, created by Gul'dan. Gul'dan focused all his efforts on stabilizing the Dark Portal in preparation for the impending invasion by the Orcish Horde. The Kingdom of Stormwind luxuriated in its dream of being the second most powerful nation, with its nobles indulging in decadence under the protection of a wise king and a mighty guardian. Garen had once considered launching a military strike against the Horde's outpost, and having Gandalf find a way to close the Dark Portal. However, the thought of Medivh's demigod-like powers ultimately dissuaded him. He could never fully comprehend how the legendary Lothar and the Brotherhood of the Horse managed to slay Medivh, who was possessed by Sargeras, and could only attribute it to the necessities of the plot. If the Heart of Origin had been upgraded to a Tier 3 castle, granting him the power to summon kings, he might have been willing to give it a try. The war between the Orcs and Stormwind would erupt the following year, with Stormwind falling by the 4th year. For now, with Stormwind holding the front lines, the North was temporarily safe. Garen decided to continue developing his lands for a few more years and wait for Gandalf and Aragorn to grow into legendary heroes before heading south to join the conflict. At this moment, Garen was gazing at the map drawn by Valrakar based on his memories, his eyes fixed on the vast lands of the hinterlands and the eastern wetlands to the north. The hinterlands, a land of intricate power dynamics, left Garen deep in thought. Standing before the map, his gaze swept across the Wildhammer Dwarves' Airy Peak to the west, the Witherbark tribes Shadralor to the south, the Vilebranch Trolls Jinthalor to the east, and the entrance to the Emerald Dream guarded by the Dragonflight to the north. While the region's strategic location was undeniable, establishing a foothold here would require eliminating one of the factions. Both the Wildhammer Dwarves and the Green Dragonflight were aligned with the forces of order and justice, making them potential allies for the future, and thus not immediate targets. The Witherbark tribe boasted over 20,000 trolls, but the Vilebranch tribe was even stronger. Their tiered city of Jinthalor was a fortress that would be challenging to breach. For now, neither of these factions was a viable option. Garen's attention shifted to Norseland, separated from the earthy highlands by the narrow Thandal span. This land, lying east of the wetlands, was once home to an ancient dwarven fortress. After grim battle was corrupted by dark magic, some Wildhammer dwarves migrated north to the hinterlands, while others settled in the forests and plains of eastern Norseland, establishing several villages. Thanks to years of trade in spirits, Garen was well acquainted with the situation in Norseland. His logistics officer, Harmon, had particularly close ties with the Firebeard clan leader. The region was not only rich in dense forests, but also held valuable mineral deposits within its mountains. Most notably, it contained elementium ore, once used by Deathwing to forge his armor. A great river called Vala originated in the eastern mountain range, forming an inverted shape as it flowed into the Forbidden Sea. The dwarven villages were primarily located in the central and northern highlands, while the two large islands to the northeast and southeast, along with the river delta at its mouth, remained unclaimed. These three locations could form a defensive triangle, supporting one another. More importantly, the abundant forests and mineral resources in the southern part of the land were far from the dwarves' activities, minimizing the risk of conflict. At this thought, Garen's eyes lit up. The Wildhammer dwarves were renowned for their bond with griffins, particularly their Firebeard griffin riders, second only to the Thunderclaw griffin riders. If Harmon could use fine ale to persuade a griffin trainer to teach here, it would provide a legitimate foundation for the aerial power of Garen's future Tier 3 castle. Truly, I, Garen, am a clever one, he said with a satisfied smile. Having set his next goal, Jalin began establishing a military training system. He first assigned Amor to lead the commanders in guarding the fortresses of Helm's Deep and Drybeard Canyon. At the same time, he set up an officer training program with Amor as the lead instructor. The trainees included 6 individuals: Omar, Valakar, Henny, Fadil, Flar, and Kimmer along with their key subordinates. Jalin had high expectations for these 6 cadets. While the Origin Heart base had no shortage of ordinary soldiers, it was in dire need of senior officers, generals, and marshals. Although the base's soldiers could master combat skills through indoctrination and grow into junior officers during battles, becoming an outstanding commander required more extensive knowledge, innate talent, and the integration of theory with practice. After defeating 2 9th-level powerhouses in Witheredwood Village, the Origin Heart absorbed their souls. Jalin discovered a newly emerged heroic spirit realm interface at the King's Altar, which was designed to manage these heroic spirits. In this realm, the absorbed spirits appeared as glowing orbs and offered 2 options: extraction and reconstruction. The extraction function allowed the breakdown of heroic spirits to obtain essences, which could be absorbed by individuals with matching attributes, potentially enhancing their talent limits. The reconstruction function, on the other hand, consumed resources to restore a heroic spirit's form, enabling them to retain their memories and strength from life. However, reconstructed spirits had to remain near the King's Altar, or their forms would collapse. These 2 capabilities perfectly addressed the base's shortage of high-level combat power. Enemy heroic spirits could be extracted to strengthen allied leaders, while friendly spirits could be reconstructed to serve as advanced combat assets. Although the activity range of reconstructed spirits was limited, building King's Altars at various subbases could solve this issue. Currently, Jalin had only 2 heroes available: Aragorn and Gandalf. Cliff was leading the engineering team and 500 soldiers in constructing a farm at Refuge Point in the Earthy Highlands. To avoid suspicion, the construction timeline had been deliberately extended. Meanwhile, logistics officer Harmon led the newly formed transport team, tasked with delivering wheat, ale, and flour produced in Helm's Deep to Northaron Highlands, aiming to win over the Wildhammer dwarves in the area. As for why the closer hinterlands Airy Peak Wildhammer dwarves were not chosen, it was primarily because their faction was more powerful, well-informed, and harder to persuade. More importantly, the Airy Peak dwarves had already established a fledgling government, making interactions with them not just a matter of trade, but also a complex diplomatic challenge. The dwarves of Northaran Highlands, though aligned with the Wildhammer clan, have a unique historical background. During the division of the dwarves into the Bronzebeard, Wildhammer, and Dark Iron clans, they were a small group that followed the Wildhammer northward. When the Wildhammer clan abandoned Grimbattle due to corruption, these smaller clans chose a different path. They ventured east and established a new home in the Northaran Highlands. The Highlands host four main dwarven settlements: Cull's Haven in the northeast, Sundermar to the north, the Flamebeard village in the central region, and the Dunward clan village in the southwest. These dwarves have been separated from Airy Peak for over 2 centuries. Though nominally under the Wildhammer banner, they have effectively become autonomous. Interaction among the villages was sparse until the Twilight's Hammer cult and the Old Gods invaded the Northaran Highlands, prompting a reunification under the leadership of the Wildhammer hero, Corond. Garen's current objective is the Flamebeard clan, whose strength is second only to the Thunderclaw Griffin Riders of Cull's Haven. Harmon, leading the supply convoy from Helm's Valley, carries a dual mission: to recruit a Griffin Rider trainer and to negotiate with the elders of the Flamebeard clan about establishing a port on the eastern coastline. While these villages enjoy autonomy, maintaining basic diplomatic courtesies remains essential. Meanwhile, Garen has devised meticulous plans for the development of the northeastern and southeastern islands of Northaran, as well as the Vala Delta. With a shortage of manpower, he decided to personally oversee the initiative alongside Aragorn and Gandalf. Following the Battle of Witherwood Village, Garen had sent Henny back to Southshore to visit her aunt and retrieve 10 pre-ordered ships. Emboldened by his ambitions, Garen spared no expense, investing a staggering 100,000 gold coins on 10 armed oceanic battleships as preparation for a future westward expedition to Kalimdor. Over the past month, a new legion has been formed. The Tydrath Legion, led by Gandalf, has gathered all mages under its banner, utilizing its radiant aura to enhance mana regeneration. This predominantly rifleman-based force is set to become a formidable naval power, perfectly complementing Gandalf's water elemental army. In early March, under the gentle breeze of spring, Henny led a fleet of 10 newly recruited sailors aboard merchant ships, traveling along the earthy Highlands coastline to reach Falder's Cove. These human-crafted cargo ships, each 30 meters wide and nearly 100 meters long, were unarmed but ideally suited for transport. Garen's expedition included 1,800 soldiers, mostly riflemen, along with 200 farmers prepared to construct town halls at 3 designated locations to establish portals for future military logistics. The tasks were clearly assigned. Aragorn was responsible for building settlements on the northeastern islands, Garen would oversee the Vala Delta port's design, and the southeastern military base, being the farthest, was entrusted to the highly mobile Gandalf. After securing his father's approval for territorial expansion, Garen led his fleet aboard the ships, hoisted the sails, and embarked on this grand venture. In March, Azeroth has fully embraced spring, and schools of fish are returning to the shallows, riding the ocean currents to spawn and reproduce. With the arrival of the fishing season, the deep-sea murlocs, drawn by the abundance of fish, are migrating toward the coastline. This migration brings significant trouble to the shores of the eastern kingdoms. Every March and September, large groups of murlocs come ashore to wreak havoc, forcing the human kingdoms to expend considerable manpower and resources to drive them back. In contrast, the kingdom of Stromgard enjoys a much more fortunate position. Along the expansive coastline of the Barrens Bay, Stromgard occupies only a small stretch, most of which is composed of steep cliffs. The only viable landing spot, Falder's Cove, is protected by its unique geographical features, sparing it from the Murloc menace. The cove's name originates from a poignant chapter of history. During the decline of the Arathor Empire, many of its lords abandoned their homeland to establish new city-states in the north, leaving the descendants of Earthy to defend the crumbling walls of Old Stromgard. Falder, heir to Emperor Thoradin and the last scion of the Earthy bloodline, grew disillusioned with the near-independent lords. Leading the loyalists who remained faithful to him, he set sail from this southeastern bay of Stromgard in search of a new home in the south. To honor this imperial heir, the people who stayed behind named the bay Falder's Cove. This is also why the second son of the Dabri family, the third captain of the Scarlet Crusade, was given the name Falder. Galen's fleet, carried by the spring trade winds and ocean currents, entered the Saldar Strait. Throughout the day-long journey, the towering cliffs and sheer rock faces on both sides of the strait left a profound impression on Galen. He initially considered quoting the poetic lines, "The cries of monkeys echo endlessly on both shores, as the light boat has already passed through 1,000 mountains," to express his emotions. However, he ultimately settled for a heartfelt exclamation: "Damn, those mountains are high, and those cliffs are steep." After passing through the strait, the fleet veered north instead of continuing south, heading toward a small plateau rising above sea level. This plateau, part of the Earthy Highlands, spans nearly 2,000 square kilometers and is located just east of Galen's newly acquired settlement of Easinger, formerly known as Drywhisker Gorge, on the outer edge of the Alterac Mountains. To Galen, this secluded plateau held immense strategic value. The vast mountain range to the west served as a natural barrier, while the Forbidden Sea stretched endlessly to the east. Though in the future, this land would be occupied by dwarves and gnomes led by Gromi, who would use it for farming and goat herding, only to fall into ruin during the Undead Plague, it was, at this moment, an ideal location for a secret base. Given that routes across the Forbidden Sea in the game are mostly limited to Zeppelins, and the ships of both the Alliance and the Horde are confined to the Great Sea, establishing a port city here could open a new maritime route to the continent of Kalimdor. Thus, Galen deployed 500 soldiers and 50 farmers to the plateau, ordering the construction of a town equipped with extensive farmland, 10 forges, 2 workshops, a griffin roost, and a modest dock. The construction of the base in Donghai town is already halfway complete. This comprehensive facility, meticulously planned by Jalin, is gradually taking shape. Its purpose is clearly defined. It will serve as both a grain production hub and an arms manufacturing factory, as well as a combined air and naval military stronghold. Currently, all facilities are being constructed in an orderly manner, with the exception of the shipyard and the craftsmen, who have yet to arrive. The fleet continued its journey southward along the coastline, taking an entire month to reach its second destination. What greeted them was a towering mountain that pierced the clouds. Its gray-black, irregularly round body had steep, mirror-smooth cliffs, reaching an altitude of nearly 2,000 meters. The sight triggered Jalin's memories of his previous life. He recalled a scene from a game where Wildhammer Griffin riders launched an attack on this goblin stronghold. Jalin decided to adopt a more ambitious construction approach than the goblins. Unlike their method of using wooden scaffolding to build oil refineries and airship docks, he planned to take inspiration from the architectural style of Wudong Mountain, transforming the mountain's summit into a platform. The space would only need to accommodate a town hall, a barracks, and a ring of arrow towers. This fortress, named Cloudtop Citadel, would become a crucial stronghold in the Forbidden Sea, providing solid defense for the southern region of Earthy Highlands. After assigning Aragorn to lead a garrison of 1,000 soldiers to defend Cloudtop Citadel, Jalin and Gandalf continued southward with their fleet. By May, the sea breeze had warmed, and from the ship's bow, Jalin could see the magnificent sight of the roaring Vala River emptying into the ocean. In the Vala Delta, where elemental activity was frequent, the presence of water elementals could be seen everywhere. This region, destined to be occupied by the Dragonmaw orcs and become the site of Dragonmaw Port, now fell into Jalin's hands. It was far from the influence of the Wildhammer dwarves, with even the nearest Flamebeard clan requiring several days to reach it. More importantly, the Wildhammer Griffins disliked the damp coastal air and rarely ventured along the shores of North Erin. Hamont's diplomatic delegation, which had departed 2 weeks earlier, had successfully persuaded the Flamebeard chieftain to allow the establishment of a trading port in their eastern territory. Upon locating Hamont's camp, Jalin immediately began planning the future flowing tide port. This commercial port held immense strategic value. It could connect to the High Elves' lands, traverse the Forbidden Sea to Kalimdor, and facilitate trade with the Night Elves and Tauren. Even more strategically significant, it could serve as a launching point for an army to sail to the Blasted Lands, striking behind the main orc forces as they advanced northward. The following day, Gandalf led 50 farmers further south to a flat island. There, he would construct a maritime fortress called Anton Keep, further strengthening the defensive network of this maritime region. The first year of the Dark Portal, July, Garen stood atop a steep mountain peak, gazing out at the ring-shaped basin surrounded by mountains in the distance. The surrounding mountains and distant plains were awash in crimson, while the dim sky was intermittently split by lightning, accompanied by rumbling thunder. The scene reminded him of Kakarot's first transformation into a Super Saiyan on planet Namek. Garen, this land is the very definition of desolation and barrenness. It's hard to imagine anything could survive here, remarked a tall man standing beside him, dressed in a crimson robe and holding the Sunstrider's staff in his right hand. This was none other than Kel'Thuzad, Prince of the High Elves. Lately, Garen had spent most of his time overseeing the construction of Torrent Harbor and traveling across various regions. This port city, second only to Minas Tirith, was nearing completion. As an open territory, the city featured numerous residences for immigrants. Thanks to the powerful group teleportation spell with its short cooldown, long range, and high capacity, he frequently traveled between locations, ordering ships, recruiting sailors, and hiring shipbuilders in South Shore. Visiting his young friend Derek in the capital of Kultiras, bringing gifts for young Jaina along the way, or sparring with Kel'Thuzad in Dalaran. At just 13, Garen had already reached the 9th tier as a mage. His 9th tier ice magic, enhanced by significant investments of resources, left Kel'Thuzad amazed. Following his father's advice to strengthen ties with the kingdom of Stromgard and out of admiration for Garen's talents, Kel'Thuzad often accepted his invitations to spar. This time, Garen invited Kel'Thuzad to visit Torrent Harbor, hoping the prince's status as a high elf would help attract attention to the port. After the tour, Garen had a sudden idea and brought Kel'Thuzad, Gandalf, and Aragorn to the northeastern coast of the Blasted Lands using teleportation. The group stealthily made their way to a mountain peak directly east of the Dark Portal. Throughout the journey, Kel'Thuzad voiced some complaints about Garen's secretive behavior. However, when Garen revealed that powerful otherworldly creatures were plotting an invasion of Azeroth in this area, Kel'Thuzad's curiosity was piqued. Garen, are you certain these otherworldly creatures you mentioned actually exist? Kel'Thuzad asked, retracting the 3 fireballs had been preparing behind him to avoid alerting the orc warlocks to their magical presence. Carefully comparing the surrounding terrain with the strategic map of the Heart of Origins, Garen quickly identified the vast circular basin to the west as the location of the Dark Portal. I'm sure of it. It's in the basin directly to the west, he confirmed, pulling several engineering telescopes from his bag and distributing them among the group. These devices served as a substitute for the more conspicuous scrying magic that could give away their position. Through the engineering telescope, the grand silhouette of the Dark Portal came into sharp focus. The massive structure resembled a triumphal arch, with 2 towering pillars each adorned with a statue of a figure holding a long sword. Legend had it that Medivh had modeled these sculptures after his own image. The basin in front of the portal was crowded with makeshift leather tents. Squads of green-skinned orc soldiers patrolled the camp, their torsos bare except for simple shoulder guards. In their hands, they wielded crude battle axes and spiked clubs. Garen's gaze shifted to the platform before the Dark Portal, where a hunched figure caught his attention. The creature's back jutted with bony spikes, grotesquely adorned with small skulls. As Garen studied the vaguely familiar silhouette, the orc suddenly turned, sensing the scrutiny. Through the telescope, beneath the dark hood, appeared an ugly orcish face covered in white whiskers. Its piercing dark green eyes locked directly onto Garen's. No way. Gul'dan Yinzu, Garen exclaimed in shock. Gul'dan roared furiously, pointing straight at the mountaintop. The camp erupted into chaos as waves of orc soldiers poured out of their tents, rallying in the direction Gul'dan had indicated. Kel'Thuzad lowered his telescope, looking at Garen in astonishment, clearly unaware of Yinzu's presence. Time to go. Move out, Garen shouted. Although Kel'Thuzad didn't understand the slang, Gandalf immediately grasped the urgency. With a wave of his staff, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from the red mountainside in an instant. Inside the town hall of Port Streamflow, Garen collapsed into a chair, still shaken. Even from 5 kilometers away, Gul'dan's perception had been inescapable. Truly, the first legendary warlock lived up to his reputation. Garen, what are those green-skinned creatures? Kel'Thuzad couldn't help but ask. I'm not entirely sure, Garen replied cautiously. My fleet encountered these powerful beings near the edge of a swamp while exploring the coastline. I brought you here out of curiosity. Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth that he was a time traveler with knowledge of the future. It was reminiscent of how Medivh had been mocked by nobles and dismissed as a charlatan by the king when he warned about the scourge in the palace of Lord Dalaran. Kel'Thuzad's situation back home wasn't much better. As a pawn in the political struggle between the king and the Silvermoon Council, he had been sent to Dalaran under the guise of a representative, though in reality, it was a form of exile. Fortunately, the long lifespan of the High Elves, combined with the king's political maneuvering, ensured that Kel'Thuzad still retained some support among the people. If a human prince were to be sent away from the capital like this, he would likely be forgotten by the populace within a few short years. Be prepared, Kale, Garen said gravely, his gaze fixed on the massive portal radiating ominous energy in the distance. These beasts do not belong to Azeroth. Look at that portal, I can feel the demonic presence emanating from it. Demonic? Kel'Thuzad asked with a furrowed brow. Yes, demonic. Garen turned to the young High Elf prince. Your High Elven tomes contain detailed accounts of demons, and even the Kirin Tor have extensive records on the subject. In this regard, you know far more than I do. Kel'Thuzad nodded. I'll remain vigilant. These green-skinned creatures indeed exude an unsettling energy. I plan to use a memory crystal to record their appearance and present it to the council in Dalaran. That would be ideal, Garen replied. In the south, there's only Stormwind. If these beasts truly intend to invade Azeroth, the human kingdom will undoubtedly bear the brunt of the attack. I'll inform my father and have him warn the Stormwind royal family. Good, let's act separately, Kel'Thuzad said before casting a spell and teleporting away. Garen watched the prince vanish and felt little hope that this warning would have much impact. On the eastern kingdoms, the 3 major powers, the High Elves, humans, and dwarves and gnomes, maintained amicable relations and united against the trolls. Yet their current state of complacency dulled their vigilance. Since the trolls' crushing defeat 2,800 years ago, they had been suppressed. Although the human kingdoms were fragmented, their population and strength continued to grow, while the High Elves prided themselves on being the premier magical kingdom. The nobility, basking in their glory, would not easily heed warnings of an otherworldly invasion, even if it came from a prince. At most, out of respect for Kel'Thuzad's royal status and position on the council, they might send a token scouting party. Garen had a specific purpose in bringing Kel'Thuzad along. He hoped that when Stormwind inevitably fell under the orc onslaught and its people were forced to flee, the human kingdoms would reunite to form an alliance. By then, Kel'Thuzad could influence his father to take the threat seriously, rather than merely dispatching a token ranger squad as a gesture of support. That's not support, hat's an insult, Garen muttered to himself. Kale, this is my first move to pull you into this game. You owe me big for this. He chuckled softly and added, and by big, I mean a fortune large enough to crush me under its weight. After Kel'Thuzad departed, Garen immediately began drafting a letter to his father. In it, he detailed the invasion of Azeroth by a formidable force of otherworldly creatures, pleading with his father to prepare defenses without delay. As for whether Salas would warn Stormwind, Garen was indifferent. In his view, unless the northern kingdoms could swiftly dispatch an army of 100,000 to aid the south, Stormwind's downfall was inevitable. At the moment, Garen was focused on a more pressing matter. With the population of his base nearing the milestone of 100,000, the long-awaited conditions for upgrading to a Tier 3 castle were finally met. When the system notification sounded, Garen wasted no time. Closing his eyes, he connected to the Tier 2 main city in Minas Tirith through the Heart of Origin. The upgrade interface displayed the requirements: 36,000 units of gold, 21,000 units of lumber, and the completion time of 720 hours. Thinking of the knights, griffins, and tanks soon to be unlocked, Garen unhesitatingly issued the upgrade command. During the lengthy waiting period, Garen stood by the window of the town hall, overlooking the entirety of Torrent Bay. Over the past 6 months, his territory had expanded to include 5 subbases. Essinger, built on the ruins of Deadwood Village; East Sea Town along the coastline; Cloudtop Citadel in the Norsalon Highlands; Torrent Bay in the east; and Anton Keep to the southeast. The 500,000 units of gold, provided by the Kragtith kobolds, had already been exhausted in these developments. Fortunately, with the opening of multiple mines and the addition of sprites from the life tree to the lumbering teams, resource accumulation was steadily improving. Garen had already planned that once the Tier 3 castle was completed, he would cease training lower-tier infantry and riflemen, shifting focus to knight training instead. Though knights required a longer training period, this approach would conserve more resources for developing new subbases. 1 month later, the system notifications came in rapid succession. The Tier 3 castle upgrade was complete, unlocking the training sequences for knights, griffin riders, and tanks, as well as new buildings like dockyards and the Cathedral of Light. Additionally, the Call of the King skill was now available. Galen gazed at the newly unlocked building list, his brow slightly furrowed. While the unlocking of the shipyard was expected, the appearance of the Holy Light Chapel left him a little puzzled. What frustrated him even more was the matter of the shipyard. Thinking about the 10,000 gold coins he had spent 6 months ago in Southshore on a battleship converted from a transport ship made his heart ache. If only he had known that upgrading would unlock the ability to build warships in the shipyard. He mentally calculated his accounts. Originally, he had 550,000 gold coins, all with clear sources: 70,000 from spoils in Withered Beard Canyon, 120,000 in profit from return scrolls, 100,000 from Withered Wood Village income, 110,000 from Hammond sale of loot, 100,000 from the Refuge Valley Farm project funds, and 50,000 from the grain trade profits in Helm Valley for the first half of the year. After deducting the 10,000 spent on the ship and 50,000 allocated to Hammond's logistics department, he still had 400,000 gold coins in hand. Let's just call it an investment in the kingdom, Galen consoled himself, shifting his focus to the 3 newly unlocked advanced troop types. Knights were equipped with heavy plate armor, wielding broadswords and lances. Training required mastery of animal combat, intermediate riding skills, and advanced swordsmanship. The cost to train one knight was 245 gold coins and 60 units of wood, with a daily grain consumption of 5 units and a training period of 36 hours. Griffin knights donned light armor and could fight using storm hammers, firearms, longswords, and griffin claws. They required expertise in animal combat and intermediate aerial riding skills. Training a griffin knight cost 280 gold coins and 70 units of wood, with a daily grain consumption of 6 units, also taking 36 hours to complete. Finally, there were the steam tanks, massive steel-armored machines equipped with cannons and giant crushing wheels, capable of barrage attacks. Manufacturing one cost a staggering 1,950 gold coins and 600 units of wood, with a production time of 55 hours. Galen had long been preparing to assemble a Griffin Knight unit. Through Hammond's transport network, he had successfully recruited 2 dwarf instructors, Mackay Flamebeard and Falstad. The latter, in particular, had been persuaded to join under generous terms due to the financial strain caused by his Golden Griffin's voracious appetite. Under the guidance of these two instructors, 100 elite soldiers selected from Valrakar's cavalry began their training. After rigorous trials, only 16 had earned the approval of the Griffin hatchlings. Galen had even preemptively crafted an elaborate backstory to explain the origins of this unit. They were all direct descendants of the Flamebeard clan. Glancing at the still-drying graduation certificates on the table, Galen's lips curled into a sly smile. The story might be riddled with holes, but as long as he believed it, others could take it or leave it. His only remaining dilemma now was deciding whether to entrust the training of Dragonhawk Knights to Kel'Thuzad or Illyria. In the interface of the Tier 3 castle, a gray upgrade command appeared, catching Garen's attention. An upgrade to a Tier 4 royal castle, requiring a population of 1 million. This level shattered his previous understanding of the main base tiers in Warcraft. In that game, each faction's main base capped out at Tier 3, but this sudden Tier 4 upgrade option both surprised and excited him. Garen quickly made a decision, prioritizing commands to research new technologies in the blacksmith and other buildings. Among them, the animal combat technology in the barracks was particularly critical, as it would significantly enhance the knight's combat effectiveness. Two newly unlocked buildings especially caught his interest. The dockyard, requiring 1,600 units of gold and 800 units of wood, served as the primary naval production facility. It could construct a variety of ships ranging from transport vessels to battleships, destroyers, and submarines, along with upgrades for advanced technologies such as high-energy furnaces, nautical charts, and torpedoes. On the other hand, the Cathedral of Holy Light demanded 1,800 units of gold and 400 units of wood. As a sacred prayer site for followers of the Holy Light, it was even more exciting for its ability to train Holy Light Knights. Thinking of the Silver Hand, Paladinsolite warriors capable of fighting, withstanding damage, and healing, Garen couldn't help but feel exhilarated about the power he was about to command. Although only one cathedral could be built, it was sufficient for him to begin planning a formidable Holy Light army. Garen quickly finalized the construction sites. The dockyards would be built in East Seatown and Antonberg, while the system's existing dockyard would remain at the commercial port of Riverflow Harbor. Conveniently, a group of craftsmen recruited from South Seatown had just arrived aboard a battleship, perfectly timed to be stationed at the new shipyards. As for the cathedral, Garen chose the White City of Minas Tirith as its location, intending to make it a dual center of politics and religion. He was already planning to invite Archbishop Alonsus Fail of the Holy Light to preside over the inauguration. This elder, who had founded the Silver Hand Paladins during the Second Orc War, was one of the greatest leaders of the Holy Light faith in Azeroth's history. Unfortunately, his successors had later fallen to corruption, aligning themselves with the old gods and becoming followers of the Twilight's Hammer cult. However, under Alonsus's current leadership, the Church of the Holy Light was at the height of its prestige, with its armed branch, the Silver Hand, sworn to serve Alliance leader Terenas. Garen sent an invitation to Archbishop Alonsus with a clear purpose: to secure the official recognition of the Church of the Holy Light for the cathedral in Minas Tirith, establishing it as the Archdiocese of the Earthy region and appointing Aragon as its bishop. In return, he offered to share information about the paladin profession, aligning with the Archbishop's long-held vision of merging the warrior and priest vocations. With the city's direction established, the planning of Minas Tirith began in earnest. The magnificent Cathedral of the Holy Light was set to stand at the center of the Third Ring, an area previously designated as farmland, which would now serve as a transitional zone between the Origin system structures and the local residents. In the Second Ring, the Griffin Aviary and workshops were dismantled to make way for a new city layout. This included densely placed defensive arrow towers, farms, a mystical treasury, a castle, 2 town halls, a cathedral under construction, for barracks, and 4 newly planned arcane sanctuaries for priest training. At the Origin site, Garen rebuilt the dismantled Griffin Aviary. Currently, the area features 2 barracks dedicated to training wizards, 2 new arcane sanctuaries, and 2 Griffin aviaries tasked with Griffin production. Additionally, 2 workshops handle the manufacturing of steam tanks and mortar shells. To the northeast, Helm's Deep had been transformed into a major agricultural hub, with 50,000 settlers fully relocated. The area, aside from its town hall, was dotted with thousands of farms that had begun processing grain into trade goods like alcohol and flour, generating significant revenue for the city. East of Helm's Deep lay Grimbeard Stronghold, where 2 barracks and 2 flying machine workshops formed the core of this military base. The farms here supplied food not only to the garrison, but also to 10,000 kobolds responsible for mining operations. Their involvement in mining freed the farmers from the arduous task of extracting resources. On the ruins of the former Deadwood village, a downsized iron forge was rebuilt, with Garen restoring walls and farms around the mines. The troll prisoners, once paraded in defeat and later reclaimed, were assigned to work in these mines. This prompted Salas to sarcastically remark, "You're the one who offered them as trophies, and now you're the one taking them back. You've gained both fame and a duke's title. Utterly shameless, a natural-born politician. To reshape the troll's mindset, Garen arranged nightly lessons where skilled farmers taught them common tongue and troll history. His goal was to turn the area into a troll reformation center, hoping that education would help them reclaim their ancient glory and eventually fight for Azeroth. In Garen's view, the trolls' robust physiques and remarkable regenerative abilities made them ideal warriors. He envisioned a future where he could command a loyal troll army. To guard against the trolls, Galen constructed twin barracks in the Earthy Highlands, a military fortress that has trained over 6,000 elite soldiers since its reconstruction. Along the eastern coast of the continent, Galen established 4 distinct outposts, each with its own unique features. Eastvale, located at the easternmost point of the Earthy Highlands, is a port town that integrates military, agricultural, and trade functions. It boasts vast farmlands, 10 blacksmith workshops dedicated to crafting weapons and armor, a town hall for administrative affairs, 2 workshops producing flying machines, and 2 griffin aviaries for training these majestic aerial mounts. By the docks, a new shipyard is under rapid construction. Cloudspire, northeast of Norslawn, is smaller in scale but highly strategic. In addition to a town hall and barracks for training riflemen, Galen is actively negotiating with goblins from Booty Bay to acquire the technology and equipment needed to extract Azerothian oil, aiming to develop the rich offshore oil fields in the surrounding area. At the mouth of the Vala River lies Torrent Harbor, an open city focused on civilian life. Beyond the essential town hall, 2 barracks, and farmlands, the city is filled with well-planned residential areas and bustling shops, presenting a scene of prosperity. Anton's Keep, located on a strategically important island in the southeastern waters of Norslawn, serves as a naval fortress overseeing the southern region. It is equipped with 2 barracks, 2 arcane sanctums for training mages, and a shipyard under construction to bolster naval strength. Currently, the base is home to a population of 100,000, evenly divided between farmers and soldiers. Of the 50,000 farmers, over 5,000 are diligent sprites, while the 40,000 soldiers are stationed across various barracks. Due to constraints in resources and the cost of equipment upgrades, the barracks are not operating at full capacity. Aside from the established Scarlet Legion, Stone Legion, and Tidal Legion, 3 other legions remain on standby. Galen is awaiting the completion of training by Omar and others before deploying these forces, as there is no urgency to expand the army during this time of peace. At present, Galen's focus is on the nearly completed Cathedral of Light and the shipyard, eagerly anticipating the elite forces these new constructions will bring. As his power continues to grow, this ambitious commander has begun planning his next moves. Garen stood before the newly completed Cathedral of Holy Light, his gaze sweeping across the 15 barracks under his command. After careful consideration, he decided to dedicate 5 of them to training infantry and musketeers, the backbone of his legion. Yet, with only 6 legions currently at his disposal, his anxiety resurfaced until he expanded the force to 10 fully organized legions. This unease would likely persist. The remaining 10 barracks were allocated for night training, capable of producing 200 knights per month. Garen quickly calculated that by the time the Second Orc War broke out 6 years later, he would command a formidable 6th-tier cavalry legion of over 14,000 knights, dominating the plains with their unparalleled strength. However, one concern lingered in his mind: the number of griffin roosts. The existing 4 roosts could only train 80 griffin riders per month, resulting in an annual output of fewer than 1,000. To address this, he had commissioned the construction of 2 additional griffin roosts in EC Town, ensuring that a full griffin rider legion would be assembled before the Second War. At that moment, the chimes of completion rang out from the Cathedral of Holy Light. Garen eagerly went to inspect the attributes of the new unit. The paladins, clad in heavy plate armor and equipped with war hammers and shields, were 7th-tier warriors skilled in advanced swordsmanship, horsemanship, and the use of holy light. Training a single paladin required 485 units of gold, 120 units of lumber, and a daily consumption of 5 units of food, with a training period of 60 hours and a prerequisite of a level 4 palace. These holy warriors not only contained the essence of holy light, but also had the potential to learn abilities such as divine resistance, light's arbiter, and holy retribution. The capacity to train 10 paladins per month producing high-tier combat power filled Garen with excitement. The following day, the docks were also completed. Although the level 3 castle could only produce transport ships and battleships, this was already a financial burden for Garen. The site of the battleship's construction cost 100 units of gold and 800 units of lumber reminded him of the 10 modified warships he had purchased in South Sea Town for 10 times the price, a decision that still pained him. Originally, Garen had planned to set sail from EC Town, crossing the Forbidden Sea and the Misty Sea to land in central Kalimdor in search of potential trade partners, the Tauren. This race, though peace-loving, was naturally strong and possessed extraordinary combat prowess. They had been in conflict with the Centaur for centuries, and their disadvantaged position was due entirely to their smaller population and outdated equipment, rather than any lack of strength. After months of development, Dong Town had accumulated an abundant stockpile of grain and weapons. Looking at the warehouses stacked high with supplies, Jalin's mind began to formulate an ambitious plan. He decided to use these resources to win over the Tauren, a race known for their honesty and formidable combat skills, and bring them into his alliance. In Jalin's strategic vision, resisting the Burning Legion required the united strength of all Azeroth. The situation on the Eastern Kingdoms was relatively clear. Humans formed a reliable foundation, dwarves were steadfast allies, and although the High Elves were currently aloof, they would inevitably face reality after the destruction of the Sunwell. On the western continent of Kalimdor, while the Night Elves were powerful and closely tied to the dragons, there was no harm in establishing diplomatic relations early. Just as Jalin was preparing to depart after upgrading his third-ear castle, a spy delivered critical information. The location of Blackrock Mountain had been discovered in the Burning Steppes. Once a part of the Reedridge Mountains, this peak had fractured with the emergence of the Firelord, and it now served as the domain of the enslaved Dark Iron Dwarves. Although Jalin's covert unit consisted of only over 200 Highland rogues trained by the master strategist Luton, they had become Stromgard's sharpest shadowy weapon. To further strengthen their forces, Omar was scouting for new talent in Helm's Deep. After careful deliberation, Jalin decided to postpone his journey to Kalimdor. For now, the priority was to find a third hero and summon the Mountain King. He devised a unique plan. Send Griffin riders to scout ahead, identify a concealed location, and then teleport an elite squad to the site. Jalin had no intention of antagonizing the Dark Iron Dwarves. He understood that under the leadership of the new Emperor Tharisan, the Dark Iron clan was undergoing a revival, akin to the tale of King Gojin's perseverance. Tragically, in the original timeline, Tharisan's marriage to Princess Moira Bronzebeard enraged her father, leading to his eventual demise at the hands of adventurers. His ambitions, however, were carried forward by his wife. Two newly trained Griffin riders received instructions from Garen to take flight southwest. Their destination was Blackrock Mountain, and Garen's decision to send them to such a perilous location stemmed from his bold hypothesis about Ragnaros, the Firelord. Garen believed that the Ragnaros residing in the molten core deep within Blackrock Mountain was not the true entity but rather an energy avatar. His reasoning was based on several historical facts. 230 years ago, the Firelord summoned by the Dark Iron Sorcerer King displayed incredible demigod-like power, leveling the central Reedridge Mountains, turning towering peaks into rivers of magma, which eventually solidified into what is now the Burning Steppes. Blackrock Mountain itself rose from the devastation. At the time, the mighty guardian Egwene was at the height of her power. Such a dramatic transformation in the Stormwind Kingdom's borderlands could not have escaped her notice. Given Egwene's proud and domineering nature, she would undoubtedly have confronted the Firelord. The outcome was clear. Azeroth was never again plagued by fire elementals, and Egwene continued her carefree wanderings across the world, even going on to bear a child. Over 100 years after the War of the Three Hammers, an intriguing turn of events occurred. The Black Dragon Nefarian chose Blackrock Mountain as his base, likely drawn by the desolation of the Burning Steppes. This created a peculiar situation. The Firelord enslaved the Dark Iron Dwarves within the Blackrock depths, hiding in the deepest recesses of the molten core, while Nefarian claimed the mountain's summit, establishing Blackrock Spire and Blackwing Lair. This strange coexistence further convinced Garen that the Firelord present was merely a fragment of his true essence. A true elemental Lord of Fire would never tolerate such defiance above his domain. After dispatching the Griffin Riders, Garen began planning the next steps for the covert forces. Teams 1 and 2 had completed their exploration of the Burning Steppes. It was time to mobilize Teams 3 and 4. He decided to form several adventurer groups, integrating members of the covert forces among them. The journey would begin in South Shore, proceeding south through Stormwind to Stranglethorn Vale, then navigating through the goblin-controlled Booty Bay to eventually reach Ratchet on the western continent. Were it not for the limited range of griffins and flying machines, he could have avoided such a roundabout route. Another option was to seek the assistance of his friend, Prince Derek, leveraging Kultira's commercial network to secure a passage to the western continent. As a maritime power rivaling even the goblins, Kultira's, at its peak, had suppressed countless pirates across the Great Sea and controlled the trade routes between the eastern and western continents. Finding a westbound merchant ship should not have been a problem. Garen quickly developed a detailed action plan. The top priority was to expand the military forces. He decided to form additional units, including elite knights, infantry, and musketeers, equipping them with gear suitable for adventurers. At every location they visited, he left behind a small team to establish group teleportation coordinates for Gandalf. The expedition was divided into two routes. One team would explore the eastern Barrens, the future site of the Orc capital Deroder. The other team would push westward, traversing the Barrens to reach Mulgore and create detailed maps. When time allowed, Garen planned to negotiate with the Tauren, hoping to persuade them to join his cause. Meanwhile, Garen sent an invitation to the cathedral in Stratholme. requesting the Archbishop of the Church of the Light to attend the inauguration ceremony of the Grand Cathedral in Holy White City. His 1,100 priests had all been trained at the arcane sanctuary of Holy White City. 300 of them were assigned as field priests to the Scarlet Flame, Rock, and Tidal legions, while the remaining 900 were dispersed across various towns in the Earthy Highlands for missionary work and aid. These priests operated under the name of the Holy White City Cathedral of Light and pledged to send priests on annual tours throughout the kingdom. Garen's intentions were clear: to assert control over the kingdom's clergy and unify church and state. He sought to prevent a situation like that of the next Archbishop of the Light, Benedictus, who fell to corruption and demoralized the people. His first step was to appoint Aragorn as the Bishop of the Earthy Highlands region. The Church of the Light in Azeroth was known for its inclusivity, and with genuine faith could receive the Light's blessing. Aragorn's ability to wield the Light was a testament to his integrity, and combined with his strength, he was the ideal candidate for the position. As preparations for the cathedral's inauguration ceremony continued over the course of a month, Garen decided to first address matters at Blackrock Mountain. After bidding farewell to the Griffin riders who had flown for 4 days, Garen traveled to the mountain with his 2 strongest allies, Gandalf and Aragorn. At dawn, the 3 stood atop a towering peak, gazing at the ominous black spire ahead. The skies above the burning steps glowed with an eerie red hue, a reflection of the molten lava below and the volcanic ash swirling above. The searing heat rendered this land almost devoid of rain. Gandalf was the first to cast an ice shield on himself, and Garen followed suit. While they enjoyed the cooling effect, they noticed Aragorn glaring at them with disapproval. Feeling somewhat awkward, Garen stepped back to Aragorn's right side and joined Gandalf in casting ice shields to cool him down. However, they soon abandoned the shield. Such icy magic stood out too much in a place teeming with fire elements. It was then that Garen realized how poorly prepared they were for this venture. They knew almost nothing about the interior of Blackrock Spire, relying solely on his vague memories from a past life playing the game. Reality, he acknowledged, could be vastly different. This operation was indeed impulsive, fueled in part by overconfidence after upgrading to a Tier 3 castle. With the king's summon ability at his disposal and ample resources, Garen had assumed they could always buy their way out of trouble if necessary. But now that they were here, turning back without venturing inside felt like a missed opportunity. In the end, Garen and his companions decided to use their faces to map out the terrain. Thanks to Garen's memory, he knew exactly that the Black Dragon resided in the upper levels of Blackrock Spire, while the Dark Iron Dwarf's territory lay deep beneath Blackrock Mountain. Their objective was clear: head downward. The 3 of them cast invisibility spells and began descending the mountain. From afar, Blackrock Mountain stood out prominently on the flat landscape, a towering active volcano, resembling a massive spire. They soon found an entrance on the southern side of the mountain, a narrow cavern passageway, completely different from the grand obsidian staircases and colossal gates depicted in the game, and without even a single draconian guard at the entrance. As they ventured deeper, the walls of the cave began to glow with a reddish hue. Before long, the space opened up before them. They had arrived inside Blackrock Mountain. It was an awe-inspiring, massive chamber. The molten lava churning at the bottom radiated intense heat, showcasing the power of this active volcano, shaped by the hand of the Fire Lord himself. The most striking feature was the enormous chunk of mountain suspended in the center by thick chains. These chains triggered memories from Garen's past life. He had traversed these chains countless times in the game, whether fighting or getting lost. According to Garen's recollection, the path to Blackrock Depths involved descending along a specific iron chain. At the end of the chain, there would be a door leading to a chamber usually filled with dark iron jailers and laborers, along with a wandering fire elemental conqueror. Passing through them would lead to the dungeon entrance. To verify his memory, Garen took the lead and stepped onto one of the chains. Blackrock Depths, the location of the Dark Iron Dwarves' Shadowforge city, was the masterpiece of the second Emperor Thaurissan. Unlike the ruins of the first Thaurissan city in the center of the burning steppes, this new capital was built deep within the dark abyss. Their first choice of chain led to a smooth rock face clearly the wrong way. Returning to the top and choosing again, they found the correct path: a man-made obsidian tunnel at the end of the chain. Passing through the tunnel, they entered another massive cavern, where groups of dark iron guards patrolled, overseeing slaves mining obsidian. After closing his eyes and sensing the surroundings, Gandalf sent a warning to Garen through the Heart of Origin. There was a strong fire elemental presence to the left, likely the dwelling of a powerful entity. Garen immediately realized it might be the Molten Core, the lair of Ragnaros the Fire Lord, and remembered that Shadowforge City was located on the other side of it. "We'll stick to the edge and head right," Garen said. He intended to wink at Gandalf as a signal, but remembered they were all invisible, relying solely on the Heart of Origin to sense each other's positions. They skirted around the obsidian grinding pits and soon came upon a magnificent city gate. Ah, what a shame waiting for ages and still couldn't gather a 5-person team. 3 people can handle this stealth team. Let's move out. A new adventure plan was already forming in Galen's mind. The trio advanced along the wide black iron avenue, their steps light and cautious. Galen knew they were currently in the confinement chambers level and had to locate the exit leading to Shadowforge City to venture further. Despite being just 3 of them, they were well prepared. Each carried a return scroll, with Aragorn and Galen both proficient in Divine Shield, invincible hearthstones at the ready, and Gandalf's mass teleportation spell as a failsafe. Passing through a massive metal door, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. Obsidian tiles and walls gleamed with a cold sheen in the dim light, while streams of molten lava flowed through cracks, feeding into stone basins on either side, occasionally erupting in bursts of searing sparks. These heat-resistant obsidian structures, cleverly integrated into the mountain by the dark iron dwarves, were both functional and aesthetically striking. Skirting around a towering fire elemental guardian, they arrived at a hall resembling a workshop. Here, Gandalf showcased an unexpected skill, effortlessly using magic to unlock the door leading to the upper levels. Unlike the quiet lower chambers, this area was a bustling residential zone, with streets teeming with dark iron dwarves going about their lives. Seizing the right moment, the 3 slipped into a secluded residence. Gandalf swiftly subdued a dark iron farmer, using magic to extract critical information. To reach the Emperor's throne of the Dark Iron King from here, they would need to traverse the residential district, the arena, the east and west barracks, the Black Iron Tavern, the casting chamber, and the lecture hall. A long and perilous journey. This is way too complicated. Is there a shortcut? Galen frowned, suddenly recalling the black iron drill from the game. Sure enough, the subdued farmer's memories confirmed the existence of this direct route, though at the steep price of 1 silver coin per ride, far beyond the means of a poor commoner. Galen quickly devised a plan. They subdued dwarves from 3 nearby households and had Gandalf use magic to disguise the trio as these dwarves. The 50 or so silver coins they scavenged, though disdainfully meager for the big spending Galen, were enough to cover their fare. After securely hiding the subdued dwarves, the 3 disguised themselves as ordinary dark iron residents. Following the memories they had extracted, they made their way toward the mysterious black iron drill. The group came to a halt at the entrance of a residential area. Standing there was a massive machine resembling a drilling rig, its sleek black metallic surface gleaming faintly under the light. Beneath the machine was a spacious cabin resembling an elevator, large enough to accommodate several people. Next to it stood a black iron dwarf, shouting, 1 silver coin per person, straight to the west side of the city. Galen immediately recognized the legendary black iron drill machine. He fished 3 freshly scavenged silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the gatekeeper. The cabin door opened with a mechanical hiss, revealing rows of leather seats inside, their craftsmanship surprisingly exquisite. Well, since I've paid, I might as well treat this as a day trip to Shadowforge City, Galen thought to himself as he settled into one of the seats. He curiously observed his surroundings, pondering the mechanism behind the drill machine. It can't possibly drill straight through the ground like in the games, can it? He speculated that it was likely a transportation device running on a fixed route, perhaps through pre-constructed underground tunnels or tracks. Rumble. With a violent shudder, the drill machine began its descent. To Galen's surprise, it turned out to be an underground elevator. After a few minutes, the vibrations gradually subsided, and the distant sound of bustling activity reached his ears. With a final dull thud, the drill machine came to a halt. Their destination had been reached, the Black Iron Tavern. As one of Azeroth's most prominent figures, Galen was well-versed in the workings of the major factions. Ever since Master Egghead had taken up residence in his territory, the 2 frequently exchanged intelligence about the shadowy underworld. It was said that there were several infamous dark strongholds across the continents: Ravenholt Manor in the Hillsbrad foothills, the depths of Dalaran sewers, Shadowhold in Felwood Forest, and now, this Black Iron Dwarf Tavern in Shadowforge City. There was also a mysterious organization called the Uncrowned, whose headquarters even Master Egghead couldn't pinpoint. However, Galen knew that the Uncrowned's base, the Pall of Shadows, was located in Dalaran, a piece of knowledge he owed to over a decade of gaming experience in his previous life. Yet, he always kept this information to himself, never sharing it with Egghead. As the hatch opened, a wave of hot air mingled with the peculiar aroma of alcohol rushed out to greet them. The interior of the tavern was far more spacious than its in-game counterpart, spanning an estimated 200 square meters. By now, night had fallen, and the nightlife was in full swing. Hundreds of diverse patrons filled the space, either chatting in small groups or guzzling drinks with abandon. Alongside the Black Iron Dwarves were trolls, humans, gnomes, and even a few high elves. In this power-driven dark world, the distinctions of race were meaningless. This was Galen's first visit to a tavern in another world, and a sense of novelty surged within him. Since I'm here, why not have a drink? He mused. Who knows? I might even pick up some interesting intel. Under the dim lights of the bar, Galen walked straight to the counter. Aragorn and Gandalf, who had transformed into a black iron dwarf, exchanged a knowing glance. Gandalf merely shrugged at the prince's tendency to act off-script. After all, with the strength of the three of them, there was little to fear in this black iron dwarf city. Through the effects of magic, Jalin had also taken on the appearance of a Darkforge farmer. The perspective of this barely over-metal dwarf body was something he found incredibly disorienting, and every step he took seemed clumsy. He worked hard to adjust to this frail figure, laboriously climbing onto the high stool at the bar. 3 Thunder Alesh and 3 black beers for us, Jalin shouted, deliberately mimicking the rough, gruff tone of a dwarf. The black iron dwarf bartender scrutinized the trio, who looked like impoverished Darkforge farmers, with a slight frown. The price of 6 drinks equaled an entire month's wages for such lower-class workers. Jalin had only intended to compare the taste of black iron ale with that of Helm's Deep Brew, but hadn't anticipated having his identity questioned. The bartender wasn't yet the infamous gnome warlock Plug. He was a leper gnome who had fled to Blackrock Depths after the fall of Gnomeregan. Despite secretly wielding demonic powers, he took great pride in his role as a bar owner, always ensuring his patrons could enjoy the finest drinks. Just as Jalin reached into his pocket to pull out Darkforge silver coins to prove he could pay, a grating voice filled with mockery rang out. Where did this pauper come from? You dare step into the black iron bar with just a few silver coins? Jalin turned to face the Speakera brawny black iron dwarf, judging by his attire, clearly an officer of the Iron Fury Guard. Well now, I've lived a long life, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as this, Jalin retorted, deliberately sitting tall on the high stool and tilting his head to look down at the man. So what if you're taller? You're still a dwarf. What's your problem? The cutting sarcasm, delivered with a distinctly warrior-like growl, hit the mark instantly. The entire bar fell silent. Patrons set down their mugs, turning their attention to the brewing confrontation with interest. The Iron Fury officer's dark face flushed red with rage, and he bellowed, Kid, you dare say that again? Are you trying to get yourself kicked out of Darkforge? I said. What are you staring at? Jalin repeated slowly and deliberately, his tone dripping with provocation. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the patrons echoed throughout the tavern. The Iron Rage officer's face turned beet red as he suddenly realized he was the real clown, a soldier trying to show off in front of a farmer, only to end up humiliating himself in front of everyone. Fueled by alcohol and rage, he lost control. You're asking for it, boy, he roared, throwing a punch. But before his fist could connect, the figure before him blurred. Aragorn had already anticipated this moment. As a subordinate to the prince, how could he let his lord dirty his hands? Before the other patrons could even react, the office-ran Iron Rage regular with some standing was sent crashing heavily into the floor. Shards of obsidian tiles scattered everywhere as the officer lay face down, embedded deeply in the ground, though faint breaths still escaped him. The precision of the strike left everyone in the room stunned. The entire tavern fell into a dead silence. Even the band on stage halted their performance. Garen calculated silently. While he often felt his own forces weren't yet strong enough, it all depended on the comparison. Against the might of an entire nation, or the standalone power of dragon legions or orc armies, there was indeed a gap. But a mere stronghold like Shadowforge City? He didn't even consider it a threat. With his base's full strength deployed, he was confident they could take on the Dark Iron Dwarves. That confidence was why he dared to venture deep into Shadowforge City with only 2 companions. The Iron Rage officer before him, whose strength barely reached mid-air at best, was laughable compared to the 3 of them, each of whom had achieved 9th-tier mastery. In Azeroth, those who surpassed their level were less than 1 in 1,000. Garen hopped lightly off his bar stool and bent down, rifling through the officer's pouch. He pulled out a coin bag filled with gnomish-made almond gold coins. Infamous for their underweight nature, there were about 200 of them. He poured the coins onto the bar counter. Barkeep, this is for the drinks and the floor repairs. Then, turning to the gathered patrons, he declared, tonight's tab is on me. With a wave to the band, he added, keep playing, keep dancing. Oh, oh. A cheer erupted from the patrons as the crisp sound of gold coins dropped into the bar owner's drawer. The lively atmosphere of the hall quickly returned to normal. The band's music resumed, and the drinkers, holding their mugs, pretended as if nothing had happened. Indeed, in the rigidly hierarchical Darkforge keep, a lieutenant of the Iron Fury Guard being taken down wasn't worth anyone risking their necks. The people in the hall were either common citizens, low-level adventurers, or city guards. Those with real power had long been escorted to the VIP rooms. Since even a lieutenant was defeated in a single move, who would dare to meddle? The owner of the Black Iron Tavern soon brought over 6 mugs of ale, but Garen noticed the flicker of unease in his eyes as he served them. It wasn't surprising 3 seemingly ordinary Darkforge farmers displaying strength far beyond their appearance would naturally arouse suspicion in this fortress under the harsh rule of King Thorisin. Garen exchanged a glance with Gandalf, who immediately cast a detection spell. After confirming that the drinks were free of dark magic or toxins, Garen sampled 2 different Alash. True to the reputation of the dwarven brewers, the taste indeed surpassed his own homemade brews. "Do you have a private room available? Would like some peace and quiet?" Garen asked, his eyes glinting with a plan. The bar owner readily agreed, handing over the counter to the bartender before leading the trio toward a private room. As soon as they entered, Garen swiftly moved behind the owner and knocked him unconscious with a precise chop. Gandalf wasted no time casting a spell to probe the man's memories, extracting not only a detailed map of Darkforge Keep but also, at Garen's insistence, the recipe for Black Iron Thunderbrew. Though Gandalf muttered complaints about these dirty tasks, his hands worked with practiced efficiency. After tying up the bar owner, the 3 slipped out through the back door of the Black Iron Tavern. With an accurate map in hand, Garen felt much more at ease. This mission, though abrupt, was far better than wandering aimlessly through the underground city. They dispelled their transformation magic, cast invisibility spells anew, and prepared to stealthily make their way to the Black Iron Palace. Darkforge Citadel stood imposingly above a roiling sea of molten lava, with an intricate network of stone bridges and pathways spanning the fiery expanse. Garen and his companions moved cautiously, skillfully evading the patrols of the Dark Iron Guards as they advanced. This city was not only the dwelling place of the Dark Iron Dwarfs, but also a stronghold for creatures of the fire elemental plane. These otherworldly beings included flame-wreathed fire spirits with serpent-like tails, lumbering molten giants, and various forms of fire elementals. All served as minions of Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, tasked with overseeing the citadel and ensuring dominance over the Dark Iron Dwarves. To liberate the Dark Iron Dwarves, the first priority was to eliminate the fire spirits within the city and sever Darkforge's connection to the molten core. The next step was to expel the avatar of the Fire Lord from the molten core, thereby lessening the elemental curse that plagued the Dark Iron Dwarves. This curse, a result of their prolonged enslavement by Ragnaros, had infused their bloodlines with elemental fire. While it granted them the ability to wield flames and become powerful sorcerers, it also transformed their eyes from blue to a fiery red. Garen already had a plan forming in his mind. Once the Mountain King was summoned, he would employ a strategy akin to Song Jiang's rise to power, persuading the king to join the Thorium Brotherhood. Garen would then secretly back their efforts to overthrow Darkforge's leadership, ultimately freeing the Dark Iron Dwarves. As for Ragnaros, even if only an avatar of his power was present, Garen knew that confronting him would be inevitable in the future when defending Azeroth. But with the strength to summon the power of kings, Garen had no fear. Meanwhile, within the opulent halls of the Black Iron Palace, Emperor Dagran Thorison was in a discreet conference with Overseer Orphist, the leader of the Thorium Brotherhood. "You've done well," Thorison remarked, "but our strength is still insufficient to eradicate the fire spirits and molten giants." Orphist reported, "Your Majesty, we've established contact with the militia from Morgan's camp. While they distrust us, their hatred for the Fire Lord, who destroyed their homeland, burns even stronger. Additionally, our members have reached the western continent, where we may find new allies. The Thorium outpost has ample craftsmen, blacksmiths, and resource can afford to pay for any assistance." Thorison nodded in satisfaction, inwardly pleased with his own cunning. Under the Fire Lord's watchful gaze, he had secretly orchestrated the exodus of skilled craftsmen and dwarves from the city while maintaining control over the Brotherhood, a group that outwardly opposed his rule. Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted the meeting. "I hear someone plans to use my resources to forge alliances and seek reinforcements." It was Garen and his companions, who had infiltrated the palace using a map. Garen had stationed Gandalf by the entrance to guard against any potential clashes with guards. Upon seeing both Thorison and Orphist present, Garen couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Both of his intended targets were conveniently gathered here, saving him a great deal of trouble. Garen carefully observed Emperor Thorison. This was indeed his first time encountering a legendary tier non-human in reality, as well as his first face-to-face meeting with the final boss from a dungeon in his previous life. Dagran Thorison rose from the intricately carved black iron throne. His physique far surpassed that of an average dark iron dwarf, standing close to 1.5 meters tall with a robust and muscular build. Even the luxurious black and gold-trimmed robe he wore struggled to obscure his warrior's frame. As a ruler who had reigned for 3 centuries, the aura of authority he exuded with every movement closely resembled that of Garen's father, Salas. The Warhammer oppressor, strapped to his waist, was a testament to his prowess in battle. As one of the 3 original Thanes, the Warlock King Thorison and son of Modgud, he was equally adept in the arcane arts passed down through the Dark Iron royal lineage. A legendary figure embodying both warrior and shadow mage. Further empowered by the elemental curse bestowed by the Fire Lord, he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. While Garen was sizing up his adversary, Thorison was also scrutinizing the 2 intruders. A burly middle-aged human, whose strength had reached the peak of the 9th tier but had not yet stepped into the legendary realm, and a younger human, barely showing signs of a beard, yet already possessing 9th tier abilities, someone who likely held a significant position in human society. Thaurissan tightened his grip on the warhammer with his right hand, while a pulsating orb of shadow energy formed in his left palm. He bellowed, "Daring to trespass into the royal palacedo, you not fear the blades of Shadowforge City? The Thaurissan bloodline is infamous for its wickedness. Today, in the name of the light, I shall purge your vile lineage," Garen declared with righteous fervor, as if his mission were truly one of justice rather than a quest for slaughter and soul extraction. "Impudent brat! How dare you show such disrespect to the Emperor?" Thaurissan's trusted lieutenant, Orphist, roared in rage, charging at Aragon with his battle axe raised. As the king's loyal confidant, it was his duty to reclaim this insult on his master's behalf. Aragon stepped forward to meet the attack, which played right into Garen's plans. After all, with Aragon's current strength, he was no match for a legendary tier opponent. Although the gap between the peak of the 9th tier and the legendary tier seemed slight, the leap was monumental, a qualitative transformation. Upon crossing that threshold, not only would one's soul ascend, but further advancement to the demigod level would grant the blessing of Azeroth's world soul, achieving true immortality. The two 9th tier combatants clashed fiercely at the edge of the throne room. Though Orphist was slightly outmatched, his rage drove him to unleash his full strength, while Aragon, constrained by the command to capture alive, found himself unable to gain the upper hand. For the moment, the battle remained at a stalemate. In the center of the palace, Galen and Sorissan faced off against each other. "You shouldn't have come." Sorissan raised the shadow orb he had conjured in his hand and hurled it fiercely at Galen. "Yet here I am," Galen blurted out, finding his own words somewhat amusing. But his body reacted with precision. He swiftly sidestepped, allowing the shadow orb to narrowly graze past him and crash heavily into the ground. The impact shattered the tiles, sending debris flying, while the residual shadow energy continued to corrode the edges of the cracks. Galen quickly drew the new sword strapped to his back and assumed a combat stance. "Trollcaler, the Troll Slayer?" Sorissan sneered. "So, you're from the Thoradin lineage. The newly minted Duke of Trollcaler." As the king of the Dark Iron Dwarves, he was well-versed in the intelligence of the northern human kingdoms, especially the royal family of Stromgard. Recognizing the legendary troll-slaying blade was child's play for him. "Even if your father were here, he wouldn't be a match for me. Let me take care of you first, you little whelp. Die." Sorissan gripped his warhammer, Oppressor, in his right hand and charged at Galen, swinging the hammer directly at his face. Galen barely dodged, feeling the rush of air from the hammer's swing, heavy with the stench of blood from countless battles. The two legendary weapons clashed repeatedly, sparks flying with each collision. After several exchanges, it became clear that Galen was at a disadvantage. This was no surprise. On one side was a dark iron prince who had survived 2 dwarven civil wars and cemented his legend with dark magic over 2 centuries. On the other side was a mere 13-year-old human boy, whose strength had been barely elevated to the 9th tier through royal power, but whose combat instincts remained at the 7th. "Is this all you've got, whelp? If that's the extent of your abilities, I'll send you straight to hell." Sorissan quickly discerned Galen's limitations, assuming him to be an arrogant brat who thought royal secret techniques could make him a worthy challenger. Under Sorissan's relentless assault, Galen was forced to retreat step by step. Suddenly, he remembered the true purpose of his mission. "Let me show you my real power, Super Form 1, he shouted with feigned bravado, while swiftly connecting to the Heart of Origins and accessing the newly unlocked abilities of the King's Altar. He quickly skimmed the description of Summon of the King. It allowed the summoning of a powerful entity from the planet to possess the user, granting them the entity's peak combat abilities and experience. Unlocking the legendary tier required a cost of 10,000 units of gold. As the sound of gold vanishing echoed in his mind, Galen promptly unlocked the power of his father, Thoradin. Sorissan watched the boy's sudden surge of energy with interest. Crimson energy surged around Galen, his aura rising rapidly until it matched Sorissan's mid-legendary tier. Not only that, but his stature grew by several inches, his muscles bulged, his gaze sharpened to a deadly focus, and the Trollcaler's sword in his hand began to resonate and tremble. "What the hell is this Super Form 1? I was just making stuff up. How is it this effective?" Galen thought to himself in astonishment. As Garen's aura surged, Thaurissan's expression shifted from contempt to seriousness. He had to admit that his earlier decision to toy with his opponent had been a mistake, and he had underestimated him. The battle had just begun, but Thaurissan decided to end it quickly. Gripping his warhammer tightly in his right hand, he rapidly gathered energy in his left hand and advanced toward Garen. In the instant he closed the distance, Thaurissan swung his left hand forcefully, unleashing a blazing flash of fire aimed directly at Garen's chest. This move, Thaurissan's hand, was his signature technique, capable of inflicting searing fire damage and stunning his target with its powerful impact. Watching his magic strike the target, Tharisin let out a triumphant laugh and raised his warhammer, aiming to crush Garen's skull. To him, the next moment would surely be the sight of the human boy's head shattering. However, battles often take unexpected turns. Garen was in the midst of a unique state where energy was merging with him, and a system notification informed him that he had entered an invulnerable state. The fiery impact was entirely neutralized by the energy of the king's altar, and the stunning effect had no influence at all. This reminded Garen of the invincibility trope often seen when protagonists transform in anime, but now was not the time for such thoughts. Feigning a dazed reaction, Garen secretly gripped Talkkaler in his right hand while hiding his left hand behind his back, quietly charging a spell and waiting for the perfect opportunity. "Farewell, brat. Pay the price for your audacity," Tharisin roared, emanating an aura of terrifying legendary-level power as his warhammer swung down toward Garen. Just as the warhammer was about to strike, Garen suddenly launched a counterattack. With precise timing, he parried the warhammer with his sword in his right hand while simultaneously thrusting his left hand forward, releasing a massive, calmly charged fireball that blasted directly into Tharisin's chest. The unexpected counterattack caught Tharisin off guard. Although his extensive combat experience allowed him to activate his Divine Descent ability just in time, the fireball still struck him squarely in the chest. His warhammer flew from his grasp, and as his body was sent hurtling backward, it began to expand rapidly, transforming into a giant of flames. This was Tharisin's ultimate ability, granting him immunity to all magical damage for 10 seconds while adding fire damage to his melee attacks. However, since he activated it only after being hit, the fireball's damage had already been dealt, leaving him injured, though the wounds were temporarily suppressed. Tharisin quickly adjusted his posture and stood up after landing, his massive frame casting a shadow across the palace. His face was clouded with anger. As a renowned and undefeated general, being caught off guard by a younger opponent today was a bitter humiliation. If not for his swift reaction, he would already be gravely injured. "You little brat, I'll kill you," he snarled through gritted teeth. Garen noticed that the duration of Tharisin's flame incarnation was already halfway through. He deliberately positioned himself between Tharisin and the fallen warhammer, preventing his opponent from reclaiming the weapon. Without the warhammer of opposition, Tharisin's strength would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Seeing his favored weapon blocked by his opponent, veins bulged on Tharisin's forehead as rage consumed him. However, he quickly forced himself to calm down and pulled out a spare weapon from his spatial gear. Though it lacked the quality and familiarity of the warhammer of opposition, it was sufficient to handle the explosive arcane techniques of this young challenger. The two clashed fiercely in the center of the palace. Techniques like armor break, heroic strike, slam, and suppression were unleashed relentlessly, with the sound of sword and hammer colliding echoing throughout the hall. Garen fully tapped into the power infused into him by the Altar of Kings, each strike deepening his understanding of combat and compensating for the lack of real-world experience from his rapid breakthroughs over the past 6 months. However, the price of this power was painfully steep. The Heart of Origin consumed 100 units of gold every second, amounting to 6,000 gold per minute. While Garen marveled at his growing strength, he couldn't help but feel distressed over the rapidly depleting resources. As the battle wore on, Garen gradually gained the upper hand. Tharisin had already activated Flame Incarnation for the second time, yet the situation grew increasingly unfavorable for him. After the first arcane spell ended, he had been able to suppress his injuries and engage Garen, but as Garen's combat insights deepened and the uninterrupted arcane enhancement continued to bolster him, Tharisin was forced onto the defensive. He was even denied any opportunity to cast large-scale dark magic by his relentless opponent. At the edge of the palace, Orphist was in an even more dire predicament. Facing Aragon, whose defenses were formidable and who could heal himself, Orphist was unable to inflict any meaningful damage. He had originally hoped that His Majesty the Emperor would quickly resolve the main battle and come to his aid, but to his dismay, Tharisin had fallen into a disadvantage instead. Tharisin deeply regretted his decision. In order to secretly meet with the leader of the Thorium Brotherhood today, he had sent away the Iron Fury Guards and the council members from the palace grounds, leaving himself isolated and without reinforcements. If a large number of soldiers had been present, even sheer numbers alone could have overwhelmed these two humans. Galen had fully experienced the effects of the king's summons. This costly ability not only granted him the power to contend with high-level opponents, but also allowed him to gain invaluable combat experience from every battle. He realized that his breakthroughs in combat techniques had reached a bottleneck today. It was time to deliver the final, fatal blow to the Black Iron King. He silently calculated the cooldown time for his calm fireball. In the very last second before Tharisin's fiery avatar dissipated, Galen seized the opening as his opponent's old and new powers transitioned. He hurled a colossal, basin-sized calm fireball straight at Tharisin's face. At the same time, he abandoned all defensive stances, his longsword striking like lightning toward Thorison's heart. At such close range, Thorison was forced to use a dark sorcery with severe side effects. With an explosive burst of speed, he narrowly evaded the roaring fireball. However, Galen's sword was already upon him. Thorison had no time for a second dodge and was left with no choice but to go all in. He abandoned evasion entirely, swinging his warhammer directly at Galen's head. It was a brutal, life-for-life maneuver. As the Black Iron King, Thorison was confident that even if his heart were pierced, he could use dark magic to sustain himself, escape the palace to sound the alarm, and find the Grand Healer and Black Iron Shamans for treatment. But if Galen's head were struck, death would be certain. Seeing Thorison opt for a life-for-life trade, a flicker of joy crossed Galen's eyes. In that split second of critical danger, a golden, eggshell-shaped shield suddenly enveloped his entire body. Thorison's warhammer smashed into the divine shield with a deafening crash. In the brief moment of Thorison's stunned reaction, Galen's long sword had already pierced straight through his heart. The blade twisted swiftly within the chest cavity, utterly shredding the heart. Amid the spray of blood, the Black Iron King had no chance of recovery. The Black Iron Kingdom, Emperor Thorison, fallen. No. What have you done? The leader of the Silver Brotherhood let out a heart-wrenching cry from the corner of the palace. The scene before him was beyond belief. Thorison, the Black Iron King, mighty and unmatched, lay lifeless beside his throne, his blood staining the marble floor. Aragorn, stop toying around. Finish it quickly, Garen urged while closely monitoring the Heart of Origins prompts. A system notification immediately appeared. Legendary ranked spirit detected. Absorb? Absorb. With Garen's confirmation, a translucent spirit slowly rose from Thorison's corpse, eventually dissipating into the air. Gandalf strode into the palace, his staff sweeping through the air to instantly freeze Orpheus into a massive block of ice. He then opened a portal, and Aragorn carried the frozen captive through it. Garen, meanwhile, hoisted Thorison's body, casually stowing the opponent's warhammer from a distance into his bag, and followed after. Staying behind to cover their retreat, Gandalf began casting spells to disrupt the elemental forces within the palace, ensuring that the Black Iron Dwarven mages couldn't track their movements. After erasing all traces of blood, he too activated a mass teleportation spell and left the scene. The next morning, a patrol circled the palace, but none dared set foot into the Emperor's throne. It wasn't until a Black Iron Council member arrived seeking an audience that the battle-scarred interior was discovered, along with the shocking realization that their king was missing. Alarms swiftly echoed throughout Shadowforge City. The two most powerful ministers in the city wasted no time in responding. General Angerforge, commander of the Iron Rage Guard, and Arjulmach, the puppet master, marched their forces to seal off the Emperor's throne. Though the two were often at odds, Angerforge being loyal to the king and Arjulmach aligning more closely with the Firelord, they temporarily set aside their differences in this dire moment. As a ninth-tier powerhouse, Arjulmach meticulously examined the scene. A fierce battle took place here, involving at least 4 individuals, 2 of whom were at a legendary level. Despite Gandalf's efforts to disrupt the arcane elements, Arjulmach could still sense faint traces of powerful auras lingering in the air. Shaman, Arjulmach called out to one of his men. Check if there are any signs of death. A burly Black Iron Dwarven shaman stepped forward, beginning to sense the spiritual waves within the Emperor's throne. Though Black Iron shamans specialized in elemental forces, they possessed some skill in soul detection as well. Report to the general. There are no traces of soul energy within the Emperor's throne. It seems there are no fatalities. The Black Iron shaman's report brought a collective sigh of relief among the gathered high-ranking officials. The absence of any signs of death suggested that their emperor might only be missing. However, what they did not know was that the Heart of Origin's ability to claim souls was so absolute that it left no trace behind. General Angerforge and the puppet commander immediately convened a meeting with the Black Iron counselors of the city. These powerful nobles and slave owners jointly held the lifeblood of Shadowforge City in their hands. The emperor is officially declared missing, General Angerforge announced, his gaze sweeping across the room, his voice low yet resolute. First, we must contain this information. Dispatch the Black Iron spies to investigate the surrounding factions, with particular focus on the territories of the Thorium Brotherhood and the Morgan family. Commander Agamag and I will fortify the city, while you counselors are tasked with calming the populace. He paused briefly before continuing. Shadowforge City is at a critical juncture. We must work together with unwavering unity to overcome this crisis. Meanwhile, Garen and his group were already waiting for ships to arrive at the eastern coast of the Burning Steppes. In the past few days, the shipyards of Antonport had completed 2 battleships, which were now sailing southward. Garen planned to establish a small outpost along this coast to connect with Morgan's Vigil and Lakeshire and Reedridge Mountains. This region fell under the jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Stormwind. When the descendants of Thoradin migrated south, many nobles were drawn to the fertile lands here and stayed to cultivate them, eventually forming the territory of Stormwind. However, the northern pioneers of Reedridge Mountains faced great misfortune. The Firelord not only destroyed the first city of Sorcerer Thane Thorison, but also razed numerous human settlements. Yet, this calamity revealed an opportunity. The Firelord's destruction exposed the rich mineral deposits beneath Reedridge Mountains. It was precisely the mithril veins in this area that had caught Garen's attention. He intended to use the eastern coastal outpost as a staging point to support the unification of the Dark Iron Dwarves once the King of the Hills was summoned. While waiting, a new directive appeared on the Altar of Kings. Summon the King of the Hills. Garen immediately followed the command. The manifestation of the King of the Hills on the altar was awe-inspiring. Dark-skinned, with thick black braided beards, clad in heavy plate armor, wielding a warhammer in one hand and a battle axe in the other. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Dark Iron Dwarves, likely influenced by the spirit of Thorison. Meanwhile, beneath the Reedridge Mountains on the eastern coast, Garen had already laid Emperor Thorison's remains to rest. Nearby, the captive Ophiste sat alone before the Emperor's grave, lost in deep thought. "You have destroyed the hope of the Dark Iron Dwarves." The low, despondent murmur escaped the lips of a defeated Dark Iron Dwarf. Galen stepped closer, straining to listen carefully, hoping to find an opportunity to persuade him to surrender. The dwarf slowly revealed a little-known truth. The relationship between Ophiste and Emperor Thorison was not one of master and servant, but of equals working as partners. The Thorium Brotherhood originally consisted of master craftsmen and forgers who pursued perfection in their craft, with no interest in politics. However, when the Firelord enslaved the Dark Iron Dwarves, driving their brethren in Shadowforge City into madness and despair, they were forced to change their stance, determined to save their people. "But we were too weak," the dwarf continued, "until Emperor Thorison secretly approached us. He and Ophiste quickly found common ground and agreed to overthrow the Firelord. Thorison clandestinely funneled the still-sane Dark Iron Dwarves to us, allowing Ophiste to build an army and gather strength. Everything was supposed to move in the right direction." The dwarf's tone grew bitter. "Until you came along and destroyed our plans. You will never succeed," Galen interrupted bluntly. "The Firelord cannot be driven out by an army alone." "But that was our hope, our vision," the dwarf retorted passionately. Galen let out a cold laugh. "You're just a craftsman. You don't understand politics. Thorison only needed a rebel force." Though Galen knew little about Thorison, discrediting him seemed like a safe move. "The Brotherhood should have remained neutral, focused on your craft which you so cherish." "I can help you deal with the Firelord," Galen offered. "You're human. Why would you help the Dark Iron Dwarves?" The dwarf's tone was skeptical, though not entirely dismissive. After all, the Brotherhood had long relied on hiring adventurers of other races, which contributed to their favorable reputation among various factions. "I have a good friend who's a Dark Iron Dwarf," Galen explained. "He's always wanted to save his people. I've already told him about you, and he's on his way. I'm sure you'll find a common purpose." That friend, of course, was none other than Gimli, who was soon to arrive in this world. Orpheus was somewhat skeptical of Garen's words. However, Garen didn't mind. If persuasion failed, he had a backup plan allowing Gandalf to use magical means. For now, the priority was to await the arrival of the King of the Hill, whose sheer power would serve as a compelling argument to convince the leader of the Thorium Brotherhood. The journey to Blackrock Depths had been incredibly fruitful. Not only did they secure the spirit of Emperor Thorison, but defeating the legendary Thorison also brought significant progress to both Aragorn and Gandalf. Gandalf ascended directly to legendary rank, while Aragorn reached the peak of the 9th rank. As Garen's first legendary hero, Gandalf's power underwent a qualitative leap, greatly expanding their tactical options from summoning armies of water elementals to executing guerrilla strategies with mass teleportation. However, due to the limitations of the Altar of Kings, heroes could not advance beyond level 10 unless the Heart of Origins was upgraded again. Garen carefully selected a forward camp along the coastline where the Burning Steppes met the Reedridge Mountains of the Darkwind Kingdom. The terrain here was rugged, and the camp was shielded by layers of mountains from the nearest human settlement, Morgan's Outpost, making it an ideal hidden location. This suited Garen perfectly if the orcs overran Stormwind and conquered the southern regions. Any exposure of the camp's location would render all his preparations futile. Thanks to Gandalf's tireless efforts, 100 farmers gradually arrived, and the camp's construction proceeded at full speed. On the 5th day, as the final stone was laid in place, the King of the Hill finally responded to the summons. Gimli was a formidable dwarven warrior with talents such as Stormhammer, Thunderstrike, Heavy Blow, and Divine Descent. As a 9th rank hero, his summoning required 4,250 units of gold and 1,000 units of lumber, with a daily upkeep of 5 units of food. To maintain appearances, Garen instructed Gandalf to teleport Gimli onto 2 battleships en route from Antonfort. Hearing that the leader of the Thorium Brotherhood intended to join forces with Garen to liberate the Dark Iron Dwarves, Gimli, a Dark Iron Dwarf deeply devoted to his kin, had traveled from afar to offer his assistance. In this role, Gimli's performance outshone even that of Gandalf and Aragorn. The bold king of the hill could hardly wait for the warships to anchor before leaping off and landing firmly on an ice spear conjured by Gandalf. Striding forward with long, confident steps, he approached Garen and gave him an enthusiastic embrace, though the significant height difference made it a less than perfect reunion scene. After exchanging pleasantries with Aragorn and Gandalf, Gimli headed straight for Orpheus. The 2 Dark Iron Dwarves locked eyes. Orpheus, with his dark skin, white hair, single-braided beard, red plate armor, and 2-handed battle axe, stood opposite Gimli, who had black hair tied in twin braids, silver armor with red accents, and carried a warhammer and hand axe on his back. A few moments later, an odd atmosphere made Garen feel slightly uneasy. Orpheus and Gimli exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Several times, they seemed about to say something but stopped simultaneously, like 2 clumsy dancers stepping on each other's toes. "You go first." "No, you go first." Unable to watch any longer, Garen strode forward decisively, breaking the awkward silence. "This is Orpheus, the leader of the Thorium Brotherhood and a master craftsman." He then turned to the other man. "And this is my good brother Gimli, a 9th-tier peak warrior with dark iron blood." Orpheus visibly flinched at the introduction. Yet another half-step legendary figure. Yet another powerful individual he couldn't hope to defeat. These 5 days of traveling together had given him a clear understanding of Garen's group's strength. The burly warrior who had sparred with him had an impenetrable defense. The white-bearded old mage who casually froze seawater to construct an ice dock was clearly of legendary rank. And most intimidating of all was Garen himself, a mere 13-year-old prince of Stromgard, and the newly appointed Duke of Tokaralho, had managed to slay the legendary Emperor Treason, a renowned figure. Orpheus' gaze inadvertently drifted to the mound of graves at the foot of the mountain. If he hadn't personally buried Treason, he might have suspected that Gimli standing before him was a poor imitation of the late emperor. But such details hardly mattered now. Perhaps Gimli was even the illegitimate child of the previous king. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Orpheus was just about to invite Gimli to visit the Thorium Brotherhood when Garen proposed heading to the southern camp to discuss an alliance. This suggestion aligned perfectly with Orpheus' intentions, and the group set off southward without delay. An hour later, the sight before Orpheus left him in awe. A vast hall, orderly barracks, well-planned residential areas, and bustling docks. There were at least 1,000 patrolling soldiers. On these desolate burning steps, aside from Morgan's vigil, who would have expected such a hidden and powerful human stronghold? This only strengthened Orpheus' resolve to form an alliance. In Azeroth, territory had always been a symbol of power. Thinking of the Tauren driven out by centaurs, the trolls whose homelands were taken by humans, and the orcs forced to migrate to the western continent, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Treason deserved to die." Orpheus was well aware that collaborating with Emperor Treason was a double-edged sword. While both shared the goal of overthrowing Ragnaros the Firelord, their motivations were vastly different. Treason sought to free himself from the Firelord's grasp and solidify the royal family's dominion over the Dark Iron Dwarves, whereas the Thorium Brotherhood aimed solely to liberate their kin. Emperor Treason's iron-fisted rule was already infamous, and even if they succeeded in toppling Ragnaros, the future of the Dark Iron Dwarves under his reign seemed bleak. In contrast, humans appeared far more approachable. They not only maintained friendly relations with the Bronzebeard dwarves, but also engaged in frequent trade with the Wildhammer clan. Though shrewd in business, they had no history of enslaving other races. The experiences along the way only reinforced Orpheus' belief that he had chosen the right path. Galen led Orpheus into the town hall, where they sat down to discuss the terms of their cooperation. In truth, Galen had an ulterior motive for extending goodwill to the Thorium Brotherhood, coveted the first legendary orange weapon in Azeroth, Sulfurous. This one-handed hammer, belonging to Ragnaros the Firelord, boasted the highest attack damage, with its single-strike power unmatched across the land. The blueprint for crafting Sulfurous, the Sulfuron hammer, was in the hands of the Thorium Brotherhood. Since the Brotherhood was not an enemy faction and was, in fact, opposed to the Firelord, why not negotiate peacefully? This would eliminate the hassle of grinding reputation and allow Galen to achieve his goal more efficiently. He quickly refocused his thoughts, turning his attention away from the legendary hammer and back to the current negotiation. My Duchy of Tokalar is willing to form an alliance with the Thorium Brotherhood and stand together in the burning steppes, Galen declared earnestly. The Thorium Brotherhood is delighted to forge an alliance with your highness and advance together toward our shared goals, Orpheus replied. With these words, Galen noticed a system prompt indicating that his reputation with the Thorium Brotherhood had reached friendly I will assign Commander Goldrin and the Thunder Legion stationed at the port to assist the Brotherhood in growing stronger, Galen continued. That would be most welcome. Although we number in the tens of thousands, most of us are civilians. While our blacksmiths are capable fighters, their numbers are quite limited. We will offer generous compensation to hire the Thunder Legion's warriors for our missions. As Orpheus finished speaking, Galen saw a new system prompt. His reputation with the Brotherhood had risen to exalted. Recalling what he knew from his past life about the Dark Iron Dwarves, Galen suggested, as I understand it, there is a faction of Dark Iron Dwarves in the Searing Gorge, specifically at Iron Summit, led by Lord Rindan of the Blackrock Hills. He is known to be highly profit-driven. The Brotherhood has no shortage of gold or treasures. Perhaps you could attempt to win him over to join the fight against Shadowforge City. In fact, we've already had some collaboration, Garen said straightforwardly. Rindan also leans toward us. Our kin cursed by the Flame Lord are irritable and cunning, making them far from ideal partners. He continued with a serious tone. The next 5 years are a critical period. The southern swamps have seen a large-scale invasion of otherworldly creatures into Stormwind Kingdom. These beings are numerous, physically strong, and have already overwhelmed the kingdom's defenses. We need the combined strength of the entire eastern continent to resist them. Ironforge and Airy Peak will join the human alliance, and I hope you can represent the Dark Iron Dwarves in joining as well. Orpheus' expression changed drastically. Otherworldly creatures? Your Highness, is this intelligence reliable? I've investigated personally. They're establishing camps, and their entire race is migrating, including dozens of legendary deer individuals. The southern earthy highlands won't be able to withstand their assault, not even Ironforge. These words left Orpheus utterly shocked. The strongest races of the eastern continent, humans, dwarves, and high elves, might lose the majority of their territories? Does your Highness have a plan? Our Brotherhood will do everything in our power to assist. Garen nodded knowingly. This crisis could be an opportunity for the unification of the Three Hammers. We can maneuver politically, and with a recommendation from the Kingdom of Stromgard, the Thorium Brotherhood could represent the new Dark Iron Dwarves in joining the Alliance. In exchange, you would need to deploy your finest blacksmiths to ensure the Alliance Army's equipment supply. That's absolutely not a problem. The Brotherhood is never short of blacksmiths and craftsmen. Orpheus replied eagerly, his mind racing with possibilities. With Emperor Thorisin gone, leveraging the Alliance's power, even just the support of the Bronzebeard and Wildhammer clans could enable the Thorium Brotherhood to take control of Shadowforge City and rebuild relations with the other dwarf clans. Compared to achieving the Brotherhood's long-standing goal, the cost of providing some resources and manpower seemed insignificant. A system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Ding! Congratulations, your reputation with the Thorium Brotherhood has reached revered. Though Garen heard that familiar notification, Orpheus' expression told him his objective had been achieved. Seizing the moment, he added, I've heard the Brotherhood has the finest blacksmiths. Could you help Gimli forge a pair of weapons tailored to his needs? Haha, that's a simple matter. Orpheus replied heartily. Since Gimli is a dual-wielding warrior, I'll craft a custom battle axe and warhammer for him. Additionally, we'll upgrade his armor to a full set of epic gear. Garen nodded in satisfaction. His sincerity had been fully demonstrated, and as the stronger party, he felt this was a generous offer. Orpheus' response was equally magnanimous. A full set of epic gear was priceless, not just in terms of value but also rarity. Such masterpieces required rare materials and top-tier blacksmithing expertise, both of which were specialties of the Brotherhood. Orpheus, Garen continued, Aragorn needs an epic two-handed hammer, and Gandalf needs a one-handed sword. We'll provide the materials. Could your Brotherhood handle the crafting? Hearing this, Aragorn's eyes lit up, while Gandalf looked exasperated and quickly interjected, Your Highness, I've said this before, I don't use swords. I'm no close combat mage, so please keep the sword for yourself. Seeing the Archmage's growing irritation, Garen decided to back off. Then let's just craft the two-handed hammer for Aragorn. Orpheus, take a look at their current weapons. Do you have any similar designs? This was the main event. Garen wanted to see if Orpheus could forge the sulphurous Hand of Ragnaros. With the right materials, this purple-quality two-handed hammer could be reforged into a legendary weapon. Orpheus examined the weapons carefully. These are all of excellent quality, Your Highness. I've noticed that your soldiers' equipment is also of similar craftsmanship. Are these from Ironforge? No. All of these are mass-produced by the forges under my command. These blue-quality 3-stat weapons and armor were indeed a luxury for equipping an army. Most soldiers would only have basic gear, but the Dwarven military was known for its high-quality equipment. Rest assured, Your Highness, Orpheus promised. I'll compile a materials list from the Brotherhood, draft the designs, and make adjustments based on their usage preferences before starting the work. That would be excellent. As they departed from Newport, Orpheus took Gimli with him. Garen hoped Gimli could win over the Hill Lords of Iron Summit. After all, as the King of the Hills, It was only fitting that he command a dwarf army to bolster his standing. Garen departed from the newly named Shining Town, a port now governed by the Dark Iron Dwarf, Genli, along with the stationed Thunder Legion under his command. To ensure the town's safety, Garen issued strict defensive orders before leaving. Patrols were to remain within the mountain range to avoid exposing the town's location. The journey to the Burning Steppes consumed nearly half a month. When Garen returned to Minas Tirith, the northern August heat was in full swing, but compared to the scorching temperatures of the Burning Steppes, the cooler air of the White City felt refreshing. His return was prompted by an important piece of news. The Archbishop of the Holy Light had departed the kingdom of Lordaeron 10 days earlier and was currently docked at Andoril. According to the schedule, it would take another 5 days to reach South Shore and an additional 3 days to sail to Falder's Cove. Garen had 2 critical tasks to prepare for the Archbishop's arrival: arranging the cathedral in the White City and recalling priests who were scattered across the kingdom, spreading the faith. The preparations with the Thorium Brotherhood were already in place. Now, it was simply a matter of waiting for the right moment. Garen was keenly aware that the ultimate battle between the Alliance and the Orcs would undoubtedly take place in the Burning Steppes. He vividly remembered that, in the original timeline, Alliance High Commander Anduin Lothar had fallen in this very region during his duel with Horde Warchief Orgrim Doomhammer, due to a single misstep. Garen's strategic plan was to concentrate superior forces in the Burning Steppes to annihilate the Black Dragons, Dark Iron Dwarves, Orcish Horde, and the Fire Elemental Lord in one decisive strike. This resource-rich land, brimming with high-energy ores, was even more valuable than the mineral wealth of the earthy highlands. Even if the spoils had to be shared with other Alliance member nations, the profits would still be substantial. During the battle at Shadowforge City against Emperor Thaurissan, Garen had used the Call of Kings for the first time, an experience that deeply fascinated him. This ability not only allowed him to wield higher-level energy but also granted unique insights into energy through his consciousness, a near-perfect method for personal growth. However, the cost of this power was steep. Unlocking the ability had already consumed 10,000 gold coins, and its continued use required ongoing investment. While he could afford the summoning costs at the legendary tier, summoning demigod-level power would quickly deplete his resources. The campaign in the Burning Steppes would hinge on addressing the Fire Lord. To prevent this Fire Elemental Lord from unleashing a catastrophic volcanic eruption during the decisive battle, measures had to be taken in advance. If building a relationship with the Water Elemental Lord was not an option, then gold could pave the way, directly summoning the power of Neptulin the Tidehunter to counter the Fire Lord's avatar. This expense, however, could potentially be shared among the nations, allowing Garen to secure additional benefits in the process. By this time, the White City had developed into a fivering city. Although vast open spaces still lay between the 4th and 5th city walls, and many residential areas remained in the planning stages, the city's main framework was already complete. The 4th Ring District saw the construction of numerous modest residences to accommodate the farmers working at the base. Galen observed an intriguing phenomenon. These farmers began to form families of their own accord, with men and women drawn to each other and uniting in marriage. This development piqued his interest. Would these newly formed families bring forth new life? And would these newborns become part of the base's community? Moved by the mysterious power of the Heart of Origin, Galen decided to provide independent housing for these newlyweds, allowing them to move out of the communal dormitories on the farms. Although building homes required significant resources, he believed it was a worthwhile investment. Currently, the Holy White City was home to approximately 15,000 farmers and over 7,000 soldiers. Initially, plans had been made to construct a grand cathedral in the center of the 3rd Ring farming district. However, in light of the farmers' family-building tendencies, Galen relocated the cathedral to the newly planned center of the 4th Ring district. This magnificent Gothic structure, built entirely of white stone, spanned over 20,000 square meters and rose 5 stories high, exuding an air of solemnity and reverence. Harmon procured an abundance of red banners and drapes, symbolic of Stromgard, to adorn the cathedral and the main thoroughfares, creating a celebratory and festive atmosphere. Half a month later, during the autumn harvest season in the Earthy Highlands, Archbishop Alonsis Fale arrived at the Holy White City. Despite being in his 50s, this robust elder still retained the towering stature characteristic of humans, standing nearly 2 meters tall. He was dressed in a white clerical robe and carried a white priestly staff. "Good day, Archbishop." "Good day, Galen, my child." The two were longtime acquaintances. Years ago, when Galen's mother, Queen of Salas, was assassinated, Alonsis had traveled great distances via a mage's portal in an attempt to save her. Although he ultimately failed to save the queen's life, King Salas expressed his gratitude by renovating churches across the kingdom and donating generously to the clergy. Alonsis clasped the arm Galen offered in support, sensing something intently before speaking. "My child, I sense the presence of the light within you. Have you turned from the path of the warrior to follow the path of the light?" "Indeed, Archbishop," Galen replied, slipping into his statesmanlike demeanor. Over the past year, I encountered a follower of the light who taught me some of its ways. How remarkable, Alonsis mused. I recall that years ago, you mentioned priests were meant to heal from the rear lines, while your ambition was to fight on the front lines. You were adamant about not becoming a protected healer. Galen cut straight to the point. Archbishop, my goal remains unchanged. This mentor of mine has combined the path of the light with the path of the warrior, creating an entirely new vocation. Nearby, Gandalf and Aragorn exchanged wry smiles upon hearing this exchange. Though they bore the title of mentors, in truth, they were more akin to subordinates carrying out tasks. Alonsis paused, deeply struck by the revelation. 10 years ago, when Galen expressed his views on priests requiring protection, Alonsis had begun contemplating the possibility of merging the power of the light with elite warriors to create a new kind of profession. Although the human world was currently at peace, he had always remained vigilant, hoping the church could develop its own means to safeguard the spread of the light. To learn that someone had successfully realized what he had been pondering for years filled him with both astonishment and excitement. It was a validation of his vision. Galen, my child, Alonsis asked eagerly, who is this mentor of yours? Where can I find him? I must meet him. In the human history of Azeroth, this day holds great significance. The Church of the Holy Light welcomed an important meeting and exchange between the most esteemed archbishop in history, Alonsis Vale, and the leader of a burgeoning sect, Aragorn. Just the day before, Garen had jokingly suggested naming the new order the Armed Cleric Sect, a proposal that nearly got him thrown out by everyone. Though it was merely a prank, everyone understood that Aragorn, being a paladin, would undoubtedly name the new order in honor of the paladin tradition. Under the soaring dome of the Grand Cathedral, Garen introduced with solemnity, this is Archbishop Vale of the Church of the Holy Light. He then turned to Vale, adding, Your Grace, this is my mentor, Paladin Aragorn. Aragorn gave the Archbishop a formal church salutation, his voice steady and composed. Good day, Your Grace. Good day, Paladin, Vale replied, his gaze carefully studying Aragorn. The man before him was a strong and imposing figure clad in white plate armor, heavy yet solemn. His face was resolute, and his eyes shone with a brilliance akin to the holy light itself. You possess a profound connection to the holy light, my child, Vale remarked with curiosity. How did you develop this new way of devotion? This question had plagued Vale for nearly a decade. Ever since hearing from Lothar about the massacre at Northshire Abbey by orcs, where countless civilians and priests of the Holy Light had perished, he had been contemplating the concept of the paladin, yet he had struggled to make the final breakthrough. Aragorn responded, I was once a wandering practitioner, traveling across the lands of the continent. To survive the dangers of camping in the wild, I was compelled to learn martial skills. Through constant battles with bandits, gnolls, and trolls, I gradually merged a priest's healing magic with a warrior's combat techniques. He continued, the creation of the paladin as a vocation was a revelation of the holy light. In fighting alongside the light, I realized that a warrior of the light could not only wield its blessings, but also their own martial abilities, rather than serving solely as a healer in the rear. However, such power must adhere to the principles of righteousness, or it will ultimately be forsaken by the light. Though Aragorn was known for his reserved demeanor, these words were, in fact, carefully prepared and rehearsed by Garen for this very meeting. Garen wasn't worried about Vale rejecting Aragorn himself. In Garen's estimation, Aragorn's previous incarnation was likely a holy light warrior from another world, and his devotion to the light was no less than Vale's. The real challenge now was convincing the Archbishop. Garen's goal was clear. He intended to transform Sancta Blanca into a new holy site, akin to the Chapel of the Light's Hope in the future Plaguelands. This place would attract champions of the light from all over Azeroth, whether it be the Tauren Sunwalkers or the future Blood Knights. Together, they would form a powerful force to stand against the demons. After careful consideration, Garen crafted a speech tailored to resonate with Vale, based on his understanding of the Archbishop. With Vale's approval, Sancta Blanca could replace the future Stratholme as the sole training ground for paladins. You've figured it out? Have you successfully made Garen a paladin of the new order? Vale asked. Yes. Aragorn appeared to be lost in thought, though he was actually reciting the words Garen had taught him. Garen is exceptionally gifted in the path of the warrior, having reached the 9th rank at such a young age. I could sense his devout faith in the light. I taught him to channel his powerful spiritual energy to connect with the light, allowing him to receive its blessing. From then on, he could summon the light to bless himself and others. That is what makes a paladin. Supporting the Archbishop by the arm, Garen could feel the faint tremor in Vale's hand. He knew his guess was right. Vale had long been troubled by the lack of physical protection for the Church's priests. Aragorn, aside from Garen, are others capable of transitioning to become paladins? Vale's primary concern was whether paladins could be trained on a larger scale. If only one or two could be converted, or if the requirements were too stringent, it would be of little value to the Church of the Light. Aragorn answered directly, As long as someone can channel the light's power, withstand its trials, and pass the test of the soul, they can successfully become a paladin. This response filled the archbishop with joy. The church had a significant number of priests, and even if the success rate was low, a considerable number of paladins could still be trained. I have a few candidates I'd like to recommend, Fail said, his steps becoming lighter. Once I return to Stratholme and organize the list, the next time we meet, the members of our new order will have grown. As Garen supported the elated Fail into the inner sanctum, his thoughts were a whirlwind of emotion. This elderly man had made monumental contributions to humanity. From Fail's words, Garen had already deduced the candidates to Comuther the Lightbringer, Turalian, Sidan Dathrahan, and Tyrion Fordring, the founding members of the Paladin Order. The thought nearly made Garen laugh out loud. The initiation of the first generation of paladins was set to begin around the new year, and from this point forward, everything would unfold according to his plan. After a night's rest, the Grand Cathedral in St. White City was bustling with people early the next morning. The grand inauguration ceremony had drawn spectators from far and wide. Residents of St. White City had arrived early to secure the best vantage points, while priests from the Hillsbrad region and Stromgard stood solemnly in their ceremonial robes. Among them, the most striking were the thousands of priests trained by the Temple of Mysteries. The archbishop presided over the ceremony from a high platform, his voice commanding and resonant. He began by officially appointing Aragon as the bishop of the earthy diocese, granting him full authority over missionary affairs in the region. Following that, he solemnly announced the establishment of a new order and declared the St. White City Cathedral as the third sacred site, alongside Stratholme Cathedral and Northshire Abbey. Under the archbishop's leadership, thousands of clergy recited prayers in unison, blessing the symbol of the silver hand that hung in the cathedral's center. The sacred light infused the mithril-crafted emblem, causing it to emit a soft, lasting glow bright enough to illuminate the cathedral at night without the need for lamps. After the ceremony, the archbishop was unusually elated. This aging leader of the church was filled with anticipation for the new paladin vocation. Despite his age, he chose to return to Stratholme quickly through a portal. The other priests gradually departed as well, leaving Garen to revel in the joy of the moment. The ceremony had far exceeded Garen's expectations. Not only had he secured the archbishop's recognition of Bishop Aragon's status, but he had also established the cathedral as a training ground for paladin initiates. Garen was acutely aware that such a grand gathering of the Church of the Holy Light would cause a sensation in human society, with news likely reaching even the priests of the High Elf Kingdom. He had already begun envisioning the future. Perhaps the Sanctum of Light, the Paladin Class Hall, would one day rise in St. White City. This vision of glory and influence brought a smile to his face, even in his dreams. With more than 3 months until the archbishop's next visit, Garen decided to proceed with his planned journey across the western continent. Excited after intercepting the Paladin Core, Garen acted impulsively and immediately activated a mass teleportation spell. Ever since Gandalf ascended to the legendary rank, they had gained the ability to freely traverse the endless sea, traveling between the eastern and western continents at will. The destination of the teleportation was the location of an adventuring team Garen had dispatched a month earlier. This elite team of 10 was currently stationed at the Sweetwater Oasis in the northern Barrens, near the Wailing Caverns. The group was led by 2 7th-rank paladins trained by the Grand Cathedral, with 4 musketeers and 2 clerics providing combat support. Additionally, 2 stealth operatives from the Shadow Division were included to specialize in gathering intelligence. Among them was Grey Yorp, the captain of the Shadow Division's 3rd team, renowned for his distinctive gray hair and known as one of the most skilled spies in the division. Through conversations with Yorp, Garen realized he had made a critical error in judgment. He had assumed that he would find the goblin-built port city of Ratchet here, but in reality, the city had not yet been established. Yorp's team had arrived in this land aboard a merchant ship from Cultivation. When they asked the ship's captain about Ratchet, he seemed completely baffled. Fortunately, with the map provided by Garen and the influence of Prince Drake, the captain agreed to drop them off along the central coastline of the western continent. They landed in the south and gradually made their way north, investigating as they traveled, until they reached their current location. As Garen understood, Ratchet's establishment was still 20 years in the future. It would be during that time that the orc leader Thrall would lead his people westward to Kalimdor, aiming to build a new capital, Orgrimmar, in the eastern Barrens. Thrall would contract the construction project to the goblin merchant Gazlo, offering lucrative terms. Gazlo, recognizing the trade potential with the orcs, would decide to establish a port city along the coastline. For now, though, the Barrens were inhabited only by savage and warlike Quillboars and scattered centaur tribes. These groups were clearly not viable trade partners for the shrewd goblins. Without stable trade opportunities, the goblins had no incentive to invest in building a port here. The absence of goblins might actually be a good thing. Garen's eyes lit up. Ratchet hasn't been built yet? Then he'll build it. By combining Yorp's intelligence with his own knowledge of the region, Garen quickly grasped the current situation. This resource-rich land was under the control of the Quillboars, but their main forces were concentrated in the southern Razorfin Kraul and Razorfin Downs. The northern areas were only home to smaller Quillboar tribes and scattered centaur groups, with occasional wandering Tauren who had not yet begun their great migration. Gazing at the vast expanse of land before him, the land-hungry Garen began to calculate his next move. The Quillboars' territory? That's my territory now. Currently, in the vast lands north of Ashenvale on the continent of Kalimdor, the territory still belongs to the Night Elves. This race, victorious in the War of the Ancients, was blessed with eternal life by the Red Dragon Queen. Over 10,000 years of development, even the most ordinary boars have gained the ability to cultivate and evolve, let alone the astonishing strength the Night Elves have amassed after millennia of honing their skills. Galen turned his gaze to the central regions, taking in the eastern Barrens, the Barrens, and the Dustwallow Marsh. In a bid to win over the Tauren as potential allies, he had decided to grant the Mulgore and the Stonedalin Mountains as their new homeland. This is the timeless law of survival in Azeroth War and the fight for territory. Strength determines who earns the right to survive. However, Galen was not a man driven by insatiable greed. His goal was clear: establish strongholds in resource-rich areas rather than occupy the entirety of the Barrens. At this time, the Barrens had not yet undergone the cataclysm and remained unbroken by the Great Divide. Though vast, Galen had mentally divided the region into northern and southern zones. His plan was to drive the Quillboar southward while taking control of the northern Barrens and eastern Barrens. Strategically, he preferred to begin with a conciliatory approach rather than resorting to direct military action. Upon arriving in the western continent, Galen chose to establish his first stronghold at the site of the future Ratchet on the eastern coast. With the current military strength at his disposal, dividing the Barrens into north and south from the central region and claiming the north would not be difficult. His real dilemma was deciding which legion to dispatch for the mission. Galen commanded 6 legions. The Red Flame Legion stationed in Helm's Valley, currently undergoing training under Amor, was a mixed unit unsuitable for the discrete nature of this task. The newly formed Thunder Legion, led by Jeanli, was stationed in Flashpoint Town. The Tidewrath Legion and the Rockstone Legion could be deployed against the Quillboar, and there were 2 unnumbered legions available for assignment. Yet, as his influence expanded, Galen increasingly felt the strain of limited manpower. The raging Water River ran between the northern Barrens and the eastern Barrens, its grandeur rivaling that of the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers. The future site of Ratchet was located at the river's southern estuary on the eastern coast of the northern Barrens. This sunken valley, surrounded on 3 sides by cliffs with only one western access point, was highly defensibly a fact that later drew the goblins to it. Now, Galen stood in the center of the valley, gazing out at the vast ocean in the distance. The massive fjord formed by the raging Water River's estuary was a natural deepwater harbor, offering a strategic location. It could launch offensives into the eastern Barrens to the north, exert pressure on the Dustwallow Marsh to the south, and, with control of the coastal islands, create an impregnable naval defense system. Unlike the goblins, Galen did not mind doing business with the brutish Quillboar or Centaur. As long as they had money, he would ensure they had enough food. Would they resort to robbery? Galen didn't care, none of them could stand against his army anyway. As night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and under the dazzling starlight, gazelles, savanna lions, leopards, and striders roamed freely across the vast grasslands of the Barrens. In the distance, an airship seemed to glide by, and familiar background music echoed faintly in his ears, along with those classic phrases. I can't use that spell, not enough mana, too far away, out of range, my lost youth. Galen felt a slight sting in the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he pulled a battle standard from his backpack and planted it firmly in the center of the valley. From this moment on, this land belongs to Duke Tokalar. Galen officially planted the banner of the Duchy of Tokalar at the entrance of the valley in the Barrens. The flag bore the image of a crimson iron fist crossed with the sacred sword of Tokalar, symbolizing the strength of Stromgard and the legacy of Tokalar. This newly established territory was named Port Galen, after himself. Galen had a clear strategy for developing the continent of Kalimdor. Unlike the eastern kingdoms, dominated by an alliance of humans, high elves, dwarves, and gnomes, the western continent presented a far more complex landscape. In addition to the powerful night elves, it was home to Tauren, Quillboar, Centaur, and other races. Though the latter 2 were more savage, as intelligent beings, they were potential allies. Galen firmly believed that rational races could be negotiated with, and for those unwilling to negotiate, force could make them reconsider. Port Galen was ideally located. As the only deep-water port in the Barrens, it controlled access to critical regions. To the north, it led to Ashenvale and the Night Elf territories. To the northwest, it connected to the Stonedalin Mountains and the Tauren settlements. And to the southwest, it reached the plains of Mulgore, surrounded by mountains. This strategic location made it not only a trading hub, but also a crucial military stronghold. With the arrival of 500 farmers brought by Gandalf from the eastern kingdoms, the the construction of the town progressed rapidly. When the first town hall was erected, the generals Rock and Tide each led a newly formed regiment to join the existing forces. In total, 4 regiments arrived at Port Gallon via return scrolls. Simultaneously, 10 covert squads began their operations. 5, under the command of Greyrope, focused on gathering intelligence on the various races in the Barrens, while the other 5 were stationed along Stormwind's borders to monitor orc activity. These missions served as significant tests for the 2 leaders, with the position of Shadow Division Minister awaiting those who excelled. Having gained extensive experience in city building, Gallon was adept at planning the new town. He ordered the construction of a wall at the valley's entrance and established outposts along the eastern and western coastlines, with plans to upgrade them into fortifications in the future. Port Gallon would adopt a neutral trading policy similar to Ratchet's. Any visitor abiding by the rules would be protected by the city guard and allowed to trade freely. However, unlike Ratchet, Port Gallon would explicitly refuse to provide services to the Venture Company. This goblin-run organization had been blacklisted for its greed-driven, unrestrained exploitation of resources and its destructive impact on the natural balance. The Barrens and the Stonetolan Mountains, 2 resource-rich regions, were regarded by Jolin as his personal backyard. He firmly rejected any attempts by the notorious goblins to encroach upon these areas. As the ruler of a neutral city, Jolin understood that a strong military was the foundation of survival. The existing 6 regular legions were no longer sufficient to meet the demands, so he designated a military restricted zone north of the port, near the Angerwater Canyon, and established 3 barracks there. 2 of them were dedicated to training infantry and riflemen, while the third focused on cultivating knights. Currently, most barracks are focused on training knights, a height ear unit, with only 5 barracks maintaining the training of infantry and riflemen. This arrangement, while still running at full capacity, effectively alleviated the strain on resources. Once the 3 new barracks in Jalanport produced enough soldiers, the existing 4 legions could gradually be reassigned. Within the military restricted zone, a dockyard, a mystical sanctuary, a workshop, and a griffin roost were constructed in succession, all protected by separate walls. As Jalin's stronghold in Kalimdor, the military presence here had to be comprehensive and formidable. The commercial district's development was also proceeding methodically. Farmers and soldiers began constructing inns, shops, and other non-systemic structures from scratch. However, Jalin, after completing the initial planning, left the rest unattended, which made him realize the lack of capable individuals under his command. He secretly planned to train figures like Omar to become more independent leaders in the future. During his leisure time, Jalin often visited the Barrens for recreation. He would hunt, roast thunder lizard eggs, or ride his albino raptor across the plains, thoroughly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Gandalf had to handle the construction details, including transporting building materials from the mountains of the Eastern Barrens and resolving various construction challenges. Regarding city defense, Jalin could have constructed the Altar of Kings to summon heroic spirits for assistance. Unfortunately, the 2 spirits obtained from Witherbark Village were of low quality, merely elite-level enemies in the game. The essence of the Ravager had already been absorbed by Omar, while the spirit of Zara's Witherbark remained in the altar, occasionally summoned to brainwash troll slaves and ensure their loyalty to the prince. 2 months later, with the efforts of 4 legions and 2,000 farmers, the stone-built commercial street was finally completed, marking the official establishment of Jalin Port. Around the same time, Greyhope returned with detailed intelligence about the Barrens. As Jalin reviewed the extensive report and combined it with his memories from a past life, the entire situation in the Barrens became vividly clear in his mind. The largest power in the Barrens is the Boar tribe, which is divided into 3 main regions. To the north, the Steelmane Boar tribe dominates with its distinctive porcupine-like appearance, making it one of the strongest factions in the area. The central region is ruled by the Bristleback tribe, whose tense relationship with the Steelmane tribe often leads to fierce and frequent clashes. Garen recalled a mission he once undertook that revealed the open and covert struggles between these 2 tribes. With their strength evenly matched, neither side could secure victory through direct confrontation. As a result, they resorted to underhanded tactics such as framing each other for caravan attacks in an attempt to incite larger conflicts. In the far south lies Razorfin, the most powerful Boar settlement. This thorn-filled area is said to be the site where the Boar demigod Agamagan fell in battle against the Burning Legion 10,000 years ago. The demigod's blood caused the vines to grow uncontrollably, forming what is now Razor Ridge. The Death's Head tribe, led by Boars claiming to be Agamagan's descendants, occupy this sacred land. However, the Boar race has now become synonymous with savagery and backwardness. Harsh living conditions force them into violent conflicts with neighboring races over scarce resources, turning them into brutal and aggressive beings, tarnishing the honor of their ancestors. This once proud race that shed blood for Azeroth now holds a reputation even lower than that of trolls. The Death's Head tribe is led by a unique Figuria female shaman named Charlga Razorflank. In Boar society, females are typically subservient to adult males, But Charlga defied this tradition with her immense power. Her ambitions were far-reaching, and she eventually allied with the Scourge in an attempt to restore the glory of the Boar race. However, she was ultimately defeated by the heroes of the Alliance and the Horde in Razorfin Crowl. Beyond the Boar tribes, the Kolker Centaur clan has begun making sporadic incursions into the Barrens. As the strongest of the four major Centaur clans, they are the primary force hunting the Tauren. However, most of them still reside in Desolace. The young Tauren leader, Cairn Bloodhoof, has not yet begun leading his people on their migration to find a new homeland, and the Centaur's influence has not yet spread across the entire Barrens. In the northwestern corner of the Barrens, the Dry Hills Valley is home to a smaller Harpy faction led by Queen Serena Bloodfeather. Compared to the Boar tribes, their power is relatively weak. Due to their smaller population and relatively weaker combat abilities, Harpies are unable to launch large-scale offensives like the Boar people or Centaurs. However, they excel in guerrilla harassment tactics and frequently raid passing caravans. The origins of Harpies remain a topic of speculation. Some rumors suggest they are elves cursed by Queen Azhara, making them deceitful and sinister in nature. Interestingly, their appearance closely resembles the humanoid form of Aviana, the ancient raven demigod. This mystery might only be unraveled by consulting the raven demigod herself. There are no males among Harpy communities, and they often abduct males from other races. Contrary to common assumptions, these males are not used for reproduction but instead serve as a food source. Harpies perpetuate their species through asexual reproduction. In this vast, interconnected barren land, the key to control lies in dominating several major trade routes. Legend has it that in ancient times, this region was a lush forest protected by night elves and the descendants of nature demigods. The Great Sundering shook the bedrock of primordial Kalimdor, transforming this once thriving forest into sun-scorched plains, leading to gradual ecological decline. Despite being called the Barrens, the land's red rock terrain holds rich mineral deposits underground. On its expansive grasslands, creatures like giraffes, plains lions, cheetahs, and striders thrive. Among the area's most critical features are four oases, which are essential to the region's survival. Controlling these water sources is tantamount to controlling the entire area's strategic goal for Duke Garen. To the northeast, the oil fields once occupied by the Goblin Venture Company are now key resource points under Garen's control. With 4 legions under his command, Garen has the strength to sweep through the Barrens. However, he prefers strategy over brute force. Observing the discord between the Steelmane tribe and the Razorback tribe, Garen devised a plan to sow division and manipulate the situation to his advantage. He decided to support the weaker Razorback tribe to suppress the more powerful Steelmane tribe. According to intelligence, the Steelmane tribe is renowned for producing formidable warriors and is far stronger than the Razorback tribe. However, the Razorback tribe possesses a rare mineral called bloodstone shards, said to have originated from the blood of the Boar demigod Agamagan. These shards grant the Boar people immense strength, enabling the Razorback tribe to compete with the Steelmane tribe. Years of conflict have driven a deep wedge between the two tribes, presenting Garen with the perfect opportunity to exploit the situation. In the town hall, Garen reviewed the intelligence reports and cast an approving glance at Greyop. He could sense the joy behind Greyop's mask. Impressed by Greyop's exceptional ability to gather intelligence in this diverse environment, Garen had already considered him a candidate for the position of Minister of the Shadow Division. If the shadow operations in the human regions of the Eastern Continent proved less effective than Greyop's efforts, a promotion would be inevitable. The next step was to dispatch envoys. Garen planned to support the Razorback tribe, relying on their Bloodstone Shard resources and aid from the Witherbone tribe, to confront the Steelmane tribe, which held power in both the northern and eastern Barrens. This strategy would not only weaken the Steelmane tribe, but also allow Garen to seize more territory for himself. The plan was in place, and all that remained was to set the events in motion. How does a general maintain power? By keeping threats alive to justify their strength. This ancient wisdom was something Jalin applied masterfully to his business strategy. Jalin's warehouses were overflowing with equipment, and he saw the perfect business opportunity. The surplus of outdated gear, thousands of basic 1 attack, 1 defense weapons and armor, and tens of thousands of 2 attack, 2 defense steel swords and steel armor that had been replaced just a month ago was neatly stored away. To further enhance his army's combat capabilities, Jalin had already placed an order with the blacksmiths for over 40,000 sets of mithril-infused 3 attack, 3 defense weapons, and armor. The investment had been painful, but necessary. But what should he do with the obsolete equipment? Jalin turned his attention to the Spineback tribe. This tribe of boar-like beings, with only half the strength of the Steelmane tribe, was the ideal trading partner. If he were the chief of the Spinebacks, living next to such a powerful neighbor, he would likely be in constant fear. First, sell them 1,000 or so sets of basic gear to give them a taste, Jalin calculated. This won't just open up the arms trade market, but will also serve as a grand opening for Jalin Port. From his past life's experiences, he knew the arms trade was a lucrative path. Just think of that old eagle, didn't it rise to power by selling weapons, and become the largest arms dealer in the world? Even the tale of selling 1 billion firecrackers to camels was still a popular story. Since he had already decided to promote Huiyu Pu, this task was perfect for him. Gandalf cast a long-lasting universal language spell on Huiyu Pu and handed him a return scroll for emergencies, then sent him off to the Spineback tribe as an emissary. As for whether this covert operative had any business acumen, Jalin didn't care. The opportunity was there. It was up to Huiyu Pu to prove himself. Meanwhile, Jalin had already set off alone toward Mulgore. Gandalf was left behind to oversee the port and provide support via teleportation if needed. With Jalin's 9th-tier strength, the only real threat to him in the Barrens was the matriarchal boar woman hiding in Razorfen. On the golden-red grasslands, towering red rock mountains stood tall, while prairie lions chased after fleeing tall striders and giraffes. These scenes, once confined to memories of screens, now unfolded vividly before his eyes. From the port, Jalin traveled westward until the mountains blocked his path, forcing him to turn south. He vividly recalled that Mulgore was surrounded by mountains, with only one entrance on the western side. Heading southwest from Jalin Port was undoubtedly the correct route. Riding on an albino raptor, Garen galloped across the plains, boldly venturing into the territory of the Thornback Boarmen. This daring act enraged the Boarmen, who roared that they had never encountered someone so audacious. Grabbing their weapons, they gave chase. However, the speed of the albino raptor was comparable to a Ferrari, effortlessly leaving the pursuers in the dust, with only a trail of swirling dirt in its wake. This territory lay near the entrance to Mulgore, in a narrow, canyon-like passage. Garen recalled that in the future, this area would be home to the Taraho camp, guarded by the Tauren of the same name. Beyond the canyon lay Mulgoria land surrounded by mountains, whose natural beauty and strategic advantages sparked Garen's admiration. Its defensible terrain, abundant resources, and plentiful water supply could sustain a population of millions. It was practically another Guanzhong region, shielded by mountains, nourished by a lake system, with fertile grasslands ideal for livestock, and rich deposits of iron and tin. A perfect place to establish a stronghold. Garen couldn't help but imagine that if he had chosen this place as his starting point, simply holding the gates could have allowed him to develop a formidable power with ease. Yet, on second thought, trading this land for a loyal ally seemed worthwhile, especially since the southern regions of Kalimdor still offered vast, unclaimed lands ripe for development. Upon entering Mulgore, Garen dismissed the albino raptor back into its contract space and summoned a withered timberwing bat. Although this flying mount lacked the majestic appearance of a griffin, the griffin roost was currently preoccupied with training knights, so he had to make do. At the future site of Thunderbluff, Garen deployed an automated white outpost known as the Ivory Tower, marking his claim to the land. He then mounted the timberwing bat and flew northward, planning to traverse the mountains in search of the Tauren who had migrated from Desolace. The Stonetalan Mountains form the largest mountain range in southern Kalimdor, second only to Mount Hyjal in the north. The area was a maze of valleys and interconnecting trails, arranged in a Y-shaped pattern. The eastern paths led to the northeast of the Barrens, while the southern routes connected to Desolace. Garen recalled that this was the historic site where Jaina and Thrall had their momentous meeting, forging the alliance between humans and orcs. During his search, Garen accidentally trespassed into Harpy territory. Acting quickly, he cast an invincibility shield on himself and his mount, narrowly avoiding the timberwing bat becoming a victim of the Harpy witch's wrath. Eventually, at a fork in the trails, he spotted traces of the Tauren. Meanwhile, deep within the Thornback Boarmen's territory, a figure clad in tight-fitting, gray-black leather armor strode cautiously into the chieftain's lair, carved into the mountainside. "Honorable Thornback chieftain," he began, feigning confidence, "do you wish to defeat the Steelmane tribe? I have an excellent deal to propose, provided you're willing to pay the price." What unfolded before Garland's eyes was a brutal skirmish. Towering Minotaur warriors, each over 3 meters tall, formed a disciplined battle formation, clashing fiercely with a centaur force 3 times their number. First squad, hold the line with your shields. Hunters, take your shots freely. Second squad, follow me to support our kin. Shamans, stay vigilant and heal. A burly Minotaur chieftain stood at the front of the formation, roaring commands that thundered across the battlefield. Garland had managed to find a vantage point, where he cast arcane intellect and cloaked himself in invisibility, observing the chaotic battle unfold below. In stark contrast to the Minotaur's strict discipline, the Centaur forces were in complete disarray. Their warlord didn't even bother to issue commands, allowing his troops to charge at the Minotaur defenses like a chaotic tide, each fighting for themselves. This lack of order stemmed from their bloodline centaurs, were descendants of the nature demigod Cenarius Sunzader and the earth elemental princess Theradris. The chaotic nature of their elemental heritage had overwhelmingly overshadowed the faint influence of natural godly power, resulting in an innate ferocity that defined their race. On the battlefield, the Minotaur's formation stood as solid as a fortress. The frontline warriors held massive shields without flinching, while those in the rear swung spiked clubs and colossal wooden totems, each strike leaving centaurs bloodied and collapsing on the ground, only to be trampled to death by the hooves of their own kin. The centaurs, poorly equipped with mostly stone axes and crude spears, had only a few leaders wielding metal weapons. Their backline included spellcasters who unleashed nature and shadow magic, while mounted archers with hyenas and coyotes prowled on the outskirts. The battle reached a stalemate. The centaurs' inferior equipment couldn't breach the minotaurs' defenses, and the minotaurs, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of their enemies, couldn't mount a counterattack. Garland's thoughts drifted to the tragic history of the centaur's story of a father estranged from his offspring due to his aesthetic biases, ultimately meeting a grim fate at their hands. This history, combined with their inherent savagery, had branded the centaurs as symbols of chaos and ignorance, leading to generations of suffering for their neighbors, the minotaurs, who were even forced to abandon their ancestral lands. Of course, Garland mused, one could attempt to explain all of this through the lens of Azerothian genetics. After all, in this world, there seemed to be no reproductive barriers between races. Even minotaurs and high elves had their romantic tales. But if a dragon fell in love with a well, Garland shook his head, stopping his thoughts from wandering too far. The Tauren tribe was steadily retreating under the relentless siege of the centaurs. Standing on higher ground, Garen could clearly see nearly 200 Tauren warriors locked in a desperate battle against a centaur force that outnumbered them several times over. Though the Taurens were physically robust, exhaustion was beginning to show in their movements under the overwhelming numerical disadvantage. At that moment, a commanding roar pierced through the battlefield. Desco, take 200 brothers and break through from the rear. Go find Lord Cairn and tell him the centaurs are attacking again. This was the order of the Tauren chieftain directed at a young warrior. No, father. I will stay here and live or die with the Dawnchaser tribe. The young Tauren named Desco gripped the totem in his hands tightly. His purplish skin, flushed from the intensity of battle, bore a faint sheen of blood, and his eyes burned with unyielding determination. The name struck a chord in Garen's mind. The Dawnchaser tribe, renowned among the many Tauren clans, though their strength barely ranked in the top 10, they stood out for their unique devotion to the sun. They worshipped the sun god Ansha, and it was said they could draw strength from sunlight, calling themselves sunwalkers. Garen's gaze shifted between the chieftain and Desco, sensing the faint glow of light energy emanating from within them. This energy, akin to the holy light, was a manifestation of the power of Ansha, the sun god. In this era, professions capable of harnessing such light energy were exceedingly rare, found only among the human paladins. However, in the next 30 years, this ability would gradually spread to other races. Unlike other races, the Taurens' light energy did not stem from devotion to the holy light, but was rooted in their reverence for the Earth Mother. In their belief system, the sun god Ansha and the moon goddess Elune were considered the eyes of the Earth Mother. Over time, this faith evolved into the Sunwalker priesthood, with the Sunwalkers as its most distinguished representatives. As he observed the unfolding battle, Garen calculated silently. While the faiths of paladins across various races differed, the manifestations of their light energy were strikingly similar. He was confident he could guide the light energy within these Dawnchasers. It's time to show my true skill, Garen thought with a sly grin. Let me act as both an emissary of the Earth Mother and a favored one of Ansha to guide you. Once the decision was made, Jalin immediately began summoning water elementals. Since Gandalf had ascended to legendary status, the water elementals he could summon not only stood 6 meters tall, but also lasted significantly longer, giving him ample time to summon nearly 100 of them. The battlefield grew increasingly dire. Desco was forced to obey his father's orders to organize a breakout, while Jalin swiftly devised a strategy. All he needed was enough water elementals to form a proper formation. Within just 5 minutes, over a dozen massive water elementals had assembled under his command, forming a wedge formation aimed directly at the Centaur warlord's position. Jalin positioned himself at the spearhead of the assault formation. The Centaur warlord is merely at the peak of the 8th rank, and even the Dawnchaser chieftain is only 9th rank. These guys are no match for me, Jalin thought. If not for the risk of being surrounded by acting alone, he would have struck directly long ago. The Talk Kaler's sword in his hand shimmered with light, and this troll slayer now demonstrated equally devastating power against the centaurs. The water elementals followed closely behind, their massive torrents crashing into the centaur warriors like sledgehammers, sending them tumbling and spitting blood. The centaur warlord, watching these towering giants of water closing in, roared furiously, commanding his troops to hold the line. But Jalin proved even more cunning, fighting while waiting for his summoning cooldowns, continuously calling forth new water elementals. As these towering figures multiplied, the centaurs' morale began to falter. At the center of the battlefield, the Dawnchasers noticed this unexpected reinforcement. The chieftain immediately adjusted his strategy, stopped the breakout, Target the Centaur warlord. Regroup with the reinforcements. Charge. Avenge our fallen kin. Hundreds of Tauren warriors erupted with overwhelming battle spirit, toppling centaurs left and right as they advanced. When the two forces finally converged, the Dawnchaser chieftain was astonished to find that their powerful reinforcement was none other than a diminutive figure barely under 2 meters tall. However, his seasoned experience quickly suppressed his surprise, focusing instead on the ongoing battle. As the number of water elementals surpassed 100, the Centaur warlord could no longer hold his ground. Realizing his advantage had vanished, he hastily sounded the retreat horn, abandoning his people and fleeing southward alone. Jalin did not pursue. His focus remained on the group of Tauren. Standing amidst the water elementals, he quietly wiped the blood from his longsword, while the nearby elementals gently rinsed his armor with their streams. The Dawnchasers paused to regroup, and the chieftain, accompanied by Desco, approached this seemingly small and frail yet undeniably powerful and enigmatic figure. With the aid of arcane wisdom, Galen finally managed to communicate with the Tauren. Since Gandalf's universal language spell was not within the system's Padawan options, he instead cast arcane wisdom on the two Tauren as well. Chieftain of the Dawnchaser tribe, it is my duty to help you, the young Galen Thorbane said solemnly, though his youthful face lacked the gravitas of his words. The sun Ansha gave me a vision, guiding me westward to save the followers of the Earth Mother. Impossible. Desco's large bovine eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the diminutive figure before him. If not for the fact that this stranger had just saved him and his people, his youthful Tauren temper might have already driven him to draw his weapon. To the Tauren, the Earth Mother was the highest of all deities, the giver of life and nurturer of the land. As members of the Dawnchaser tribe, they devoutly worshipped the Earth Mother's right eye, the sun Ansha. For a stranger to suddenly claim to be a messenger of Ansha was hard to believe, even for Desco's father, the steadfastly faithful chieftain of the Dawnchasers. Galen smiled and extended both hands, gesturing for the father and son to place their hands on his. Though hesitant, they each reached out with their massive three-fingered hands, placing them atop Galen's much smaller ones. The scene was somewhat comical, like an adult holding a baby's hand. Closing his eyes, Galen focused on sensing the faint light within the Taurean ember that held the potential for them to become sunwalkers. He began channeling his holy light to guide the solar energy within them. Though the sources of their powers were different, their natures were similar. Galen planned to nurture these seeds of solar energy with his own holy light, at the cost of some gold from his resource inventory. When Desco felt a warm current flow into his chest, he instinctively began to pull his hand away, but his father's firm gaze stopped him. The elder chieftain could sense Galen's goodwill. If his intent had been malicious, he could have simply let the centaurs slaughter them earlier. As thousands of gold coins worth of energy were consumed, Galen not only successfully elevated the father and son into sunwalkers, but also honed his own mastery of the holy light, overcoming the unfamiliarity that came with Padawan shortcuts. 3 radiant beams of light burst forth from their bodies, so brilliant that the Tauren in the distance had to shield their eyes. Galen watched with delight as the two Tauren, eyes still closed, began to feel and embrace their newfound power. This was the perfect proof of his identity. Combined with the similarities between the holy light and solar energy, it would leave no room for doubt. When the Dawnchaser father and son opened their eyes, their joy was unmistakable. Galen noted that their attitudes had shifted from skepticism to reverence. Excellent. It was time to move on to the next phase of his plan. Galen chuckled to himself, pleased with his progress. This is the power of the sun god, proof that I am the messenger of Enshi. Golden holy light swirled around Garland, and the young Tauren Desco could no longer maintain his composure, his face filled with awe and reverence. Even his weathered father, who struggled to appear calm on the surface, couldn't hide the fervent glow in his eyes. You messenger, Desco stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. In contrast, his father, the seasoned chieftain, displayed a more composed demeanor. He gave Garland a formal Tauren salute and addressed him with respect, honored messenger. Desco, seeing his father's gesture, quickly followed suit, bowing reverently. Garland nodded calmly in acknowledgement. Inwardly, he felt a surge of satisfaction. This display of reverence had cost nearly 20,000 units of gold, a hefty investment to achieve this level of recognition. Gather the bodies of the fallen Shu Halo warriors. The sun god Enshi is about to bestow a divine miracle, Garland declared solemnly, the holy light surrounding him amplifying his aura of divinity. The chieftain's face lit up with joy, as if he had anticipated something extraordinary. He hurried back to organize his people for the task. Garland remained atop the hill, maintaining an air of mystery, while Desco stood silently beside him. The newly anointed Tauren paladin, with his humble and straightforward nature, scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Garland considered striking up a conversation with this future elite of the Sunwalkers but hesitated, fearing it might disrupt the enigmatic image he had carefully crafted. For a moment, the only sound was the cawing of crows circling above, and an eerie silence settled over the hill. Fortunately, the Dawnchaser tribe quickly completed their preparations, and the chieftain's arrival rescued Garland from the strain of holding his composure. As they approached, the tribe members made way, their eyes filled with anticipation and reverence. Standing before the open clearing where the bodies of the fallen lay, Garland addressed the gathered crowd. Brave warriors of the Shu Halo, the Earth Mother watches over you. As the messenger of the Sun God, I have witnessed your valor, and she does not permit the noble Tauren to fall at the hands of the vile centaurs. Now, witness the miracle of the Sun God. Summoning all the holy energy within him, Garland unleashed a radiant surge of golden light. He wanted the Tauren to understand that such a grand display of divine power came at a significant cost. Simultaneously, he discreetly activated the resurrection technique of the paladin Aragon. In an instant, the entire valley was bathed in golden light. Most of the Tauren had to shield their eyes, but Desco and the other devout followers stubbornly kept their eyes wide open, tears streaming down their faces as they tried to take in every detail of the miracle. The intense holy light began to heal the wounds of the fallen warriors, and then a powerful force pulled their departed souls back into their restored bodies. The light in the valley gradually faded, and the fallen Tauren began to awaken one by one. They sat up, their eyes filled with confusion, unable to believe they had been brought back to life. Looking around, they saw their tribe members gazing at them with fervent eyes. Quickly, they scrambled to their feet and returned to the embrace of familiar friends and family. Galen, seeing that the resurrection spell had been completed, quietly stepped aside. As a messenger of the Sun God, he understood that the chieftain of the Dawnseekers would inevitably seek him out, and maintaining his dignity was crucial at this moment. Sure enough, the old chieftain soon approached him. Honorable messenger, thank you for your divine intervention in saving my people. The Dawnseeker tribe will forever be indebted to you. I am a messenger of Ansha. Assisting the brave warriors of Shuhalo is my duty, Galen replied solemnly. He genuinely sought to forge an alliance with the Tauren, rather than simply using them as expendable pawns. The old chieftain, feeling the lingering warmth within him and looking at the recently resurrected members of his tribe, was completely convinced. You have earned the trust of the Dawnseekers. It is by the Earth Mother's blessing that we encountered you in our time of peril. Good. Sensing the time was right, Galen introduced himself directly. I am Galen Thorbane. The Earth Mother knows of Shahalo's struggles and has sent me to help you find a new home. This news left the old chieftain overjoyed. As one of the scouting parties sent by Cairn Bloodhoof, their mission was indeed to search for a new migration route. A new home, have you found it? Take me to see Cairn Bloodhoof and Hamuel Runtotem. Galen knew that to convince the entire tribe, he would need the chieftain's help in building a bridge to the High Chieftain. Without hesitation, the old chieftain rallied his people and respectfully invited Galen to accompany them. Along the way, Galen reflected on what he knew about Cairn Bloodhoof. The chieftain of the Bloodhoof tribe, renowned for his unparalleled strength and charisma, had garnered the support of the entire Tauren people, including the druid leader Hamuel. Cairn had made the decisive choice to lead his people away from Desolace, avoiding a full-scale confrontation with 5 centaur tribes. Although the strongest among them, the Kolker tribe, led by the legendary Condesco, relentlessly pursued them, it was still a far better option than facing all 5 tribes at once. As Galen pondered these details, he followed the group forward until they finally arrived at the main encampment of the Tauren. The old chieftain recounted the migration history of the Shuharyu tribe to Garen. 10 years ago, they were forced to leave the desolate and increasingly barren lands, seeking a new home in the Stonetalan Mountains. When speaking of the relentless pursuit by the centaurs, the usually gentle elder's eyes flared with rare anger. An entire generation of Tauren had fought against the brutal centaurs, with countless tribe members meeting a tragic end at their hands. The journey of migration was exceedingly arduous. Beyond the relentless pursuit by the centaurs, natural disasters and famine inflicted immense suffering on the tribe. Women and young calves struggled to survive amidst hunger and cold, with each day being a test of endurance. The temporary camps they managed to establish were repeatedly destroyed by the centaurs, whose relentless pursuit reminded Garen of the phrase, irreconcilable as cows and horses. The camp before him was nestled within a valley, dotted with animal hide tents in an unmistakably Native American style. From a rough estimate, Garen figured there were at least 200,000 Tauren gathered in this camp alone. However, according to the old chieftain, this was merely the vanguard led by Cairn Bloodhoof. Under the guidance of the Dawnchaser elder, Garen was led to the largest tent at the center of the camp. As he lifted the flap of the entrance, he couldn't help but exclaim in his native tongue from his previous life, "Holy crap, that's massive!" Standing before him was a towering Tauren warrior, over 4 meters tall, twice Garen's height, stacked together. As a newly appointed paladin, Garen could clearly sense the overwhelming vitality and strength radiating from Cairn Bloodhoof's powerful frame. The sheer warrior aura he exuded left no doubt in Garen's mind. High-level spells like Frostbolt or Fireball would likely leave nothing more than a superficial mark on Bloodhoof's skin. Beside Cairn stood another Tauren, slightly shorter, but with a serene presence that seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding air. Without much thought, Garen could tell this was a powerful figure well-versed in natural energy. As Garen observed, Cairn spoke in an unexpectedly gentle tone. "Young one, are you the envoy of Ansha that Mune mentioned? Can you prove it to me?" His voice, resonant yet calm, perfectly reflected the nature of the Tauren. Garen also knew, however, that once angered, these gentle giants could unleash astonishing combat prowess. It turned out that Mune was none other than the Dawnchaser Elder, Desko's father. Along the way, he had persistently inquired about Garen's background. Having witnessed Garen perform a miraculous resurrection and being blessed by the power of the sun god himself, the old chieftain had come to fully believe in Garen's identity. Mune had much to say, but he chose to remain silent. As Cairn's most trusted subordinate, he understood deeply that the chieftain bore the weight of the Shuhala clan's survival and prosperity. Trusting the words of outsiders too easily could lead to disaster. Worried that his own opinions might sway Cairn's judgment, he restrained the urge to speak. Garen was well aware of the Tauren's cautious nature. As the leader of a people, trusting others too readily could spell the end of their race. However, this skepticism did not diminish his patience. Instead, it deepened his admiration for the wisdom of this race. He spread his arms, and a radiant light of warmth and order surged through him, filling the entire tent with its brilliance. When the light faded, Cairn turned to his companion. "Hamuel, what do you think?" This was Hamuel, the leader of the Runtotem tribe and the Tauren Druids. He closed his eyes and took a moment to feel the energy before speaking slowly. Such pure and blazing power, such dazzling brilliance. "The forces of nature tell me that this power is filled with order and the ability to resist darkness." As a warrior skilled in wielding his ancestral runed spear to vanquish enemies, Cairn was not as versed in the mystical arts as his friend Hamuel. "So?" he asked directly. "Our guest not only wields the power of the light, but also has the ability to guide Mune and young Desko in mastering it. The spirits of nature tell me he harbors goodwill toward the Shuhalu. I believe he is the messenger of Ansha, the god of the sun." As Cairn's advisor for over 20 years, Hamuel offered a clear judgment. Cairn immediately asked with respect, "Messenger of Ansha, what message does the Earth Mother wish to convey to the Shuhalu?" With that, Garen's identity was solidified. Once this news spread, his reputation among the Tauren would undoubtedly soar. "Just call me Garen," he said straightforwardly. "Through the eye of Ansha, the Earth Mother has seen the plight of the Shuhalu. Your new homeland is not in the Stonetalan Mountains, but in a far more beautiful and bountiful land." The two Tauren leaders in the tent nodded thoughtfully. Over the past decade, life in the Stonetalan Mountains had been scarcely better than in the Barrens. The frequent centaur raids had caused heavy casualties among their people. They had already begun considering migrating further east, with the Dawnchaser expedition serving as their vanguard scouts. Garen then explained, from a broader perspective, the reasons behind the Tauren's suffering. He spoke of the Barrens as it once was, a land lush with water and grass, an ideal haven for the nomadic lifestyle of the Tauren. Their ancestors had thrived in that land for thousands of years. The subsequent tale unveiled a little-known truth. The union of Zader and the princess of the Earth Elementals gave rise to the centaur race. However, the centaur's act of patricide provoked their mother's condemnation. This profound regret and desolation eventually manifested as external violence. Tragically, the nearby Tauren became the primary target of their wrath. While the centaurs ravaged the land, Zader's enraged spirit cast a dreadful curse upon it. The once lush grasslands slowly vanished, replaced by a barren wasteland, giving rise to the name Desolace. This history was so obscure that even the druid Hamuel was unaware of it. This was no coincidence, as the Tauren druids' lineage traced back thousands of years to their ancestors who served the demigod of nature, Cenarius. After the world was fractured, the Tauren lost contact with the nature demigod, leaving them ignorant of the centaur's descent from Cenarius's son. Cairn and Hamuel finally understood the centuries-long frenzy of the centaur's attacks on the Tauren. This prolonged conflict shaped their generation of Tauren and planted a deep-seated hatred for the centaurs in their hearts. As the two leaders lamented this tragic past, Garen spoke up at the perfect moment. "Today, the suffering of the Shuhalo will come to an end. Let me take you to the new homeland the Earth Mother has prepared for you." Having gained the complete trust of the two leaders, Garen now intended to lead them directly to Mulgore. He calculated that the sooner the Tauren settled there, the faster he could realize his plan to unite the Tauren and dominate the central and southern regions of Kalimdor. "Where is this new homeland guided by the Earth Mother?" Cairn asked eagerly. As a key figure in driving the Tauren migration plan, he felt the weight of responsibility. If this decision led to the tribe's downfall, his generation of young Tauren would bear the burden of eternal infamy. Garen described the beauty of Mulgore. It is a vast basin surrounded by mountains, with abundant water and grass, a pleasant climate, and plentiful game, a perfect haven for the Shu Halo. Seeing the impatient looks in the leader's eyes, he decided to reveal the next step. Are you ready? I'll take you there for a first-hand look, and then we can discuss how to relocate your people. Having earned their full trust, Garen brought along the High Chieftain's guards and his newfound loyal followers, the Sunwalkers, led by the elder Chieftain Moon and his son Desco. The group arrived at a secluded clearing, dismissing any bystanders. Garen then produced a pre-prepared return scroll. Activating it, a flash of white light enveloped everyone, and they vanished instantly from the spot. The teleportation effect of the return scroll resembled a mass teleportation spell. After a fleeting moment of weightless dizziness, Garen led the Tauren to their new homeland. The teleportation point was a watchtower Garen had set up in advance, located atop a vast mountaintop platform. The platform was truly magnificent, spanning nearly 10 kilometers in width. It would later serve as the foundational structure for the grand city of Thunderbluff. Surrounding the main platform were 3 smaller platforms, which could be seamlessly connected by 3 suspension bridges. After a quick assessment, Garen concluded that this area could comfortably accommodate a population of 200,000. Cairn and Hamuel stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing intently at the land below. Rolling green grasslands stretched endlessly, encircled by mountain ranges that formed a natural barrier, making the basin both defensible and secure. To the south, a vast lake shimmered under the sunlight, its surface glinting like silver. In the distance, plains striders and prairie lions could be seen gracefully moving across the grasslands. As a look of awe spread across Hamuel's face, Garen spoke at just the right moment. Welcome to Mulgore. This is the new home that the Earthmother has prepared for the Shu Halo people. Mulgore, Mulgore. Hamuel murmured excitedly, his expression filled with emotion. Praise the Earthmother, and praise and she, the sun. Noticing Garen's curious gaze, Cairn explained, in the language of our Shu Halo people, Mulgore symbolizes greatness and safety. All of this is truly the Earthmother's guidance. Thank you, Garen. Garen quietly marveled at the unexpected coincidence. As someone reborn, he had known that Orgrimmar was named in honor of the former Orc warchief Orgrim, and Durotar after Thrall's father, Durotan. However, he had never delved into the origins of the Tauren starting zone's name. Chieftain Cairn, are you satisfied with this land? Garen asked eagerly, anxious to confirm. He had been away from Stromgard for quite some time, and hoped to return before the New Year's celebration. Please, call me Cairn, Cairn replied solemnly. This land is a gift from the Earthmother. The revival of the Tauren begins here. The Shu Halo will never forget your friendship. Seeing the sincerity in Cairn's expression, Garen felt a surge of relief and satisfaction. All his efforts had been aimed at making the Tauren a reliable ally. Given their deep respect for honor and loyalty, it was clear that this goal had been achieved. Morgor is not entirely a safe haven. Garen was well aware of the lurking threats in this land. Packs of gnolls entrenched in the south, boarmen overrunning the Thornblade Canyon to the southeast, and the troublesome Windfury harpies inhabiting the mountains to the north and south. Even 30 years later, these 3 forces would remain a persistent threat to the Tauren, not to mention the emergence of a resource-exploiting venture company that added to their troubles. The Shu Halo must remain vigilant. Garen warned earnestly. He had dealt with these forces during his travels among the Tauren and knew all too well the problems they posed. Cairn lifted his head high, confidence shining in his eyes. The Shu Halo cherish peace and are willing to share this land with them. But if they dare harm my people, they will face the wrath of the Shu Halo. His faith in his people's strength was unwavering. Even the Centaur could only win by overwhelming us with numbers. As for these gnolls and boarmen, I could take on 100 of them myself. Seeing Cairn's determination, Garen chose not to press the matter further and shifted the conversation to the migration plans. Cairn, how do you plan to arrange for the rest of your people? Should I assist with transportation, or will they make the journey on foot? What would you suggest, Garen? Cairn asked, a rare moment of seeking advice. This gesture alone signaled that he regarded Garen as a messenger of the Earthmother and acknowledged their growing friendship. Garen produced a magical item. I have a few return scrolls, like the one I just used. They can instantly transport a large group to a predetermined location. How many people are in the Shu Halo tribe now? Cairn, understanding the value of such a precious magical artifact, made a mental note of Garen's generosity. Garen, there are over 800,000 Shu Halo in total. These magical items are far too valuable. Since we now know the location of Mulgore, it would be better for my people to make the journey on their own. Garen silently calculated. Even if one return scroll could transport 1,000 Tauren, it would take 800 scrolls to move the entire tribe of 800,000. While he couldn't provide such a large number at once, he did have several hundred. By prioritizing the transport of the elderly, the infirm, and the women and children with no combat abilities, they could avoid potential dangers along the migration route. After pondering for a moment, Garen furrowed his brows but ultimately stuck to his decision. He turned to Cairn and said firmly, "Cairn, while I can't provide enough magical tools to teleport the entire Shahalu tribe at once, I can help the elderly and the calves first. We can arrange for a legion to escort them while beginning to establish a new home." This proposal immediately resonated deeply with Cairn and Hamuel. Their eyes lit up with hope. During the arduous migration, the tribe's blood had nearly stained the entire path, with the most casualties being the frail elderly and the young children. If these vulnerable members could be teleported directly while the warriors led the rest of the tribe on foot, it would greatly enhance the tribe's survival chances. Cairn spoke solemnly, "Garen, we entrust this to you. Words cannot express our gratitude. The Shahalu will always stand by your side." Hearing this promise, Garen felt a surge of satisfaction. While he genuinely regarded the Tauren as friends, he understood that maintaining a long-term partnership required a foundation of mutual benefit. He needed the Tauren's assistance just as much as they needed his support. Garen then outlined the specific arrangements. "I have a city in the Barrens, about a 5-day walk from the exit of Mulgore. Once you're settled, I will provide food and essential supplies. In return, you must quickly begin constructing your new home, especially fortifying the high platforms and the gates to Mulgore Valley. These defenses are critical to the Shahalu's future." After their discussion, Garen led them back to the camp and left behind hundreds of return scrolls, preset with the destination. As he departed the Tauren camp, Garen realized he had been away from Garenport for too long, and there had been little news from Gandalf. He was uncertain about the situation with Greyope and the Razormane tribe, and he needed to quickly complete the strategic planning in the Barrens and return to the eastern continent. The Shadow Network had already relayed the latest intelligence, and the situation was becoming urgent. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.